This amazing, interesting story begins with an internet cafe where a guy and a girl were. Suddenly, a young guy started to burst into the room and push the door to the VIP room. When the guy opened the door, he was very surprised and turned to the girl, calling her by name. Tina exclaimed that she had already told him that she was going shopping with a friend and angrily asked what he was doing there. Since he had already seen it, she would explain everything. The girl pushed the boy away and added that she was breaking up with him. He didn't expect that and asked why she did that to him. Was it because he was poor? The girl replied that this was exactly why she had not chosen him and pointed her finger at him. She asked him to get out of there immediately and pushed him out the door. When she closed the door, she went back to the guy with whom she betrayed the boy she had kicked out. She asked Leith not to stop and to continue. Meanwhile, the young man was already in the room, and with tears in his eyes, he did not let go of the phone. Suddenly, he received a notification, and he jumped up and exclaimed that it must be Tina, who regretted what she had done. But when he picked up the phone, he realized it was just a notification. He looked closely at the message on his phone. A new version of the web chat was detected, and the system asked if he wanted to update it. When the boy clicked on the positive answer, the upgrade began, and he lay down on the bed again. Before he could close his eyes, he received another notification, and he couldn't understand what was happening now. Taishan Laojun invited him, calling him the Lord of Thunder, the Mother of Lightning, and the Mighty Miracle God, to a group chat. The boy couldn't figure out who created this group chat. According to the agreement, he must first send a red envelope, or they threatened to release the dog. The young man could not understand what was happening and what red envelope was being discussed. He bowed his head down and decided to wait a little. He continued to read the group's correspondence and was sad. What kind of wealth were they talking about, and what kind of red envelope was that? A notification came on his phone that he had received a red envelope from the God of Wealth and that it was a well-deserved point. The boy looked at his phone again, not understanding anything. What kind of points were they, and for what merits? He had already gained several points and was called the God of Wealth. A lot of notifications started coming to his phone. The God of Wealth got angry and vomited blood. His skill duration will be reduced by 10 years. The boy smiled a little and decided from looking at the correspondence that these guys are really funny. He received another notification about the Jade Rabbit, who sent him a friend request. He wondered if it was her in the photo and decided that the girl was really pretty. She offered him a heavenly music book that only costs 10 merit points, and it comes with a photo of her in the bath. The boy pressed the button and decided that he had only one advantage, and so they agreed with the Jade Rabbit. But the boy thought that this looked like some kind of trap. He started receiving notifications again. Indeed, a photo of a girl in the water appeared on the screen. She was half naked, and the boy decided that she was some kind of porn dealer. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and the guy exclaimed that he had urgent news. Is it true that Lilu is the most beautiful girl at their university and she sings in a chocolate bar? The guy told his friend that he would like the way she sings and asked her to just go with him. The young man did not expect that the weirdos in the group chat were actually real. There is a sign in front of us that says, "Bar." It was glowing with bright lights. If you go inside, you can see a lot of young people sitting at a table. One of the guys said to his friend, looking at the girl, that she was a very hot thing. Lilu was already at the microphone right in the middle of the bar and was singing songs. The eyes of the young men began to sparkle and many hearts flew towards the girl. The boys couldn't take their eyes off her. One of the comrades said that she was very beautiful. The second one, who was sitting at the table, answered that she was the most beautiful girl in their university and asked Leo if he was telling the truth. But the boy sat at the table and his eyes were filled with tears. The comrade realized that he was hopeless. Meanwhile, a man with a bottle of alcohol in his hands began to climb the steps towards the girl who was singing on stage. He held out the bottle and exclaimed that it was sweet. He asked her to sing him a song and said he would buy her a drink, after which he hugged the girl and said that they could go somewhere else, asking her what she thought about it. One of the guys recognized Chase and said that he would not let this girl go. Do they really have a show today? When Leo saw what was happening, he got really angry. Beads of sweat began to run down his cheeks, and he realized that Lily was in trouble. The boy stood up and his gaze was very confident and angry. He was very serious and wanted to protect the girl. His friend took him by the hand and asked if he was crazy. Chase is the local bully, and he is with Mr. E, so the boy is no match for him. Meanwhile, Lily asked this scoundrel to let her go immediately. But the guy did not calm down and raised the bottle over the girl's head. With one deft movement of his hand, he unfastened her bra clasp and the girl fell right to the floor, looking embarrassedly at those around her. Leo got even more angry and cast a contemptuous glance at this drunken scoundrel. Chase asked her to be careful. He asked the girl if she could wait for him. His vile hands reached out towards Lily. She closed her eyes, covering herself and protecting herself from this scoundrel. Leo's comrades could do nothing because they were afraid of this guy and were in no hurry to protect the defenseless girl. Leo had already approached the enemy and with one movement of his hand hit him on the wrist. After that, he covered the girl, as she was half naked after this scoundrel had mocked her. Leo told Chase that she was his girlfriend and asked him to do him a favor. Chase got really angry and asked who he was. He started foaming at the mouth and his eyes turned red with anger. Leo didn't listen to him but kicked him between the legs with all his might, sending him far away. The opponent flew to the side, clutching his dignity, which the main character had hit. Leo, after the guy fell to the floor, extended his hand to Lily and asked her to run away immediately. He ran very fast and pulled the girl along with him, and she said that she was in pain and tried to catch up with the boy. Meanwhile, the guys continued to relax and walk around sitting at the tables. The guy the main character knocked down got really angry. When his friend approached him, he asked what he was doing and asked him to follow him immediately. Chase ordered his boys to take up arms and immediately catch up with the villain. He squeezed the club in his hands and decided that he would certainly kill this guy. Leo's comrades decided that luckily these guys didn't know they were the boys' friends. The second friend thought he'd better play possum or he'd be done for. Meanwhile, the main character with the girl by the hand ran faster and faster. She exclaimed that she was wearing high heels, then Leo asked her to look back and then she would see what was happening. When the girl turned around, she started running much faster. They were being chased by guys with cold weapons and Chase was leading them, shouting that he would kill him. He was already behind the boy and exclaimed that he was already close and would deal with him now. Leo realized that they would not be able to get rid of them and began to frantically think about what he should do and how to act. It was as if he had a different brain and suddenly a flash of light flashed through his head. Some whisper kept telling him in his head that in the heavenly music book there was a spell that suppressed the soul. The boy's opponent was already behind him and wanted to hit him, exclaiming that he wasn't going anywhere. Then Leo thought about it and decided that this was his only way out and he had to try. He turned towards his opponent and he was already raising a cold weapon over him. The guys who were with him watched from the side and were very surprised. A multitude of blows flew towards their boss and he, screaming and indignant, began to fly far back. This hit was just crazy, and the guys didn't expect such a turn of events. They all opened their mouths in unison, and each one with their weapon in their hands simply froze in place. Before they even had time to approach the main character, they flew off in different directions, losing their tools. One of the comrades, who somehow managed to stay on his feet, called his boss, looking at him with horror. Leo, meanwhile, picked up Lily in his arms and apologized, saying that it would be much faster this way. Jangnan University was spread out before us. The boy was already approaching the main entrance with a girl in his arms. When he brought her to the room, he put her on her feet and said that they were not here and now they were safe. Lily, a little teary-eyed, turned to the boy and thanked him. Leo greeted the girl, smiling back and blushing a little. He thought to himself that she was very cute. Lily told the protagonist that it was very late and she had to go. She promised to return his coat to him tomorrow. Leo smiled in response and blushed, saying that of course she could return his thing to him tomorrow without any problem. But before he could open his eyes, the girl came up to him and kissed him on the cheek. He did not expect this, and she turned around and started running away from him faster. The next morning arrived, and the sun began to rise into the sky, delighting with its beauty and warmth. The main character's comrade hugged the boy and said in surprise that he was alive. Continuing to hug him by the shoulders and walk next to him, he asked how he managed to do it. Leo told his friend that it was a secret, but he kept asking about it and asked him to tell him. Meanwhile, his ex-girlfriend was sitting at her desk, telling Leith that they were in class and not to do that. But the guy responded that he thought her body wanted it. The protagonist watched what was happening. His friend showed him Leith and his ex-girlfriend. Leo was very offended looking at what was happening. After all, he barely touched her hand. The boy sat down at his desk in his place and decided that he had to cheer up, or they would see that he was sad. Leith showed Tina her boyfriend, but the girl said that he was her ex-boyfriend and he was poor. She didn't like him at all, and Leith was the only man she loved. Leith laughed and, rising to his feet, asked to look at his cheap outfit. Even a sow wouldn't like it. Leo turned towards his opponent and said that indeed, a sow like him would not like his outfit. Leith laughed in response and agreed with him completely. But then his look changed abruptly. Laughter continued to flow throughout the class, but the opponent was already sitting at his desk, beaten. He clenched his fist and exclaimed, looking menacingly at his enemy, that this would not change the fact that he was poor. Before they could finish speaking, the teacher appeared in the classroom and said that the lesson was beginning. He asked the boys to open a math textbook, and a multitude of examples and theorems began to flash before the students' eyes. Leo was a bit bored and began to yawn, almost falling asleep right in the middle of the lesson. The main character took his phone and thought that what happened yesterday was like a dream. When he looked at his phone, he saw many messages and conversations in the group. The system suggested him to make his point with a red envelope instead. Before he could finish reading, he finally clicked on the positive answer and received a notification. The system informed him that he had received a red envelope of wealth and an invisibility pill. Leo was very surprised because the invisibility pill could make him invisible. The duration is 4 hours and only works on gold sages and beyond. The main character smiled, thought about it, and decided that he had something incredible. He was completely immersed in his thoughts as the lesson continued. And then finally the long-awaited bell rang. The teacher finished with his theorems and told the children that the lesson was over. Suddenly the children around asked to look who had arrived. Leo also turned towards the doors. The boys couldn't understand what she was doing there when they saw Lily. They started to rave that the girl was in love with them. When Tina saw the university beauty, she got really angry, and beads of sweat started running down her face. Leith thought that Lily was the most beautiful girl in their university. She was hot and a very good singer. Suddenly, the girl looked back. Leith thought that she was obviously looking for someone. He's a diamond in the rough in this class, and she's obviously here for him. When the girl appeared on the threshold, Leith finally thought that she was here for him and she had just seen him. Tina clenched her fists in horror and grimaced, looking at the girl with displeasure. Meanwhile, her classmates were whispering that it seemed like she was there because of Leith. It makes sense, since he was the richest guy among them. Leith smiled, expecting her to come to him now, and thought that these losers knew their place. He rose to his feet and was about to give her his place and sit down next to her. Lily, when the guy extended his hand to her and said her name, asked her to show them who this person was. He meant himself. But before he could finish speaking, the girl walked past him and headed towards the main character. Lily approached the boy and said that she had been looking for him everywhere. She had already told him that she would see him today. Leo was very surprised and asked if she was really here for him. Leith, meanwhile, was just shocked by what was happening. Classmates were also very surprised and could not understand what was going on and whether she was really here because of Leo. It does not make sense, and Tina said that she left Leo. Was she really telling the truth? The boys asked to look at Leith when they noticed that he was completely humiliated. Tina grimaced in a sarcastic and angry grimace, not understanding how she could be here because of Leo. She decided that it was impossible and that it must definitely be a mistake. But Lily was already approaching the boy and handing him the bag with his coat. The girl explained to Leo that she had washed it. The boy smiled and replied that it smelled nice. Classmates were seriously surprised that she washed his clothes. Is it true that Leo dumped Tina? Leith with a girl Leo doesn't want? Discussing this, the guys laughed throughout the class. Tina was also humiliated and began to approach the door. Before she could open the door, Leith followed her and asked her to wait. He decided to take revenge on Leo and never forget about it. Lily asked the protagonist who this guy was. Leo replied that he didn't know, which made Leith even more angry as he left. Leo told Lily that he would take care of it himself. And anyway, why did she come? Was it to give him his coat back? Lily blushed a little and replied that there was actually something else. She wanted to ask him for a favor and asked if it was okay. When the girl gently bit her lip, the boy rose to his feet and exclaimed that of course he would do anything for her. Lily smiled a little, blushing again, and said that in that case she would get to the point. Yesterday, when he yelled at Chase, he used a unique way of articulation. She asked him to teach her this. Leo replied that he would do it if she agreed to be his girlfriend. Lily immediately agreed and said that they had agreed and would see each other in the evening at the music hall. Classmates were very surprised and started crying when they found out that Lily was now Leo's girlfriend. The guys said that they simply couldn't stand it. In front of us is a training room where long, hard training sessions took place. The main character was sitting on a chair, and he received another notification on his phone. Leo immediately took out his phone and read the notification. Sun Wukong sent him a friend request. He wrote about an invisible pill and asked to sell it to him. The boy replied that it was just a pill, and he would give it to him. He sent a notice, and the guy called him a good boy and promised to cover for him. Leith brought Tina to Hux and introduced her as his girlfriend. He called Hux a very talented singer from the music department. The girl replied that she was very pleased to meet him. Hux told Leith that he had very bad taste in women. The guy laughed in response and said with a forced smile that he had heard that Hux was friends with the judges of the singing competition. But before he could finish speaking, he immediately got up from his chair and, seeing the girl, went to the door. The other girls asked to see Lily and decided that they were a great couple. Could it be that she came to Hux? Hux had already approached Lily and, smiling, said that he had great news for her. The girl asked not to call her Lily, because they were not close enough for him to address her that way. Hux explained to Lily that he had spoken to the judges of the singing competition. If she agreed to be his girlfriend, she would be the winner. Lily refused, thanked him, and said that she wanted to win herself. She explained that her boyfriend would be training her. Hux indignantly asked if she had a boyfriend. He spread his arms out to the sides and exclaimed that it was simply impossible. He asked to be told who he was. Lily ran towards the main character and hugged him, exclaiming that this was her boyfriend. Leo was very surprised by her emotions and could not understand what was happening. Hux cast a surprised glance towards Leo. He was a little confused and silently looked in their direction. The people around him were also very surprised and everyone froze, calling him a lucky guy. Lily has a boyfriend and this is big news. It is necessary to tell Mr. Wang, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Zheng that Lily has a boyfriend. When Leith saw Leo, he clenched his jaws and asked what he was doing there. The protagonist could not understand what was happening, but decided that this was a very good opportunity and he would not let it disappear. Finally, he made up his mind and hugged the girl around the waist, pressing her tightly to himself. He smiled, greeted those around him, and called himself Lily's boyfriend. The main character, when he introduced his girlfriend to others, continued to smile sweetly and proudly. Hux looked at him angrily and decided that he must be joking because he is an ordinary guy. Tina spread her arms out and said that if Leo coached her, it would be funny. She told Hux that he was just a poor guy from the middle of nowhere who didn't know anything about music. Lily told Tina that it was stupid of her to do that. Humiliating Leo wouldn't make her a better person. She should be very ashamed of herself for selling her body. Leo was very pleased that Lily was defending him, and he smiled a little, blushing. Hux approached the girl and asked her to come to her senses. He called himself the winner of the singing competition last year. He asked her not to risk her future for this loser. Leo decided to do something about it. He said that they said something about connections. He thinks that they won the competition because of them and asked if he wanted to compete with him. Hux got even more angry and asked if he really wanted to compete with him. He exclaimed that the boy was asking for a laughingstock and agreed. The guys from the outside were very surprised that he would compete with Hux in singing. He is asking for a beating, and last year, Hux won the singing competition. One of the boys exclaimed that he would ask his friends to come and see it. Leith, in turn, clenched his fists. He drew his eyebrows down to his nose and decided to bet $100,000 on it. He offered the loser to pay the winner $100,000. The guy asked Leo what he thought of it. Tina crossed her arms and told Leith that Leo didn't have much money. The guy then told him to get lost if he didn't have the guts, but the main character was no slouch and immediately agreed to the bet. Lily looked at the boy sadly, a little scared, but Leo winked back at her, thereby deciding to calm the girl down, and she agreed. The boy said that it was no problem and he had a condition. If he won, the three of them would bark 3 times just like a dog. The guys listened to the boy and both agreed to do what he asked them to do. Hux started to approach the microphone and said that he would perform first. Tina asked Leith what would happen if Hux suddenly lost. Leith asked the girl not to worry and said that he won a singing competition last year. He yelled at her and asked her not to jinx this guy. Hux came up to the microphone and greeted the guys. He promised to sing a branch of Blossoming Plum. The hall was already filling up with spectators. Someone said that they heard that there was a singing competition here. They saw Hux, the guy who won last year's singing competition. Is he really going to sing today, and is this the happiest day of their lives? The guys were curious about who was challenging him and started voting for Hux. Meanwhile, the guy had already started singing the first lines. The girls in the crowd were saying how much they loved him, and raising their hands up, many of the guys in the crowd were rooting for Hux because they loved his great singing. Leo told Lily that he had the tempo right, but his Adam's apple rose. He can't hit the high notes, and I wonder how he won the contest. Lily was very surprised and wondered how he knew about it. She realized that Leo was full of surprises. The girls in the crowd kept shouting that they loved Hux and blowing him kisses. Someone was talking about wanting to have his children, and that was just wonderful. Hux was very pleased with this ovation and pointed his finger at his opponent and said that it was his turn. The main character smiled in response and said that he was ready to begin. Leo started to climb up the stage and walking along it. He picked up the microphone, chuckling a little. It seemed to light up with bright yellow rays and snapped 2 fingers. Tina began to look at the boy and noticed that he looked a little different. The girls and boys from the crowd asked him to stop pretending and get out of there immediately. They were talking about how he couldn't handle Hux. The girls were telling him to get out of there and how much they loved Hux. The main character took the microphone more firmly, and the gentle notes of the song flowed from his lips. When the boys heard the first lines, they froze, not understanding what was happening. It was simply mesmerizing, and no one could say a word while listening to such magnificent, beautiful singing. Lily was simply shocked by what was happening, and running up to her boyfriend exclaimed that this was just cool. Lily asked if this song was for her. She felt a little sad from joy. She was simply touched by this turn of events and beamed, holding her hand to her heart. The boys who listened to his singing exclaimed that it was simply wonderful and very touching. The girls began to envy Lily, looking at her with sadness. Meanwhile, the singing continued, and the boy was already finishing this beautiful song. Leith was simply horrified when he heard the guys applauding the main character and shouting in joy at his song. The girls said it was just unbelievable. The boys screamed in shock. The girls started talking about how they didn't love Hux anymore. They called Leo the best singer and raised their hands up to blow him kisses. The main character was very pleased with what was happening and decided that the heavenly music book had worked. The boys stood there excited and couldn't believe their loss. Tina was very surprised that Hux lost. Hux handed the boy a card with $100,000 on it and said that it meant nothing to him, saying the PIN numbers. Leo immediately caught the card and, smiling, took it into his hands, winking at his girlfriend. Hux, as he headed towards the door, told Leo that he would never forget this. Before the guy could leave, the main character called him and asked him to wait a little. He reminded Hux that they had agreed that if he lost, the boy would bark 3 times. Hux didn't think Leo would remember this and turned sadly towards him. Leo asked if he was going to break his promise and said that the guys all heard it. Then the boys and girls from the crowd exclaimed that they had indeed heard and asked him to comply. They said that he could not break his promise and asked him to bark immediately. Hux was very angry and clenched his fists and began to approach the crowd. Tina and Light were covered in sweat. He approached them and they asked what they could do for him. Then the boy started barking very loudly several times in a row. Everyone in the room laughed loudly and pointed at Leith and Tina. They were humiliated and blushing as they left the stage. The guys laughed and said that it was really very funny. Hux told the protagonist that he wouldn't forget this and that he better watch his back. But the boy asked him to wait and wasn't going to let him go that easily. He told the impudent Hux that he had not barked and that his comrades had done it for him. Hux got even more angry and called him a scoundrel. He asked him not to rush things and asked if he knew who he was. Leo smiled and said in response that he didn't care who he was. He lost, which meant he had to bark. But Hux, like a coward, replied that he would not do that and headed for the exit as quickly as possible. Leo asked the boys not to bet unless they could afford to lose. The boys started shouting again that they loved Leo. They asked the boy to play a little for Lily. He smiled a little, blushing as the crowd demanded a repeat. And so he began to play on the magnificent piano. The boy exclaimed, looking at the girl, that he was now playing in her honor. Meanwhile, Hux was already turning over some insidious plan in his head and pressed the button on the phone. He called Chase and asked him to take care of a guy, clenching his jaw in anger. Leo and Lily were walking in the evening along a path among the trees, and the bright and huge moon illuminated their path. The girl looked at the boy and said that it was wonderful, after which he greeted her with a sweet smile. Lily looked at the boy and said that she really liked it, and that she learned a lot from him. But for some reason she suddenly became sad and looked down. The main character asked the girl what was on her mind, to which she replied that nothing like that. But he turned to her and, taking her hands, looked closely into her eyes and she also looked at him. He said without letting go of her hand that there must be something, and asked if she still worked at the bar or not. Lily turned away again and, with her eyes full of tears, said that she was completely fine. Leo didn't believe her, and looked at the girl again. Suddenly, someone called her, and it turned out to be her mother. She was seriously upset and told her mother that she would arrive soon, asking her not to worry. The main character was very excited and asked the girl where she was going. Lily lowered her head again and told the boy that she was going to go to the hospital. But Leo turned towards the girl, took her hand, and exclaimed that he was going to go with her. When the boys were in the hospital, the woman spoke to the doctor and asked him to give her a few more days. But the doctor replied that she owed the hospital over $10,000. He went on to say that she would have been thrown out if it weren't for him, and asked her to pay the bills today or get out of there. Before she could finish this sentence, her daughter appeared on the threshold and called her mother. She turned to Lily and asked her to speak with Dr. Wang, or her father would die. But the doctor grinned very rudely and said, looking at the girl, that no one would help him, and they might not even try. But he is a very kind man, and if she comes to his office this evening, he will help her sort this out. Leo approached the doctor and said that he had 100,000 yuan. He asked him to take care of the patient, and if he held him responsible, he would get into trouble. Lily didn't expect this turn of events and turned her head towards the boy. The doctor was very surprised because the boy had just offered him 100,000 yuan, and it seemed he was a rich man. The doctor decided it would be better not to mess with this guy and said that this money would only cover expenses for a month. Leo replied that in this case, he would come back. The girl came up to the main character and said that it was his money, and she couldn't do that. Leo replied that everything was fine and she was his girlfriend. The mother approached her daughter and asked her who this guy was. Lily was a little embarrassed and blushed, and replied that he was her classmate. Leo smiled and said that it was nice to meet you, calling the woman Mrs. Liu. The woman immediately thanked the boy and said that they would return his money. But Leo laughed and said that it was okay. Lily told her mother, putting her arm around her shoulder, that she looked tired and asked to be allowed to help her. The woman was very pleased that her father could stay, and now the guys began to leave the hospital building one after another, thinking about something of their own. When they went outside, Lily felt a little awkward because the boy had paid for her. He really wanted her to stop, and suddenly she turned around, after which she ran up to the main character and threw herself on his neck. She began to hug the boy from the bottom of her heart, and he began to sweat from her strong and passionate embrace. Lily pressed herself against the boy with her whole body and thanked him for trying so hard for her. When they sat down on a bench, she began to tell him that she loved to sing, and that her dad supported her in this. He advised her to sign up for the competition last year, but he got into an accident on the way to the competition venue. Her father went into a coma, and she didn't even make it to the finals. This year's championship means a lot to her. Leo listened carefully to the girl and asked her not to worry. He promised to help her get it. Listening to the boy, the girl cried and blushed a little. After all, he had done so much for her, and it was simply touching and wonderful. He again did not expect such a turn of events as the girl turned towards him, and they merged into a kiss. But something interfered with them, and he grabbed his nose, pushing her away from him, and asked her not to say anything. Guys with cold weapons and huge wooden bats approached them, and one of them said that it was already late and he needed to work. Leo was covered in beads of sweat when the girl ended up sitting face down right on his legs. The guys with cold weapons were already approaching them with a confident step. The boy continued to cover his face with both hands. He covered his face so that these scoundrels would not recognize him, and continued to sit like that. But the leader's gaze did not leave his face, and he tried to examine the boy as closely as possible. But then he realized that there were lovers sitting in front of him, and told his guys that they needed to leave immediately because they had things to do. Leo was very glad that Chase did not recognize him, and decided to stay away from them. But one of the guys went up to his boss and asked if this was the guy who hit him in the most precious place. But really, what kind of look is this? And the gang leader immediately looked at the main character. He asked the boy where he was going and he waved at him. He said hello and said he was glad to see him, and asked how he was doing. Chase immediately called him a scoundrel and said that he was unlucky and in a bad mood today. He was going to take all his anger out on him. Chase walked up to the main character and grabbed him by the shoulder, squeezing his fist. The guys asked their boss to crush him immediately and tear his clothes, but Leo suddenly smiled, which was just a shock for the boss, and he could not understand why the boy was smiling at such a moment. He remembered that this boy was really fierce and last time he was blown away by the wind. The boys continued to support their boss and asked him to hit his balls. But Chase decided that this was bad, and they forgot what happened last time. While the leader was thinking about what to do, Leo laughed and said that everyone knows that a chase on a southern street is really cool. Chase immediately hugged the boy and said, laughing, that he was flattered. Leo felt that he was afraid of him, and he decided to take the opportunity to get out of here. The guys approached the leader and said that this guy had offended him last time. He asked them to shut up. The guy said he had something to sort out and he would leave him alone. He became interested in the name of the university, to which his friend replied that the university was called Jiangnan. The guy asked how he could get to this university, and Leo explained to him that he needed to turn left and he would see it. He became interested in why he was going there. Chase explained that he needed to beat up a student named Leo Lin. They turned and walked away, waving their bats. Lily was very scared and told her boyfriend that they were coming for him. Leo asked if she was worried about him. Then the girl, blushing a little, looked into his eyes and replied that she was worried, saying that it was serious. The protagonist told Lily that Hux must have asked them to come. The girl asked what they should do now. The boy asked her not to worry. Last time they didn't harm him, and in any case he would find a way to help her father. He asked her to have confidence in him. It was too late, and he offered to walk her to the dorm along the path. Lily immediately agreed, and he took her hand and led her to their destination. On the way, they looked at the full round moon and talked about how beautiful it was. He can't go back now because he'll run into Chase, so he decided to just take a walk after walking the girl home. Leo picked up his phone and started reading the conversations that were going on in the group chat. He thought that maybe the weirdos in the group chat could cure Lily's father and decided to ask them. He got on his phone and asked the tipsy spirit if anyone had anything that could cure a vegetative patient. Then the group started chatting, and it was clear that they had never heard of such a patient. He needed a professional to deal with Wu Gang's plants. Suddenly, a sound came from the phone, and it lit up with a bright blue light. A small girl with pointed bunny ears appeared in front of him. She offered the boy immortality pills. The protagonist asked her if she had anything for people in a coma. The little girl replied that they didn't have anything like that. She asked what a coma was, and the boy explained that it refers to someone who is alive but cannot wake up. Then the girl said that the soul of a person and his flesh were separated. She often hangs out with the orderly Taishan Laojun. She will ask him what pills can help. Leo immediately thanked the girl because this little rabbit helped him a lot. He immediately asked if they had anything else that could make a person stronger in a short time. The boy thought about the fact that Chase was targeting him and a fight was inevitable. He needed to prepare as best as possible. The rabbit girl replied that no, she was just a pet. The boy with the golden flower made some tablets to lay the foundation. But given his skills, they were only for mortals. Leo said that this is exactly what he needed and asked her to send it to him. He finally got one foundation tablet, and the girl asked for 10 merit points for it. The main character sadly replied that he didn't have them, and he didn't even have a small amount. Then the rabbit girl started crying very loudly and tearfully. She rubbed her eyes with her hands and said that he couldn't do that to a rabbit. Suddenly, the boy's gaze fell on a garbage can in which a small dog was rummaging. This dog took a carrot out of the trash can and also looked at the main character. Leo asked the girl if he could give her a carrot instead. The rabbit girl couldn't understand and asked what a carrot was. She explained that they had pills and peaches of immortality in the heavenly world, but she had never heard of a carrot. Leo thought it was great and said that carrots tasted as good as the peach of immortality and she would like them. She wondered if it was something like that. The boy replied that, well, how could he give it to her? The girl asked him to simply scan it and then he could give her the carrot. The dog wouldn't let it out of his mouth. The boy came closer to her and asked if he could talk to the dog. But the dog did not want to give him the carrot, and they started fighting among themselves. When the boy was pulling the carrot from her, the dog started running after him to get its prey. Leo asked the dog to at least let him scan the carrot and return it back. The rabbit girl took the carrot and said that she understood everything. She thanked him for what he gave her and said that she would not forget him. The boy immediately laughed, said goodbye, and started running away. The rabbit girl asked if anyone was following him. Leo answered that no, and that he was just doing exercises. He explained to the girl that he had to go. He thought to himself that he was a bad man and had deceived the rabbit. The boy ran so fast that he managed to get out of breath but broke away from the dog. He wiped the sweat from his face and took the phone in his hands and decided to check this pill. The foundation is laid by a tablet, made by the servant Taishan Laojun, the boy with the golden flower. Low quality and mortals who take it can become stronger in a short time. The boy decided to take out the pill right away. When he took the pill in his hand, it began to grow very quickly in his hand. Leo did not expect this and exclaimed that it was very big, that it barely fit in both hands. When the pill grew, the boy couldn't get close to it because it smelled so bad. This smell did not give him peace, and when he closed his eyes, he heard a very familiar voice. It was Chase and he was approaching him with his goons. The guy exclaimed that he almost had him fooled. The main character, when he saw these guys, realized that it didn't take them long. The boy hid behind a tall and thick tree trunk. But the guys with weapons were approaching faster and faster. Chase told Leo that he couldn't get away this time and asked him to come out. No need to hide since he could see him, and last time he was drunk. He explained to the boy that they had survived only because of luck. Leith's girlfriend had shown him his photo. Otherwise, he would have fooled him. Tina pointed and said that this guy must have cheated to win the game. He asked them to bark, which was pretty ridiculous. Leith added that he better give up and bark 3 times or he'll get sick. Leo listened to their words and realized that it was his ex-girlfriend again. He brought the huge pill closer to his lips. It was the only way out, and the boy swallowed the pill anyway. He had to eat it, and the taste was too awful. It was like some kind of devil fruit. Leith, watching from the side, asked what he was doing and asked Chase to teach him a lesson. The guys who were covering their boss's back took the bats and began to approach the huge tree faster and faster. One of them swung his bat and asked the main character what he was doing. The boy continued to eat the huge pill and finally swallowed it completely. It was as if something had changed in him, and bright white rays began to emanate from his body. The club was already approaching his head, but Leo continued to stand silently with his eyes closed. It was as if he was in a trance or meditating. He felt a small bug hatch and crawl up the tree. The protagonist's eyes opened and glowed with white emptiness. Great energy appeared in him. With powerful force and one deft blow, he incapacitated his opponent and he flew far back. The boy hit the tree trunk with a bang, falling headfirst onto the ground with a groan and a scream. The boys couldn't understand what had happened and their eyes became big and bulging. Leo clenched his fist and realized that it was the power of the pill, and he felt full of energy. The guys asked him to stop being so arrogant and decided to beat the boy up as quickly as possible. Approaching him with bats, there were a lot of them, and they all had guns. They started waving these bats right in front of their opponent's face. But the main character put out his fist and began to hit one after another with all his might. Also using his legs, the guys fell to the floor in unison, and the boss, Tina and Leith, watching from the side, simply froze. They silently watched what was happening, without saying a word, with huge eyes full of incomprehension. Leo started laughing and grinned from ear to ear. He exclaimed, putting his fist in front of him, that it was great. Leith told Chase that his men were useless and he had to go. Tina, on the contrary, asked him not to let Leo go. But suddenly Chase fell to his knees in front of the boy and asked him to be his teacher. He kept kneeling and raising his hands up, begging the main character to become his teacher. Leo looked at Chase carefully and decided that this guy was very strange. Leith went up to Chase and asked him not to be a fool and not follow him. After all, he was the best fighter on the South Street, and he was asking him to think about Hux. Chase replied that he loved martial arts and really admired the guy. He kept asking him to teach him especially the feat of fury. Leo couldn't understand what feat of fury he was talking about. Chase realized that these people were stupid, and he knocked his driver down with one blow. He is very fierce, and he got him into this. So as they say, those who adapt to the situation are wise. Leo asked the boy if he was serious. Chase asked the teacher what he needed and said he would do it. Leo thought about how he didn't know what was going on, but he was glad to have a minion with a bunch of friends and they wouldn't do anything behind his back. The main character asked not to be called the owner and said that someone had just asked him to bark and how he thought about it. Chase told his teacher that the man would have to bark. Leith kept trying to stop the boy. Leo asked to remind him for him, and Chase agreed without a second thought. Chase replied that he could do it easily and that he didn't need to teach him how to do it. He started to approach Leith to immediately teach him a lesson and hit him on the shoulder with his hand. He told the guy that he would suffer less. Tina asked him to let him go and told Leo that he was going too far. She asked him to tell him to let Leith go. The girl said that he was crazy, and she should have guessed what a scumbag he was. Leo replied that she was very angry and he would not be nice then. He closed his eyes because the girl was screaming too loudly. The boy asked Chase to bark too, and he reached out to her with his hands. He squeezed her shoulder hard, and she started barking loudly along with her boyfriend. When they barked together, Leo asked Chase to let them go. Leith began to apologize to the main character. He pointed at his girlfriend and said that it was Tina's fault and it wasn't his idea. Hux asked for it, and it really wasn't his idea. Leo looked at the guy with disdain and asked him to give Hux a message. He asked him not to joke behind his back and to be a man. Then the boy asked them to get lost, and they immediately started running away as fast as they could. Chase approached the boy and called him his teacher. Leo asked him why he was still there. The boy again began asking to teach him the stages of rage, the techniques he used to destroy them. He kept asking me to tell him about the techniques and then he would practice them himself. Leo told the boy to listen to him carefully and do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and 100 crunches. Run 10 kilometers every day and come to him when you are ready. Chase told the protagonist that he would do it and thanked his teacher. Leo decided he was a fool, but anyway, his body was like new now. He had that rabbit to thank. Leo put his hands on his head and thought that it was already late and he should go back. The long-awaited morning arrived and the sun began to rise, delighting with its warmth. The comrade approached the main character and asked him to wake up. Leo had not woken up yet, and thought it was Lily. But the guy asked him to get up and check the BBC. The video of him singing has gone viral on the internet, and there are thousands of comments. He is now a huge celebrity. The guy asked to look at the headline, which said that Leo became the king of music and Lily has a boyfriend. The reviews of Hux, Tina, and Leith are negative and they are finished. The kid laughed and said that he became famous overnight and he is ashamed. Lily appeared online and asked the big star if he was erect yet. The girl explained that her mother would like to cook for him and asked if he was free at 8 o'clock that evening. The boy replied that the invitation came from his future mother-in-law and he would be on time. They agreed to meet at the school gates in the evening, and the boy decided that the last few days were like a dream, and life was just wonderful. The main character had already gotten ready and approached the door, which was opened by Lily's mother. She immediately greeted the boy and asked him to come into the house. Leo waved to her and told Mrs. Liu that he was very glad to see her. The girl asked her mother if dinner was ready. The woman replied that she was not there yet and asked them to come in and sit down. Dinner would be ready in a few minutes. When they entered the room, Lily asked Leo to make himself at home while she changed her shoes. Leo noticed that she and her mother were there, and he wondered who was taking care of her father in the hospital. Lily replied that his sister was. The main character was very surprised and asked if she had a sister, to which the girl replied that why might she not have one? Leo smiled back and said that of course it could be very nice to have a sister. Suddenly, he glanced at the photograph that was standing on the table and walked up to it. Meanwhile, the mother had already prepared dinner and came into the kitchen with very tasty dishes and a great variety. Leo sat down at the table and exclaimed that he looked great. Mrs. Liu thanked the boy in return and said that she should have taken him to a nice restaurant. The protagonist turned to the woman and said that there was no need for that and that he preferred home-cooked meals. Mrs. Liu smiled back, pleased, and Lily laughed sweetly as well. Lily closed her eyes, blushing a little, and asked the boy to calm down because this was not a race. She asked him to look at herself. Mrs. Liu told her daughter after dinner that she needed to go to the hospital and asked her to keep Leo company. The girl immediately agreed and told the main character to sit down. She went to get him a glass of water and handed it to the boy. After that, the girl sat down next to him. Leo took a glass of water and decided, blushing a little, that he felt somehow awkward. He glanced at the girl and she too was embarrassed and her cheeks were flushed pink. She got up from the sofa and told the main character that she would bring him some fruit. Leo sighed heavily when the girl left and said that he was very nervous. Suddenly, he received another notification on his phone, and it was Sun Wukong. The boy explained that he took the invisibility pill that was given to him and walked around the celestial circle. Leo's eyes changed when he saw that he received this from Erlang Shen. The boy decided that this was very cool and took out a book on which was written the Divine Eye. He immediately thanked the guy and, taking the book in his hands, realized that he had divine eyes. The current level was the first. When the girl started to approach him, he quickly opened his eyes. Lily brought a tray of fruit and told the boy that there were only a few fruits, to which he replied that it was okay. When she came closer to him, she asked if he was okay, a little scared. Leo, wiping his eyes, answered the girl that he was fine and that he just choked. He thought to himself what divine eyes could do and decided that it was simply amazing. The girl bent down and placed the plate of fruit on the table. She asked the boy to take some to refresh himself, but he suddenly grabbed her hand. Leo pulled Lily towards him and they merged into a kiss. He chose to freshen up in another way. The guys continued kissing, not noticing anything around them. They continued kissing and the boy passionately hugged his girlfriend. But suddenly Lily began to push him away from her and said no. She blushed and grabbed her lips with her hand. The girl asked how he could do this to her in her home and became sad. Leo immediately apologized to her and said that he couldn't help himself. Then she replied that everything was fine, and she was just surprised. Last time, Chase interrupted their kiss, so the girl smiled and asked to accept it as compensation. Leo laughed in response and decided that Lily was very charming. The girl looked down and apologized to him. She explained that her father was ill, and she could not be fully committed to their relationship. Leo replied that everything was fine and he understood that, as for Mr. Lin's condition, he knew someone who could help him. Lily immediately cheered up and asked if he was telling the truth. Leo smiled and replied that he was a strong guy after all. His friend's soul and his body are separated. He is alive but can't wake up, and how can he save him? A notification came that it is simple and a soul resurrection pill can cure him. The protagonist was delighted and exclaimed that he knew Mr. Liu could be cured. The girl ran up to her boyfriend and asked if it was true that her father could be cured. Leo asked for permission to think for a moment. The soul resurrection. Pill is a divine medicine that can resurrect the soul and only works on immortals. Leo decided that this was bad, and he just told Lily that he could cure her father. The girl saw that his gaze had changed and asked what had happened. Leo explained that her father's condition had worsened, and they could not rush things. But he asked her not to worry and said that he would definitely find a way to cure him. Lily became sad again and said that she trusted him. Leo noticed that Lily looked very upset. He told her not to worry and said that he would work on it. The boy decided to ask Sun Wukong if there were any pills for resurrecting souls for mortals. He picked up the phone and started asking Taisheng Laojun. His gaze changed when he answered that there was. But the guy wanted 10,000 merit points for this. Leo exclaimed that this was blackmail. The main character held the girl's hand and led her to the destination. Saying goodbye, Leo asked Lily to have a good rest, and he promised to find a way to resolve the problem with her father. Leo was already in his bed and was thinking that he should ask Taisheng Laojun again. It is likely that he knows something for sure. The boy asked him if there were cheaper pills for mortals, but the voice answered that no, and that he had already made a large number of pills. Leo got upset and decided that everything was hopeless and he had no merits. He couldn't pay him with carrots, but he forgot to hand out the red envelopes today. After he handed out the envelopes, a heart-cleansing pill appeared in front of him. It is used to dispel evil intentions in the heart and is only for immortals. Leo smiled and exclaimed that it was a great thing, but he wondered who would buy it. Should he ask the immortals one by one and decided that this was nonsense? As he fell asleep, he thought about what he promised Lily, but he doesn't think he can really help her. He held the phone in his hands and tried to figure out what to do. Suddenly the phone rang and some weirdo appeared in front of him. This weirdo in a golden crown asked the main character if he could sell him a heart-cleansing pill. Leo was very surprised and looked down from his bed at his friend who was sitting at the computer. He was glad that no one seemed to notice this little man. Could it be that the buyer himself came to him? Leo immediately agreed and asked what his price was. The boy offered him 300 dignity, but Leo responded by asking not to fool him because Wukong had told him the true price. Then the little man offered 500, which was the best price he could give him. When the boy didn't say anything, he offered 600 and to sing a song. Well, why did it become so quiet? Did he change his mind? Leo thought that he should hold on, and he was probably thinking of a better offer. The little man exclaimed that he only had 600 and asked if he could pay him with anything else. The protagonist laughed in response and realized that this was all he could offer. He asked the guy what he meant and he didn't want to be made a fool of. Then the little man offered a painting painted by Tan Bohu, 100 Girls in the Night, and so the next day came. Leo called Lily and asked if she was busy and wanted to go somewhere with him. He promised to wait for her at the gate. Lily asked in response where he was going and what he had in his hands. Leo answered with a smile that it was one good thing. He laughed and exclaimed that he had called a taxi and he would show it to her after they got into the car. The taxi driver asked if this girl was him and called her simply a beauty. He asked if they were heading to the Hall of Eternity. The man explained that the journey would only take a few minutes. Lily asked her boyfriend in fear why they were going there, and he replied that she would see when they arrived. When the guys got out of the taxi, the driver asked for a positive review. Leo called the girl to follow him. They approached the reception area. The man sitting at the desk called him a country bumpkin and thought the girl was very cute. We found ourselves nearby, and after greeting each other, the guy said that he would like to sell him a painting. The man asked what the painting was and told them to understand that they do not accept any trash. The girl became sad and noted that the man was very rude. Leo explained to the man that it was a painting by Bohu. Then he asked if he was joking, since there were no authentic paintings of his on the market now. He explained that they did not accept counterfeits and asked them to leave. Leo told Lily that it was a genuine painting and there were many people who wanted to get it. A man heard the girl's words and asked her to wait. The salesman told Mr. Du that the guy was trying to sell him a copy. Then Mr. Du told Leo that he shouldn't have lied. The protagonist said that they think so because they haven't seen the painting and it seems that the Hall of Eternity has an undeserved reputation. The only ones who are lying here are them, and he will find another place. Mr. Du asked to wait and said that a copy of Bohu's painting painted by a great master is different from the work of some second-rate artist. He asked to look at it. Leo immediately agreed and put the painting on the table. He was curious to see how he would react when he saw that it was an original. When he put the painting on the table, he began to open the canvas and asked if the man was ready. But suddenly he asked to stop and hit the table with his hand as hard as he could. He asked if the boy was laughing and said that he had been in business for 10 years but had never heard of such a picture. He shouldn't be doing this kind of thing and they ask him to leave here, or he will call security. This is not even a copy. It's just a fake, and it's a scam. Before he could finish speaking, Hux entered the room and said that he really was a fraud and to stop pretending. Tina was there too and said that she doubts that a poor guy like him has anything real and valuable, so she asks him not to lie. Leith was also with them and greeted Mr. Du and Mr. Zhao. Leo wondered why they were here and couldn't leave him alone. Mr. Du immediately greeted Mr. Hux and said that they had many new products. The guy greeted Lily, but she replied that they did not know him. The girl asked Leo to leave here, and he agreed. Lily explained that she didn't like them. Hux asked the boys to wait and not to rush, because they were there to sell the painting. He asked if he could take a look at it. Meanwhile, the guys from the street were talking about someone trying to sell the original Tan Bohu. In the Hall of Eternity, the rest decided to check and went towards the store. A lot of people gathered and started talking about the rumors that he was a fraud, and that it was all fake. Hux told the protagonist that he had a choice. Either he showed him the painting or he admitted to everyone that he was a liar. Tina also asked him to admit it. Leo thought about Hux trying to humiliate him in front of this crowd, but he got away with it last time. Now he wouldn't get away with it. Leo said that he would show them what would happen if they found out it was the original. Hux asked to look at it and exclaimed that he seriously believed he had the original, laughing loudly. Leo asked in response that if it was indeed a real painting, Hux responded by pointing at it. Then he would bear his last name. He thought to himself that he would embarrass himself today. Leo told the guy that he didn't want that. Hux went on to explain that if it was genuine, he could pick out anything here and he would buy it for him. Leo replied that it sounded great, but he had one condition. Then the guy asked what it was. The protagonist explained that he had asked him to bark the other day, but he had run away, so he would ask him to do it again if he lost, and asked him not to go back on his word again. Hux immediately agreed and said that if it was a fake, then he should leave Lily and get out of here with his tail between his legs. Leo answered the impudent man that they had agreed and began to unfold the painting. When the boy unfolded the painting, the room began to glow with bright yellow rays. The people around just froze and started laughing, saying that it was funny and that it wasn't a painting by Tanbohu, but erotica. The guy started calling the boy a pervert, and Tina said that it was good that she broke up with him. Leo turned to Mr. Du, the owner of the Hall of Eternity, and said that he was unable to appreciate the painting. And where was their common sense then? Mr. Du exclaimed that this was simply outrageous and what he had just said. Leo asked if there was anyone here who could verify the painting's authenticity. The people around were puzzled and one of them said that he could try. He had experience in identifying genuine Tanbohu paintings, and he could try to do so. Leo noticed that he looked like someone who could identify and asked what the man's name was. He was introduced as Mr. Wang, former president of the Chinese Painting and Calligraphy Association. He would determine whether this was a genuine Bohu painting. The boys greeted Mr. Wang and asked him to tell them whether it was original or not. The others supported him and said that he was the best in the country. Mr. Du exclaimed that he was glad to see him and asked what brought him here. He exclaimed that it was not the original and that this guy was a fraud. Wang replied that he heard that someone was trying to sell the original painting of Tang Bohu. Hux, in turn, smiled and greeted Mr. E, and the guy waved back. Leo told Mr. Wang that he was an expert and asked him to follow him. Mr. Wang thought he was a very modest young man. Hux told Wang again that this guy was a liar and asked him not to waste his time. Mr. Du also exclaimed that he said that this was Tana Bohu's original erotica and that it was ridiculous. Mr. Wang answered the guys that he himself would see if it was the original or not, and whether they really doubted his competence. The man began to approach the painting and put on glasses. The room became extremely quiet. Mr. Wang came closer and began to look at this picture for a very long time, sighing and cooing. He approached her from different sides and looked at her very carefully so as not to make a mistake. After he made his conclusions, he took off his glasses. The guys around asked to see Mr. Wang's reaction. They decided that it must be a fake and asked to take this guy out of here. They shouted to take him out of here because he is a fraud. Hux asked the main character what to say and exclaimed that he was being chased like a dog, laughing. Leo thought to himself that it couldn't be a fake, and the god of music couldn't lie to him. Mr. Wang asked the young man where he got the painting from. Leo smiled and replied that it was a gift from a friend. He decided that the man should not know how he got it, and there was no point in telling the truth. Mr. Wang exclaimed smilingly in response that his friend was a genius and asked how much he wanted for the painting. He promised to pay any price for it. Hux was simply shocked and at first laughed in bewilderment. People in the crowd immediately started pointing at him, already considering him a scoundrel. Mr. Wang asked the boy to go with him and said that he would give him the money. Tina just wanted to say that this old man was in cahoots with Leo and was just a liar. But Leith asked her to shut up and not embarrass herself. Leo told Mr. Wang that, since he liked her, he would give him a discount for helping with the authentication and offered him 10 million yuan. Lily told the boy that it was too much and asked him not to try to deceive this gentleman. The man laughed and said that he was not lying at all, and that this painting was like those that had been around since the creation of the world, and that Tang Bohu's other paintings were nowhere near as good. This painting would sell for 12 million yuan. Leo said it was a small deal, and he was glad he was selling it to someone who knew its true value. He thought he should have said more. An employee approached him and asked him to give him his bank account so that he could carry out the operation. Leo was surprised how a simple guy talked about it, as if it was not a price at all and therefore he must be very rich. Before he could say his numbers, 10 million yuan was already in his account. The protagonist's hands were shaking and he thought that he was simply rich, and this was a wonderful feeling. Tina started screaming at the boy that she still loved him and asked him to come back to him. Leith exclaimed in disappointment that some cur had happy days. Hux wanted to leave, but the protagonist immediately stopped him and asked if he was trying to escape again. Hux got angry again and said that he wasn't trying to escape. And what's the matter? He could choose something because he said he would buy something for him, and that meant he would fulfill his promise. Leo asked to remember his words and said that it was just time to choose something. He looked at the huge vase and said it looked good and looked very expensive. Hux was worried that he would choose expensive things. The main character pointed to the vase and said that he wanted it, asking Mr. Du how much it cost. The man replied that it was made in the 1630s by an unknown artist and looked like a sketch. It cost 100,000 yuan. Hux called the boy a redneck and asked if he couldn't choose something more expensive or if he was afraid he wouldn't pay for it. Leo replied that he would choose something more expensive then. He took a certain painting and said that he would take it. He thanked Mr. Du and said that it was a useful trip. Mr. immediately started packing and he thanked Hux. In the morning, he received 10 million and this gift. The boy approached his girlfriend and asked if he was cool. Lily smiled and replied that he was, and thought that it was adorable. Leo told the girl that he got something better and asked if she wanted to see it. Lily asked what he was talking about and said that there were a lot of people here. Hux asked the boy not to gloat and said that he would soon see everything for himself. The main character asked the guy to stop again because he forgot to do something. The enemy turned towards him and exclaimed that he was going too far in his rage. Leo replied that it was fine, but he forgot that he had to pay his bills. If he had forgotten to do so, he was afraid he would have left just like that. Hux didn't stop being angry and turned his furious gaze in his direction. Mr. E turned to him and the guy froze. He looked at Hux carefully and said that he had to fulfill his promise. Then the guy exclaimed with anger in his eyes that he would do it now, after which he opened his mouth and began to bark very loudly, and everyone around him began to laugh. Leo said, smiling and winking, telling him that that was enough and that they had only agreed on 3 barks. Hux asked his comrades why they were frozen and asked them to bark too. Laughter was heard all around again. The noise and bustle after what happened did not subside, and the main character and his girlfriend went forward. Lily turned to Leo and asked him about the painting he was selling. She wondered if it was really an original. Leo smiled and replied that of course it was true. Otherwise, Mr. Wang would not have paid him 10 million. She asked if it was really a gift. Leo told the girl that he had found her. After that, he asked her to go as they needed more, and she immediately agreed. But first he said he would put the painting in the bedroom. Suddenly, their gaze fell on someone sitting nearby on a suitcase, and there was a whole crowd of people nearby who were already running to the main character and saying that they loved him. A crowd of fans begged him to touch them with at least a finger and completely surrounded him. And so the next morning came. Leo woke up from a message that came to his phone. The boy noticed that he had not received the red envelope. These mortals do not take their eyes off their cell phones early in the morning. Leo decided to say good morning to Lily. He thought she looked very strange yesterday. When he started reading the correspondence, he didn't understand something. The bunny girl said that she had talked to the golden flower girl about the vegetative patient. She gave her his account so he could talk to her. Leo realized he had a new friend request. A girl appeared who greeted the main character and asked if he needed a revival pill for mortals. The boy answered that he did and asked if she could do it. Then the girl asked him why and said that the immortal world and the mortal world were separated for 3,000 years. She was very curious about this. Leo realized that the girl was curious, but he couldn't explain it to her and said that it was none of her business. The main character asked the girl again if she could do it, and the girl replied that she could. The boy exclaimed that it was just wonderful, but she said that she had one condition. Leo noticed that she was hesitant and maybe she wanted to spend the night with him. The girl winked at the boy and asked if he could give her a carrot, or at least half of one. Leo realized that the jade rabbit said that it was as valuable as immortality. He laughed and replied that he would give her a carrot. The girl thanked him and exclaimed that she had to warn him that the immortality pills were too concentrated for mortals, and without proper control, the chance of success was 10%. Leo said that he had a soul-reviving pill for immortals, and asked if she could do anything with it. The girl replied that yes, and she could dilute it so that it would be suitable for mortals and that would give her a better chance. Leo exclaimed that this was just great, and he was counting on her. He talks on the phone for hours, and before he didn't have enough money and how rich he is, but the Golden Flower Girl took 600 merit points from him. She said that it was necessary to buy ancient ice from the Dragon King and dilute the pill with it. Suddenly, there was a loud ringing and the boy answered it because it was his mother. She asked when he would be coming home. College entrance exams are just around the corner, but no one wants to go to school. Are the two of them close and can he talk to her? Leo realized that this was all because of Aunt Mary. It was time to go and teach these horrible people a lesson. The main character leaned against the back of the chair looking out the window. He thought, and realized that he needed new clothes. He asked Lily if she was free that evening. The girl replied that she had an art history class, but she would not go to it. The boy was delighted and said that in this case they could go for a walk together. When they met, the girl asked what they were doing there, because everything here was very expensive. Leo explained to Lily that they were going shopping and asked her not to worry because he was rich. He can afford it, and taking the girl by the hand, he pulled her towards the store. When they walked inside, Lily exclaimed that this place was very fancy and very big. Leo said that there was a women's clothing store there and asked her to go there. Lily asked if he wanted to buy something for her, and said that she couldn't accept it because he had already done so much for her. The main character answered the girl that he could afford it, and asked her to look at the beautiful dress in front of them. Lily said that it was just a wonderful store. This dress is incredible and very expensive. Leo brought her to another dress and asked if she wanted to try it on. The girl asked not to touch this one, but the boy replied that everything was fine and she would look great in it, asking her to try it on again. The price of the dress was not small, and the saleswoman asked them not to touch it if they did not plan to buy it. She also called the guy a country bumpkin. Leo saw Lily heading towards the exit and tried to stop the girl. He asked what happened and said that she had been acting very strange lately. Lily explained that she may be beautiful, but she is not rich. She never dreamed of a rich life and just wants to go her own way. He is rich and attracts the attention of many girls, and can also afford expensive things. But she is disgusted by the looks people give her when she's around him, and she doesn't want to let them think she is a gold digger. She thinks she's not good enough for him. But the main character touches her shoulder and says they look alike. He is timid and cowardly, and they both had a hard time. He was deceived and thought his life was over. But God gave him another chance and he met her. They found each other, and she helped him become more confident, so he was very lucky. Now he will help her and tell those people who treat her badly that she is his girlfriend. Leo turned to those around him and exclaimed that no one dared look down on them. Lily asked what he wanted to do, and the guy asked her to just watch. The girl noticed that the country bumpkin was coming back. Leo exclaimed that they should gather all the things he had gotten for him. When the guy threw the things, the saleswoman started laughing and asked if he was laughing. Just let him look at the t-shirt that looks like a rag. He can't afford things from their store. Leo handed the girl the phone, and the operator informed him that his bank account balance was 10 million yen. The boy raised the phone and asked if that would be enough. The saleswoman immediately began to apologize and ask the gentleman for forgiveness for her recklessness. She said that she would definitely wrap everything up for him. The girl decided that he was rich, and today was her lucky day. Lily walked up to the boy and took his hand. Leo winked sweetly at her and smiled. And now half an hour has passed. The saleswoman told the gentleman that she had packed all the clothes he had chosen, and she had taken the liberty of giving him a discount. The saleswoman asked if he would like to pay in cash or by card. She asked if he wanted anything else. Leo turned to another store and said that it looked interesting. He asked Lily to go there and look inside. Then the saleswoman asked if he was joking, because he had asked her to wrap all the things. Leo agreed, but said that he did not claim that he would buy them. The protagonist called her names and said that no one would buy all the things in the store and he didn't think she was qualified enough for the job. He asked his girlfriend to go somewhere else. Lily replied that he had gone too far and that he should not have made fun of her. The boy winked and said that she shouldn't have looked down on her then and asked if she was happy. Lily replied that of course she was happy now and took his hand too. Meanwhile, the saleswoman was very angry and shouted that this was simply outrageous. She called her boyfriend and explained that she had been humiliated. Meanwhile, the main character and his girlfriend tried on a variety of clothes. Leo told Lily that, as they say, clothes make the man, and asked how he looked. Lily replied that he looked simply magnificent. The main character explained that he needed to buy clothes for his parents and asked if she would help him. The girl immediately laughed and said, "Of course she will help," smiling sweetly. Meanwhile, the saleswoman approached Chase and said with tears in her eyes that he had to help her, and that no one had ever humiliated her like that. The guy replied that Hux asked them to beat up Leo. He left pretending to admire him, and also asked him to be his master and why these guys are not in the hospital yet, which drives him crazy. He exclaimed that he had to take his anger out on someone. The saleswoman pointed towards the protagonist and Lily. She smiled sarcastically and said that they would soon beg for mercy. The protagonist looked towards Chase and asked him what he was doing here. The saleswoman asked if they knew each other. Chase knelt down and greeted his master. The saleswoman asked him what he was doing and pointed to the people she had told him about. She asked him to go and avenge her, but the guy grabbed her by the collar and asked her to shut up and get on her knees right now. He called her a stupid woman who had ruined everything again, and now he had to humiliate himself again. The protagonist asked Chase what he was doing now and who this woman was. The guy replied that she was his ex-girlfriend. He said that Leo could have her if he liked her. Leo asked. In return not to talk nonsense, Chase noticed that his girlfriend was there too and said that next time then, Leo turned to Lily and explained that he was talking nonsense. He asked the girl not to take his words seriously and she agreed. Leo asked Chase if he could tell him where he could buy a car. Having clothes and food, there was a need for a car. The guy immediately replied that of course he would show me and asked me to get into his car. And now they found themselves in a magnificent showroom with new beautiful cars. Chase exclaimed that this was the best store in town and they would definitely find something. He said goodbye and said he was going to go practice. Lily wondered why Chase was avoiding him. Leo replied that he was probably fascinated by him and asked the girl to pick him a car. Lily replied that she knew nothing about them. A guy came up to them and greeted the guys and introduced himself as Jack. He was a salesman and could help them with something. He asked about the car and said it was economical. A great choice for a young man like him. But the main character shook his head from side to side and then the seller offered him another car. He explained that this car is very popular and is chosen by successful people. But the boy shook his head again, refusing this car as well, holding his neck with his hands. The seller no longer knew what to offer and asked what kind of car they needed then. Leo replied that he had no idea. A man with a gold chain around his neck approached them and asked them to leave them because they could not afford a car. He told the man that there was a qualified salesman there and he thought he could spot it. The salesman turned towards Mr. Liu and immediately greeted him. Mr. Liu pointed his finger and said that he came to buy a car for his girlfriend and that car would suit her perfectly. The seller answered the gentleman that he was very generous and he would certainly prepare everything. The girl immediately thanked the man. The woman noticed that Lily was very nice, but her boyfriend was a beggar. All she could do was dream. The man thought to himself that he had spent a lot of money on her, although he had not planned to. Leo said that they were simple people, but he was a toad eating swan meat. The woman was surprised and thought it was cute that he thought she was a swan. She told her darling that she didn't mean it that way. Meanwhile, the main character approached a luxury car and said that it was wonderful and he wanted to buy it. The seller was shocked and exclaimed that it was the most expensive of all and its price was more than 4 million yuan. Leo turned to Lily and said that this car would be a gift for his girlfriend. When the woman heard it, she exclaimed that she also wanted one and asked her dear one to buy it for her if he loved her. But the man asked her to shut up immediately because she wanted too much, after which she began to cry tearfully. The main character was already sitting behind the wheel of a luxury car, and his girlfriend was sitting next to him. They raced along the highway in a cool car and enjoyed life being next to each other. The guys from the outside asked to look at the latest Bentley model. One of the guys said that there must be rich kids behind it, and they would like to drive it. The main character's comrade was simply shocked when he saw Leo and Lily in front of him. The guys started getting out of the car. They were very intimidating, impressive and proud. Leo exclaimed, looking at the girl that everyone was staring at them again. Lily asked if he felt admiration. The boy said that he was going home tomorrow and asked if she wanted to join him. Lily was surprised and asked if he wanted to introduce her to his parents, and that she had to visit her father tomorrow, so maybe another time. Then the main character approached her and, taking her hand, asked if she would be bored. Lily replied that people were looking and she had to go. The boy laughed and smiled after her. When he returned to the dorm, a friend hugged him and said that it was simply amazing, and Lily became embarrassed. The second guy asked whose car it was. Leo told the boys that the car was his. He sold the painting and got 10 million yuan from it. The car was supposed to be a gift for Lily, but she refused and she doesn't have a driver's license, so he'll return it. The boy exclaimed that he was too good for her and that she was incredibly lucky. He had become rich. But they asked him not to forget about them, to which the boy replied that he had not intended to. Tomorrow, he would return home and buy his friend lunch upon his return. And here the car was racing along the highway again. The main character said, sitting behind the wheel, that it was simply amazing. Suddenly, he heard some kind of signal and, a little wary, began to slow down. He listened and glanced towards the man who stood in the middle of the road. He stopped the car and asked to go slower. Leo turned his head in his direction and asked what happened. The guy explained that their car had broken down and asked if he could give them a ride to Lancheng City, Yuten County. He explained that they were in a hurry, and the man opened the door as he got out of the car. The man was wearing glasses and smiling asked if he could give him a ride. The protagonist's gaze changed and he felt how the divine eyes activated on their own. He looked closely at the old man, who in his eyes shone with a bright fiery flame. The boy looked closely at him and realized that this man was not so simple. The man had bloody and awe-inspiring energy, and it just popped into his head. Also, this man is covered in trembling energy. It feels like he is standing in front of a giant, and something is wrong with him. Leo started to open the door for the old man and said with a smile that he would be happy to give him a ride. He would consider it an honor to travel with an adult. The man called the main character an interesting guy and said that he would get into the car. The man who was next to him told his master that he would check, but the old man replied that everything was fine and that he was a wonderful boy. When he got into the car, he said that this car was great and comfortable. He asked the second man in the black suit to wait for the tow truck, and he would go with William. The protagonist looked in the mirror and told the man to hold on tight, then stepped on the gas. The man asked the boy where he was going and asked if he would be late because of them. Leo smiled and told the man that he was going to the same place they were. The old man said that it was a coincidence. He asked the boy if the name Miles Lin meant anything to him. Leo replied thoughtfully that he didn't know such a person. Then the old man asked the boy his name. The main character replied that he was Leo Lin, but he could just call him Leo. He wondered if his family also had the surname Lin. He said that the boy could simply call him Mr. Xiao. So they agreed, and the main character told the man that they would arrive at the place in a few minutes. The old man asked to stop at a certain building and thanked the boy. He handed Leo his business card. The man asked him to call if the boy decided to visit Yanqing. Leo immediately thanked him and said that he would definitely call. He looked at the business card and noticed that there was almost no information on it other than a name and phone number. Suddenly, a notification came and he received 100 dignity points for the help provided. The main character was delighted and decided that now he would do many more good deeds. Meanwhile, some guys were beating up one who was already lying on the ground. They asked him to pay him, but the guy promised to return the money. Leo opened the car window and asked them to stop immediately. The guy replied to Leo that he looked pretty cool and, by the way, he had a great car. Leo looked at Uncle Gray with a contemptuous look and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Leo got out of the car and asked what they were doing in the middle of the road. He wondered what Mr. Wang was doing. The uncle explained that he owed him 300 yen and now refused to pay it back, so he was getting what he deserved. Mr. Wang told Leo to borrow 200 from him and was going to pay him back, but the man wanted to hit him again and said that he now owed him 300. The protagonist asked to stop and said that Mr. Wang must have made a mistake. And how about he pay for it? Uncle Gray asked him if he had any money and said that his father didn't have any, and that he owed it to his sister. Leo immediately replied that he had money, and that he should wait a second. He began rummaging through the trunk. He took out a wad of money and handed his uncle 300 yen. The man smiled and exclaimed that it was quite impressive. After this, the boy handed the guys a pack of expensive cigarettes and asked them to help themselves. The uncle exclaimed that this was a good thing and asked if the boy had become rich. He thought his car was very beautiful and said that it was probably worth more than 100,000 yen. Leo replied that it was his friend's car and he couldn't afford it. And by the way, the cigarettes were his too. Uncle said that it was obvious. Leo told Uncle Gray that if everything was okay, then he and Mr. Wang would go. The boy put his arm around the man and helped him up. Mr. Wang said he shouldn't have let him pay for it. When the boy was putting him in the car, the man said that his clothes were dirty and he shouldn't get in the car. Leo replied that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry. When the man got into the car, the boy asked him why he had borrowed money from Gray. Mr. Wang explained that his son wanted a new phone and was short 200 yen, so he asked the man for it. Leo asked the man not to do that again because he is a usurer, and it is dangerous to deal with him. Mr. Wang replied that he would not make such a mistake again, no matter what happened. The man called his car very beautiful and said that it meant he was doing well. Leo said again that he had borrowed it, but Mr. Wang asked him not to cheat because his car was better than Mary's. The boy handed the envelope with money to the gentleman and asked him to go to the hospital because he had been beaten. The man replied that he couldn't take it because he was a farmer and healthy as a bull. Everything would heal in a couple of days. Then he handed him a cigarette case with cigarettes and asked him to accept it. The man agreed and, smiling, said goodbye to him, calling him a wonderful person. Meanwhile, the man approached Mary and explained that he only had 5,000 yen and that it was all hers, and that he would give the rest later. But the woman replied that she didn't care. They had to pay her today and not deny the debt. The man said that it was not so and they had no choice, but they would pay her as soon as they got the money. Mary asked when they would get them and said that they wouldn't have enough money even if they sold this ugly house. She didn't think anything would change in their lives. Suddenly, the main character appeared on the threshold of the house and greeted his parents. He was in all his glory, and when his parents saw him, they were simply shocked. Before Leo entered the house, he thought that his mother would be surprised at how he looked. He waited for his mother to tell him how handsome he was. The mother, with her mouth open, asked her son if he had had time to eat lunch. The main character smiled and realized that his mother was only concerned about his health. The father asked his son to go inside and also smiled at him contentedly. The boy noticed that only a few months had passed, but they looked so old. He came as close to his parents as possible and immediately hugged them both by the shoulders. Suddenly, Mary came up to them and called him a student of the village college. She thought his outfit was cute and asked if he had bought it at the stall. Leo replied to Aunt Mary that she still looked as good as ever. The woman immediately thanked him, calling him a cutie. She then turned towards the cars and asked if it was his car. The woman exclaimed that it looked amazing and asked what brand it was. But when she got closer to the car, she realized it was a Bentley. She said she thought it was something unusual. Mary turned away and exclaimed that she had a Japanese car and everyone knew her. Leo explained that he had borrowed his car and thought that she knew a lot about cars. The woman told the boy that he should be careful. If anything, the repairs would be beyond his means. Leo immediately thanked her for the warning. Mary said that in any case they had to give her the money back today, or she wouldn't leave, namely 35,000 yen. The man was upset and said that they had borrowed 30,000 yen, and now she was asking them for much more. Mary replied that without interest all banks would be closed, and she would not agree knowing that they would not return her money. They needed money to pay medical bills and for their daughter's education, and she was kind enough to provide it to them. The protagonist's mother cried out with tears in her eyes that they were asking for too much. Emmy appeared on the doorstep and told her mother that she did not want to go to school and would find a job and earn money. Leo asked Aunt Mary to look at his hand and showed her 35,000 yen. The woman immediately cheered up and her eyes widened. The protagonist's mother asked where he got all that money from. Then the boy answered his mother that it was better for her not to know and handed his aunt a whole wad of money. The satisfied woman immediately got into her car and said goodbye and drove away. The little sister came up to her brother and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Leo asked her to hug him right now. Emmy immediately pressed herself against the boy and said that everything was fine now and did not stop crying. Leo asked his father to tell everyone in the village that they would all have lunch tomorrow and asked them not to worry about money. Father was very surprised and asked if it was really the whole village. Leo answered that yes, they helped them and they should thank them. He only asks not to invite Mary, Gray, and I, his friends. He handed the business card to his father and said that he wanted to invite this man as well. The people from the village were simply surprised because it was incredible. And Tom's son invited the whole village to dinner. He was an ordinary student, and where did he get so much money? One of the guys said that it would cost him a lot and he was doing the right thing. People told the man that he had raised such a fine boy. One of the guests said that he knew he would be rich someday. Tom was very pleased and his parents laughed loudly from the bottom of their hearts. The mother and father were finally happy and thanked their son for it. Suddenly, Mary appeared on the threshold and exclaimed that she was very angry. Leo had money from somewhere, and now he was ignoring him, and he had not invited her. And she had been so kind to him and his family. The woman called him ungrateful and said that she couldn't leave it like this and she needed to call because it was just outrageous. She needed to teach him a lesson before things got any worse. The man asked his son if his friend was there and said that everyone was waiting for him. Leo replied that he would arrive any minute. And then the car rushed up and a man got out of it and said that he was glad to see Leo. The boy replied to Mr. Xiao that the feeling was mutual and thanked him for coming. The man replied that he was thanking him for inviting him and that he didn't want to miss out on a free lunch. Besides, he hadn't had a trip out of town for a long time and asked not to let him go home disappointed. Leo responded that he wouldn't even think of doing that. Leo explained to Mr. Xiao that all of this was prepared by his parents and asked him to try it. The boy turned to his father and said that they could begin. The father immediately gave the order to the chef to serve the food, and so the man began to carry trays with luxurious dishes that smelled very delicious. The protagonist turned towards Mr. Xiao and said that this was all for him, after which the man thanked him. One of the gentleman's boys came up and said that Mrs. Xiao was speaking. The gentleman asked her not to say this or that and she would not know anything. He explained that he was in a great mood today. Suddenly there was a sound, so loud that everyone suddenly turned in that direction. Uncle Gray hit the car with his baton and asked the boy why he didn't invite him. The man leaned over the table and exclaimed that the food was very good and the drink too. He started walking back and forth and talking about how everything looked great. He approached the man and asked him to get up immediately because he wanted to sit down here. He sat down on a chair and put his feet on the table and asked to bring him some booze. The man walked up to Uncle Gray and said he was glad to see him, handing him a drink. But the impudent uncle threw the bottle with one movement of his hand and asked him to get out of here. He told Tom that he understood everything and the boy invited everyone, and considered him an outsider. He exclaimed that everyone was invited except them and threw the table, turning it over. He asked the boys how they could do that and said that he would not let them have fun today. The main character's mother decided that she needed to call Mary and quickly picked up the phone. The woman replied that he was not a child and she could not tell him what to do and what not to do. They didn't invite her to dinner, so why call if they had a problem? She and her family are ungrateful and horrible people. Mr. Xiao asked the main character who it was, and the boy replied that he was a relative. The man said that he had put on a show and interrupted everyone's fun and that he should be taught a lesson. Leo replied that he was their elder here, but the man continued to say that he had made a mistake and that he should not let it go unpunished. Gray, hearing this, asked what other lesson and asked if this old fool was laughing. He asked if the old man even knew who he was. Mr. Xiao adjusted his glasses and asked if he had just called him a fool. The man laughed in response and said that he had named it and that he shouldn't think that because he was older than him. He had an advantage. It definitely wouldn't work with him, and everything here belongs to him. Even the police know what to do with him. The main character apologized to the gentleman and said that he did not know that everything would turn out like this. He said that he would apologize to him now, but Mr. Xiao asked them to ignore him and asked him to continue. But the man did not calm down and pulled out a weapon. He asked if the old man had gone crazy, but Leo asked the old man to be careful and covered him with one of his hands. Meanwhile, Mr. Xiao's guards were already blocking his blow and the man told the scoundrel that he would not snatch the baton from his hands. Someone shouted for everyone to calm down immediately, and it was the police. A man in uniform asked to handcuff those who had caused the disturbance. Another man asked if they had found him. The man asked Mary to help him, but the uniformed officers asked him to shut up immediately. The woman did not calm down and asked again to let him go. She asked who allowed them to arrest her brother. Mary kept the police away from him and told him that they couldn't arrest him. He was there for lunch and it was completely legal. The woman called them ungrateful scoundrels and threatened that they would pay for it. She ran to the door for the police and screamed that they would answer for everything. Leo realized that Mary still refused to admit her mistakes and that she would pay for everything. The boy wanted to report Mary's fraud to the police, but the woman continued to ask him to let her go immediately. The man exclaimed that she was disrupting the work of law enforcement agencies. Mr. Xiao asked the main character who they were. The boy replied that they were also relatives. The gentleman said that they don't respect the police. Leo hung his head and said that he simply had nothing to say. Suddenly, this rude woman approached Mr. Xiao and asked him who he thought he was. No one dares to speak ill of her in this city and he must go to hell. The gentleman was very surprised and asked if she was really asking him to go to hell. The policeman asked her to watch her expression. The guy gave the order to take him to the police station. Mary continued asking for help and talking about the police beating people and this is a violation of human rights. The man replied that he was Bob Han. the mayor of Lanchang City. She could come to his office if she had any questions and not make a scene. Mary said that he would do nothing to her and that she was not afraid of him. They could not arrest her brother, and he had not committed any crimes. People around her said that Mary does not listen to the mayor. She constantly demonstrates her power, and she and her brother are nothing but trouble. Leo told Aunt Mary that she and Gary were living off the villagers and were now showing themselves in a bad light in front of Mr. Han. The woman responded by calling the boy an ungrateful scoundrel, and yesterday he put on a show that he continues today, along with everyone else. He does not inspire any respect from her, and he is ungrateful because he knows that she helped his family. The protagonist's mother replied that she had never helped them and that her uncle had borrowed 30,000 yuan from her. But she had started yelling, demanding that he return 35. Mary exclaimed again that they should be glad that she had lent them money at all. Who would consider her interests and her family? And they were so ungrateful to her. Leo's father told the woman that she didn't lend them the money and that his brother did. She scratched his entire face after she found out. Mary exclaimed that he surprised her. He said that she was sitting on the neck of all the villagers, but he had no evidence. She would sue for slander and he would be sent to prison. The woman began to ask the main character to help Uncle Gary. He is her brother and his uncle. Leo answered that he deserved it. Mary kept asking Tom and Jane to help her. She wanted them to talk to the police. Tom replied that there was nothing they could do. Mary became very angry and ground her teeth. Leo asked Lily on the phone if everything was okay at home. The girl asked him not to worry and said that everything was fine. She asked when he would be back. Leo asked in return if she missed him. The girl asked if anything interesting had happened. Leo answered that it had happened and that he had met an incredible old man. Thanks to this man, the brawler in the village was arrested, and that's just wonderful. And so the next morning came. Leo looked at his little sister and asked if she was heading to school. The girl answered yes and said goodbye to her brother. The main character smiled and exclaimed that life is simply wonderful, and even the air has become fresher. Suddenly, a notification came to his phone. He lost confidence in the fight with these immortals for red envelopes. He remembered yesterday and asked his father if his leg had healed. His father said no, and after the treatment he couldn't walk because it often hurt. The doctor said he couldn't fix anything. Leo remembered that Li Taiguai was selling bandages, and he decided to ask him. The man was just talking about how wonderful the dream was. Leo asked Mr. Li if he had any patches left from before he became immortal. He explained that he needed one. Mr. Li was surprised and asked how he knew that he made them before he became immortal. The protagonist replied that he was able to see the past, and the man exclaimed that it was simply incredible. He decided to get straight to the point and asked again if he had any. Mr. Li replied that he did, but he kept them as a souvenir. Then the boy asked him to just name the price. The boy said that he was not selling. He would consider it if the boy did him one favor. Leo asked what favor. Mr. Li explained that since he could see the past, he should know that he had a wife and son, and he wanted to know where they were and how they were doing. Leo thought about how he still thought about them, but he was not immortal, and how could he find them? Mr. Li asked again to find them, and then he would sell him the patch. There is a lotus mark on his son's butt. He left it before he went to heaven. There it will remain forever. Leo was upset that he had gone offline, and how could he do this to him? So the boy went to his dad and asked him to try it. The mother said that such a thing does not work, and they have already tried. Leo explained that it is different, and he bought it from a descendant. They started to put a plaster on the man's knee, and he exclaimed that it smelled very unpleasant and pungent. When the patch was applied, the man's knee began to glow yellow-red. The main character was very surprised, and he and his mother opened their mouths in amazement. Suddenly his knee lit up and the man's leg muscles appeared. He exclaimed that he felt incredible strength and his body glowed with bright yellow rays. The guys couldn't stop being amazed when they looked at the man and the sudden changes in his body. The guys with bats approached the former boss and started pushing him with their feet right onto the floor. Chase dropped to one knee, cold sweat running down his face, and looked at the boys with pity. Hux asked Chase to stay out of his business, or he threatened to kill him immediately. The girls who were watching what was happening were seriously scared. Hux said that he didn't expect to see Lily here. She turned him down so he wouldn't pretend to be a gentleman anymore. He walked up to the girl and, reaching out to her with his hand, exclaimed that he would not let anyone get her, especially this loser. Chase grabbed his head with one hand and coughed. He came here with Hux and ran into this girl. Although he is not friends with Leo, he asked him to be his master, but Hux is from a rich and influential family. The guy decided that he was not his equal, and he wrote to the main character, "He did everything he could. Chase wrote the boy a notice that his girlfriend was in danger. Leo was just driving in the car and pressed the gas to quickly save his beloved. Hux had already approached Lily and began to stretch his dirty hands towards her, licking them greedily. He asked the girl not to resist because no one would come for her. The owner of this place is a friend of his father. He's better than her boyfriend. The guys around were licking their lips and talking about the show starting. Chase approached Hux and asked him to let her go. He could have as many girls as he wanted, and it would be at his expense. The guy asked in return not to irritate him, and pushed him with his foot as hard as he could. He told him to get lost and took the bottle in his hands to hit him on the head. Chase got hit in the head with a bottle and still asked Hux to calm down because she wasn't worth it. But the guy asked him to leave or threatened to kill him. Chase exclaimed in anger that he was a scoundrel. But he was not doing anything illegal. He would not stand aside until he killed him. She was his master's girlfriend, and he would not allow him to hurt her. Hux gave his comrade the order to beat him to death immediately, and he immediately agreed. Two guys started beating this guy with all their might and said that it was all over with him. Lily was very scared and called out to Chase, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, one of the villains received a punch in the face and streams of blood spurted from his mouth. The main character appeared in front of them, clenched his teeth, and exclaimed that he would kill Hux. The guy whom the main character had just hit called him a scoundrel and began to approach him, clenching his fists. But Leo had already prepared a powerful kick for him, and he received it with all his might in the face. Lily told the boy that she was okay and asked him to check on Chase. She explained that he was trying to protect her, and she thought he was badly hurt. When the main character approached the guy, he was very scared. Chase barely managed to say that he had done all he could. He turned away and passed out bleeding. Leo took the boy on his back and asked him to hold on. He called the girl to come with him. The protagonist turned his head towards Hux and said that he would pay for this. The guys got into the car and started driving very fast to help their friend. Hux went crazy, and if it weren't for Chase, he wouldn't have made it. This guy looked stupid at first, but it turns out he's good and Leo won't forget it. And so they finally reached the first aid room. Leo and Lily were waiting in the hallway. The protagonist's hands were shaking and he couldn't believe what would have happened to Lily if he hadn't been there in time. The door to the ward suddenly opened and a doctor appeared on the threshold. The guys immediately started asking if their friend was okay, looking at the doctor with fear. The doctor replied that he was alive, but there were several bleeding spots in his brain and that was bad. He needs to see how it goes. He did everything he could, and if the guy holds out, he will live. Friends said he would pay for it. Hux did it, and Chase was loyal to him, but he treated him like a dog. His friends began to shout that they would kill him. They exclaimed that they would go and do it immediately. Leo asked them to stop and said that he himself would go and asked them to stay here. When evening came, the main character arrived at a certain place and sat down on a concrete slab. Many guys with bats in their hands were already approaching him. At the head of these guys was Hux. He told Leo that he had balls, but he had offended him, and he would pay for it. He hired 30 men from the Black Eagles, and they would turn him into a cripple. The guys were already approaching the main character. One of them said that he heard that he fights well. He promised to finish him off before the cigarette in his hands touched the ground. Before he could raise his hand with the baton against the boy, the protagonist's eyes lit up with a black light. The man was seriously scared, and when Leo's elbow hit him in the chest, he couldn't understand how this was possible. The rest of the guys watched closely what was happening, and Hux grimaced stupidly. The people with clubs united and decided to attack all together, as a crowd. They approached the main character and began waving their weapons, but the boy clenched his fist and sent them away. He scattered all the guys, and they groaned in pain and said that they needed to go to the hospital. Hux, when he realized what had happened, asked Leo for forgiveness. He exclaimed that it was a mistake and asked him not to come closer. He did not calm down and with tears in his eyes begged for mercy. But the boy was already approaching him. When Leo got close, he hit him with all his might with his fist and knee right in the chest. Hux started screaming and asked the boy if he knew who his father was. He exclaimed that his father could destroy him, and that would be the end of him. He promised and threatened to kill him. But the boy came as close as possible and stepped on his hand with his foot. Looking at Hux with menacing bloody eyes, he said that if anything happened to Chase or Lily, he would kill him. Meanwhile, a loud sound of a heartbeat machine was heard in the hospital. The boys immediately became alert and looked at their friend. One of them said that the device must be broken and that it needs to be shaken. This seems strange and it is better to call a doctor. Meanwhile, Leo was sitting at a table eating noodles. Suddenly, his phone rang. The guys told the main character that Chase was dying, and he immediately dropped the phone and ran out into the street. The boy started his car and rushed to the hospital in an instant. He was already in the first aid room, near which his friends were crowded. Leo asked the guys how long he had been there. His comrade said that he had been there for about an hour. Leo asked how it happened. One of his friends, with tears in his eyes, answered that he was fine in the morning. A nurse had long since come out and asked which of them was a member of the patient's family. The patient was in critical condition and needed help. Leo replied that they were his friends and asked to save him. The nurse asked him to calm down and said that they were doing everything possible, but the patient was in critical condition. Suddenly, the woman looked at the man standing in front of him and asked the doctor if he was back. The man replied that he had returned and the meeting in Yanjing was over. He had heard that the patient was in critical condition, so he came as quickly as he could. The doctor exclaimed that he would perform the operation. The nurse explained that Dr. Du was one of the best experts in the country and that the patient now had a much better chance. The friends continued to cry and begged the doctor to save their comrade, wishing him luck. The doctors were already crowding around the patient. They noticed that the patient's vital signs were declining. They gave him an intravenous injection of adrenaline. The boys waited in the corridor and finally saw Dr. Du come out to them. The protagonist immediately stood up and asked how his friend was. The comrades also asked the doctor how Chase was. Dr. Du replied that unfortunately they tried, but it didn't work. Then one of the comrades exclaimed that he saw an expert. The doctor replied that multiple blood vessels in his brain were torn and he could do nothing for him. But Leo was serious and promised to save his friend Chase. The main character suddenly opened the door to the ward and began to enter it very boldly. The doctors asked who he was, but he grabbed them and pulled them aside. He said they didn't need to know that and asked them to leave, pushing them out. The doctor looked out the window of the room and said he couldn't be there, begging them to open the door. The nurse asked to call security, but Leo had already neutralized the doctors and decided that these immortals could save Chase. He asked if anyone had a pill that could bring a mortal back to life, and he needed it urgently. A correspondence began, and the protagonist noticed that the immortals were not helping him in any way. But suddenly the phone rang and Mr. Lee appeared. He asked if the boy was looking for a pill that could bring a mortal back to life and said that he could transport a human soul with a golden needle. But he would pay a high price for it. Leo asked in response if he had it and said that he urgently needed it now. He asked how much he had to pay. Mr. Lee replied that it would cost 200 merit points. Leo thought that he only had 100 merit points. He can't afford it. He decided that the guy was pretending to be drunk to blackmail him. Then he asked if the man accepted payment in installments. He asked for a discount, and he would pay him 100 merit points every month. He would pay him for months that would be more than 130 years. Mr. Lee replied that he would consider his offer since he was helping him look for his wife and his son. If he doesn't have enough merit points, he can pay him with something else. Leo thought about it and remembered the carrot. He started searching in his pocket and found a cigarette case, handing it to Mr. Lee. The guy asked what it was. Leo explained that it was called a cigarette and that if he smoked one after eating, he would be happier than an immortal. Mr. Lee asked how it worked and Leo explained that you just need to light it at the end. He handed the guy a lighter and he began to inhale and exhale smoke after he lit the cigarette. Mr. Lee exclaimed that it was amazing and asked where he got it. The boy replied that it was a secret and asked how many merit points it was worth. Mr. Lee said that 5,001 box was the highest price and that it was unfair. Leo told the boy that the Jade Emperor had offered him 8,000 merit points, but he hadn't sold them to him. Mr. Lee was surprised that he was hanging out with His Majesty. Leo thought that it wasn't true, but he probably wouldn't ask the Jade Emperor about it. Mr. Lee said that if His Majesty liked it, the box would be worth 10,000 merit points. Leo exclaimed that this was great, and he would send him a box every month. This month's installment could wait, and he needed to save someone now. He must use both of them together to save Chase's life. He has just been given the legacy of the King of Medicine, the Golden Game. Studying the legacy of the King of Medicine on mortals was successful. The boy could not understand why he could not learn about immortals. The system gave out that the study of the King of Medicine's legacy on immortals had failed, but he didn't care and needed to save Chase. The boy had an extract in his hands and the golden needle glowed with bright yellow rays. Leo walked up to his comrade and checked his pulse, noticing that he was still breathing and needed to hurry. The protagonist has never done this before. He doesn't know if it will work or not, and silently asks his friend to wish him luck. The boy was already next to his head and, approaching with a golden needle, stuck it right into his comrade's forehead. Leo clenched his teeth and couldn't understand what was happening. He felt like his soul was leaving his body. He began to talk to his soul and asked it to come back. He felt her touch his body again. Leo approached his comrade's forehead again with the needle, and suddenly he pricked him. Meanwhile, the doctors outside were pounding on the door and asking where the guards were. They asked to open it immediately. Leo told Chase that he was risking his life to save him and asked the boy to surrender. He needs to fight for his family and his friends. They are waiting for him, and he doesn't need to give up. Meanwhile, security guards with large bats and weapons had already run to the door. They came into the room and said that he was crazy and that they needed to take him to the police station. Meanwhile, the doctor asked to check the patient's condition. The guys who captured the main character asked him to behave well. The nurse told the doctor that there was some kind of needle on the patient's head, which surprised him greatly. The doctor asked the boy what he had done and asked if he had tried to set them up. The nurse asked Dr. Du to look at the patient, and he approached the hospital bed and asked the girl to calm down. When he approached the patient, he was simply shocked. He asked the guys who were taking the main character away to wait a little. The doctor asked how he was able to transfer his soul with a golden needle. He asked if he understood him correctly. Cold sweat began to run down Dr. Du's face, and he asked the young man who he was. The doctor walked out the door and asked the guards to let the boy go immediately. Leo looked at the doctor and asked him to look at the patient as if he was okay. While the friends thanked the main character, Leo asked the doctor not to touch the golden needle. He was very exhausted and could barely walk up to his car, sit down in it, and close the door. The boy remembered that Mr. Lee had warned him that he would pay a heavy price for this. It felt like his head was about to explode, and his soul would be torn apart. The main character grabbed his head and thought that he was very tired and couldn't even open his eyes. Will he wake up again if he falls asleep? He can't die, because he hasn't married Lily yet. A girl in a beautiful dress appeared in front of him and asked how she looked. He was unconscious and completely glowing with bright white rays. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the doctor was next to the patient whom Leo had saved. He exclaimed that this was simply incredible, and that this was what the ancient book said. Could this all be true and the girl in the black hood was hovering over the patient? She exclaimed that it was driving her crazy. She approached the hospital bed with a heavy chain. The girl was very upset and exclaimed that she had failed her first mission. The girl's name was Layla Chu, and she said that she would not give up. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes and found himself in front of high steps. King Ju Jiang was told that someone's soul had been transported with a golden needle, but he said that it was none of his business and asked them to continue walking. Suddenly, the main character opened his eyes and, holding his head, realized that he was now okay. He thinks he just saw a light and his headache is gone. The light came from a painting he had in his trunk. He opened his divine eyes and nothing happened. He definitely saw the woman moving in it when he saw it in the antique store. A man approached the golden man and exclaimed that he had finally found him. Dr. Du appeared in front of him. He smiled and exclaimed that Leo had transferred this guy's soul with a golden needle and that he was simply amazing. Can he teach him this technique as he wants to save many lives with it? He doesn't want to be intrusive, and if he teaches him, he can do anything for him, as long as it's not illegal. As the boy sat in the car, the doctor shouted after him that he would not give up. Leo clutched his head, thinking that he was more annoying than Chase. But it seemed that his comrade was okay now. He got a notification on his phone. Golden Boy had diluted the soul resurrection pill and needed to make some adjustments. He thought he'd be ready tomorrow if all went well. The boy decided not to tell her now so that it would be a surprise and he could finally sleep. Meanwhile, there were guys standing near the cars near the dormitory building. Leo realized that it seemed he still couldn't sleep well today. He got out of the car and kept holding his head with his hands. At the head of these guys was a man with a cigarette in his teeth. He cast a contemptuous glance at the protagonist and asked if his name was Lin. He said that the boy should go with them. Leo asked where they were going and if he wanted to buy him coffee. The main character thought that it seemed like they were hanging out with black eagles. The man said that he would see everything now, and the boy began to clench his fists. Leo approached his opponent and asked to catch him if he could. Suddenly, the protagonist's gaze changed and he noticed that his opponent was very fast. He hit him with his elbow and Leo flew far back. He dodged in time and arched his back without falling to the floor. The opponent was next to him again and tried to kick him with all his might. This time he succeeded, and the boy fell straight to the ground, rolling head over heels across the asphalt. One of the comrades exclaimed that this guy was finished and that blow must have broken his ribs. The second said that it could be more serious and he had seen Don kill a horse with one kick. Another person said that this guy deserved it and he shouldn't have stood on ceremony. Suddenly, the main character stood up and they were all very surprised by this. The boss thought that it seemed like he had been training in the Golden Bell technique, and his body was as hard as steel. Leo asked the man if his leg hurt. He said he'd better see a doctor. The girl saw the king of music Leo in front of her, and she wondered what he was doing here. Was it really true, and would she ask him to sign for her? The comrade called his boss, Don, and explained that the students were coming and it was necessary to leave. The guy replied that he was lucky today and glanced at the main character. Leo, when they left, grabbed his chest and exclaimed that it hurt a lot. He did not stop holding his body with his hands. The main character was already approaching the room where his friends were, and his comrade asked who these guys were. Leo replied that he didn't know, but he thought he was with Hux. The friend asked him to call him the next time he had problems. The second comrade also supported him. But Leo put his hand on his friend's shoulder and thanked him, explaining that he was not their equal. The main character sat on the couch holding his chest with his hands. He said that he was in a lot of pain and that this guy was scary. It seems that the enhancement pill is not enough, and he needs to learn martial arts. This guy actually almost killed him. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. The boy decided that he could ask him and he would know exactly what to do. After all, he is the childhood idol of millions of men. Leo slowly placed the phone on the table. He wished it was there, and suddenly a signal came to him. A monkey man appeared on the phone, and the boy was happy about it. The monkey's eyes glowed with a bright golden light, and he asked what was going on. Leo smiled and clasped his hands together and asked for the martial arts book. He continued to look into the monkey's eyes and beg him for it. The gentleman replied that he was only capable of magic. Martial arts books were only for losers. Leo smiled and asked if he had learned anything important when he was young. The gentleman replied that he was mortal and did not have what the boy wanted. He was terrible at it, and how was he supposed to get it? The gentleman told the boy that they got everything in the group chat with magic. Sometimes, when he wants to get something, he splits into several parts. Leo became very curious and asked if the gentleman did it with magic. No wonder he never gets anything and they cheat. The gentleman asked what it meant to cheat. Leo smiled and replied that it meant a good idea. In any case, he understood what to do and thanked the monkey. Leo called his friend Liam, who asked if he had a plugin that helps get red envelopes. The boy decided that he would cheat too. His friend replied that he had one and promised to send it to him in a minute. Leo was very happy and exclaimed that he wanted it now. The red envelope plugin was installed, and laughing, the boy realized that he had done it. The main character was already in his bed when suddenly he received a notification. Does this plugin really work? And he decided to take a look. In front of him was a life-extending pill that increases one life by 10 years. He did not say that it was not suitable for mortals. Leo wondered if that meant that mortals could accept him too. He smiled and exclaimed that that was just fine. The main character decided that he had no classes today, and he would help Lily practice. The boy was already approaching the training hall and went inside. The guys noticed that Leo and Lily were here again. They exclaimed that this couple looks great together. Some people couldn't accept it, but they are in love with each other and their opinion doesn't matter. Suddenly, a girl appeared on the threshold and addressed the famous king of music. She asked if he was Lily's boyfriend now. The guys started talking about how there was another beautiful girl in front of them. She approached the main character and touched him. Calling out to the king of music, she asked if he could help her practice. She meant really close. The boy asked how close it was, and she replied that he would see if he checked it himself. Leo grabbed her hand and thanked her, after which he asked her not to interfere since he likes to ride buses. Leo pushed the girl away with a deft movement of his hand, hitting her on the cheek. She got really angry and asked how dare he reject her. The girl did not continue but turned around and left. She exclaimed that they would see each other again. Lily walked up to her boyfriend and asked why Celia was angry. Leo pulled his beloved to him and whispered something in her ear. The girl blushed and told the boy that it was completely indecent. His phone rang and he immediately picked it up. It was Chase on the line. The boy exclaimed to his master that he had bad news. He asked for help to get out. Leo became curious and asked what happened. Chase explained that Hux sent the bandits to the hospital. Dr. Liu was bothering him and wouldn't leave him alone. Leo understood and hung up. At parting, he said that he would come in a while. Lily came closer to the main character. They looked at each other carefully, straight in the eyes. Meanwhile, the events taking place in Jiangnan Hospital, Chase asked the doctor to stay away from him, but he already said that he knew nothing about it and asked to leave him alone. But the doctor said that he did not believe him. Leo must have told him how to transfer the soul with the golden needle. He would have used it on himself if he knew how, and asked him to tell him what he wanted and he would get it for him. The boy asked to just let him sleep, but the doctor did not stop and said that he had to teach him. The boy continued to ask for help, and the guy's Chase's friends noticed that Dr. Du was obsessed with this. They didn't know what to do with this man, maybe just beat him up. But if they did that, his patient's family members would be outside the building. The children thanked Dr. Du. Many grateful people came with gifts and said that the doctor saved people and the lives of their own daughters and sons, as well as husbands and wives. The protagonist, observing what was happening, realized that Dr. Du enjoyed high authority and was a truly good doctor. The man, when Leo opened the door, immediately noticed that his master had arrived, and Chase broke into a satisfied smile. Leo noticed that he looked very good. He said that the boy said that the doctor had tortured him. Chase explained to the kid that he had just been called and that the patient was dying. The patient with the vegetation in bed number 96 on this floor. When the main character heard the room number, he became very scared and realized that it was Lily's father. He ran towards the room and decided that it must be him and he must not die now. He urgently needed to talk to the golden flower seller, and he took out his phone. Leo asked about the soul resurrection pill and made it clear that he needed it now. They told him that they could split it into several parts and the patient would take one part at a time. But he wasn't sure that would work. Leo immediately agreed and asked to do it because he promised the girl that he would save her father. He thought to himself that he needed to save his life now, and if he did not wake up, he would try to get another pill to resurrect the soul. Meanwhile, in front of us is the first aid room in which doctors were fighting for a man's life. One of Dr. Du's assistants said he thought they were losing the patient and asked if they should stop now. Dr. Du replied that they couldn't give up while the patient was still breathing. If he was going to give up so easily, then they should get out of here. Then the assistant called him an excellent doctor and said that he was ashamed as he closed the door behind him. There was a woman in the hallway asking the doctor how her husband was. The man replied that he was dying and no one could save him, not even the immortals. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of them and asked Mrs. Liu where Mr. Liu was. The woman replied that he was dying in the ward and asked what she should do. He asked not to worry and said that he had one idea and he would try it. But the doctor asked what he was doing and said that this was the first aid room and he could not enter. The man looked at the boy more closely and said that he remembered him and he was that rich guy. But money couldn't buy his life back in this situation. He asked where Lily was now, when her father was dying, and why she hadn't come. Leo grabbed his head with one hand. He exclaimed that he was warning him that if he did not get out of here, he would certainly kill him. Doctor stopped Leo and told him that he couldn't go in there. The orderlies who were in the room couldn't understand what was going on. The man told Dr. Du that the man was crazy. He told him that he was not allowed to enter, but he did not listen, and he even hit him. But the guy next to the patient asked this particular orderly to leave immediately. When Leo entered the room, he asked Dr. Du how the patient was. The man replied that he was in very bad shape and his vital signs were declining. He could only delay his death. Meanwhile, the Reaper of Death, the girl who wanted to get this man, was dragging him with chains. She smiled contentedly and said that this time she would not let me down. She was already gradually pulling the soul out of the guy's body with her long chains. The nurse told Dr. Du that they were losing the patient. Leo exclaimed that there was no time and he had to try it. The doctor asked if he was going to transfer his soul with a golden needle. But before he could hear the answer, the boy had already injected the needle into the patient's head. Leo felt sick again like last time and he clenched his teeth. The soul began to return to the patient's body. The girl who wanted to take the man's soul was upset when she saw this guy. She continued to pull the poor man with her chain and hover in the air trying to take him. She continued to make futile attempts, but the main character had already appeared next to the patient. He began to use the extract of the tablet in order to save the man faster. The tablet fell right into the middle of the phone and the boy scanned it and took it. The doctor was very surprised and asked him where the pill came from. Leo didn't explain anything, but asked to give it to him quickly. The doctor immediately listened to the boy and began to give him the pill. While the man was swallowing the pill, the protagonist stuck the needle into his head again. The man's head lit up with a bright golden light and a loud whistle echoed throughout the entire office. The girl who wanted to take the man's soul fell to the floor in despair. The nurse told Dr. Du that the patient's vital signs were fine now. The girl had failed again and she had failed again. She called the boys really evil people. Leo pulled out the needle when he had done the operation. He thought to himself that this time it didn't take long and it wasn't as painful. When the doctor saw the golden needle and the pill, he was simply shocked and asked if he had any more. The main character turned around and answered the man that he needed rest and he would leave it to him. The boy barely made it out of the office, and in the meantime, Lily was asking him how her father was doing. Leo smiled and answered the girl that her dad was okay now. She immediately threw herself on his neck and thanked him. The girl also tearfully thanked the boy. But the impudent man would not calm down and said that he must be lying. This man must be dead at this moment. Leo exclaimed that he was in charge of this matter and knew what was going on. The scoundrel noticed that the girl was very hot, and if he could spend the night with her, then he would lose a year of his life. The doctor came out to the main character and exclaimed, looking at him, that he was simply amazing. He asked not to worry, and added that the patient was stable now. The scoundrel told the doctor that he noticed that the patient's dosage had doubled yesterday. He asked the nurse for the medical record from yesterday. After that, I told the doctor that there was nothing wrong with it, and he wrote it. He didn't need to look at it. Dr. Du replied that it didn't matter and he would look. But the boy was already standing in front of him, blocking his way. When the doctor looked at the papers, he exclaimed that something was clearly wrong. Then the doctor said that he would explain it to the police, and he knew that he had done something, so he had just called the police. The man exclaimed, looking at the doctor, that it was a mistake and he was asking for a chance. But the main character came up, and instead of the doctor, he kicked the villain right in the shoulder. He asked him how he could consider it a mistake. He was crazy and it was murder. The man told Dr. Du, with tears in his eyes, that he had been working at the hospital for over 20 years. He asked her to forgive him this time. The doctor looked at him angrily and asked him how he wasn't ashamed, drawing his eyebrows closer to his nose. The police were already taking the scoundrel away, and Mr. Pan was asked what brought him there. The man replied that it was a small matter. The officer said he had called personally and he thought he should come. He had heard that he had saved another dying patient. The doctor replied that it was not him, but a young man. The officer thought he was joking, but the man said no, and asked how his father was doing. The policeman replied that the seizures were coming more often, and that he had seen him several times. No one knows what caused his problems, and he loses confidence if he doesn't even know what to do. The doctor explained that he didn't know what to do, but now he probably does. The policeman was very surprised and asked if he was telling the truth, to which the man replied that he was and would introduce him to that person. Meanwhile, the main character was in the car and kissing his girlfriend passionately. Lily thanked her boyfriend for what he did for her father. Leo replied that he had promised her. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car door and the main character asked what had happened. In front of him was a doctor who introduced him to Officer Tim Pan, the head of the Public Security Bureau. He asked the boy if he had a minute, but Leo was very angry and said that he had to go, stepping on the gas. The men realized that it was not the right time. Leo clenched his fists and exclaimed that they were annoying and he wasn't even done kissing. The boy was very angry and clenched his jaws tightly. He picked up his phone and saw that he had received another red envelope and decided to check it. The experience pill can add 10 experience points to any skill. He can choose to upgrade the Celestial Music Book or the Divine Eye. The boy was very happy and thought that it would probably be a surprise. When he decided to improve, he noticed that nothing changed after that. But suddenly he saw many naked girls who were in the shower and washing their bodies. He got scared and thought that this was not the surprise he expected. Suddenly the phone rang, and Dr. Du told the boy that there was news from the police station that Dr. Wang had tried to kill Mr. Lewis on someone's orders. When asked who it was, the man replied that he hadn't said. The doctor asked Leo if he could look at Tim's father. He had a strange illness and didn't know what it was. They had been friends for years. He can't watch him suffer and asks for help. The main character agreed and said that he would look at him. When the boy saw Liam and Peter in front of him, he asked what was wrong with their faces and asked if they had fought. The guy replied that Sam was a scoundrel who took the stone he had chosen at the betting site, and then beat them up when it turned out there was nothing in it. Leo got really angry and clenched his fist and asked how he dared to beat his friends. He threatened that the man would pay for it. The guy sat on the ground and said that his life was over and he had lost everything. After that, he held a stone in his hands and said that he was very rich. Mr. Lin appeared in front of Leo. He exclaimed that it was a coincidence and asked if he also liked stones. The boy replied that he did not expect to see him here, calling him Mr. E. The guy asked to be called Michael and he promised to just call him Leo. That's what they agreed to do. Michael said that Mr. Wang loved the painting he bought from him. He studied it every evening after returning to Yanjing. Leo replied that it was good and meant he was still awake. He thought to himself that he was a pervert, and this was just an ancient pornographic picture, and he was not such a gentleman as he seemed. Michael asked the boy to choose a stone and said it would be a gift. Leo called him very generous. Then the guy walked up to the stones and asked about one of them. Leo replied that he knew little about stones, but he would have chosen a completely different one, handing him a golden-colored stone. Michael asked not to worry about the price, smiling at the main character. Suddenly, Leo's friend noticed that the two scoundrels had returned. He explained that one of them was Sam Huang, one of the 4 richest men at the university. Sam exclaimed that they lost money because of them, and he was still angry after beating them here. He told Mr. E that if he wanted the stone he chose, he would take it. He thought he was good at it, but it turns out he was an amateur. Leo held out the stone towards the guy and said that if he wanted to take it, he could, and he chose this particular stone. Sam answered the boy approaching him that he would take him. Michael turned to the main character. He explained that there was a good chance that there was jade inside. He wondered why he was refusing this one. Leo replied that he thought this one looked much better. The guy agreed and said that in this case they could cut him now, deciding that he was weird. The boys put the stone on the table and Sam gave the command to cut his stone. One of the people asked to see and said that they were going to cut the stone. He offered to look at it and check. There is a chance that there is jade inside, and it looks like the jade in it is quite large. Sam noticed that he looked good, and the guys around him were talking about how he had become rich, and that was good. One of the guys said that he would like to be as happy as this guy. When Sam saw what was inside the stone he laughed and called the boy an idiot. But he asked the guy who wanted to cut the stone to wait and said that there must be something good in this stone. The man placed the stone on the table and began to cut it slowly. Sam grimaced in a displeased smile. The guy started shouting and pointing at the stone, saying it was trash, and at first it looked good. Sam asked to continue further. Now the people around said that it looked great. And then a crowd of people ran in the direction where they were also cutting stone, and they became interested. There were shouts that said that the stone was amazing, and it was just unbelievable. Now this boy is very rich. One of the visitors told Leo that he would pay 200,000 yuan for it. The second guy raised his hand and decided to pay 300. Leo asked him not to rush and said that he would collect a few more stones and sell them together. Sam ran up to the main character and exclaimed, pushing aside the crowd of people, that this was impossible and it was just luck. Leo turned to him and exclaimed that he was lucky. He asked how everything went with his stone. Sam Huan replied, looking angrily at the boy, that it was none of his business and he would have no luck next time. The boy realized that he knew there was no jade there. Leo thought to himself that the best was yet to come. Michael said to the boy that he was good at it. Leo replied that he was flattered and that it was the first time he had done it. Michael offered to pick out some stones and said he would pay for them, and they would be his. If they were bad, he would cover the damages. The protagonist replied that it would be unfair and asked how about this. He would pay for the stones if they were bad, and Leo would cover the losses. So they agreed and headed towards the stones. The people around them noticed that they were going to buy more stones and decided to go and have a look. Leo selected some small stones and asked the man to cut the stones for him. Sam Huan smiled wryly again and said that he thought he was lucky. He didn't believe it could be that easy. The crowd of people noticed that they were going to cut more stones there and saw how the green jade began to shine. The cut stones were simply stunning and looked great. This boy really became rich. Michael showed off his class and exclaimed that it was impressive and that they were worth at least 2 million yuan in total. Leo laughed and said that he was really lucky. Meanwhile, their enemy was already seething with anger and puffing like a hot kettle. Leo told Michael that he would transfer half of the profits to him later. Liam and Peter would each receive 500,000. Michael responded with surprise that Leo would get nothing and offered to take his share. But the boy smiled and said that he had seen something better. That's what they decided to do. And the main character approached the huge stone, examining it very carefully. Michael was surprised and asked if he was serious about this stone. Leo smiled back at him and said that he was confident in his choice and that this stone was much better than those. The stone was huge and no one was frying on it except the boy. The guys around decided that he was joking. This stone lay in this place for 10 years. Everyone began to say that it was junk and that it was impossible for there to be jade there. But he is impressive, and all the stones he chose have jade in them. Others said it was just luck. But many were of the opinion that he knows what he is doing. If it contains jade, it will be worth at least 100 million. Leo said that he would buy the stone for 500,000 yuan. Someone in the crowd offered 100 more. The stakes began to rise and people shouted out ever larger amounts. Leo stood his ground and eventually offered a whole million. He asked Michael if he could lend him some money. The guy agreed and said, taking money out of his pocket, that no problem. Leo put a whole million on this lot. He turned to Mr. Sam Huan. The guy exclaimed that he also liked this stone and looked shocked. It must definitely be jade. Sam began to bargain and raise the price of this stone higher and higher. The main character got really angry and offered 1.5 million, but his opponent offered 2 million. Leo asked Mr. Sam Hwan why he was doing this. The guy explained that he just liked the stone, and it looks like he was right. Leo immediately offered a full 5 million and exclaimed that he wanted the stone. Someone from the crowd said that he would make an offer if he had the money. He offered 5 million without seeing anything, and it must contain imperial green jade. Sam Hwan continued to bargain and said the amount of 6 million. Michael told the protagonist that if he needed money, he could lend it to him. The boy suddenly felt ill, and his friends caught him, asking if he was okay. The guy said that he urgently needed rest. Sam Hwan noticed that this guy looked bad and decided that he needed a doctor. The stone was now his, and this guy finally backed down. Sam Hwan actually bought this huge stone and decided to check it out as soon as possible. The hearts of those around were beating wildly. When the stone was cut, they did not see any jade inside. Sam Hwan exclaimed that they had not cut deep enough and needed to cut further. But the deeper they cut the stone, the less chance there was of success. There was nothing green inside. The guy asked to stop chatting because there was still one big one left. When they continued cutting the stone, they found nothing inside. The crowd started saying that it was just a regular stone. They were right, and there was nothing special about it. He spent 6 million on a regular stone. Sam immediately got angry and turned his head towards the main character, calling him a scoundrel. He said, looking at the boy, that he had deceived him and did not stop splashing foam in his direction. Sam Hwan clenched his fist and walked towards the boy. He said again that Leo had just deceived him, but the main character stood his ground and said that he had not deceived him. After all, he himself said that he wanted this stone. Sam Hwan clenched his fist and approached the boy. He exclaimed that he had been set up. Leo said that he must be joking, and he really didn't know what was inside. How could he set him up? Sam Hwan continued to be nervous and hit one of his comrades. He said that it was good and went towards the exit. He said goodbye and said that the boy had deceived him today and he would not forget it. He threatened that Leo would certainly pay for it. Michael walked up to the boy and clapped his hands and said that it was brilliant. Leo thanked him back and said that he shouldn't have treated his friends badly. It was stupid of him to believe what he said. He said he should thank him. If he hadn't been here today, that guy wouldn't have hit him. Michael said he didn't think he was afraid of him. Leo laughed back and now he was sitting in his car, pressing the gas. The friend told the protagonist that he had humiliated Sam today. He needed to be careful because he was from an influential family like Huck's. Leo replied with a smile that everything was fine, and it wasn't that important. He had already offended 2 people and didn't mind having another rival. The boy remembered that he had another red envelope and was surprised by the large number of merit points. He accidentally pressed the gas pedal even harder and his friend asked him to be careful. He didn't want to die at all. Leo apologized with tears in his eyes and said he was just excited. Cool plugin and those immortals must be crazy. When the boy got home, he started looking at the correspondence and laughing. He exclaimed that these immortals are very funny. Suddenly the phone rang and it was Dr. Du. The man explained that Tim was in his office and asked if he could come over and talk to him about his father. The main character immediately agreed and said that he would come to him himself. And now, he was already at the door of the doctor who greeted him and invited him to come in. He introduced the boy to Tim Pan. The policeman approached Leo and asked him to cure his father. He noticed that this guy was really good. Leo came closer to him and explained that he needed to see him first. He asked the man to take him to his father, and now they finally arrived at their destination. Leo told Mr. Pan that he had a nice house. The man thanked him and explained that his father was in business and he couldn't afford it on his own. Leo asked to be shown the way, and the policeman led him up the steps to the 2nd floor. He told his mother that he had brought a doctor. He went up to his father and explained that he was a doctor from Stanford University School of Medicine, and that Susan had hired him. He explained that the boy could cure him. The guy asked when Susan hired him, and said she didn't say anything. The girl said that the expert he hired couldn't cure her father, and she needed to find someone else. She wondered who he had brought this time. Someone from the village. Pan asked him to watch his language because this boy was their guest. Susan did not calm down and said that he was the head of the Public Security Bureau, but he could not bring all his friends. She pointed at the boy again and said that this boy was a country boy. When Leo saw this girl, he realized that he was looking at a ghost. The main character was seriously scared and started pointing at the girl. He exclaimed that there was a ghost behind her. Susan got angry and asked how he dared to humiliate her. She asked him to take him away from here immediately and throw him out. Pan began to calm the girl down again and asked her to stop. The doctor asked Leo if he was okay. The boy answered the doctor, asking what he thought ghosts were real. Mother told Tim Pan that his father needed quiet and asked him to take them there. She asked him not to bring them here again. The main character continued waving his arms and asked the ghost not to come closer. Susan also asked the policeman to take this crazy man away from here. Leo began to wave away the ghost and run away quickly. The ghost came as close as possible to the policeman's father and he began to scream. Suddenly, the father grabbed the boy by the throat. The woman exclaimed that it was happening again and he was going crazy and getting stronger every time it happened. But he can only move the right side of his body. The left side seems paralyzed. The doctor said that he was crazy and that he couldn't do anything. Susan told Dr. Smith that he was the best doctor in America, and even in the whole world. He saw Dr. Dew in front of him, and they realized that they had not seen each other for a long time. The doctor said that since the girl knew Dr. Dew, they did not need him, and he should go. Asked not to call him anymore, Leo asked Dr. Dew to leave because this place is haunted. They don't want them here anyway. But suddenly Tim Pan began to stop Leo. He said that his sister was rude and apologized for her. He asked if the boy could look at his father. The sister asked her brother not to blame him for this country bumpkin. The man asked the girl to shut up. Susan replied that she wouldn't, and that it was her house. She had the right to choose their guests. The mother asked the boy to accompany them and support his father. When they approached the patient, he began to thrash about in hysterics. Leo said that they should enjoy it if they really liked being like that. He didn't want to be a part of it. They started heading towards the exit, but the police kept calling them. The guys decided to leave after all. When the main character found himself at home on a full moon night, he suddenly woke up. He was very scared because in front of him was the ghost of the girl he saw. He woke up in horror and realized it was a dream. The boy decided he had to do something. He took out his phone and saw the correspondence. He asked the tipsy spirit if anyone had anything that would help to exorcise demons and ghosts. Leo told his heavenly mentor that he was saved and added him as a friend. A bell rang, and a man appeared in front of the boy. He asked the young man what he wanted. Leo replied that he needed his help. He explained that he had seen a ghost. He had seen a female ghost before, and she was haunting him. The man asked not to worry and said that he had something that could help him. It was made of peach wood that was very old and had been polished for 50 years. Leo asked how many merit points he wanted. The man said 10,000. Leo grimaced and thought about how he knew he got those merit points in the group chat, and now he was blackmailing him. Leo began to beg the guy to give him a discount, but he apologized and said that he couldn't. Then, the main character agreed and said that he would take him. When he got the pendant in his hands, he was very surprised by such a small object. He became interested in how it could drive out ghosts, and he wanted to return it. The man said that the goods were non-returnable and apologized for this. But the function depends on the user's strength, and it will turn into a peachwood sword if he inputs immortal energy into it. The man explained that he could exorcise ghosts even in this state, and that it was necessary to wear it as a pendant. Leo realized that he simply had no choice. He lay down on his bed and suddenly felt something. He felt different somehow. The boy fell asleep peacefully with this pendant around his neck, and suddenly his phone rang. Hearing the ringing, he exclaimed that he had slept well and answered the phone. Lily was on the line and he said he would come to help her. Lily said they were taking her home from her father's today, doctor. Dew said he could be discharged. Leo said that he has a mythical pill. Can he get a mythical beast? He blackmails Master Jang when he sees him next time. The main character was already near the hospital, and when he realized he was late, he started running. The girl's father was going to see him for the first time. The man said the patient had a heart attack last night, but no one found him until this morning. He had no signs of life and they were wheeling the gurney towards the hospital. Leo started rubbing his eyes with his hands. The black ghost of inconstancy was already sucking the soul out of this man, and the boy saw it. The celestial master said he can drive out ghosts, but why can he see him? This master must have deceived him, and this ghost is already flying towards him. Leo began to wave his hands, and suddenly his amulet began to glow with a bright yellow light. The ghost began to wave his hands and jump up and fly far to the side. The protagonist exclaimed that the peachwood sword had worked, and that he needed to run away from here quickly. Layla received a notification that the Soul Eater was under attack and was ordered to check it out. The girl immediately listened to her father. She approached the man and asked what had happened. The guy explained that he was walking dragging his soul behind him and a flash hit him, and then it disappeared. The girl replied that she understood him, and now he was free. The duty of the Soul Eater was lifted. The girl was delighted and exclaimed that the mortal world was simply beautiful. She clenched her fist and decided that she would find the guy who stood in her way. Leo thought that ever since he had improved the divine eye, it would activate every time a ghost appeared nearby. It happened in the hospital too, and it's just unbelievable. It seems like the ghosts can't get near him with it. Therefore, he can see Lily's father's soul and his state of health with divine eyes. The main character decided to try to activate it, and closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. He felt his vision double, and was he not fully recovered yet? It was only a matter of time before he woke up. The girl came into the room and asked him why he was looking at her father. Leo asked in response, "What's the point?" A woman came up and explained to Lucy that he was her sister's friend and she had invited him to dinner. The mother asked her daughter not to be rude. Lucy replied that he had stared at her like a pervert and was bleeding from the wear and tear. Leo hung his head and said he was very sorry. He had been feeling too hot inside lately. He wondered what was going on with this girl. She had been going against him since the morning. She was completely different from Lily. The woman approached the boy and asked him to help himself. Thanks to him, Lily's father woke up. The boy thanked Mrs. Liu in return, and Lucy asked her mother not to be so nice to him because he did not help them with good intentions. He did it because he wants Lily. The girl's mother asked her to watch her language. The protagonist said that he agreed with what she said. Her sister was pretty, and she was the most beautiful girl in the world. Lucy looked at him and asked him to eat her dinner. Mrs. Liu asked not to pay attention to the girl because she was just a little girl. The boy replied that everything was fine and that she really was still a little girl. Lucy thought about how she didn't like it when he looked at her, and she felt naked. Leo told Lily that he had invited his neighbors for dinner tonight, and that he would pick her up tonight. In front of us, there was a parking lot with many cars, and it was already night outside. The protagonist opened the car door, and the girl began to get out. He explained, showing the way, that they had already arrived. Lily noticed that this place was simply gorgeous. People around pointed at Lily and decided that she was a star, a fancy car and two pretty girls. The main character was met by his friend who asked who the girl behind Lily was. The boy explained that it was Lucy, her little sister, and she insisted on coming too. Lucy said that she didn't want to go with him, and she was here to protect her sister. She would stop him from doing anything bad to her. Leo asked them not to pay attention to her and asked if everyone was there. The comrade answered the main character that everything, and there were only 12 of them. Lucy asked the fat man to stop staring at her. The guy noticed that this girl was very angry. Leo, when everyone had gathered, raised his glass and said that he needed to say a few words. When he was poor, they all helped him. He really appreciates it, and now he is rich. He will not forget what they did for him and asks him to treat himself and enjoy his dinner. Lily was a little embarrassed and asked him to calm down. But the boy replied that he was in a good mood and wanted to drink. Besides, he drinks well and only gets drunk when he drinks. When the boys found themselves outside, the main character grabbed the table because he felt sick. Lily said that he could drink. Lucy immediately called him a braggart. Leo explained that he was excited and couldn't drive right now. He would ask someone else to drive his car, and then Lily said she would drive herself. She knew he would get drunk, so she didn't drink anything. Sister Lily got scared and asked if she wanted to kill them. The girl replied that she had a driver's license, but it was her first time driving a car. She tried to drive carefully, but suddenly some car turned out and she almost had an accident. Lucy told her sister that she hadn't even released the handbrake, and maybe she should drive after all. Lily asked her to trust her and said she could do it. Lucy said that she wouldn't feel bad if she damaged Leo's car, but she didn't want to get into an accident. Lily replied that there was a first time for everything, and if Leo drank, she would have to drive for him. Lucy asked why she cared about him since he was probably dating other girls. Leo thought that if he hadn't accidentally gotten into the Immortals group chat, he would have remained a loser. But he wouldn't have met Lily. She's so kind to him and fate is just wonderful. He should be more polite to her, but is this a dream? If so, he doesn't want to wake up. The girls turned towards the main character when he asked him to stop and asked what happened. The protagonist exclaimed that there was a ghost ahead. Lucy asked not to listen to him, as he was talking nonsense. Leo quickly jumped out of the car and asked the ghost to stay away from him because he hates them. He asked to stay away from his girlfriend. Leo took out his amulet and asked the ghost to look at it. But why doesn't it work? Everything was fine last time. Leo told Lily that he needed to sort out something and asked her to go home. The girl asked where he was going. Lucy asked her not to pay attention to him because he was crazy. The boy continued to run away and thought that the Heavenly Master must have deceived him and he would pay for it. The main character found himself in some kind of dead end and exclaimed that he was definitely going to die now. He asked the ghost not to come closer and wanted to talk to him. He knows he's cute, but she can't haunt him because of that. The ghost called him brave, and the boy was very surprised to hear him. It must be because of the amulet. Leo asked who he was and why he was following him. He had never done anything bad. The ghost came closer and replied that it was only because he was the only one who could see him. Leo asked to stay away from him. He has a girlfriend, and he does not need another. He just asks to say what the ghost wants from him and not to change his face, because it is scary. The ghost introduced herself as Charlotte Hahn. She has been alone in this world for many years. She can't go to the underworld because she needs something, and in a month she will be 400 years old and will forget everything, turning into an evil ghost. Leo asked what it meant. Charlotte replied that she had come to him because he was the only one who could see, hear, and help her. She asked if he could help her. The main character replied that he would help her if she stopped pursuing him, and he would do this until she left him alone. Charlotte asked him to come to Penn tomorrow, and that was the deal. Leo thought he had almost wet his pants. And so the next morning came. Leo came to Lily's house and asked for the car keys. He heard no response and wondered if she had left. Lucy noticed that he was very loud and explained that Lily had gone to the hospital to get some medicine for her father. The girl said angrily that he woke her up early in the morning and asked her to take the key and get out of here. Leo couldn't understand why the girl was so angry and put his hand to his head. He called and said hello to Doctor. He explained that he had decided to help Tim's father. The doctor replied that he agreed and would follow him, and so the car was already racing after the main character. Tim met his comrades and asked them to pass. He explained that his father had had a seizure that morning. Leo realized that Charlotte had gotten up early that day. The father lay there with a gag in his mouth and was shaking all over. Leo exclaimed that it looked bad. Tim replied that it really did, and he couldn't hold him, so he had to tie the man up. When Charlotte crawled out of his body, she told the boy that he shouldn't be pitied. She explained that he deserved it, and jumped out of his body very quickly. Leo asked to tell him what he should do. The doctor asked who he was talking to. Susan appeared on the threshold again and exclaimed that the villager was here again. She asked to take him away from here and said that he would dirty their floor. Tim again asked her to shut up. Leo said that he didn't know how he had offended her, but he hadn't intended to take money from them, and now he had changed his mind. He would take $5 million from them, and if she continued, he would raise the price. Susan called the boy a fraud because he had said that their house was haunted and was now blackmailing them. The protagonist approached Charlotte and asked her to do him a favor if she wanted him to help her. The ghost immediately agreed. He asked the ghost to make that girl shut up because she really irritates him. Charlotte immediately agreed and flew up to Susan. She approached her and began to enter her body, and the girl bent over and wet herself because her body was disturbed by someone else. The girl's mother wondered what was happening to her and asked the boy what he had done to her. Leo said that a well-educated woman can't even control her bladder. He said that the place is haunted, but she doesn't believe him and she better shut up if she doesn't want to end up like her daughter. Leo told Charlotte that everything was quiet now and asked what he should do next. The ghost asked the boy to go out into the yard. They went out into the yard to a large flower garden. Tim asked why he was talking to himself and why he brought them here. He wondered what Leo's plan was. The doctor decided that there really was a ghost here. The boy replied that the reason for his father's condition was under this garden, and they needed to dig. The main character rolled up his sleeves and asked the guys to do it immediately, and so they all took up shovels and began to dig the earth over a whole huge area. The woman came out and approached them and asked what they were doing with her flowers. She told Tim that he was the head of public safety and why he believed in this nonsense. The woman asked to throw this swindler out of here. If he continues, he will have to bury her here. His father is in hospital in bed, and he ignores her and his sister. Leo approached the ghost and asked him to scare the woman. She immediately agreed. Charlotte began to fly up to the woman and grabbed her by the throat with both hands, slowly tightening the knot. The woman got scared and asked what was going on because she couldn't move. Tim also asked Leo what was going on. Leo explained that she had angered the ghost and the ghost was going to kill her. The woman became even more frightened and apologized for her mistake. She immediately asked for help and said that she would give him the money. Leo replied that there was no need to ask him for help because he was just a swindler. Then the woman continued to say that she believed him and began asking for help again. The protagonist replied that he understood and explained that the ghost said that she had done a lot of bad things and that she deserved it. The woman began to cry and exclaimed that she would do everything to make amends for her guilt, if only he would do something. Leo replied that she was not hopeless. As long as she told people the truth, the ghost would forgive her. He asked her to tell him what she had been doing all these years. The woman replied that when she was little, she treated her mother-in-law badly. The boy asked her to continue the story. She continued to say that they renovated the courtyard a few years ago. The workers had dirtied their floor, so she paid them 10,000 yuan less. When they came to collect the money, she asked her brother to hire some guys who broke their legs. Leo looked down and said that he couldn't believe it. The ghost hadn't forgiven her yet, and she must be hiding something. Tim was very surprised and told his mother that he did not know all this. The woman, with tears in her eyes, agreed to continue. Tim told his mother that her life was the most important thing and he just needed to say it. What's so special about that? The woman reported that she had cheated on her husband and had had more than 30 affairs since she married him. Susan is not his daughter, but the daughter of his first love, Mr. Van, a man who often visits them. The boys were simply shocked by this turn of events. When the woman finished speaking, the ghost immediately released her to the floor and she fell, covering her face with her hands. Leo said that he did not expect this and said that the ghost disappeared. She realized her mistakes, and he asked her not to make them again. The protagonist turned towards Pan and asked if they would continue digging. The guy replied that of course he would continue, and they began digging the ground with shovels again. Tim, when the shovel hit something, exclaimed that there was something here. Leo asked the boys to be careful and wanted to check it out himself by coming first. There were human bones in front of them, and was someone really killed here? Leo replied that this was the reason they were looking for here. Tim said he would call the police and ask them to find out who it was. Leo said there was no need, and it was someone from ancient China. The doctor also looked and noticed that it was an incomplete skeleton, missing an arm and a leg. A ghost flew up to the boy. Charlotte pointed to a small wooden booth in which a dog was lying. The main character began to approach the booth, and the dog, huge and furious, barked very loudly. Tim, frightened, exclaimed that it was an evil dog and asked the boy to be careful. Leo asked the dog to shut up immediately, and the dog did, which surprised Tim greatly. The boy approached the dog's wooden house and began looking for something inside. Charlotte exclaimed that the workmen had found her arm and leg when they were building the garden. But Mr. Pan had told them to throw them to the dog. Because of him, she almost turned into an evil ghost. The protagonist looked down and sighed heavily, replying that it was no wonder she was pursuing him. The boy approached the guys and, looking at the skeleton, said that everything was okay now. The ghost girl smiled in a white robe, waved her hand and said that she was back. Tim approached Leo and explained that the bones had been cremated as he had requested. The boy immediately thanked the man. Tim smiled back and said that he was grateful for it and that he saved his father. Now his father is fine and he asks to apologize to the ghost for them. When the main character got into the car and said goodbye to the guys, Tim thanked him again and waved his hand. Charlotte's husband went to war 3 days after their wedding. She waited for him at home, but news came that he had died on the battlefield. The son of a local official took her and wanted to insult her, and Charlotte refused and smashed her head against the wall after she died. They abandoned her body in the wild and later in the underworld, hoping to see her husband one last time. She did not know where to look for him. She lived in the mortal world as a ghost for almost 400 years. Leo promised to take her to her husband. This place used to be a major battlefield and many soldiers are buried here. Now it is a very picturesque place. The girl came to the grave and began to sob and tell James that she is here next to him. So many years have passed and she has finally found him. Leo told the girl that she had little time and that she needed to go to the underworld and reincarnate. Charlotte began to cry and say that she would not leave because her husband was here and she wanted to stay with him. The protagonist felt the wind and wondered where this wind came from. A guy in armor appeared in front of them and looked at Charlotte in surprise. The girl realized that her husband James was standing in front of her, and she joyfully threw herself into his arms. They flew up to each other and took each other's hands, smiling and rejoicing at such an incredible meeting. James hugged his wife and exclaimed that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Charlotte, with tears in her eyes, said that she had been looking for him. James asked Charlotte why she didn't go to the underworld. The girl replied that she was devastated when she learned that he died on the battlefield, and after his death she wanted to find him, but she couldn't. Leo saved her before she turned into an evil ghost and brought her here. She finally saw him. James fell to his knees in front of the protagonist and thanked him, exclaiming that he would not forget this. The boy asked him to stand up. Suddenly, a bright golden light began to shine into their eyes. Leo apologized and said he didn't mean it. James realized he had something on him that could banish demons and ghosts. They couldn't touch him. He told the kid that he really appreciated what he had done for him and his wife. He handed him a wrestling book and said that this was his lifelong cultivation and he wanted him to have it. Charlotte told the boy that she had seen James. Now she had no regrets and would disappear from this world. She asked to sprinkle her ashes on this earth so that she could be with him forever, and the boy immediately agreed. When the husband and wife hugged, the main character sprinkled all the ashes and was happy for the happiness of others. Leo looked up and smiled and said that finally everything was over. He had 10,000 virtue points for freeing a soul from purgatory. He wondered how they differed from merit points, but the main character decided to forget about it because now he had to go home. He looked at the sign that said that it was 100 kilometers from Yanjing. He decided that he needed to stay at a hotel and rented a single room there. He thought that it was late and he could visit him tomorrow. Leo opened a book about wrestling and began to study it. Leo sat on the bed in the lotus position and closed his eyes and began to meditate. He heard some noise behind the wall. The girl said she wouldn't go. The man responded by saying she had been telling him no since she became a little famous. Now she completely ignores him. The girl asked to let her go. The man explained to Emily that he could make her famous and could also ruin her, and that it was a great honor for Mr. Man. She just needed to have a few drinks with him, but she continued to refuse. Leo wondered what was going on there. This girl looked familiar to him, and was she really a star? She asked for help when she saw the boy, but the man said that it was none of his business and asked him to leave him alone. Leo said that he didn't even say anything. That's not so cool of him. Then the man asked who he thought he was, and the main character pushed the scoundrel away. The girl thought the boy was very strong. He looked down from the balcony and saw a whole crowd of people in long robes. The girl in glasses exclaimed to the soldiers that they were distinguished guests from Japan, and she asked them to get out of the way. Then one of the men said that he had accidentally stepped on his foot and asked for forgiveness for it. The girl started screaming that his boots cost more than $10,000. He made it dirty, and how could they afford it? She continued to say that Mr. Ogami would forgive them if they knelt down and cleaned his shoe with their tongue. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard, and the boy exclaimed that it was just funny. The girl immediately turned in the direction from which the laughter came and asked who was laughing. The laughter continued, and the boy exclaimed again that it was simply ridiculous. Someone was being rude to their respected guest. The soldiers immediately looked towards the main character. The girl started screaming and asking who he was. Leo apologized and said there was nothing he could do, but it just sounded really funny. One of the men said that this woman was crazy and she was really leaning towards these Japanese, but the girl continued to drive them out of their country. One of the Japanese explained that he had Japanese citizenship and was much better than them. The girl with glasses said that Mr. Ogami said that he changed his mind. He would forgive him if he cleaned his shoe with his own hands. The guy explained that they were there for dinner, not trouble. Since he had made a mistake, he had to fix it. The guy began to bend down in front of the man's shoe and extended his hand towards the boot. But Mr. Ogami responded by swinging his palm at the guy and hitting him with all his might. The girl said, clutching her face, that he couldn't hit anyone here. Leo exclaimed that this Jap was beating up a Chinese guy. He was outrageous and needed to be stopped. The boys agreed and said that these soldiers were defending their countries and they couldn't watch the Japanese treat them badly. Leo asked the fat man to leave immediately and hit him with all his might with his hand. The guys surrounded him, and the girl with glasses started calling Mr. Ogami with a scream. The guys were saying that they were great and asked to crush these guys. Why don't the soldiers fight? There are rules, and they can't get into a fight. The fat man pushed the main character away, but he managed to give him a sharp blow and knock him to the ground. The girl who was watching from the side clenched her fists and exclaimed that it was simply amazing and very cool. The other guys started running and also got into the fight. Slaps and blows were heard from all sides. The soldiers who were watching from the side said that they were in the minority and would lose. But the guy replied that the Japanese knew judo and ordinary people were no match for them. The guy exclaimed that everything was fine. If there was a punishment, they would accept it together and they needed to go help. The guys decided to also get involved in this fight while the others were already beating each other with all their might. They were scattered in all directions and screams could be heard throughout the area. A guy came and asked who was brave enough to cause trouble. He explained that he brought 200 guards here, but when he looked in front of him, he was very surprised. The battle continued and his guys were scattered. The guy in glasses asked to stop them immediately and surround them. The guards immediately obeyed him and went into battle. He approached Mr. Ogami and asked what had happened to him. The man, completely beaten, replied that it was simply outrageous. The girl with glasses told Mr. Man that his partner had been mistreated. Ogami's cooperation with him was at risk if he did not handle this properly. Mr. Man asked the main character if he had started all this and asked his guys to tie him up immediately. But soldiers appeared and explained to this guy that they started all this. Man asked Jimmy what he was doing there, being very surprised. Then the soldier asked if he knew him. Mr. Man explained that he had often met Alan. He asked if he remembered him and what had happened here. Jimmy replied that the guy asked him to clean his shoe and tried to attack him, so they fought. The woman with glasses exclaimed that he was lying, and first he stepped on Mr. Ogami's shoe. The guy came up to Mr. Man and said that it was the Japanese fault. Someone recorded it and put it on the internet, and it would be bad for them if they didn't deal with it properly. The guy said that if he insulted Mr. Ogami, he would lose the deal. If he insulted Jimmy, that would be bad too. Mr. Meng told Mr. Ogami that he would let the police handle it, and someone had just recorded it. He thought the police would give him a satisfactory answer based on the facts. The girl with glasses exclaimed angrily that Mr. Ogami said that it was not the end yet. Jimmy approached the main character and asked him his name. The boy immediately introduced himself to this soldier. Jimmy thanked Leo and everyone else for helping them. The boy scratched his head and chuckled a little. The boys explained that they were too arrogant. Another man exclaimed that he would go to the battlefield if they fought. The guy told Jimmy that since he was coming to dinner, it would be on the house and he had the best private room for him. He decided to take care of the rest. Jimmy hugged the main character and asked if he wanted to have a drink with him. Leo replied that he would drink, but he had to say that he wasn't very good at it. Jimmy replied that everything was fine, but asked him not to wet his pants. The girl looked at Leo from the balcony and smiled. Jimmy raised his glass and thanked the boy for the day. He said that from now on they would consider him one of them. Today they fought together again and from now on they would be brothers. Leo raised another glass, clinking glasses with his comrades. They have rules in the army and they drink the first 3 mugs together. The guy asked Leo to take the 3rd glass, but he said he can't drink too much. Leo remarked that they were pretty cool, but the rules were too strict and he wouldn't stand it. Jimmy laughed and explained that they were soldiers and that was their job. He was used to it. Jimmy suggested they have a drink again the next time he came to Tianjin. Leo wondered if these guys would cause him trouble in the future. Jimmy replied that no, they were Tianjin. Besides, these guys started it first. The main character got a notification on his phone, and it was Wukong. The monkey guy explained that yesterday he visited Li Tieguai, and he gave him a Junhua cigarette. It was just great, and he said that he got it from him. He asked if he could buy more from him. Leo asked him if he was serious and said that he was the one he admired the most. He handed him a pack of cigarettes and said that it would be a gift for him. Wukong took a drag and exclaimed that this was much better than peaches and immortality pills. Leo promised to bring him more if he wanted it so much, and Wukong immediately thanked him for it. Wukong also handed him a vessel with liquid and said that his monkey friends had made it and he hoped he would like it. Leo replied that it was very good and he would give it to Mr. Xiao tomorrow. And so the next day came. In front of us rises a bright building that was illuminated by the sun. The guy shook Leo's hand and with a smile on his face, Leo thanked him for taking him. The man replied that he was always welcome and Mr. Xiao could hardly wait to meet him. He asked him to come. When they entered the room, the man immediately recognized the main character and greeted him. Leo was surprised and asked if the man was sick. He asked permission to feel his pulse. Mr. Xiao was breathing heavily and told the boy that it was not necessary and that he was fine. He asked him not to worry, but the boy said he was worried and asked what had happened. The man closed his eyes and said that Mr. Xiao's grandson was attacked by a group of terrorists and shot to death last night. He is still in the operating room. The other man gritted his teeth and said that he would kill those scoundrels if he found them. Leo was very surprised and the man said that there was nothing to be upset about. Instead of staying in the army, he left and started to laze around. But he killed 4 terrorists and he did not let him down. Suddenly a guy came into the room and wanted to tell Xiao what Jimmy had told him. The man immediately became agitated and asked what exactly. The man felt ill and his friend asked to call a doctor immediately. Leo said that it was not necessary and he could handle it himself. He thought that Mr. Xiao cared about his grandson but did not admit it. The man continued to say his grandson's name. Leo told Mr. Xiao that he could save his grandson's life and asked him to take him to him if he trusted him. The gentleman asked his friend Rick to take Leo there and quickly. The guy immediately listened to him. They ran down the corridor as fast as they could, and Rick led the boy to a specific room he needed. One of the soldiers, when he saw Leo, asked him what he was doing there. The second one pointed at Mr. Xiao's grandson. Leo looked to the side and saw in front of him a black ghost of impermanence that was already nearby. Leo exclaimed that they had very little time and the boys needed to leave and clear the room. He could save Jimmy's life. Leo asked to trust him and explained that they needed to hurry. The guy replied that he had helped them yesterday. They trusted him and asked him not to let them down. The guys asked all the doctors in the room to immediately leave and leave the patient. The protagonist's comrades began to drag the nurses and doctors out of the ward. On the way, they asked what he was going to do with the body and said that it was Mr. Xiao's grandson. Leo ran as fast as he could to the guy and told him that this would bring him a lot of pain. He should buy him a drink when he wakes up. The boy stuck the golden needle into Jimmy's head and screamed in intense pain. But then he came to his senses and thought that it didn't hurt as much as before. Meanwhile, Jimmy suddenly woke up and began coughing up blood very heavily. The boys heard him cough and exclaimed that their comrade had returned. The orderlies could not understand how this was possible, and it was simply unbelievable. Mr. Xiao was very worried and asked how Jimmy was doing. The guys asked him not to worry because Leo saved his life. The man was very happy, and the orderlies were already near the bed, saying that it was incredible and simply a miracle. Leo said he should be fine and asked not to move the needle. He wondered why it didn't hurt as much this time. Suddenly, a girl landed who wanted to take the patient's soul and said that it was because she did not fight for his soul with him. The boy saw a black ghost of impermanence behind his back. The girl exclaimed that she had found him and that he was now alive, but she promised that now he would die. The black ghost of impermanence began to fly up to the main character and say that it would kill him right now. Leo didn't understand why she was attacking him specifically, and her hand was already near his neck. Leo asked the peachwood sword to stop her as her claws were getting very close. The black ghost asked how about it and approached him, trying to hit the boy between the legs. But suddenly she stopped in time. Leo sighed heavily, catching his breath, and exclaimed that it was good and his sons and daughters would live. The girl asked who he was and why she could not touch him. Leo replied that he should have asked her that question and why she attacked him. He is sure that she cannot harm him. That is why he has a sword made of peachwood. Before he could finish his thought, she swung her chain with a whistle. This chain had already touched the boy's body and was beginning to envelop him. The girl exclaimed that she would throw him until he died. Leo began to scream in pain because the chains bound him very tightly and called her an evil girl. She began to twist him tighter and tighter, squeezing her chains. Suddenly, the amulet on his neck began to glow. A bright yellow light began to pour out of the amulet, and the girl threw the chain and asked what was happening. When the chain flew away from him, Leo jumped and fell down, but the girl unexpectedly caught him. So they both flew down head over heels, rolling along the ground. The main character fell down holding his head with his hands because the fall was very strong. The girl also fell on him with her butt, so much so that the boy's eyes popped out. They continued to lie in such an interesting position and could do nothing about it. The girl exclaimed that she would kill him. Leo tried to explain that he had done nothing wrong. She asked to wait for her as she flew away and promised to never forget about it. Leo said contentedly that he was finally saved. The boy said that he finally got rid of her. The guys asked him if everything was okay, and he himself was tumbling in the air. The boy explained that Leo was unusual and they definitely couldn't figure out what he was doing. Mr. Zhao told the boy that he had to stay today and he needed to thank him. Leo replied that he was hungry and asked if there was anything to eat. The man laughed in response and said that he could eat whatever he wanted. Leo told the man as they sat at the table that Jimmy would be fine in about a month. Mr. Xiao immediately thanked the boy. Leo took out the vessel and told the mister that he had something for him, and it was not something he could buy. It could prolong his life and it was a gift for him. Mr. Xiao smiled and exclaimed that it smelled good. His fatigue was gone after one cup, and it was just wonderful. He explained that he felt much younger. Leo turned to Mr. Xiao again and asked if the attack on Jimmy was somehow connected to what happened yesterday at the hotel. The man replied that he would let the police deal with the matter and that they would just wait. The main character, having heard the answer, looked into the man's eyes and laughed. Mr. Xiao drew his eyebrows towards his nose and said that he thought they would give him a satisfactory answer. Meanwhile, the boys were talking about how these scoundrels had attacked someone without permission. They had been lying low for all these years and it had almost ruined their plan. The guy who held the sword in his hands asked to kill all the people who were involved in this. There is a railway station in front of us. The main character exclaimed that he was finally back. He wondered if Lily missed him. Before he could open his eyes in thought, Chase waved his hand at him, calling him master. Leo noticed that he looked good. The boy asked how he felt. Chase replied that he felt just fine and began waving his arms, doing techniques. Chase asked the teacher when he would teach him the feat of fury. He exclaimed that he really wanted to learn it. Leo replied that maybe next time and decided to leave quickly. Chase asked him to get in the car. He remembered that the foreman said he wanted to buy a house and said he had found a good real estate agent. The guy asked if he wanted to meet her now. Leo agreed, and suddenly someone flew into them. The car spun a little and they stopped immediately. Not understanding what was happening, Leo asked his friend if he was okay or not. Chase responded in horror that he was fine, but they were surrounded by black eagles. The guy with the bat in his hands exclaimed that they had been waiting for him for a long time. There were many of them with weapons in their hands, and the leader said that he would not go anywhere today. Chase asked the master to step aside and said that he would cover him, but the protagonist replied that there was no need for that. The man with the club told Leo that he had nowhere to go. He managed to escape last time and he knows that his body is hard, so he brought an iron club. He decided not to waste time and, smiling sarcastically, decided to see who was stronger, his body or the steel pipe. Leo replied that they certainly knew how to have fun and would do so, but not in the way he would like. The boy had already thrown the scoundrel far to the side and reached for his iron pipe. The enemy was very scared when Leo took his weapon in his hand and screamed in fear. Wasn't he arrogant and wasn't he tough? The kid kept beating him with his iron bat. The villain was already lying motionless on the ground. Chase called his master magnificent. Leo leaned down in front of his opponent and said that he was lucky last time. He asked who sent him. When the guy didn't answer, he pressed his hand on his elbow and said that if he didn't answer, he would break his arm. Even if he didn't say, he knew that Hux did it. The opponent asked why he was hitting him then. Leo explained that he had been mean to other people and now he felt wronged. He didn't want him to bother him anymore, so he would just hurt him. The guys approached their friend and, seeing him in a wheelchair, asked what had happened to him. Black Eagle clenched his fists and exclaimed that Leo had gone too far and they would make him pay for it. Chase, when riding next to the main character, exclaimed that he was simply amazing. Don will sit in a wheelchair for some time. Now they have bad relations with the Black Eagles. Don has 3 friends and they are all ruthless. Leo replied that it didn't matter. He had enough enemies. He asked his friend to take him home because he needed to take a shower and was sweating too much. Meanwhile, the girl who couldn't tie Leo up with her chains looked at him and smirked, as she thought that she would like to cut this guy into pieces. She became curious about what was protecting him, and there were other things she needed to find out. She decided to implement her plan and then become his neighbor, smiling sarcastically. Meanwhile, Jenny was standing in the middle of the road in the parking lot, waiting for the car. She said she was a real estate agent, and it was a very nice house. It was hard to find and the price was great. The woman promised to show everything around and the main character was very surprised. This was Tim's house. Jenny explained that the owner and his family had only lived there for a few years. The appliances were in good condition. The floor was shiny. The boys said that this was enough and asked to simply tell them the price. The woman said that the layout and location of this house was great, and it was at least 18 million. Chase told the foreman that it was the best location in town, and it was a good price. Leo told Jenny he would give her 10 million for the house or no deal. She asked if he was joking and explained that they wouldn't accept that. Leo exclaimed that he felt creepy and that the house seemed haunted. Jenny was very surprised and asked how he knew that. She immediately agreed to the price, and Leo asked Chase to take care of the paperwork while he took a nap. The boy began to approach the main door and, opening it, entered, falling onto the sofa. He decided it was time to bring his parents and sister here. Now he lives in a big house like a comic book hero. The main character received a notification on his phone. Neji sent him a friend request. Leo couldn't understand why, since he only had important friends. He can no longer be friends with the immortal and can't part with anyone, so what should he do now? He decided to ask Neji what she wanted. The girl greeted the boy and asked if he wanted dragon scale armor. Leo asked what it was, to which the girl replied that the dragon scale armor was the only one on the market. 10,000 merit points was a good deal. The boy replied that he could not afford it, but the girl continued to explain that he could protect him and that ordinary weapons could not harm him. Leo exclaimed that it sounded great and said he'd take it. He'd made a fortune saving Jimmy's life. Neji said she'd send it to him right away. When the boy took the thing in his hands, he got really angry because it was a corsage. It was so small, and did she really want him to put it on? Suddenly, Lily called him and invited him to dinner. The boy responded by agreeing that he was already on his way. He decided that he could give this outfit to his girlfriend and she would look good in it. He decided to take it to her right away. The protagonist went to Lily's door and started knocking on it. Lucy came out and asked him to stop because it was annoying. She asked if he was going to knock down their door. Lucy pointed her finger at him and asked what he wanted from her and if anything had happened between them. Lily heard this and said that she had invited him to dinner and asked to let him in, and so the long-awaited dinner had already passed. The main character was sitting opposite the guy. He widened his eyes and noticed that his double vision was getting a little smaller. Lily entered the room and asked Leo how her father was. The boy replied that he was fine and would get better soon. He wondered if Mrs. Liu and Lucy had gone somewhere. As he looked around, the girl asked him what he was looking for. Leo asked her to go to her room and explained that he had a gift for her, and it was something very nice. They weren't alone, so he couldn't show it to him. But now they are alone, and he can do it. The girl was a little embarrassed and asked what it was. They had already started to enter the room. The boy suddenly saw a huge, angry cat in front of him and began to run away. The meowing was heard throughout the house, and he plopped down on the floor, hitting his head a little. Leo immediately apologized to the girl, and she replied that everything was fine. She pulled him close and exclaimed that she missed him too. The boy looked into her eyes and said that he really did have a gift for her. He took out the outfit he had prepared for the girl, and she looked at the bodice in surprise. Leo began to explain that it was an unusual corsage and that it was a treasure that could protect her. Lily shyly replied that she liked it very much. She likes this gift because it is from him. The girl approached the boy and kissed him on the cheek. They continued to hug and merged into a passionate kiss, sighing with love and joy. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang and they both glanced in its direction. When she picked up the phone, she was told that there was trouble and help was needed. In front of us is Jongnan No. 1 Middle School. Some guys pinned a girl against a stone wall and slapped her. One of the sluts said that the girl was too arrogant and that she only had a sister who worked at a lowly job in a bar. The second one said that she heard her gossiping about her boss and how dare she do that. She called for help, but it won't work. Everyone knows her paralyzed father and useless mother. The girl exclaimed that it was not true, and she was not who they thought she was. She worked very hard and she was her sister, so they could not insult her and should apologize. The guys surrounded her and asked if she had gone crazy. The guy suggested taking her clothes off, taking a photo of her, and posting it on the internet. The second one exclaimed that it was a very good idea and she wouldn't tell the teacher anything. The girl started calling for help and tried to run away, but they grabbed her hand and said that she wasn't going anywhere. Leo suddenly appeared and asked the guy who grabbed her who he was. He made one deft move and threw him into the trash can. Lucy, watching what was happening, was very surprised when she saw Leo in front of her. The offender was already in the trash can, which overturned and he hit his head on the asphalt. The main character took out his phone and started taking pictures of him. He asked not to cover his face with his hands, and then the photo would be great. Lucy once called the boy by his name tenderly. He decided that she had always been strict with him, and now she was behaving respectfully, and he was simply shocked. The guys approached the boy and rudely asked him who he was and how he dared to interfere in Red's affairs. Leo asked if she had heard what she had just called him and asked if they were seniors. This was school bullying, and they kids thought it was a real gang. One of the bad girls asked him if he knew who he was and said that Chase from South Street was her boss and he couldn't afford to mess with him. He could report it to the school and they wouldn't do anything to them, and this time she got away and next time they'd catch her. She asked him to hit her if he dared and said she wasn't afraid of him. Leo replied that he didn't hit women, but someone could probably solve the problem. He called Chase and asked him to say something to his friends. The guy asked why they were bothering his master, and if they made him angry, he would immediately cripple them. The guys were very surprised and fell to their knees in front of the phone. They exclaimed that they did not know that he was their boss's master and asked for forgiveness. They said that they had made a mistake and would not do it again. Leo replied that he had just slandered his girlfriend and threatened her sister. The brat exclaimed that they had made a mistake and they would not do it again. If he was still angry, he could take a picture of them. Leo said that he did not need her pictures and wrote down what they had just done. If they did it again, he would put it all on the internet. Leo told Lucy it was okay, he had taken care of it, and now she didn't have to worry. He asked if she was taking it out on him because she was bullied at school. The girl replied that this was not the case. Leo explained that her sister needed to take care of her father, so she asked her to call him when she needed help. He offered to walk Lucy to school. On the way, the girl told the boy that Lily was lucky to have him. The main character was very surprised that Lucy said something strange, and he thinks that after this she will be kinder to him. The most important thing is to continue this story with Lily. They were interrupted every time. He hopes that this time everything will go well. Suddenly, a dog runs out onto the road and throws itself under the wheels. Leo immediately stopped his car and ran out. He exclaimed in horror that he had killed a dog. He couldn't figure out what to do and where the pet hospital was. He didn't think he could get to the hospital. This is simply terrible, and if people find out, they will skin him like a cow. The boy remembered that he had received a mythical beast pill the other day. He wondered if it would work. He couldn't do anything else, and giving the pill to the dog, he begged her to wake up quickly. When the main character opened his eyes, he realized that something was clearly happening looking in front of him. At first he smiled, but when he opened his eyes and saw a huge shadow in front of him, he became scared. The little dog turned into a huge dog with human arms and exclaimed that he had saved his life. The dog started calling him master and approached him. Leo asked him to shut up and not call him that. When the dog started running after him, he ran away very quickly and asked not to follow him. The main character continued driving the car and talked about how he almost crashed. He offered to take the dog that had shrunk home. If she turned into that thing again without his consent, he would beat the bat out of her. He asked her not to say or make any stupid expressions, under no circumstances call him master, and from now on he would call him Bobby. Leo put the dog on a chain near a wooden booth and said that this was his new home. He was supposed to guard the entrance, and when the guy asked if he could hear him, the dog immediately started barking. Leo thought that he stunk from throwing that guy in the trash and he needed to take a shower. The boy asked the dog to stay put and close the door. But the dog took off its collar and said that he was now a mythical dog. The leash won't do anything to him and he's very hungry, so he'll go and eat something. The dog began to look into the house and exclaimed that the owner's house was very big, and it turned out that he was rich. Bobby began walking around the house, opening cabinets and looking in different directions. He walked up to the large refrigerator and, licking his lips, began to open the door. But he was upset when he saw that there was nothing there, and the refrigerator was completely empty. Then the little dog saw some kind of ghost in front of him and became very scared. He couldn't understand what it was and started shouting that a ghost had appeared in the owner's house. The main character appeared on the threshold and asked what the noise was. Bobby began to explain that he saw a ghost. Leo was very surprised when he saw the dog and asked what she was doing there. The dog started to grab its owner by the leg and say that there was a ghost there, and he was very scared. He pressed himself against his leg and, blushing, began to caress him, talking about the ghost. Leo suddenly kicked him and exclaimed that he asked not to call him master anymore and not to show his face. When the boy was walking with his dog, two girls were walking by and were saying that he had a very cute dog and that the guy was hot. They wondered if he had a girlfriend. Leo thought about the fact that there was no food in the house and decided to go to the grocery store after winning the dog. Bobby told the owner that he really saw a ghost. Leo asked her to shut up because there was a ghost there before, but she had already left and he had a hallucination. Some girl was telling Carl with tears in her eyes that she liked this cute dog and she wanted her. Carl replied that it was fine and it was just a dog, but he would bring a couple if she wanted. But the girl continued to cry and say that this was exactly what she wanted. She tearfully begged him to get her this dog. The guy approached the main character and asked how much his dog cost. Leo turned to him and said he wanted 5 million for her. Carl got mad and asked if he was kidding. He offers him 10,000 yuan and asks him to give him the dog. The girl next to him began to thank her boyfriend. Leo told Carl as he was leaving that he didn't want to talk to him and called him a poor piece of trash. Then the guy asked him to stop and asked how he dared to underestimate him. Leo said that he wanted to show off to the girl but didn't want to spend a lot of money. Carl asked, angry, not to try to provoke him, and said that everything was fine and he could give him 5 million right now. Carl exclaimed that the dog was now his and ordered his boys to beat him up and then throw him in the trash can. Suddenly, the main character received a notification and the money appeared on his account. Leo said, looking at Carl, that the dog was now his. But he must remind him that the dog is not trained, and if he does something wrong, it is none of his business. Carl clenched his fist and replied that it was just a dog. And what was so special about it? He asked the boys to hold the dog and give it to them quickly. They began to approach and extended their hand towards the dog. The main character grinned sarcastically, looking at his opponents and glanced at his dog. He suddenly let go of the leash and asked to take what was in front of him. Leo exclaimed that the dog had broken free. They can go and get it, and the boys ran after the dog trying to catch up with it. They couldn't understand what was going on here, and people along the way asked whose dog it was. The dog grew a little and hit one of the women on the rear with its paw. She started screaming and turning around angrily, saw the guy really angry. She asked how dare he grab her butt and said that he was playing with fire. She has stained his chastity, which he has preserved for 20 years. Now she is obliged to marry him. The guy started screaming for help, and as the dog ran, it threw boxes of other people's goods around and people screamed around. The next basket of eggs flew in all directions and the man who was selling them was in despair and asked to pay for his eggs. They broke because the guy was chasing him, and he has to pay for them. or he'll call the police. The enemy started shouting that he didn't break them, and the guys were simply shocked by what was happening. The guy started screaming that the dog had attacked him and asked to take it away from him. He kept asking for help because he didn't need the dog anymore. He asked the boy to take it back. Suddenly, the dog bit him on the leg between his legs and tore off a whole piece of material. The guys around asked to look at him when they saw him without underwear and started laughing. He wanted to grab the dog, but the dog eventually grabbed him. The girl exclaimed to Carl that she liked his underwear. His friend said that the dog was cunning and continued to suggest running away. Carl kept his hands in one place and asked to give him something to cover himself with. As he ran away, he exclaimed that he would never forgive him for this. The dog told his owner that he had offended the guy, and they continued down the path. The main character answered the dog that he had offended many people and was not against another enemy. Before he could finish speaking, a yellow car appeared in front of them, and he looked towards the car. His blue vision activated, and he decided to see who was in the car. The boy saw Michael there with Celia. He wondered if it was somehow connected with the singing competition. If so, then he wondered if he was a friend or an enemy. The protagonist took out his phone and told Wukong that he gave him some cigarettes and hoped he would like it. The boy replied that it was good, and he thought that he should give him something in return, to which the boy thanked him. He thought that the gift from him should be excellent and received a money hair. He can deceive people by turning into 300 monkeys. Leo said to Wukong that he didn't need so many monkeys because he didn't have a circus here. Meanwhile, the girl who takes souls overheard him talking to himself, and there must be something she needs to find out. She is sure that the object that keeps her away from him is the wooden sword necklace. He only takes it off when he takes a shower and needs to use it. Leo was suddenly completely sweaty and couldn't understand what was happening. It was very strange, and the key suddenly broke. The food he cooked was spoiled. He is all wet and he just needs to take a shower. Leo decided to file a complaint. The boy began to undress in order to quickly take a shower after this incident. Suddenly, when he turned his head to the side, feeling someone's presence, he saw a girl in front of him. He was seriously scared, and she said that she had already said that she would come back. With one deft movement of her leg, she tried to hit the main character between the eyes but missed. The death girl asked him what he could do without his protection, and he asked what she wanted from him. The girl was very angry and exclaimed that she would castrate him and tear him to pieces. She has a few questions for him, and if he answers them honestly, maybe she will have mercy. Leo asked to continue and promised to tell her the truth. She asked why he could see her and talk to her, or whether he had received something or was born that way, and where he got this wooden sword from. The protagonist explained that he tripped while walking at night last year and woke up like this. He found the wooden sword on the street. He wondered if she bought it, and the girl asked how one could transfer a soul with a golden needle. Leo replied that he could do it after that day. Then she asked where it happened and where he found all this. Leo replied that he had forgotten. Then the girl exclaimed, taking out a sharp dagger, that he was lying. Leo said that he was telling the truth, and she said that she would not castrate him. The girl replied that she had not said such a thing and swung her sword at him. Then Leo's dog ran up to her and began to bite her. She snatched the wooden sword from the girl and brought it to her master. The boy was very happy with the dog's gesture and approached the girl of death. He grabbed her as he approached with a wooden sword and said that now they would see who was in charge, but she begged him to stop. The protagonist happily realized that she could not do anything to him. The ghostly stranger in turn asked him to let her go. The young master asked where her insolence had gone, since just a couple of minutes ago she had wanted to kill him. Holding the unknown person, the young cultivator declared that she was in trouble now, after which Lin began to ask her who she was and why she was following him. The girl replied that if he let her go, she would tell everything. Leo immediately loosened his grip, and the young lady said that she mistook him for a bandit and therefore began to defend herself. At that moment, the guy turned away from her and put on a t-shirt. The ghost again tried to pounce on him, but he turned around sharply. In connection with this, she abandoned this idea and asked why he sees spirits and when it happened, but the young man drove her away. But the stubborn stranger continued to say that this information was extremely important to her. Suddenly, the dog ran up to her and said that if he wanted, he could stay the night with him. Naturally, she refused. Suddenly, Peter called Lena and asked her to help him with his cousin, who was in trouble. Without thinking twice, Leo called on Bobby to go with him to help his friend. And the dog, of course, agreed. The ghost lady stated that he should not try to take souls, as the devourer would not forgive him for it. But the teenager said he would not watch innocent people die. He soon arrived at the hospital to see Peter, who began to say that his brother had been beaten by a developer, and the police declared him dead. But Will's body was nowhere to be found. The situation was rather strange. Lin asked for the victim's clothes. The father gave him his son's shirt, and Leo ordered the dog to track down the missing man, letting him sniff his cousin Peter's t-shirt. The young man then called on his friend to wait for news from him and set off after Bobby. Will's parents sincerely hoped that their son was actually alive and that Lin would find him. Running to the back entrance of the hospital, the dog reported that the boy had been there a few minutes ago. Then, Leo used the divine eye technique, but was still unable to find his cousin. Bobby noted that he would be able to track the path Will had taken because he had a strong sense of smell. In connection with this, they hurried to get into the car and go out of town, where the dog smelled the scent of Peter's missing brother. He came out of the car in front of them. Lin immediately called Tim and reported what had happened. The policeman promised to arrive at the scene soon, as he was also handling the case of missing people. After some time, they arrived at an abandoned factory where unknown people were located. Leo hurried out of the car to finally figure out what they were up to. However, at that moment someone struck him in the head from behind, and the guy lost consciousness, after which the stranger dragged him towards the factory. The stunned dog watched what was happening. Soon the main character found himself on the table, where two unknown people tried to open him. At the same time, they noted his muscular and incredible physical form. As soon as one of them picked up a scalpel, the young master grabbed them by the neck. He then slammed their heads together, causing them to instantly lose consciousness, after which the young cultivator hurried to get off the table and looked around. Soon Lin changed into their clothes and slowly walked towards the exit at the end of the corridor. Reaching the door, Leo suddenly smelled a rather strong scent of blood. Finding himself in another room, the teenager was horrified by the number of corpses bleeding. Opening one of the pathological bags, he discovered that the man's heart had been cut out. Suddenly, an unknown person entered the room with a suitcase and said that he needed an organ for Mr. Hu. The young man immediately dealt a powerful blow, after which he calmly left the room and went on reconnaissance. He had a suitcase in his hands, and on the way Lin met bandits who were guarding the entrance to the factory. One of them guessed that it was Leo's heart and said, "Mr. Hu will be pleased." His partner also mentioned some kind of revenge for Don from a group called Black Eagle. The teenager thought about it. After all, he didn't know who this Hu was, and naturally intended to find out as soon as possible. After many corridors, the guy entered a huge room where the leader of the gang was located. Leo paused for a second and noticed that the leader of the criminal world was taking a bath in public. It was strange. When he got to the third floor, he saw that the bathtub was filled with blood. For a moment, the young man froze in surprise, but at the same time tried not to draw attention to himself. Suddenly, one of Hu's henchmen turned to him and ordered him to give him the heart. At that moment, everyone looked at the guy, assuming that it was Lin's organ, starting to say that the teenager should have died long ago and he shouldn't have gotten involved with the Black Eagles. However, this time Leo decided to act after looking at one of them. As a result, he immediately attacked the bandit and began to beat him brutally. Meanwhile, Hu's servant opened the case and saw that the suitcase was empty. Then he asked the young man in fear who he was. Suddenly, Lin took off his robe and mask. Of course, everyone recognized him as the same guy. Leo said that he initially just wanted to find out what they were doing here, but now he has changed his mind and intends to kill them. Everyone is quite tense, knowing what the teenager is capable of. The leader of the Orloff gang called himself Jack and declared that now the young master was definitely finished. The armed thugs also began to claim that the young cultivator would not leave here alive. The protagonist, in turn, smiled and said that he had prepared well for their meeting. Lin then used one of his spells, aiming it at Juan. Then he began to urge the thugs to attack him if that's what they really wanted. A few seconds later, a huge number of Jack clones appeared behind him. All the bandits were simply shocked by the teenager's incredible skills, starting to say that it was impossible and Leo used some kind of illusion of deception. Lin replied that in reality everything was somewhat different, but they would never understand it. At this time, the enraged crowd of Juan's spears moved towards the thugs. As a result, a fierce mass fight began, where the bandits constantly confused the real boss with his clones. Jack's henchman, Tony, also couldn't tell the difference between a copy and an original. That's why he started attacking Leo, naively believing that he would defeat him. The self-confident Lin was cool enough to know that he was no match for him. Thus, for the next few minutes, he beat Du up with great success, noting that apparently Hux hadn't told him how he became crippled, after which he once again demonstrated his incredible abilities, after which Tony flew to the end of the room, unable to do anything to counter him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw another person who wanted to fight him. A moment later, the same fate befell him, and Leo instantly knocked him out. The thug flew a few meters, everyone just watched what was happening. However, he did not stop there and wanted to continue this battle. But at this time, Juan's clones arrived to them, and they, in turn, did not hesitate. As a result, they immediately dragged them away with them, thereby preventing them from attacking Lin. At this moment, the ruler of the thugs began to climb out of the bloody bath. He stated that he was very sorry, since Leo did not deign to offer his heart as a gift. The guy didn't expect that this person would be Hux, who until recently was an ordinary musician. The main character began to provoke who in turn stated that his father had acquired incredible technology for him, and since he recently ruined his life, he intends to take revenge on him. After which, Hux came closer to the young master and said that he would kill him, adding that he would also cripple his entire family, including his little sister. The young cultivator could not resist and quickly delivered a crushing blow. However, no matter how much he beat him, Hu remained completely unharmed. Then he grabbed Lin by the hand, thereby preventing another attack. And a moment later, the renewed Hux unleashed a hail of furious blows on Leo. Having said that he was now easy prey for him, and all that was left was a small matter. Naturally, the teenager was not going to give up so easily, even though he understood that Hu had become much stronger. Suddenly, he was grabbed by Jack's clones, giving Lin a chance to catch his breath. Hu in turn noted that even his mutation would not help him, and besides, he was only strong in words. A few seconds later, the enraged Hux scattered all of Juan's copies to the sides, stating that he clearly underestimates this power and that soon the whole world will fall at his feet. However, before that, he is obliged to deal with him once and for all and save him from his miserable existence, adding that he would now demonstrate true strength which he had never seen before. A moment later, Hux began to transform into an extremely ugly monster. Leo was shocked by Hu's incredible transformation and stepped back. Lin had truly never seen anything like this before. It was as if there was a devil in front of him. At that moment, Layla suddenly approached him and said that he had become stronger due to the loss of feelings. The guy asked her to help him defeat this demon, but Chu said that she could not do anything to him. Asking him to contact her when he killed the monster, she immediately disappeared. Meanwhile, Hux took advantage of the moment and attacked the teenager, causing him considerable damage. Hu continued to beat the protagonist, not giving him a chance to rest. At the same time, the monster constantly egged on the young master, saying that his confidence had evaporated in an instant. The young cultivator couldn't do anything, as the demon was indeed much stronger. At one point, Hux threw him outside the building, breaking through the wall, threateningly declaring that he would tear the boy to pieces and force Lily to watch, after which he will make her his slave, and then she will begin to serve him. An angry Lin ordered him to shut up immediately, but Hu only laughed at him. Then Leo once again tried to attack the monster, saying that he would not allow harm to come to his family. Hux managed to grab his fist and said that he couldn't stop it. At this moment, the police officers, led by Peng, finally arrived. They pointed their pistols at the monster and ordered it not to move. Not understanding what kind of demon it was, one of them asked him in fear who he was. Hu only smiled. Tim, in turn, rushed to help Lin, ordering his partner Alice not to approach the monster. Hux continued to destroy everything around him, delivering blows of incredible force. Thus, most of the law enforcement officers were seriously injured. Leo immediately informed Pan that this monster and his thugs were kidnapping people and tearing out their hearts. Tim immediately ordered his partner to go search for the hostages. He and the remaining police officers tried to fight back against the mutated Hu. However, this was not successful, as was to be expected from a real demon. Lin immediately asked Tim for a gun, saying that he would distract Hux and lead him into an ambush. But Peng replied that he was not a policeman and could not carry a weapon. The guy urged him to think about safety and not about his laws. Realizing that he had no other choice, he nevertheless handed the gun to the young man. But Tim didn't have time to run away, as the lightning-fast Hux rushed after him. The mutated Hu eventually dealt a powerful blow to Peng, after which he immediately crashed into a patrol car. Everything happened too quickly. Leo didn't expect that Tim wouldn't last even a minute, because he didn't even have time to do anything. Suddenly, Bobby appeared and began to distract the huge monster, thus buying some time for its owner to be able to deal a critical blow. Lin then decided to use his divine eyes to see Hu's weak points. However, he was unable to find the monster's weak spot, not understanding how to defeat it. But Leo continued to carefully look out for the flaws of the cunning Hux in order to finally end the battle. After a certain amount of time, the main character finally found the thug's weak spot. However, the young master had to do everything quickly so that Hu would not have time to react. walking around the demon from the other side. The young cultivator hid behind the metal pipes. Meanwhile, Hux unexpectedly caught the dog Lin, who began calling for help from his owner. Hugh immediately called for Leo to appear, but the teenager continued to hide behind the pipes, adding that if he still didn't deign to come out, he would simply eat this little dog. The young man instantly ran and hid behind the truck, taking a convenient position behind the monster, after which he began to aim at Hux's vulnerable spot, realizing that he only had one chance. However, Hu seemed to sense a threat and turned around abruptly, saying that Lin would not succeed. Then he pierced his shoulder with his long claw, not giving him a chance to shoot. He stated with a nasty smile on his face that he was now invincible, and no one would be able to kill him. And now, Leo will feel everything that he experienced when the teenager humiliated him in front of everyone. Suddenly, Bobby went berserk and instantly began to increase in size. As a result, he was able to free himself and pounced on the self-confident Hux. He started beating him, but Hu seemed not to feel any pain, but it still had an effect, because he pulled his claw out of Lin's shoulder, thus freeing him. The wounded Leo was glad that now he could finish off this monster. The guy immediately rushed for the gun and ran a short distance away from the demon, after which the young man hurried to take aim in order to save his faithful dog, and thus, once again, cut short the life of Hux, who still didn't understand anything. After saying goodbye to Hu, Lin finally shot at his vulnerable spot and hit the target right on target. After a couple of seconds, the monster's body suddenly weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, releasing the dog. Bobby immediately rushed to his wounded owner, realizing that the monster was in a deplorable state. Hux was covered in blood, but insisted that this was not the end and that he would be able to surprise him. Then he finally lost consciousness. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. The stunned dog asked Leo if this mutant had really died, and the guy replied that most likely it wasn't that simple. After a certain amount of time, a crimson mist began to emerge from the demon's eyes. A puzzled Bobby asked the main character what was going on and why everything was in a bloody haze. Suddenly, the young master remembered how Layla had spoken about an evil ghost after death. Hu's body suddenly dispersed, but instead, many spirits appeared. The young cultivator shouted that Hux used to be a human, but now he had turned into something terrible. Adding that he himself did not understand what he had come to, the bloody ghost again rushed towards Lin, who immediately put out his magic amulet to drive away the evil spirit. Thus, Leo generated a kind of protective barrier around himself and Bobby. At this moment, Hu's spirit spat blood at him, the corrosive saliva landing straight on the shield. As a result, the sphere instantly collapsed, which the guy did not expect at all. Ghost Hux said that it was useless and no amulet would save him, adding that he would tear his soul apart. Lin began to understand that this was the end. The phantom skulls in turn began to approach Leo. The young man simply closed his eyes and mentally said goodbye to his family. But suddenly, nothing happened. The young man opened his eyes and saw his savior Chu. Layla, in turn, bound the ghostly monster with a magical chain, calling on it to surrender. The guy immediately stated that he almost died while she was in an unknown location. The girl replied that if she had not appeared now, he would already be dead. She then began to drag Hux away, telling him that he should follow her to hell. Naturally, Hu resisted in every possible way and declared that he would never agree to this. After which he pulled her by the chain. Layla really couldn't hold him, which she told Lin about, because if he continues to resist, she will be in danger. At this time, her phantom minions suddenly appeared and threw a huge number of chains on him. At the same time, they called her their queen, and Chu, in turn, was extremely grateful to them for their help. Leo wondered if she really was the princess of hell. At that moment, Tim finally came to his senses and fearfully looked out from behind the patrol car. Seeing the wounded protagonist, he immediately ran up to him and asked if Hux was dead. The young master looked at Hu's ghost once again and said that he most likely wouldn't bother them anymore. Suddenly, the evil spirit screamed, and Pan fainted again. But Leo couldn't understand whether he had heard its roar. Layla, in turn, asked the young cultivator to think of something, since the ghost might break out. Lin replied that he needed to go to the hospital because he was injured. But at that moment, the teenager accidentally dropped his phone, and he remembered WeChat. In connection with this, he said that he would immediately find a way to influence the situation. Hiding behind a patrol car, Leo hurried to ask Wukong for help. Sun asked what had happened and what kind of help he needed. The young man showed him Chu with the Soul Eaters and stated that they could not deal with the ghost. Wukong, in turn, said that he was extremely puzzled by this problem and disappeared. A stunned Leo asked where he had gone. Sun asked him to wait a bit. Layla began to rush the guy, Since she would not last long, the teenager replied that he was working on it. An enraged Hux, meanwhile, fought off the Reapers and tracked down his worst enemy. A few minutes later, he heard Chu scream and looked out from behind the car to see Hu break free. At that moment, the ghost rushed after Lin, who was running away from him. But on the way, Leo tripped over a rock and fell to the ground, dropping his phone. Within seconds, Hux was already a few centimeters away from the teenager. But Wukong arrived with help just in time. As his phone signaled, the boy reached for it, quickly pressing the button and thanking God's son. After which, the young man snatched the magic talisman and hung it on Hu's skull. Hux naively believed that this amulet would not work on him. But to his surprise, this was not the case. And a moment later, the bloody demon was struck by lightning, which made Lin extremely happy. There was no trace of Hu left, and only a haze remained in the sky, which also dissolved into the air. Leo believed that Hux's spirit had now left their world forever, and would never emerge from purgatory. Soon, the police arrested the entire criminal organization and the Black Eagles. But Hu's father escaped. They also managed to find Peter's brother and save several more people. And the main character went to the hospital. Lily, in turn, ran to the hospital and literally fed Lin with a spoon. Chase also brought the young master some food, but of course he preferred his beloved's cooking. At the same time, the girl asked Leo how this could have happened to Hux. She still couldn't believe that Hu had killed so many people. The young cultivator's henchmen declared that these scum were finally finished and their gang had fallen apart, noting that he was quite a cunning man, since he had not recovered in a month, so that Lily could bring him lunches. But the young lady said that if he wanted, he could recover as long as he wanted. Chase remarked that she would obviously be a good wife in the future, which naturally embarrassed her. A few days later, he was finally discharged from the hospital, and Lily took him. Lin in turn thanked her for her concern and care, and the girl smiled in response, stating that he shouldn't risk his life because she was worried about him. She also said that Peter told her the whole truth about Leo's superpowers, and if she loses him, she won't be able to live normally. Suddenly, she burst into tears and said that she had recently had a nightmare where the guy was covered in blood. The young man hugged her, asking for forgiveness and promising that he would be extremely careful. At the same time, he said that he would soon find a job and would not have to take risks. For a moment, Lin actually considered deleting the app and dedicating himself to Lily. Suddenly, a shot rang out, the bullet hitting the girl through the windshield straight into her shoulder. As it turned out, Hu's father decided to take revenge on Leo, and with his minions shot at the car. The girl instantly lost consciousness, and the stunned youth tried to bring her to her senses. But Lily continued to be unconscious, and the main character became furious. He suddenly discovered dragon scales on her stomach and breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the cannonade did not subside, and the bandits continued to fire at the car. Realizing that Lily had simply passed out, Lin said that he loved her very much. He then opened the trunk and laid her on the mattress behind the car so that she could not be injured anymore. He himself began to act and shouted to Leonard that he would soon go to his son. Then he pressed the gas pedal and knocked down several people, but they did not stop shooting. Soon he drove into the thug's car, causing an explosion. Soon the police and firefighters arrived at the scene and rushed to put out the fire. Leo himself was not inside the young master's car, which naturally raised questions. Most of the participants in the shootout were killed. They were Leonard's men? The news reported that a young cultivator had been attacked. The main character's friends, as well as Lily's sister, could not believe their eyes. Chase suddenly heard this news and went into a rage. No one knew where Lin had disappeared to. Alice hurried to inform Tim that Hux's father was among the dead. Adding that Leo's body was not at the scene of the fire, Pan was shocked by this turn of events. But they did find Lily, unconscious but alive. Nearby surveillance cameras were also checked, and they recorded the presence of the guy in the car, but no one knows where he went. The police sent his girlfriend to the hospital, where she recovered. However, Lily was in a terrible state, as she did not know where Lin was. Bobby, in turn, was crying over the death of his master, but Layla suddenly said that he was alive. The stunned dog asked where he was. Chu replied that she didn't know, but she hadn't received any notification about the arrival of a new soul. This meant that Leo was really alive, and she herself was extremely curious about what had happened to him. At that moment, the young man suddenly woke up in an unknown place. It was like a dream. After all, he was lying on a bed that was literally floating in the air, with an incredibly beautiful landscape around him. The teenager immediately began to look around, not understanding where he was. Suddenly, a girl appeared before him. She called herself an immortal spirit named Eve, and said that this was the land of moonlight. A shocked Lin asked why he was there and how he could get back. The stranger replied that for this he needed to become the master of this place. Unexpectedly, the main character asked her if he really got into the painting, since he saw her in the drawing. The young master continued to bombard Eva with incomprehensible questions and asked about Lily. However, the unknown person did not understand who they were talking about. Leo hurried to get out of bed. At the same time, the young cultivator was interested in how to become the new master of this land in order to get out. Finding himself completely naked, he asked her for a favor, and a moment later she returned his things to him, saying that he would have to overcome a very difficult test to return home. Curious, Lin asked what happened to those who failed the test. Ava replied that he would see everything with his own eyes. Then Leo asked the next question. What would happen if he refused the verification? The girl said that he would be here for 20 hours and that in 4 hours he would still be sent for testing. Realizing that he had no other choice, the guy finally agreed to try his luck. Eva snapped her fingers and the boy suddenly fell down. She also mentioned that the test consisted of 4 parts. Thus, he must complete the first task in order for the door to the second location to open. A moment later, a huge fish appeared in front of him. Lin didn't have time to do anything. As soon as he closed his eyes, the creature seemed to swallow him, and he found himself in a completely different place. Where he was on the bridge, there was boiling lava below, and there was little left to the goal. However, as soon as Leo started running across the bridge, the teenager felt some discomfort. After running a few more meters, his legs literally burst into flames, which was extremely painful. The young man began to think about how he could cross the bridge without melting. Suddenly, he saw in the distance the bodies of dead people who had failed the test. Realizing that he had virtually no chance of getting out alive, he asked Eve to stop the testing. But the young inhabitant of these lands replied that if he did not reach the final point, he would lose Lily forever. Naturally, he was not happy with this turn of events, and he decided to rip off part of his pants to wrap his legs with fabric. Having created cloth shoes for himself, the teenager rushed forward, crossing the lava bridge. However, his speed was significantly reduced, but at the same time he managed to move further. At one point, Lin suddenly twisted his leg and fell onto the burning bridge. His body immediately began to boil, hissing. The pain was truly unbearable. The main character hurried to his feet, experiencing not the most pleasant sensations. The young master also sprained his ankle, which became another obstacle. But even so, the young cultivator was not going to give up, realizing that he needed to return to Lily at any cost. But suddenly his cloth boots came unwound, which became a major problem. Leo, in turn, could only watch as they fell down into the boiling magma. The stunned guy was ready to give up, but the power of love did not allow him to do so. As he looked at the corpses again, an idea suddenly came to him. Running up to them, experiencing hellish pain, Lin hurried to take off their clothes, from which he made something similar to a parachute, tying the fabric to his arms and legs. Moreover, the strong gusts of wind were only to his advantage. It seemed that he was saved. Leo took a deep breath and jumped into the air, spreading his cloth wings. For some time, he actually managed to hover in the air, which was a joy. But at a certain point, the wind blew him to the side, and the teenager flew straight down. A terrified Lin tried his best to parry, and eventually succeeded. A couple of seconds later, the guy returned to the bridge, over which he was flying freely towards his target. An ecstatic Leo was already looking forward to meeting Lily. Believing that the test would soon be passed, gradually, the main character approached the passage to the next location. Before entering the cave, the teenager landed on the bridge and began to examine the dark gorge. Not understanding what awaited him in the next part of the testing, the unknown frightened him. But having collected his thoughts, Lin finally headed into the pitch darkness. Where he saw a certain lake in front of him, Leo rejoiced at the water like a child and moved forward. After drinking some water, he was suddenly deafened by a sharp and extremely loud sound. Lin immediately covered his ears with his hands, not understanding where this strange hum was coming from. The young master began to look around carefully, thinking that the sound was due to the water he had drunk. But it was unclear where he ended up and what the test itself consisted of. Since he didn't see any signs, the cave looked more like a labyrinth. Unexpectedly, the young cultivator discovered small streams of blood that led upward. Turning around, he saw a dead man, blood flowing from him straight into the lake. Suddenly, the main character felt ill, and he hurried back to the water to wash himself, after which he continued on his way, jumping across small islands. Having reached a certain place, Lin immediately began to look around. However, I found myself in exactly the same place where I had been before. Then Leo began to look for at least some clues in the cave. His gaze once again fell on the dead man. He tried to understand why the man had climbed in that direction and what he could have died from. Sitting down on the cold ground, the guy tried to concentrate as much as possible. To the sound of water dripping from the ceiling, Lin imagined his beloved. Suddenly, he discovered that the drops seemed to be beating out a melodic rhythm. Leo listened and realized that the sound was somehow moving away from him. He concluded that there might be an exit in that direction. From that moment on, the teenager began to treat this location somewhat differently. Imagining the cave as a musical instrument, a melody flowed among the chaotic drops. Without thinking twice, Lin rushed towards the sound of the water symphony, believing that this way he would find a way out. In doing so, he had to jump on one leg, using the other only as a backup. Because his ankle was swollen and it was extremely painful to use it as a support. After a certain amount of time, Leo finally reached the island where a wooden door was visible. The young man hurried to open it to move on to the next stage of the test. But as soon as the doors swung open, an unknown man pointed his spear at him. The teenager managed to dodge the attack, realizing that the further he went, the more difficult it would be for him to pass the test. The main character tried to find out who this stranger was and why he was attacking him. However, the guard had no intention of answering his questions and continued to behave aggressively. The young master once again began to dodge his slow blows. Suddenly, he dropped his spear and said that the boy couldn't get out of here. Adding that to do this, he needed to fight him in a fair duel. Dodging the attacks, the young cultivator once again urged him to calm down and discuss everything calmly. But as before, the stranger constantly tried to kill Lin, who in turn suddenly knocked him down. As a result, the wounded warrior fell to the ground, but again hastened to take up his weapon. Leo did not give up hope of calming the unknown fighter, but this was never crowned with success. The young man noticed that he couldn't even fight and could barely hold his spear. As the man reached for the weapon again, Lin broke it with a kick, but at that very moment he fell to the ground, experiencing incredible pain, as he had forgotten about his sprained ankle. The guard took advantage of the opportunity and tried to attack Leo again. The guy asked if the third part of the test was to defeat a wounded warrior, but he, as before, silently waged the battle, in which he never achieved success. As Lin easily repelled his attacks and carried out his own series of furious strikes, after which Leo again tried to get the stranger to talk. The warrior only said that he had to kill him. After all, he has been here for many years, but still has not been able to pass the test. He added that the Oirits were negotiating with his army, but in reality it was a diversionary tactic to attack. Stunned, Lin asked if he was talking about Tumu Fortress and was a representative of the Ming dynasty. The extremely surprised warrior asked him a counter-question. Does he know what state his army and emperor are in now? Leo said sadly that in fact, the fortress had fallen and the king had been taken prisoner. He also again urged him to calm down and said that he could tell him more details about the Ming dynasty. Finally, the guard stopped attacking him and said that he had been here for over 1,000 years. He also told a story about how he once lost a test and was left waiting for the next challenger, which in turn turned out to be Lin. But after all this time, he had not aged at all. A shocked Leo said that when he gets out of here, he will definitely complain to Eva. Suddenly, the Emperor's henchman grabbed the broken spear again and stood in front of the main character. Having declared that if he lost again, he would remain here forever, Lin urged him to find a way out together. The warrior sadly lowered his eyes and said that there was no point in this anymore, since his dynasty had fallen. Having thanked the young master, the fighter said that he did not intend to suffer any longer, after which he pierced himself with a spear. The young cultivator was horrified by his actions. The bleeding stranger said that someone was clearly waiting for him outside and that he should hurry. Then his eyes dimmed, he slowly died. Leo was stunned by this turn of events. A moment later, a portal appeared in the room. The teenager thanked the warrior for his help and set off on his way. The young man fearfully approached the magic door and abruptly jumped into the portal, after which he found himself inside a room where precious stones and gold were lying everywhere. For a moment, Lin thought that this treasure trove existed as a token of the test passed. But suddenly, another shining portal opened in front of him. Leo was surprised. Taking a closer look, he noticed Lily wandering on the other side. Naturally, the teenager immediately walked through the door, but appeared in a completely different place, where there was an endless number of similar magical portals. In one of them, he saw her again. Jumping from door to door, the young man could not catch his beloved, which drove him crazy because he could wander through the portals for so long. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Dr. Du was informed about Lily's sudden disappearance and was in shock, Ordering her subordinates to immediately set out to search for her, Lucy also rushed after them. The girl, in turn, went outside and walked off in an unknown direction along the road. At that moment, two strangers noticed the girl and rushed after her. The main character tried to catch up with Lily for a long time, but when he entered another portal, he saw her in another. It seemed to the young master that he would never be able to catch up with her, and that she would remain infinitely at a distance. But the young cultivator did not give up, continuing to diligently break through the magic gate. Moreover, he had no other choice. Lin shouted into the portal that he would definitely find her. At this time, the girl, as if not seeing the obstacles in the form of cars, walked out onto the roadway. Two thugs were also following her, clearly up to no good. Suddenly, one told his friend that they would give a lot of money for her. So they followed Lily, waiting for the moment when she would enter a deserted place. Chase in turn saw this and rushed to her aid, calling out to two bandits on the way. Naturally, the kidnappers recognized him, and the guy began to beat up the scum. Having knocked one of them out, the second bandit realized that he couldn't avoid a fight. As a result, he pulled out a knife and immediately began to threaten the self-confident Chase. However, at that moment, Will, who had been saved by Leo not long ago, came to his aid. The guy instantly pounced on the thug and started beating him up, and after dealing with him, he greeted Chase. From the side, Layla and Bobby watched everything that was happening. They were trying to figure out where Lin might be. Shu noted that the dog's owner was apparently a really good person and had helped many people. Noticing Lily, who came to the scene, they could not understand why she returned. The girl took her lover's protective amulet in her hands and looked at it carefully, after which she bowed her head down, as if she was praying. It was quite strange. Meanwhile, Leo continued to run through the magical gates, hoping to find her. Lily suddenly spoke up so that Lin would finally wake up and come back to her. The guy seemed to have gone crazy and suddenly heard his girlfriend's voice. A moment later, the teenager came to his senses and began to look around. However, he noticed that he couldn't breathe and hurried to pick up the phone. To get the necessary pill from the chat of his magical friends and ate it, he also noticed that the gold coins literally absorbed him. Like quicksand, Leo simply fell under the mountain of gold and tried to get out. But the treasures followed him, and it all seemed impossible to him. At this time, a certain monster suddenly awakened and followed the young man. The stranger said that Lin was 1 in a million, because he was able to pass all 3 tests, in connection with which he said that he would fulfill absolutely any wish of the teenager. Leo, in turn, asked what was going on here and where he was. For some unknown reason, the unknown creature ignored the protagonist's question, after which he once again called on the young master to decide on his desire. Suddenly, the young cultivator wished for goodness to reign throughout the world and for evil to disappear. But the little goblin refused his request, calling it absurd. Then he said that he needed to think carefully about his wish, or he would not pass the test. At the same time, he advised to wish for wealth and showed several gold coins. But Lin refused this idea. Then the demon said that he would die. At that moment, spears and swords rushed towards Leo. But the teenager continued to claim that the monster was trying to deceive him, and that if he wished to be rich, he would die. Suddenly, the teenager showed him human bones in a mountain of gold and asked if he wanted him to follow their example. The goblin smiled and said that they were too greedy and couldn't control themselves, unlike them, who had curbed their passions and remained with these treasures. At that moment, he took off his golden helmet. An extremely ugly demon stated that he had made a deal and was obliged to feed on human lives. But Lin was the first who did not want to get rich. He suddenly asked if the goblin was really an alien. For some reason, the monster ignored this question. Then Leo noted that he understood one thing. It's better not to touch this gold, because when he did, he almost lost his mind. But in fact, you can get something else instead. Suddenly, Lin picked up a gold coin. He started saying that it was literally consuming him, after which he laughed. The demon realized that it was a joke and asked how he could realize the truth so quickly. Leo stated that if he hadn't taken the life-extending pill, he would probably be dead by now. The goblin suddenly grabbed a few gold coins and said that in that case, he would give him some kind of surprise. A couple of seconds later, a huge monster appeared behind him, and the guard said that he would not pass the test. Lin continued to joke about him, saying that he now looked even more like an alien. The monster immediately rushed towards the guy trying to attack him, but the young man managed to jump back. Then Leo said that gold can really turn into whoever a person thinks of at that moment. The goblin confirmed his words and noted that the harder he was, the stronger the illusion would appear. He added that he had not become softer in 1,000 years, which meant that the young man did not have long to live. Suddenly, the demon behind him attacked Lin, firing some kind of magical beam at him. The guy immediately took the gold coin and said that most likely the monster had never known mutual love, which is capable of defeating anyone. Suddenly, a stream of magic flew into the protective barrier. The stunned goblin asked with a puzzled expression on his face how he managed to deflect such a powerful blow. A few seconds later, Wukong, the strongest man on Earth, appeared in front of him. Leo smiled ominously and declared that he now intended to destroy this illusory place. The monster once again rushed towards the protagonist and son, trying to kill them. Naturally, Wukong stood up to protect the young master and began to fight the demon. During the battle, the advantage was on the side of the young cultivator's assistant. At the same time, the goblin himself understood perfectly well that his beast would not last long. But Lin enjoyed what was happening. He stated that since Sun was his copy, it meant he also had a strong will. Thanking the alien, Leo said that he had helped him uncover the secret, and now the test had definitely been passed. However, the extremely stubborn monster continued to insist that he would not allow this to happen. Wukong, in turn, held back the ferocious monster quite successfully. Lin supported the god in every possible way and declared that he believed in his imminent victory. Suddenly, the beast once again generated a magic sphere, but Sun again held off the attack. Then he pulled a cloud of thunderbolts out of the enraged demon's mouth, after which he threw the sphere at the monster and it landed right in its mouth. Thus, it swallowed the magical clot. As a result, the mutant was simply torn to pieces, and its owner was in shock. A moment later, a huge amount of gold coins fell to the ground like hail. At that moment, Leo was overcome by an unknown magic. The teenager could not understand what it was. The bright light that emanated literally blinded him, and Lin instantly closed his eyes. Subsequently, Visha informed him of the reward, which became a treatise called The Hand That Gathers the Stars. The main character did not know what kind of book it was and what abilities it contained. A few seconds later, Eva appeared and congratulated the new owner of the lunar land. Leo, in turn, noted that this test really turned out to be difficult. The girl also said that now he is the only god of these lands and is free to do as he pleases. Lin immediately asked if he could bring his rivals back to life. Eva answered negatively. However, he could also summon their spirits. All he had to do was snap his fingers. At that very moment, Leo summoned the dead warrior, who was extremely surprised by his resurrection. The guy introduced himself as David and said that he would now protect his lands. Then the young man asked them to take care of these lands since he needed to return home. The teenager breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that now he would finally return to Lily. Meanwhile, Layla and Bobby watched the praying girl, thinking that her prayers would not help bring Lin back. However, a moment later, Leo suddenly appeared behind her, literally out of thin air. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. Realizing that not everything was so simple, Lily immediately turned around and saw her lover. The guy smiled sweetly. When asked why she had come there, the girl burst into tears and replied that she had been waiting for him, after which they hugged, and she began to ask him not to disappear again. Naturally, the young man promised her that he would never leave her alone again. Everyone continued to watch what was happening because their master had finally returned. Soon they all went home, where the protagonist told them the incredible story of his return. Chase believed him because the young master had done similar unimaginable things before. However, in the story, the young cultivator lied a bit about the mysterious immortal who saved him, after which everyone went home, and Lin thanked them for protecting Lily. Then he asked his beloved why she went to the scene of the incident. The girl showed him his amulet and said that he brought her there, and she also heard Leo's voice. It was really extremely strange. He never thought that the talisman would work like this. Turning around, the young man noticed Layla, who gestured that she was watching him closely. Lin understood that this inquisitive person would not leave him alone, and he needed to explain everything to her. Suddenly, Lily announced that she had run away from the hospital and needed to go back because her mother and sister were clearly worried. The guy himself went to the shopping center to buy a new phone. But at that moment, Sam suddenly appeared and called out to him, saying that he was rich and was buying a cheap mobile phone. Leo turned around and saw Juan standing in front of him with Carl, who was clearly surprised by such an unexpected meeting. The arrogant thug said that Lin was on his territory and that today would definitely be the end for him. He added that the shopping center belonged to his uncle and no one would interfere with him. Carl also began to claim that the man's dog had bitten him and he had to pay. A thoughtful Leo asked who they were and if they had met before. Naturally, Sam was outraged and ordered his ward to beat up this impudent fellow. Dodging the blow, Lin grabbed a nearby chair with a lightning-fast movement. Then he aimed it straight at the bandit's head. literally knocking the big guy out. At the same time, the young man used his new skill and was pleasantly surprised by its speed. The henchman became frightened and urged Juan not to bother him. But the self-confident thug declared that he was the only one. In addition, the store's security guards came to their aid and tried to find out what had happened. Hu's henchmen immediately took advantage of the opportunity and ordered them to capture the man. However, one of them turned out to be the same Peter's brother. Will also did not expect to see Leo. In connection with this, of course, I went over to his side and said that, if necessary, he would take off his uniform. An embittered Sam once again ordered to seize Lin and teach him a lesson. But instead, he got hit on the head with a chair by a guy, thereby breaking his glasses. The young man urged Juan not to be so arrogant and not to speak in such a tone with his friend. After a certain amount of time, a police patrol arrived at the shopping center. Entering inside, Alice asked what had happened and who had started the fight in the establishment. At that moment, she saw the main character among the beaten thugs. Sam immediately began to demand that law enforcement officers detain them. The bewildered girl said that they had been informed of a conflict involving the use of physical force. The young master stated that Juan had decided to compete with him but had lost. And Will, in turn, confirmed his words. But the thug continued to insist that he had not touched anyone, and Lin attacked him with his fists. A couple of minutes later, a stunned Gary ran up to them and asked what had happened. As soon as Sam saw him, he immediately ran to his uncle and began to beg him to help him. He said that a guy named Leo hit him for no reason and the police were slow in making an arrest. At that moment, their eyes met. And Gary, of course, recognized the teenager. Juan kept calming down and kept saying that now it was the end for Lin and his uncle would destroy him. However, the old man could not tolerate this and unexpectedly hit his nephew, after which he shouted that Leo helped get rid of the Who group and the Black Eagles, so he would not touch anyone without reason. Then, Gary pushed Sam out of the room, ordering him to keep his head down, and of course he asked the teenager for forgiveness, introducing himself as the owner of the shopping center. And since the conflict was settled, he hurried to take his leave and called on the guards to return to work. Worried, Alice asked Lin where he had been all this time, and the young man replied that it was too long a story. She also said that the Who group's jewelry would soon be put up for auction. The guy asked how much these things cost. The girl said about 200 million. Of course, this was too huge a sum, and Leo could not afford such luxury. After a certain time, they met Will again, but this time he was without his uniform. The teenager asked if Gary had fired him, and Peter's brother sadly replied that it was because of the fight at the mall. Lin, in turn, promised to find him another job since he lost it because of him. Leo understood perfectly well that he had to find the jewels by any means necessary. Sam constantly pestered his uncle, asking why he let him go so easily. Gary said that he single-handedly dealt with Hux's gang and his father, and also killed the Black Eagles. Besides, he is familiar with Dr. Du and Peng, so it is better for him to stay away from him. At this time, businesslike Michael finally returned home to his parents. A maid immediately came out to meet him, and Ye asked where his father was now. The woman said that his parents were sleeping, but the guy asked her to wake up the head of the family, as he had an urgent conversation with him. Realizing that while the Who gang is in disarray, there is an opportunity to take patronage over them. At that moment, Michael suddenly heard the maid's anxious voice and became nervous. Meanwhile, the main character returned home, where the pensive Layla was waiting for him. Chu immediately stated that she had a huge number of questions for him. However, the young master said that he would answer them after giving her the gift. Seeing the cell phone, the girl asked if he really hoped to bribe her. Lin replied that he had bought her a new gadget with apps and a video game, and Layla became interested. Soon, Chu was completely immersed in the virtual world and completely forgot about the young cultivator, which is what Leo ultimately wanted, for her to finally leave him alone with her questions. Suddenly, the teenager received a call from Du, who was sincerely happy about the boy's return. But Michael wanted to talk to him. He recalled their last meeting and said that he had one request for him. Since his parents have lost consciousness and there are only 3 days left, they need the help of a person like him. Of course, Lin agreed to bring them back to life if possible, so Michael sent a car for him. A moment later, a luxury sports car pulled up to the teenager, from which came out a man very similar to Ye, but it was clearly not him, which Leo immediately noticed. The stranger asked if the student really had the power to bring people back from the dead. The stunned young man said that he was not Michael, although he looked very much like him. The unknown man replied that he was actually his twin brother named Mark, adding that he had better save his parents or he would make him pay for humiliating Celia. Without thinking twice, Lin hit the impudent guy and almost broke his nose. The shocked guy couldn't believe that he dared to touch him. Leo immediately made it clear that if he really cared about his parents, he would take him to the hospital right away. A few seconds later, they finally made it to the hospital, where they were met by Michael and Dr. Du. The doctor said that their organs were failing, and they couldn't figure out what was causing it. Ye, in turn, began to say that he would pay him any amount of money, but Lin said that it was not about money and that he would naturally do everything possible. Soon they went to the patient's room, and Leo immediately felt something special. Using the ability of divine eyes, he began to examine them in more detail, after which he was able to see a certain red aura that was hovering right above them. The guy couldn't understand what it was connected with and assumed that it was some kind of death spirit. Mark, in turn, asked his brother if this student was definitely not a fraud, but Michael assured him that he could be trusted. Extremely worried, Du asked if he had found any ailment, but the young man confidently stated that they were not sick at all and that someone had cursed them. Naturally, Mark immediately began to say that this was complete nonsense and that this man should not be trusted. However, Michael said that the young master had saved many lives and he was not lying. The main character, in turn, decided to turn to his friends from WeChat for help. Walking into a separate room, the young cultivator instantly summoned Tegan and told him about this incident, where two patients were enveloped in a dark, bloody aura and their organs began to fail rapidly. Lee immediately replied that most likely someone had cursed them with blood and they had encountered evil. He also said that in order to cure the sick, it is necessary to pour jade water from a special pool on them. In connection with this, Lin turned to the fairy for help and asked for a small amount of water. The guy was immediately told that asking for something like that was an insult, since fairies were swimming in the pool. Leo rushed to explain the situation and wrote that water was necessary to heal people, but he was again misunderstood. As a result, the teenager decided to befriend the fairy of the jade pool. Having noticed that he had a rather strange hobby, Lin tried to explain everything to her. However, the girl asked for 100,000 points for the magic water, despite his good intentions to help people. The young man sadly replied that he did not have that many points, and the fairy in turn asked if he really wanted to get water for free. The teenager replied that he could offer something special instead. Having given her a face mask, he told her that she only had to apply it and then wash it off. The girl said that she just wanted to check his sincerity, but would gladly accept the gift. Then she gave him a container with jade water from the pool, which the guy was immensely happy about. Soon, Leo came out of the room in a good mood and said that he would now help Ye's parents. Surprised, Michael asked what he had in his hands, and Lin replied that he would see everything now, after which the young man went to the patient's room and hurried to begin the healing process. By splashing a small amount of water on the sick, a miracle actually occurred. What the doctors and their sons witnessed was truly incredible. Leo himself decided to check their condition with the help of divine eyes, and saw how the aura gradually disappeared. Du and Ye began to say that their vital signs had indeed returned to normal. The teenager breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that was the end of it. However, a moment later he saw red lightning begin to strike the patients. A shocked Lin couldn't believe that Tegan had lied to him. Michael was also horrified. Mark immediately rushed at Leo with his fists, asking what he had done to his parents, adding that he was right from the start because the student is not a qualified specialist. The young man understood his condition and decided to ask Lee how this could have happened, since it was unlikely that they had lied to him, and most likely something had gone wrong, but it had to be found out. In connection with this, he rushed back to his friends from the chat, promising that he would definitely find a solution to the problem. Mark, in turn, called his men and ordered them to find and kill a man named Lin. Michael insisted that he think about his parents because they would always have time to take revenge. But the guy began to blame his brother for everything, saying that it was he who brought this scum. Meanwhile, the protagonist went outside, trying to understand what could have gone wrong. The young master was literally beside himself, thinking that he shouldn't have agreed to this at all, because if he doesn't find a way to help them and they die, his reputation will be ruined. At that moment, he was overtaken by armed bandits sent by the embittered Mark. The young cultivator realized that he needed to go to a place where no one would find him, and he instantly disappeared. Everyone was in shock. At that very moment, he found himself on the lunar land, where he was seen by a surprised Eva. The girl asked what happened. Lin immediately told her what had happened. Unexpectedly, she said that she would try to help him, since she understood a little about the blood curse. Having told her all the details about the jade water, Eva concluded that it was a curse of fate, and most likely the person who did this closely linked his life with those he cursed. Then she told them that they needed to find and destroy the place where this curse was cast. The teenager immediately thanked her for her help and hurried to return to the human world. Finding that the thugs had left, Leo began to ponder over the girl's words. However, he did not know how to find the place where the filth was placed, because to do this it was necessary to find the person who did it. Lin decided to turn to Pan for help, who was glad to hear from his living friend. But at the same time, he reported that the boss ordered him to arrest the guy and began asking who Leo had crossed. The young man immediately hung up, but Tim immediately called him again and said that he would do everything possible to help him, especially since he didn't have an arrest warrant yet. Lin said he needed to find the man who was vomiting black blood. To the guy's surprise, Pan said that just recently a woman had died in her apartment, choking on dark blood. Worried, Leo hung up the phone and immediately called Du to inquire about Mr. and Mrs. Yi's condition. The doctor replied that the necessary equipment was supporting them, but there was very little time left, which meant there was a chance for salvation. However, Lin didn't understand where to start or what to do at all to save them. Suddenly, an idea came to him. To find the spirit of a dead person so that she would give him the object of the curse, he then decided to ask for help from the ghost eater Chu, believing that she would agree. Having called her, the guy immediately heard a refusal and began to beg her to help him, since people's lives were at stake. Layla stated that since he killed Hux, he has 100,000 points in his account, with which he can upgrade to a Soul Reaper and search for them on his own. Soon, Leo spent all his points on the upgrade and received a chain with the ghost hunter's clothes. The young man hurried to put on his Devourer uniform and grabbed the magic chain, realizing that now he will definitely succeed and all that remains is to find her soul. From Pan's words, the protagonist found out that the dead woman named Cherry lived 10 kilometers from this place. Suddenly, the young master noticed the pitch darkness he was in, realizing that this was how the Reapers worked. But since this was extremely unusual, the young cultivator used his divine eyes. As Lin walked down the alley, he saw a girl and thought that she would be frightened by his appearance. As a result, he hid around the corner and leaned against the wall, but suddenly fell through it. Then he remembered that soul guides really can. They pass through objects and are invisible to people. At the same time, Leo discovered another extremely important ability. He could fly. Having taken off from the ground, the young man instantly soared into the sky, experiencing incredible emotions. Lin became so engrossed in the process that he temporarily forgot about his mission. He soon refocused on the task and arrived at the scene, where Alice was already asking the landlord about the dead woman. The boy walked through the wall and began to listen attentively to the old man, who claimed that the old woman lived alone. At the same time, she could not go outside for several days and did various superstitious things. The police officer asked her assistants to send the body to a funeral home and look for her relatives. She also noticed a wall where many different photographs were attached. Suddenly, she and Leo saw a photo of Larry Ye and his wife, who were Mark and Michael's parents. Lin knew that in order to find out why she decided to die with them, he had to find her soul. Suddenly, an unknown object flew at the teenager, but he managed to dodge it. Turning around, the young man saw the ghost of a woman in front of him and said that Cherry apparently still cannot calm down. The vile soul of the deceased said that now she was more powerful, and he was not her equal. The guy continued to provoke her, saying that as a woman she was simply terrible, asking why she was so worried about her appearance, since it was obvious that she was disgusting right now. A maddened Cherry once again fired the lights of the Curse of Fate at him, but Leo once again dodged the attack. Following this, several more fire spheres followed him. Lin continued to dodge them. However, he almost fell into one of them and decided not to risk it. In connection with this, the teenager set up a magical barrier that literally absorbed all of the ghost's attacks. Then, with a lightning-fast movement, he threw the Soul Eater chain around Cherry's neck. Ordering her to surrender immediately, she was in no hurry to do so and tried to free herself. The protagonist again demanded that the soul of the mad woman surrender, asking where the object with which she cast a curse on innocent people was located, but Cherry screamed that in fact they were to blame for what happened, and there was no forgiveness for them. The young master decided to turn to the fairy again to get some more jade water from her. Having called her, he noticed her face, which was hidden by a mask. But the fairy said that she was not working. The young cultivator wondered if it was truly useless. Then why did the girl still use it? Unexpectedly, she offered joint cooperation on favorable terms, of course. Lin wanted to make money and agreed. Putting off the details of their collaboration, the young man again asked to borrow jade water from the pool. Finally, the fairy gave him water and said that she would wait for his call to discuss their work. Leo hurried to open the container with magical water and said that now Cherry would be more talkative. But when he turned to her, he discovered that she had somehow freed herself from his bonds. The stunned guy could not understand how she managed to do this. The woman's soul, in turn, hurried to hide. However, at that moment, he was grabbed by the suddenly appearing guide, who said that now it was the end for her and he would receive a good reward. All that was left was to deliver her to hell, but the teenager rushed to prevent her from being sent, claiming that this ghost was very important to him. The Soul Eater refused to give him Cherry. Lin continued to persuade him and said that he could offer something else in return. But that didn't work either. So Leo declared that he was Princess Chu's friend. The guide had heard that Layla had stayed in the human world with some guy, in connection with which he asked to prove the young man's words. The teenager hurried to call her on the phone. As soon as she picked up the phone, she immediately said that she was busy playing a game and he was distracting her. Then the Reaper confirmed the truth of Lin's words and agreed to give him the ghost. At the same time, he introduced himself as Shuqian and noted that they would definitely meet soon. The young man himself decided to explain to Cherry that if she was caught again, she would go to hell. Then he began to cleanse her, and she took on human form, thanking him for this. After which he asked where the object with which she cast the curse was located, but the woman did not understand what he was talking about, adding that someone had taken advantage of her and that she had never actually felt hatred towards anyone. She told about some Taoist priest who supposedly gave her a certain thing. He promised that if she put this item in her apartment and in Larry's room, he would come back to her again. But she didn't know that it would actually only ruin them. Leo asked what exactly he gave her. Cherry said she placed a small sakura tree in her home, and Larry, his son Mark and Celia, helped install the second one in their home. Lin then realized that he simply needed to destroy 2 cherry trees for the curse to be released. At the same time, Cherry asked him to save the Ye family because he did not want to harm them, after which she told the story of her love with Larry because they had been in love with each other since childhood. But their parents had a fight. By that time, it turned out that she was pregnant, but her mother and father insisted that Cherry have an abortion. And then Larry married another girl, and she was left to suffer alone. As a result, for 20 years she still has not found her love, and she also recently learned that she cannot have children and began to curse him, naively believing that his wife would soon leave him and he would return to her. But this did not happen. The main character promised that he would definitely save Ye's family and lift the curse from everyone. But Cherry also asked him to find the priest so that he would not harm them again in the future. Then the young master urged her to take him to this man to sort everything out. Soon they went to the Taoist minion's house and saw smoke billowing out of his window. The young cultivator ordered her to stay outside while he found out what happened there, after which Lin flew into the smoke-filled apartment of the divine servant, where an unknown man in a mask filled all the rooms with gasoline and set everything on fire. The stranger began to talk about how the boss had ordered the killing of the Taoist priest. Naturally, the old man began to beg him not to do this, saying that he would never tell his secrets to anyone. However, the hired killer simply ignored his pleas and rushed to finish the job. Leo immediately flew into him, trying to knock him down, but remembered that he couldn't do anything in this robe, so he lowered his clothes and took off his cap so that the killer could see his face. The perplexed killer asked if the guy was really a ghost. Lin replied that he was there to stop him, which eventually resulted in a fight between the two, in which of course the teenager won. The thug literally flew into the wall. Then the bandit suddenly coughed and hurried to take off his mask and glasses. Leo demanded that he immediately tell him about his patron, but instead the killer ate a poison pill, and after a couple of seconds he died. But the young man was not going to give up and resorted to his miraculous abilities. Taking the healing golden needle, the guy hurried to resurrect the unsociable killer. But when he came to his senses, he once again refused and put the gun to his head. Soon he pulled the trigger and died again. The Taoist priest was horrified by what was happening. Thus, the mercenary turned into a ghost. Lin instantly threw a robe over himself. Then he immediately threw a magic chain on him and thus bound him, having said that he would not run away from him, even if he found himself in the other dimension. The stunned thug couldn't believe his eyes, because the youth turned out to be both alive and dead at the same time. The shocked bandit asked if he was a man or a spirit. The protagonist replied that it didn't matter. But at that moment, the hired killer realized one thing, because he could turn into an evil spirit. Because he did a lot of bad things and will become an extremely powerful ghost, as a result, in the blink of an eye, he truly mutated into something terrifying. But the young master said that he had already killed demons stronger than him, and no one would help him. Taking a mouthful of jade water, the young cultivator spat it out straight into the thug's face, after which he hissed, and gradually returned to his human form. Finally, having acquired his usual appearance, he began to thank the guy for the cleansing. Lin smiled and said that this miraculous water could cleanse anyone of filth. But realizing that he had swallowed a couple of drops of it, the teenager became furious because fairies had previously bathed in it. Then the killer began to tell the whole truth, saying that he had never seen the boss in person and that he had notified him through messages, adding that the Taoist servant gave him a jar with a leech, which sucked the blood of their patron in order to cast a curse. But now, most likely, it burned, which made Leo furious again and asked the divine minion where this leech was. The old man said that most likely she had burned in the fire. Then the young man asked how he could remove this curse. The priest said that to do this, it was necessary to destroy 2 pots of sakura at the same time, and the leech probably left a mark on the boss's chest. At that moment, Lin called Du and asked him to pass the phone to Michael. As soon as Ye picked up the phone, the boy said that he had to trust him to save his parents, after which he asked to go to his father's room and find the pot with sakura, but not to tell anyone about their conversation. The young man himself went to Cherry to find a second specimen of the tree, but as soon as the teenager flew out into the street and approached the woman's house, he saw someone in a hood carrying a sakura in his hands. The main character could not understand who it was and why he was in such a hurry to steal the tree. Meanwhile, the unknown person placed the pot in the trunk of his motorcycle and drove off in the direction of the hospital. Leo, in turn, urged Cherry to go with him to the hospital. The woman agreed, as she wanted to see Larry. By that time, the stranger brought the tree to a certain man and gave it to him. Lin continued to follow them. They began to talk about Mark, who wanted to burn the cherry blossoms. Suddenly, they saw a young man, and he hurried to knock their heads together. Thus, the teenager was finally able to get the pot with the cursed tree. Arriving at the hospital with a sakura in his hands, Mark was stunned and pretended not to understand anything, in connection with which he asked why Leo brought this flower here and what was going on in general. The protagonist replied that there is nothing wrong with loving nature. At this point, Michael appeared and stated that he had not been able to find the bonsai. Seeing the sakura in Lin's hands, he asked how he got it. The young master said that it was a different flower, and the second one was stolen by someone for some reason, and that's why Ye didn't find it in his parents' house. Mark began to deny everything and say that he was talking nonsense. Naturally, the young cultivator said the opposite. A puzzled Michael asked the teenager what was going on. Leo urged Mark to finally confess that he was the one who put the curse on his parents, with the help of a Taoist servant. Of course, the guy continued to deny everything, saying that it was he who almost killed his old people. Then Lin said that he knew about Cherry, who was right now above his head. Shocked, Mark couldn't believe that the ghost of the dead woman was here. A stunned Michael asked Leo again if he was really telling the truth. The young man answered positively and stated that the second specimen of the tree was in his brother's possession. An embittered Ye ordered Mark to bring the sakura immediately, saying that there was no forgiveness for him. The teenager immediately called his people and demanded that they bring him a pot of flowers. A moment later, the trees were brought to them, and Lin declared that they were the ones that had become the transit of the curse, after which he poured jade water on them, and they instantly rotted, forming a black substance. The young man noted that this was a good result and the curse should disappear. After a couple of seconds, the parents suddenly opened their eyes, thereby regaining consciousness. Michael joyfully ran up to his father and mother. Dr. Du was literally speechless from such a miracle. Leo, in turn, apologized to Mark, because he ruined his plans in order to restore his reputation. But the guy continued to deny everything and said that these were just his assumptions, while Lin stated that he tried to kill his parents. Also, together with them, deal with Cherry, with the help of the priest, then make it look like he saved his parents and at the same time disgrace him. After all, he knew that Michael would ask him for help, but Mark claimed that he, on the contrary, asked to bring trees here to save the old people. Since he learned about this curse from the Taoist servant, at this moment Larry suddenly asked if Cherry had died. Leo replied that it was true, but he communicated with her ghost. Michael then said that Lin saved them, and that was the most important thing. He soon told a story about a leech that left a mark on the man who had cursed them. So he asked Mark to show him his chest. The guy continued to deny everything, but his father ordered him to take off his shirt, adding that the old man never trusted him and always avoided him, but he was his son. Suddenly, he lost his temper and started shouting that his father was going to leave the business to his brother, and he really had planned it all. Having never treated him like family, Larry abruptly ordered him to shut up. At this time, Cherry stabbed him in the back because he intended to kill her. This means he must pay for his actions, and now is the perfect time. The protagonist urged her to calm down, saying that she shouldn't do this. Everyone was in shock and couldn't understand what was happening to Mark, who simply started to choke. After all, there was no way they could see Cherry losing control of herself. The parents began to ask the young master to stop this immediately, because Mark could die. The young cultivator began to persuade her not to kill the guy, since she would go to hell, but she no longer cared. Leo continued to say that he would be put away for a long time, but for that, they needed solid evidence. An enraged Cherry said that the evidence was on his chest and there was nothing to talk about. Lin immediately used his divine eyes and unbuttoned a couple of buttons on Mark's shirt. However, he never saw this mark, which literally shocked the teenager. After saying that it wasn't really him who did it, the guy started smiling and talking about how the young man had made a mistake. And when he dies, everyone will blame him for the death. Then there will be no trace left of his reputation. Leo once again ordered Cherry to let Mark go, especially since they found out that he had nothing to do with it. However, the enraged woman continued to strangle the guy, stating that it was definitely he who wanted to kill her, but suddenly Larry's wife screamed that it was she who had planned it all. Everyone was simply stunned by such a statement and could not believe her confession. Then the woman sadly said that Mark had nothing to do with this. Beth then showed the mark on her body and stated that if Cherry got better, she could kill her, adding that in fact, all these 20 years Larry thought only about his old love and was not at all interested in her. And being a widow for so long was unbearable. And besides, he was constantly sending their joint money to Cherry. Larry said he transferred the money to her because there was a tragedy in her family and she didn't even know about it. At that moment, the distraught woman suddenly attacked Beth, starting to strangle her. Cherry said that she would take her with her to hell no matter what it cost her. Michael and Larry immediately rushed to her side, begging Lynn to help her immediately. The guy started saying that even if she killed her, she wouldn't achieve anything, but would only hurt someone close to her. However, Cherry was truly out of control as hatred overwhelmed her. At this time, Larry suddenly called her name, and the woman stopped for a moment. Michael's father began to apologize to her, saying that he should not have left her alone, but he had no right to hurt his wife. And even now, when he has a multi-million-dollar fortune, he is not happy. A stunned Cherry asked him if he was still thinking about her, but Larry didn't hear her. Then Leo asked him to say that he never forgot about her and always remembered his actions so that she would let Beth go. The man immediately rolled up the sleeve on his right arm and showed a tattoo he got when they were together. He added that he would never forget her, but he also had no right to betray his wife. Cherry suddenly burst into tears, realizing that he had indeed remembered her for 20 years. Lin hurried to the bathroom to change into his soul guide clothes. Upon returning, he said that he was obliged to accompany her on her final journey to give her the opportunity to be reborn. The woman suddenly began to thank him, declaring that she wanted to disappear forever. Larry, in turn, seemed to sense that Cherry was leaving and called out to her again. At the same time, he also began to sincerely ask her for forgiveness with tears in his eyes. She replied that everything was fine, and that now she could leave this world with peace of mind. Cherry soon disappeared, going to the underworld to be reborn. Larry screamed her name again, and suddenly his heart felt a strong squeeze. At the same time, he experienced a rather strange feeling that he could not describe in words. An extremely worried Michael ran to him, but his father asked him to go to his mother. Meanwhile, the main character looked around and discovered that Mark was nowhere to be found. Going into the next room, he found him. The guy behaved aggressively and demanded that Lin not dare to approach him. The young master stated that he should be the one holding a grudge against him since Ye had tried to set him up. However, Mark nervously said that he should not pretend to be a savior, at which moment his father suddenly hit him, saying that he was disgusting because he was willing to kill a man, not to mention his own father. Beth immediately called out to her husband, urging him to leave their son alone, because she had personally planned everything. After Cherry's disappearance, most of the participants in these proceedings forgot about her, including Leo. Finally, the young cultivator walked out of the hospital with a sense of accomplishment and took a deep breath of clean air. But suddenly Dr. Du approached him and began to thank the teenager. Lin asked if Yi's family squabbles would really affect the hospital's reputation that much. The doctor responded positively and once again expressed words of gratitude to the young man. Suddenly, Leo remembered his own family and decided to call them as soon as possible. The mother reported that the father was arguing with someone, and the surprised guy asked who exactly he was in conflict with. Then she told about Mr. Lee, who deceived people and bought their houses from them, but did not pay. So the father and his friends went to him to sort out the misunderstanding. But they have many connections, so people can't do anything. Lin said that he would definitely pick them up. He soon arrived at Lily's house, and Lucy asked where Leo had disappeared to, since they had talked about it on the news. The teenager immediately changed the subject of the conversation and showed the fruits he had bought for them. Naturally, they invited him to their home to have dinner with a friendly company. At that moment, Lily appeared and said that her father was getting much better. Lynn, in turn, decided to check his condition and asked how Mr. Liu was feeling. The head of the family replied that he was fine, because Leo had already brought him back from the dead twice. After a certain time, Lily came out and announced that dinner was ready. Soon they sat down at the table and discussed family affairs in a friendly atmosphere. After that, they went into the room where they could see beautiful fireworks from the window. Lin suddenly said that he realized one important thing. People who love each other should be inseparable. The girl smiled and noted that he had changed recently and become nice. At that moment, an explosion thundered on the horizon. Leo immediately covered Lily with his body. He also noticed an unknown person approaching them. The unknown man in the hat suddenly disappeared, leaving many questions behind. The main character could not understand whether it was magic or the art of ninjutsu. Naturally, the young master decided to look into this and urged Lily to stay at home. Meanwhile, the wedding turned into an apocalypse and people ran in different directions. Everything was engulfed in flames, and suddenly the bride's father was called by a bodyguard, who reported that the safe had been stolen, which sent the businessmen into a rage. At that moment, the wedding arch, consisting of a canopy with flowers, burst into flames, after which she began to fall straight onto the bride. But the young cultivator came to the rescue in time. As a result, he hit the arch and it flew to the side, thereby saving an influential man and his daughter. The stunned girl suddenly called him Superman, which surprised Lin greatly. However, later he even liked this title because no one had ever called him that. But at that moment, a piece of coal suddenly landed on his trouser leg, and the teenager rushed forward. Firefighters soon arrived at the scene and rushed to put out the fire. The businessman himself thanked Leo and noted that he was ready to give his daughter in marriage to him, especially since the groom had run away. But Lin politely refused, saying that he already had a girlfriend, and the man also mentioned something, from which Juan hastened to get rid. The guy asked what they were talking about. A couple of minutes later, the guards dug up a chest containing the strange object. It was a jade toad, which, according to the businessman, brought nothing but misfortune. He added that he was in the jade business and had bought it from a friend, but had since lost the car in the store, and now the wedding was going downhill. The safe containing the fake toad was stolen, while the original was buried in the ground, after which, Juan gave the statuette to Lin so that he could look at the item. With the help of divine eyes, the young man saw that she possessed inhuman strength, but what kind exactly was unknown to him. But as soon as he ordered the destruction of this thing, Leo asked to give this item to him. The bewildered old man noted that he could die from it because it brings bad luck. Thus, for only 5 million, the teenager acquired an unknown toad. Then he asked the WeChat experts about her, but no one could identify her. Which was strange enough, he then decided to go to the lands of the immortals. But as soon as he appeared in the lunar territory, lightning struck near him. A stunned Leo couldn't understand what was happening and turned around to see David tied up, as well as Eve, who for some unknown reason attacked him. Lin was perplexed. Upon seeing her master, the girl immediately stopped fighting and greeted him. The young man in turn asked why she was tormenting the guard, suggesting that he had offended her. But the girl said that she was testing his fighting abilities and concluded that he was extremely weak. The protagonist replied that David was just a spirit and could not leave here. Then Eva said that if he found a body without a soul, he could implant David into it. Then the young master asked if the same could be done to her. The young lady replied that she was sealed forever, adding that several thousand years ago, her mentor created this land with a writing brush, and thus gave her life. But after gaining freedom, she could not control her power and caused a disaster. Then the teacher installed a seal. The young cultivator in turn asked to look at her seal. Suddenly, Eva's bandages began to slide off of her. The warrior reported that it could not be removed by any magic or weapon and that it contained the power. She also said that if he really was the chosen one, he would be able to destroy her with just one touch. Lin, in turn, doubted, but still hesitantly extended his hand to Eve. At that moment, he was suddenly shocked by electricity, which was extremely painful. The blow was so strong that his clothes literally flew off. The girl noted that she had forgotten to tell him about an important point, because only immortal power could remove the seal. An embittered Leo instantly created new clothes for himself, realizing that Eva had deliberately staged this circus, after which he showed her the jade toad and asked if she knew what it was. The girl replied that most likely some ancient power was sealed within her, but she had never seen anything like it before. Eventually, they both came to the conclusion that this was some kind of key. Soon he returned to the human world and thought that he needed to deal with the hotel first, because at the moment no one knows anything about the jade thing. Meanwhile, someone was following Lin, but when he turned around, no one was there. The young man then asked the rabbit to buy some pills to lay the foundation. The girl replied that the pills were currently unavailable because their creator had committed a crime. He then asked if she had any martial arts books to give to her friend, but the young lady could not help him in any way, and he suddenly remembered Layla and hurried home. But as soon as Leo crossed the threshold of the house, he found her not alone, but with his recent acquaintance Qian. An embittered Chu began to say that as a guide of souls he had made a huge mistake. After all, he was supposed to report to the underworld, but instead the ghost dissipated without being reborn. And now he can stand trial. Lin asked if there really was a trial in that dimension. Ignoring his question, Layla immediately ordered Shai to grab the teenager. Bobby instantly increased in size and covered his owner, thereby preventing him from being harmed. Thus, the magic chain literally pierced the body of Leo's faithful dog. The stunned young man immediately burst into tears when he saw that the dog had stopped breathing. Qian, in turn, noted that they were not ghosts and that magical shackles would not work on them. Chu stated that she could not kill him, but would continue to closely monitor his every move. At this time, the dog smiled, saying that he was a great actor because Lin really believed in his death, which only angered the guy. The main character, in turn, hurried to the refrigerator to quench his thirst. However, Layla was bothered by the fact that the young master did not take his accusation seriously. The young cultivator noted that she had obviously arranged this circus on purpose, especially since if he was caught, she would have no one to install the games. At that moment, Leo allegedly read a news story about a new video game that became a real hit. Naturally, Chu immediately began to demand that he install it for her, but Lin decided to make a deal with her. Then he suddenly asked her if she knew Huang Feihong, and the girl said that he was a second-level clerk, after which he asked her for a book called Legs of Fury, and then he would install a new game. But Layla noticed that he was still in her debt, so the guy decided to give her another surprise. Showing Chu a huge TV with sophisticated audio and video systems, he also offered her a game console, and of course the new equipment impressed her. Eventually, she agreed to give him the much-needed book. She herself went to play video games while the young man began to read this treatise, realizing that he must give it to Chase, who is his loyal friend. However, when Leo called him, all he heard in response was a notification that the subscriber was out of range. It was strange enough that the teenager tried calling him again, but the result was the same, Lin in turn thought, not understanding where he could have disappeared to, after which he decided to call a friend to find out where Chase was, but his friend was also looking for him. He said that he had disappeared a couple of days ago and that the guy had gone with his family to look for him. Also, people close to him said that he had not had any work recently, and he accepted some kind of order. Without thinking twice, Leo called Shu and asked her to find Chase. Alice asked when he disappeared. The girl volunteered to help and called someone, claiming that she would definitely find him soon. After a certain amount of time, she actually achieved the desired result, and Lin went in search of it. He took Bobby with him so that the dog could track Chase by scent, and they soon arrived at the scene. A few minutes later, they were able to find his trail, but it was 2 days old. The stunned Alice in turn asked if he really understood what the dog was barking about. The young man replied that at times like these he relied on his intuition, hoping that Chase was okay. Soon they set off again to look for their friend. Bobby once again indicated the approximate location of the guy. Getting out of the car, they began to look around. Shu noticed that this was an extremely remote area. The main character began to get nervous, realizing that everything was not so simple. Suddenly, they came across traces of a car, after which they went further into the forest, where the unknown car's braking path led. Arriving at the lake, they saw Chase's overturned van. Leo hurried to the car. However, there was no one inside the car, and the young master continued to be nervous. Seeing numerous traces of blood, the young cultivator touched them. Then, using his abilities, he saw a picture of what happened as the wounded Chase got out of the van. He then rushed across the lake, with armed thugs chasing him. At the same time, they managed to wound him once again, but the guy continued to run. This was evidenced by the drops of blood on the sand near the water, which caused it to turn black. Extremely concerned, Alice said she would call for reinforcements, but Lin urged her not to. He added that he would definitely find it, but Zhu stood her ground and said that it was unsafe and that he could fall into a trap. However, Stubborn Leo said that they had absolutely no time and needed to continue searching. The policewoman noted that he shouldn't worry so much about the bandit, but the teenager objected because he was his friend. After walking a few more meters, Lin discovered traces of gunshots on one of the trees. Realizing that Chase was being chased and shot in the back, he did not give up. He was indeed quite a resilient and strong man, both spiritually and physically. In this, they were similar to him. Leo again used the skills and tracked his friend's further progress, where, practically at the edge of the cliff, the bandits caught up with him again and began to brutally beat him. He also discovered a huge trail of blood. Realizing that Chase was on the verge of death, the crazed thugs continued to mock him, inflicting the strongest blows. Then they decided to get rid of him completely and threw him off the cliff. Lin immediately threw on the guide's robe and hurried to jump into the cliff. He sincerely hoped that Chase was still alive and he could help him heal his wounds. Once at the bottom, the young man began to look around and saw him. Without thinking twice, Leo rushed to his aid and noticed that his leg was torn off. A bloodied Chase also saw his mentor and smiled at him with difficulty. The guy was shocked by his friend's condition, not understanding why they treated him like that. Then the friend told the main character what really happened, how he went to work to pick up another order and deliver it to the right place. The customer, of course, recognized him and handed him money for protection, as he had done before. But the guy did not take it, because now he is an ordinary driver and no longer intends to return to the criminal world. But at the same time, he very convincingly asked him to leave a positive review. Meanwhile, he was seen by two of the Who gang, of which there was practically nothing left. They began to make fun of him, saying that Lin had forced him to plow for pennies, and suggested that he come over to them under the protection of Huang. However, Chase made it clear that he no longer intended to return to his old life, and that the young cultivator was his mentor. Eventually, he chased the thugs away and they seemed to actually leave. Having soon delivered the goods, Chase received good money for the work done. Naturally, these were not the same amounts of money that he had received before, but he earned them honestly. As it turned out, someone had been following him all this time and saw where he was heading. Arriving at his girlfriend Wendy's home, the guy hurried to give her a gift. However, the girl did not approve of the cheap necklace and said that she was tired of counting pennies. As a result, she simply left him, saying that it would have been better if he had not gone over to the young master's side. At this point, he received a new order and went back to work as there really wasn't enough money. Arriving at the designated place, he met an unknown girl and asked if she was the one who called him about the order. The young lady smiled and replied that the goods were in another place. Chase said that he only goes to agreed-upon places. But since she insisted on her own, the guy decided not to create a conflict situation and agreed. Soon they arrived at this lake, which already seemed quite suspicious to Chase. A moment later, the stranger jumped out of the van. Then he realized that something was clearly wrong. At that moment, a car crashed into him at full speed. Subsequently, Chase's minibus overturned and ended up in the water. The wounded boy tried to escape through the broken window of his van. Armed bandits were already waiting for him, who said that he had destroyed their business and must die. The main character was shocked by what happened, realizing what horror his friend had to endure. Worried, Leo urged his friend to be patient for a little while. He figured out how to help him. At the same time, he said quite confidently that he would definitely save him, and everything would be fine. But after a couple of seconds, Chase suddenly lost consciousness, and Lin became nervous. After all, the injuries and fractures he received were not serious, and the severed leg had clearly already rotted. However, without wasting time, the young man hastened to ask his friends for help in WeChat, but Laojin couldn't help him. So the teenager wrote to Zhenren. But here too he failed. Finally, the only one who volunteered to help him was, naturally, the god's son. Wukong even agreed to pay for half of the lotus root that was supposed to save Chase. The guy in turn thanked him and said that he was in his debt again. But the protagonist didn't know how exactly the root was supposed to help Chase, and assumed that it simply needed to be placed next to his leg. However, nothing happened, so he again asked Zhenming how to restore the limb. Tai Yi replied that it was necessary to water the root, and the young master immediately ran to the lake. Taking some water in his hands and bringing it to the lotus root, he set to work. Within a couple of seconds, the root literally turned into a human limb, after which the young cultivator once again headed to the lake to consolidate the effect. At that moment, Chase suddenly came to his senses and called out to Lin. The guy turned around. A friend noticed that he had miraculously gained a leg, but it was covered in flowers. Leo replied that it was a lotus and asked how he felt. His friend said that everything was fine. The young man also said that the flowers on his leg would wither if they were not watered. and urged him to eat some wild fruits, adding that nothing could damage his limb now, not even spears and swords. Chase immediately began snacking on the fruit, realizing how incredible his mentor was. Lin then gave him a special technique called Legs of Fury. The friend was immensely happy about this and began to thank his teacher for his help. At the same time, Leo stated that he had fulfilled part of his promise, and now all that was left was to train hard. An ecstatic Chase noted that this was simply incredible and that he would become stronger now. The teenager said that he would definitely avenge him and that those responsible would be punished. For a long time until late in the evening, the guy practiced the learned skill. Having honed his ability to perfection, Chase has indeed become much stronger. With just one blow, he could cut down a thick tree trunk, which was simply unimaginable. He was as happy as a child at such a shocking result and constantly thanked Lin. Suddenly, Chase asked why he was progressing so quickly. Leo replied because it was a real book, adding that he shouldn't overdo it and that he had enough training for today. After some time, a rescue helicopter appeared in the sky with Shu inside. Alice in turn saw Lin and Chase. She breathed a sigh of relief and went down to them. Leo noted that she arrived quite quickly and they were finally saved. He also stated that upon their return they were obliged to take revenge on these thugs, and naturally Chase agreed. Soon the main character, his friend and a police officer went to his home, where he told the story of what happened. Zhu, in turn, said that the police would now deal with this. But Lin said that so much time had passed and they had not found anything. Alice replied that they had thrown all their efforts into finding these bandits, but all in vain. The young master noted that they had wounded his friend and he would not let it go so easily. But Zhu asked him to act without violence. Suddenly, someone called him. After answering the call, she found out that two of the group had disappeared without a trace. After Alice left, Chase began to say that they should take matters into their own hands and that he couldn't wait to destroy them. The young cultivator, in turn, called Michael and arranged a meeting with him. After a certain amount of time, Leo arrived at Ye's office and hurried inside, where he was met by a company employee who asked why he had come, assuming that the guy had decided to discuss cooperation, adding that their corporation deals with face masks and various cosmetics. Lin asked her for only one thing, that she tell Michael that Leo had come to meet him. The stunned girl immediately smiled, saying that they were from the same college and knew everything about him. At that moment, Bai approached them and ordered Eve to take up her direct duties, and he asked the young man to leave. But the teenager said he would like to collaborate with them because he has some miraculous face masks. Of course, the representative doubted the young man's words, but Lin argued with him about his own dismissal, after which, seeing the cleaning lady, the guy called her over to him to conduct an experiment. The woman said that she was already 50 years old and no mask would help, but Leo, as before, stood his ground. At that moment, Michael came out to them and said that he would vouch for this man and pay $1 million if the mask did not work. The young businessman also called on Bai to adhere to this agreement. Soon the woman put a mask on her face and began to wait for the effect. While Lin asked Yi about Mark, the guy replied that he hadn't shown up since that moment, but Leo insistently asked him to call his brother. A couple of minutes later, the old woman took off her mask, and the result literally shocked everyone. Because she looked about 30 years younger, which was simply incredible. Even Michael and his subordinates did not expect such an unimaginable effect from the mask. Lin also couldn't believe what had happened, because the fairy said that the mask could only take off up to 10 years. Meanwhile, the cleaning lady hurried to look at herself in the mirror and suddenly lost consciousness. Ye, in turn, hastened to fire Mr. Bai because he lost the bet. The fat man was simply stunned by this result, because he could not even imagine that everything would happen exactly like this. After which, Michael called Leo into his office, where they began to discuss the effect of the masks. Ye noted that it never ceased to amaze him, but the guy said that he only had 2 copies. The young entrepreneur said that people are willing to pay huge amounts of money for such masks. Lin asked how much exactly. Michael smiled and replied, $1 million. The teenager was extremely surprised by such a huge sum, but Ye claimed that rich people are willing to pay even more for youth, and if they cooperate, he will receive a good percentage of sales. Leo said that he does not understand anything about business, and 30% will be enough for him, and he, in turn, will try to get the necessary raw materials. At the same time, the main character also wanted to buy a hotel, which surprised Michael. The young master said that he was also thinking of borrowing some money from him, since at the moment he did not have the required amount. Then Ye said that he actually wanted to give him a gift anyway, since he had done a lot for him. So he bought this hotel in advance, including the car park. and now it all belongs to him. The young cultivator was shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Naturally, he thanked him. But Michael did it because the guy saved his parents, and they also discussed the mask business. In doing so, Ye replaced all the workers in the hotel, as they were Hu's servants. Unexpectedly, Lin wanted to hire Eva, who met him in the hall today. Michael agreed. In connection with this, he immediately called the girl and said that now she would work for Leo. The guy hurried to give her her salary in advance and declared that from now on, she would be his secretary and would take over the management of the hotel. He himself rushed into his new possessions. The stunned girl could not believe her happiness. Walking down the street to the hotel, the young man did not restrain his emotions, which was noticed by those around him. Thinking he was crazy, they started taking pictures of him, not understanding what was wrong with him. Finally reaching the luxury hotel, the teenager was met by the staff, who in turn greeted the new owner and bowed to him. Lin immediately organized a real celebration with fireworks in honor of such a significant event. He was as happy as a child, dancing in the hall and thinking that now life would get better. He also decided to tell Lily everything and appoint Chase as the main manager. But before that, Leo unexpectedly called Mark to talk to him about something. The guy was not very willing to talk to him, but they still found a common topic for discussion. Since the conversation turned to Juan's henchmen, Mark noted that he would not be able to cope with them. Even though his martial arts level was low, Lin still insisted on his own. So Ye gave him a tip, because he naively believed that during the fight, Leo would die and would no longer cause him trouble, stating that those guys were real thugs, and if they weren't stopped, they would take over the entire city. The teenager once again urged him to speak strictly to the point and tell where they were. Mark replied that they lived on a new street and kidnapped young girls to sell them abroad. Soon, Lin and Chase went to the indicated place, but did not find anyone suspicious. After waiting for a certain amount of time, nothing happened, and it was already midnight. Leo suddenly suggested that Chase should dress up as a woman and lure them out. But his friend pointed out that he didn't look like a girl. Adding that he looked more like a girl, the young man refused to change. At this point, Bobby interrupted them and said that he had a better idea. Chase was shocked by the talking dog. The dog, in turn, suggested that the two of them dress up as a girl, and he would supposedly save them. But in the end, the main character and his friend still dressed up as girls. Although they didn't look quite right, at that moment two drunks saw them. They subsequently followed the mysterious strangers, intending to meet them. Naturally, the young master and his friend noticed that unknown people were following them. One of them suddenly called out to them and suggested they take a little walk. But when Chase turned around in female form, the guy almost died of fear. Suddenly, both of them felt ill. The young cultivator clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Another noted that they looked disgusting and would be better off staying at home. In connection with this, they instantly rushed in the opposite direction from the girls with a specific appearance. Chase noted that they were just two drunks, and they definitely didn't belong to that group. Lin confidently stated that they should try to search for those scum further. At that moment, they saw a suspicious man and began to follow him. The guy entered the hotel, and after a while, he left it and walked further down the street. Realizing that he was clearly a local, Leo suggested asking him about the bandits. Having ambushed him around the corner, they suddenly emerged from the shadows and called out to the stranger. The puzzled young man asked what was wrong with her friend and why she looked so terrible. Lin immediately changed the subject and asked him to tell him where he could make some good money here. However, the stranger turned out to be not stupid and said that they did not look much like girls. Then Chase and Leo took more radical measures to get him to talk. He soon realized that they were looking for a new group that was operating in the area, and he began to tell that they were called Paradise and had already recruited half of the gangs. There were also rumors that they were trading people and that their leader was a man with superpowers. At the same time, they accept absolutely everyone who wants to join their organization, and not long ago one of the gangs decided to teach them a lesson. However, they never returned, so this group is indeed extremely powerful. Lin suggested that he pretend to be a slave trader and lead them straight to the organization's lair. But the young man refused this idea, saying that he was a law-abiding citizen, which of course was doubtful, because he was handing out suspicious business cards to people in the middle of the night. But it turned out that they were flyers for a certain cafe. The guy worked at this establishment and said that if they mentioned his name, they would get a discount. Then Leo and Chase decided to scare him once again so that he would finally take them to Paradise, which naturally worked. And soon he led them to an abandoned bomb shelter. Where this gang was located, the guy approached the door and knocked on it. A moment later, the bandit asked why he had come. The teenager said that he would like to join them and brought two girls. The thug, in turn, began to carefully examine the specific girls. At the same time, Lynn and her friend tried to create the appearance as much as possible that they were real women. It's worth noting that they had a hard time doing this, as Chase looked unconvincing. But after a couple of minutes, he finally opened the door, and they saw that the bandit was dressed like a knight, and he also had a sword with him. It was strange to say the least, but they were focused on rescuing the hostages. That's why they continued to pretend to be girls with low social responsibility. Walking further, they suddenly saw in front of them a luxurious castle, which was called Paradise. The main character, as well as his friend, were simply stunned by how beautiful it was inside. The thug, in turn, ordered the guy to untie the guests, since everyone is free in paradise, and he called on them to go to the others. Since his father was now giving a speech, the boy immediately untied the hands of the young master and his friend, after which they rushed closer to the stage, where an unknown man with a crown on his head spoke about freedom. All the people looked happy and listened to the words of the Pope, who claimed that the world was full of oppression and only here they were free. After all, in paradise there is no condemnation and everyone is equal, no matter what nationality they are or what their appearance is. And also everyone should accept each other as they really are. Suddenly, the leader of the organization saw two girls who had joined in during his speech. In this regard, he focused on them and called for them to free themselves from all prejudices and feel happy, adding that they were clearly being bullied in the outside world, but no one would dare do that here. An inspired Chase suddenly said that he liked it here and wanted to stay in paradise. Surprisingly, Lynn agreed with him. The young master began to look around and noticed that people really behaved freely and were constantly smiling. At this moment, his friend suddenly took off his wig and started dancing, and the young cultivator decided to support him. However, by doing so, they allowed themselves to be discovered, and two of the sect recognized him as Chase, realizing that the second one was clearly Leo, and they had probably come for revenge. At that moment, Dad suddenly said that today several more people would go to the Garden of Eden. People literally went crazy with joy. Some even decided to feel completely free and took off their clothes. The young man asked those around him what kind of place this was, and the locals began to claim that it was even better there than here. Soon, the father named the lucky ones who were fortunate enough to go to the Garden of Eden. At that very moment, the joyful people enthusiastically rushed off in an unknown direction. Others, on the contrary, were extremely upset that they were not selected for this trip. At this moment, one of the people from the bandit group approached Lynn, stating that his father wanted to talk to him. A joyful Chase urged his friend not to be afraid, as it was indeed fun here. Meanwhile, another ordered a certain girl named Phoenix to take care of Leo's friend. The young lady slowly moved towards Chase, removing her hood. It is worth noting that absolutely everyone present, except for the workers of paradise, had yellow eyes. This was a kind of hypnosis. Suddenly, Phoenix called out to the guy, and he asked if they had met before. The girl nodded her head approvingly. Then she suddenly took his hand and led him along, Chase silently following the stranger, which soon led him out of the hall and into a separate, no less beautiful room. The guy, in turn, noted that she reminded him of a girl who constantly played pranks on him as a child. She would hide the dead mouse around the corner in advance and lead him there to scare him. Phoenix asked why he kept falling for her tricks. Chase replied because she was just a child. But one day she was beaten to death because she was starving and stole food from people. Suddenly the girl leaned against him and said that he was so innocent and naive, adding that in reality women are treacherous and extremely dangerous. But he continued to trust them. A moment later she plunged the knife into his chest. It all happened too fast. As a result, Chase did not have time to react and fell to the ground unconscious. By that time, the main character was brought to the huge gates, to the room of Father Raya. The henchman immediately opened the doors for the young master and said that his father was waiting for him. Entering the spacious room, the young cultivator began to look around. Suddenly, the father declared that as soon as he got here, it became clear that he was an unusual person. But Lynn hastened to object to him, calling himself ordinary. But Dad could not be fooled. Who said that there is 1 in a million people like him and he has enormous potential, adding that he can actually penetrate people's minds and turn them into slaves? Having learned their secret desires, he makes everyone see the real paradise, and they become possessed. And he sells some to places from which they have no way of escaping. Leo in turn asked why he was telling him about this. At that moment, one of his father's henchmen suddenly attacked him with a sword. The guy was naturally prepared for such a development of events and began to act. As a result, with a lightning-fast movement, he knocked the blade out of the bandit's hands, after which he caught him. Everything happened incredibly quickly, and no one had time to understand anything. Soon, Lin pointed his sword straight at the Pope, who had no chance to dodge the attack. The blade instantly pierced the father's shoulder, but he did not act like a ruler and called the boss for help. Then Leo realized that this was just a puppet of the ruler of paradise, and that he had actually transferred his consciousness into another person. Suddenly, the thug behind him said that for some reason he couldn't get into his head. The young man said that this was because he did not want anything, because he already had everything. But the father said that he needed something that was in the possession of a man named Lin, and the teenager pretended not to understand what was being discussed. However, Dad was really not so simple and said that if he found his true body, he would answer all the questions. After he escaped, Leo realized that he needed the Jade Toad. But why was unknown? And if it weren't for the magical peach amulet, it would have taken over his mind too. A moment later, the beautiful castle turned into ruins and took on an extremely gloomy appearance. The young man then set out to find Chase, realizing that he was still under control. Running out of the room, he saw a horrifying picture. People were like animals and were eating human flesh. Lin was stunned by this turn of events and hastened to remove from control the guy who led them to Paradise's lair. With just one blow to the head, the boy woke up from hypnosis and threw away the piece of meat. At this time, Chase appeared at the right time and beat up the thugs. Leo's friend, in turn, asked the girl why she suddenly started helping him. Phoenix silently lowered her sad gaze, never answering his question. In fact, it was at that moment when she plunged the dagger into Chase's chest. Her father's minions thanked her, saying that they would definitely heal her grandmother. Then they hurried to saw the guy into pieces in order to feed his flesh to the captives. But suddenly, Phoenix said that they had no intention of helping her old lady and were only thinking about personal gain. A moment later, Chase came to his senses and stood in front of them, which completely shocked the bandits. At the same time, he pulled the handle of a knife without a blade from his chest, realizing that someone had done this on purpose. Upon seeing his old enemies, he immediately began to brutally beat them. Delivering his crushing blows, he sent them into a horizontal position in just a split second. He soon found himself lost in his memories, where he was friends with a girl who scared him with dead mice. It was she who gave him such a nickname, Chase. He in turn asked not to call him so as not to scare him anymore, after which they went together to steal food, since there was nothing to eat. However, the teenager was against this way of life and said that stealing was bad. She explained that she didn't like doing it either, but there was no other way out, since they would simply die. At sunset, they were sitting together on the top of the mountain, and suddenly she asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. Chase replied, perhaps an engineer or a doctor. She noted that these were pipe dreams. She herself wanted to gain financial independence so that she would not have to deny herself anything. The next time they went to steal food, it was the boy's turn. But he was afraid, but the feeling of hunger was stronger, and the boy dared to take this step. But as soon as he approached the table with food, the owner ran out of the house and began to beat him with a stick. The girl urged him to run away immediately as he could die and began to help him. By biting his attacker, she thereby gave her friend the opportunity to escape. But at the same time, she herself was hit on the head with a stick. The blow was so strong that she lost consciousness. A stunned Chase ran up to her and immediately brought her to her senses. The girl said that she was tired of being persecuted, and she just wants a normal life so that she doesn't have to steal anymore. However, after this she fainted again, and the guy took her loss very hard. And then the little child went off alone to beg for at least a little food for himself. But everyone chased him away and beat him up constantly, and he had to make his way like a homeless person. Winter was the hardest time. He found an old torn blanket in a dump and covered himself with it, thinking about his girlfriend. Time passed, and the boy grew up. But his lifestyle, of course, remained the same. One day, he took advantage of a moment when a salesman fell asleep at his workplace. As a result, Chase stole a couple of oranges and ate them with particular greed. Then he had to work for food for various criminals and engage in bad deeds. But as before, he had no other choice, because the teenager wanted to live. So sometimes the work was extremely cruel, and sometimes he even killed people. He eventually ended up in prison, and when he was released, he joined Hux's gang, who encouraged him to work hard to earn a lot of money and provide for himself. And soon he received an order from Hu to deal with a young cultivator named Lin. Chase thought it was another easy task and went in search of the young master. However, the main character turned out to be beyond his strength, and a friendship developed between them, because he wanted to learn martial arts and Leo was an expert in them. Then he even saved Chase, so the guy became indebted to him and promised to follow him. After all, No one had taken him seriously before, and he also wanted to become a worthy person, to finally get away from this criminal world, and only with Lin did he see such a possibility, in which he naturally made no mistake. Having embarked on the path of purification, Chase never regretted it. On the contrary, he perhaps felt happy for the first time in his life. At the same time, he vowed to always help Leo, and so far he has managed to do so. But the path to redemption turned out to be extremely difficult. Although it was worth continuing further, there were some similarities between the two worlds, though, as it was also necessary to beat people up. Only this time it was necessary to eliminate the bandits and criminals who took advantage of the weakness of others. Thus, Chase literally turned into a real hero and continued to carry this burden proudly. Therefore, it was extremely easy for him to deal with the henchmen of a certain father, who put innocent people into hypnosis in order to later get huge amounts of money for them. Chase, in turn, never ceased to amaze the bandits with his unique abilities, and his legs, with their special technique, became real weapons for killing. The thugs looked like pathetic scum compared to such an incredible guy. The criminals were shocked by his skills, realizing that they were no match for him. Chase continued to take advantage and defeat Dad's forces, delivering vicious blows with the fury of his legs that no one could follow to dodge the attack. It seemed like the guy was simply invincible and no one could defeat him in a fair fight. And even with such techniques, it was difficult to call it a fair battle. No matter how hard the thugs tried, they couldn't do anything to counter such power. The main character, in turn, also did not expect that Chase would reach such an incredible level. Phoenix watched the events unfold, realizing that he had become a true fighter. She just applauded her old friend with a smile on her face, feeling proud of him. Chase immediately thanked the young master, saying that this ability was simply amazing. The young cultivator reported that in fact, the father could penetrate a person's mind and literally make him his slave. Suddenly, the guy said that this girl helped him and she is a good person. By that time, another group of the Pope's henchmen had arrived. Naturally, the bandits intended to kill everyone, but they did not know what awaited them ahead. Lin asked his friend to take care of the prisoners, while he himself went to find the notorious father. Then Chase called on the young lady to show him the way to save the poor people. The girl noted that they should hurry, because if they were taken away, they would be sold to a place from where they would never return. But Leo said he had taken care of it and told Bobby to prevent the prisoners from being taken out. He also said that he would now plant a bug on one of them, so that the dog could track them. And after a few minutes, he discreetly attached the sensor to the hypnotized person, after which they were led towards the truck to finally be shipped and sold for good money. They, in turn, of course thought that an incredible life awaited them, and that life would soon change. Bobby naturally already saw the beacons on the tablet, realizing that the owner had thought of everything. However, now it remained to find a way to save all the hostages, which was quite a difficult task. Father's henchmen began to talk about how they would soon receive a lot of money for these scum. But suddenly, one of them wanted to go to the toilet and went into the bushes, where someone was already waiting for him. A moment later, the dog dealt him a powerful blow, thereby putting him into a deep sleep, after which he took off his clothes and hurried to change clothes in order to disguise himself. His accomplice urged his partner to hurry, because they should have already left. Bobby said that he would be there soon and, having collected his thoughts, moved towards the van. Chase, meanwhile, continued to brutally beat the bandits from the Rye group, which, in the end, he was quite successful in doing. They couldn't even pierce him with a sword. Not understanding whether he was a man at all or some kind of monster, suddenly one of them grabbed a machine gun and said that now he could not escape his fate. After starting to shoot, Chase immediately began to dodge the bullets, which completely shocked him. Thus, all the bullets immediately flew into the wall without injuring the guy. At that moment, another thug rushed to attack Phoenix. The girl did not have time to react. However, the lightning-fast Chase came to her aid in time and thus saved her. Calling her to stay close, the girl said that they should hurry and called her to follow her to show the way. The main character also did not sit idle and began to beat up one of the dad's henchmen, trying to find out from him where his father was now, but he remained silent. The young master grabbed him once again, pinned him against the wall, and ordered him to tell the truth. Suddenly, the same leader of the group possessed him and declared that he would never find him, adding that he is also able to erase people's memories so that no one will remember his true form. The young cultivator in turn said that when he found him, he would be finished. The gang leader replied that if Lin really found him, he would tell him all the secrets, adding that in fact the mysterious lands exist and the legends do not lie. He also managed to excavate the Nine, but suddenly a goblin's head appeared from the jug, and Leo, of course, paid attention to it. As a result, He hit the container. The stunned dad turned around and saw the young man. Surprised, she asked him how he dared to hit him. Also realizing that he had been discovered, the shocked leader of Paradise asked how Leo found him. Naturally, the teenager began to shake the jug, trying to push it out of the container. Then he asked what the 9 he had mentioned earlier meant, but the goblin remained silent. Then Lin threw the cup aside. Dad only said that he had not been able to get into his mind. The guy immediately showed him the peach tree talisman, adding that it was not from the unusual 9 but was very strong. Leo continued asking questions about this organization and the Jade Toad, but the little freak was in no hurry to let him in on his business. The teenager immediately stepped on him, saying that he would crush him now. Finally, the goblin stated that the unusual 9 consisted of very capable people who were scattered all over the world. An unknown voice called them to the east for the fruit of immortality and untold wealth. Then he found 4 masters. They started looking for the key, which is the Jade Toad, so it's better to give it to him. But Lin said that if he opened the tomb and a demon appeared instead of treasure, he would become an accomplice. However, the goblin argued that he had better listen, as his loved ones could be in danger. An enraged Leo said that he would kill anyone who tried to harm his family. Suddenly, someone bound him with flaming chains, literally immobilizing him. The stunned young man realized that there was someone here with unusual skills. At the same time, his hands began to become covered in fire, which was extremely painful. At this moment, the unknown man smiled and said that Lin clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Turning around, Leo saw the same guy who pretended to be a cafe worker and led them into the organization. He immediately threw away his sunglasses, and they also burst into flames. Then he turned into the same man in the red suit and hat, who set fire to the wedding, calling himself a fire puppet. After which, he ordered the young master to give up the Jade Toad in order to save his life. But the main character refused to do this, so he tore off the magic amulet and offered his dad to take his body. The gang leader agreed, stating that he had long wanted to acquire a stronger body. Soon, he released some evil spirit from himself, who said that he would soon take care of his friends. The young cultivator knew very well that he could do nothing to get out. A few seconds later, the ghost literally entered his body and Lin collapsed to the ground. The fiery servant immediately removed the fiery shackles from him, thereby freeing his father. After a certain time, he came to his senses in a new body, which he was immensely happy about. The guy asked if he liked Leo's body, and Dad turned around and replied that it was just gorgeous. Chase, meanwhile, continued to protect Phoenix and beat up the crazed cultists. Suddenly, the girl asked if his friend could definitely handle the leader of the group. And besides, he was not alone. The guy had absolute confidence in him and said that they would never defeat Lin. They soon dealt with all of the Pope's henchmen and proceeded to the next room. Once inside, they began to look around, but there was no one anywhere. However, as they went further, they suddenly came across several more thugs, who in turn put swords to the throats of the zombified people and ordered them to stand still, threatening to slit their throats if Chase or Phoenix moved. At this time, Bobby was inside the van, pretending to be one of the bandits, listening to hypnotized people who kept talking about the Garden of Eden. The guards called them scum, but you could get good money for them. The dog, in turn, tried not to react to what was happening and buried his face in the floor. But suddenly one of them said that he had gained weight after he returned. He also asked why his partner was silent the whole way, and suddenly another one said that he had a tail. Then Bobby realized that he had been exposed and began to act quite quickly. He began beating up members of the criminal organization, which caused a stir. The truck driver asked what they were doing there and why they were making such a noise. Bobby instantly threw off his hood, which completely scared all the thugs. After all, they thought he was some kind of monster, which resulted in the driver losing control on the bridge. As a result, everyone fell out of the back of the van from a great height straight into the water. The dog also didn't have time to grab hold and jumped into the river, which was quite an unexpected turn of events. Thus, the prisoners hit their heads and suddenly came to consciousness, not understanding where they were. Hearing the noise inside the truck, the bandit ordered them to shut up immediately. He himself decided to look down, naively believing that this monster was already dead. But in fact, Bobby survived and hurried to swim to the shore, although the current did everything it could to prevent this. However, after a couple of minutes, the dog finally grabbed onto the stone and found himself on dry land. He also pulled out one of the thugs who was unconscious. Climbing onto the bridge where the van was parked, Bobby saw the driver, and a gang member also noticed him. As a result, the frightened henchman of Raya immediately jumped off the bridge. Thus, the dog was able to save people and the task was successfully completed. Chase, meanwhile, was thinking about how to get out of this situation. A worried Phoenix asked him what they should do now, since they were about to be killed. Suddenly, the guy started taking off his shoes, which looked quite strange. He turned to her and asked her to close her eyes for a minute. The girl was perplexed, naively believing that he liked her and had special feelings for her. The thug asked him what he was up to, continuing to threaten the prisoner. Chase replied that he simply wanted to ease the tense atmosphere a little, after which he began to warm up and spin, as if he had decided to dance one last time. Naturally, the bandits considered him a madman who was planning something bad. A moment later, their hands and feet were bound by suddenly growing lotus flowers, which came from Chase's leg. Phoenix was shocked by what was happening. The guy said that these flowers are like her, because just like him, she took the wrong path. But now she decided to atone for her guilt, adding that they will remain as pure and beautiful as these lotuses. At this time, the fiery servant asked his patron whether he had finally transferred himself into the body of the youth. Dad replied that this teenager really did have a huge number of secrets. The henchman noted that he also wanted to know about them, but the father refused to reveal all his cards. Then he asked where the Jade Toad was. The leader of the gang, Raya, began to look for the answer to this question. And after a couple of minutes, he said that she was in a certain place, after which he snapped his fingers and disappeared. The stunned thug thought that Dad had simply run away, not wanting to share Lin's secrets. In fact, he went to the lunar lands where truly unimaginable landscapes opened up. Since childhood, he had dreamed of learning to fly, and his happiness knew no bounds. However, at that moment, Eva unexpectedly tied him up with her magical bandages. Then he hurried to remove the evil spirit from the body of his master, and the ghost immediately burst out, bitterly realizing that his new body was irretrievably gone from him and no longer belonged to him. The girl, in turn, confidently said that all outsiders must leave these lands. The main character was unconscious, and one of the flowers immediately collapsed. Of course, the stunned father began to declare that he was now the master, and she was obliged to obey him. Eva immediately ordered David to finally finish off this impudent fellow. The guy grabbed his spear and said that his duties included eliminating outsiders, adding that he had to do his job and therefore the evil spirit would die irreversibly. But as soon as he tried to cut off its head, the ghost split into several parts, stating that he would never be able to catch up with him and kill him, as soul-splitting was his main trump card, after which he rushed forward. Naturally, the guard followed him, intending to pierce him with a spear. At the same time, he noted that he had nowhere to run, because there was no way out of here. Soon, David used his magical powers to catch up with the spirit. At that moment, numerous spears were aimed at him like arrows, but since Dad once again used the soul split, he avoided the cultivator's attack. Ava, in turn, hastened to bring the owner to his senses, and he immediately opened his eyes. The girl noticed that he was possessed by some demon that had entered into him. Leo said that he had inadvertently fallen into a trap and had used his last strength to lure him here, adding that he should be more careful in the future, because if he lost his power, his loved ones would be in danger. Suddenly, Eva said that this happened by God's will, and he was definitely the chosen one. And when he finds out why God chose him, the guy will get answers to all his questions. Meanwhile, David continued to chase the ghost, but it was extremely fast. The father himself suggested that now he could use his control, in connection with which, he sharply turned to the warrior and made a grab. David instantly stopped in place. The evil spirit was delighted, naively believing that the young man was now under his influence. As a result, he created a place similar to his lair, where everything sparkled with bright light. He also began to generate several beauties who clung to David. Dad understood that now all that was left was to come up with a way to deal with the rest, to be able to get out of this place and return to the human world. But at that moment, people overtook him. They began to demand entertainment and other benefits from him. The stunned father could not understand what went wrong, because he did not create them. At this time, they began to turn into dead people and surround the leader of paradise. Soon there were even more of them, and they literally pounced on their patron. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do anything against such a number of zombies. As a result, the father simply disappeared into thin air, which he never expected. Eva noted that Lin had cleverly come up with the idea of pretending that he had managed to get David under control. Leo stated that he does not know the reason why God chose him, but he clearly desires justice. Soon the main character hurried back to deal with the puppet. The fire servant saw him and asked where he had been all this time. The young master replied that his patron had gone to the underworld, and the same thing awaited him, after which the young cultivator demanded that he give him the peach tree amulet. The fiery warrior showed him the talisman and said that he would never see it again. Then he began to attack him with his fire abilities. A moment later, huge streams of flame rushed towards Lin, but he dodged the blow. Soon the teenager hit the bowl with the dead goblin, which immediately exploded. However, the extremely agile henchman of the unusual nine also managed to dodge the attack, after which they fought again, where the advantage was clearly on Leo's side. The youth was faster and stronger enough to deal with the Fire Lord. At a certain moment, the guy took out the fairy's jade water and hurried to use it. By throwing some of it at the enemy, he thereby disoriented him during the battle, which eventually allowed him to snatch his amulet from the cultivator's hands. Claiming that it was water from the jade pool, the fiery servant became furious. Lin also said that he couldn't kill him because he needed the key. The Fire Master agreed with him and sent fiery spheres towards his friends. Chase instantly covered the frightened phoenix with his body and hurried out of the fire. The representative of the Nine himself stated that in less than a minute, the entire bunker would blow up. At the same time, his friends clearly won't be able to get out of here and will suffer a painful death. The people and the thugs continued to flee, but the fire followed them everywhere. Thus, several representatives of the Rai gang were burned alive in the hellish flames. Chase, in turn, tried to save innocent people and Phoenix by rushing into another room, where they were able to lock the door, but thereby found themselves in a dead end and did not know what to do. Leo said that even if he died, he still wouldn't get the key. The fire minion replied that he was not born like this. He had been tormented by a voice in his head for several years, but he could not understand this pain. After all, everyone goes to their goal as best they can, and even those who follow justice are sometimes forced to lose loved ones. Chase at this time tried to break through the wall to get out and save people, but he was unsuccessful. Phoenix said sadly that the only way out was the door they came through, and since she was engulfed in flames, they would inevitably suffocate in smoke. The guy silently sat down next to her. Holding hands, they began to wait for inevitable death. The girl suddenly began to lose consciousness. He looked around at the people, realizing that they couldn't get out of here and that this was the end. Leo, in turn, finally agreed to give the thug the key. If only he would stop all this. Bringing a chest with a jade toad to him, he asked him to save innocent people. The Fire Master felt that this was indeed the key and reached for it. But at that moment, law enforcement officers came to their aid. They knocked down the doors and Lin turned around, realizing that they were finally saved and it would all end. Rescuers hurried to find the hostages and free them, which was extremely timely. Chase and the captives were already losing consciousness from the smoke that filled the room. The police immediately entered their premises and hurried to take them out into the street. The stunned fire servant of the Nine could not understand what the police were doing here. In connection with this, he hurried to take the key and disappear. But as soon as he touched the box, it suddenly disappeared. The main character stated that he would keep it for himself and that it would never be his. A few seconds later, police officers burst in and ordered everyone to remain in their places. The thugs said that the young master was lucky today, but their next meeting would be his last, after which he broke through the ceiling and a huge slab fell on the Special Forces officers. The others opened fire on him, but the powerful magician managed to dodge the bullets. Then he used a flame barrier, which successfully absorbed all the damage. Lin instantly rushed towards the police officers and caught the concrete slab, thereby preventing it from crushing them. Soon the Fire Master disappeared, and law enforcement officers arrested the rest. They also saved a huge number of innocent people, but some refused to believe that Eden was not real. At the same time, the police also arrested Phoenix, even though she had gone over to the good side. But since she was in a gang, it was inevitable. Turning around, the girl thanked Chase. The guy, in turn, urged her to take care of herself and not to lose heart under any circumstances. Leo noted that he shouldn't worry about her so much, because the court would definitely take all the circumstances into account. Suddenly, Sue approached him and thanked him for his cooperation, because together they had dealt with an entire criminal organization. Lin hastened to report that this girl also helped them, and this should be taken into account. Alice asked who the leader of this gang was. Then the guy told her about mass control, but she was also interested in the land that the cultists were looking for. Suddenly, the young man asked her for some police officers to protect his family, as they were in danger. Shu, in turn, replied that she would do everything possible, but it would not be easy. At that moment, Mark called him and said that it was he who called the police to take away his body. Leo stated that he was still alive and his plan hadn't worked, but Ye noted that thanks to him the city was safe for now and hung up. The girl lying next to him said that he didn't hate him so much anymore. Mark said that Lin could really help him deal with the bandits, so he needed her. Finally, the teenager returned home, where Layla was already asleep and did not hear him arrive. Bobby was also very tired and began to take a short nap, but Leo could not calm down. Suddenly, he remembered his hotel and immediately grabbed his mobile phone. He called Chase and urged him to gather trusted people to work for him at the hotel. The young man also called the unemployed Will to provide him with a high-paying job. The next day, he began to tell them the conditions under which they would work at the hotel. The guy appointed Chase as the executive director and Will as the administrator, while Eva was his secretary. The rest were supposed to be responsible for the hotel's security for good money. Naturally, everyone agreed. Soon, the girl calculated the hotel's property in the form of a huge number of cars. Lin then ordered everyone to pick up their new cars and put on the appropriate uniforms. He also ordered to go to his hometown to finally pick up his family. Meanwhile, Leith was driving home in his car with Tina, talking about how she should win the singing competition, adding that he would soon send her to Mike and she would have to behave accordingly. And since he invested a lot of money in her, she will definitely become a star, and he will be her personal manager. However, the girl was not so positively disposed, which naturally he did not like. Suddenly, he heard a noise outside and looked out the window, where he saw the main character in a luxury car with a beauty. Leith was simply shocked by such an unexpected meeting, realizing that he was now rich. He also followed suit and turned his attention to Chase, who was driving a Jeep, and behind them there was a huge number of Mercedes C-Class, which made him silently envious. The guy, in turn, very politely asked Lin how he was doing. Tina completely lost all her mood and sadly leaned against the window, realizing who her ex had become. The young master ignored them and rushed off into the distance, which completely infuriated Leith, who couldn't believe that he had become so successful. Realizing that he should have joined his business a long time ago, seeing the state Tina was in, he became more aggressive, saying that she clearly wanted to go back to Leo. Finally, the girl couldn't take it anymore and simply ran out of the car, starting to sob like a child. Lily suddenly noticed that if she were still with him, she would be in her place. Lin, on the contrary, was grateful to fate that he met her, and said that he would soon introduce her to his parents. But the girl believed that they would not like her, and was very worried about this. The young cultivator hastened to calm her down and decided to lift her spirits. Turning up the music, they raced along the most beautiful fields to Leo's house. Singing their favorite songs, they rejoiced like children, which is called happiness. Soon they finally arrived home and the teenager happily ran into his house. However, what he saw literally shocked him. The young man could not understand what had happened here. Inside the house, everything was destroyed, as if it had been hit by an earthquake, and the mother and sister were sitting at the table. A few seconds later, the father appeared, looking quite miserable. Stunned, Lin immediately asked what was wrong with his hand and why the house was such a mess. The mother reported that Lee and the bandits had caused a pogrom and beaten up her father, forcing him to sell the house, adding that the neighbors had suffered the same fate. An embittered Leo instantly ordered Chase to go with him and kill the thug. At this time, Lily entered the house and greeted them, saying that he would definitely sort this out. The puzzled parents assumed that she was their son's friend and encouraged her to make herself at home. Meanwhile, the bulldozer continued to demolish people's houses, turning them into ruins. Naturally, everyone was against this, but the Lee family did not listen to anyone, providing evidence that some of them had personally sold their homes at low prices. However, people continued to rebel and claim that their living space had been taken away from them by force. The confident bandit said that if they were really that determined, they could sue them. Thus, senseless arguments dragged on between them, while their houses were brazenly destroyed before their eyes. One of them noted that wealth did not give them the right to behave like that. But the Lees had a different opinion. After that, we went to our luxurious mansion, absolutely calmly and naturally. At this time, Lin came to the aid of the people at the right time and began to restore justice. Grabbing one of the bulldozer drivers by the throat, he ordered him to stop immediately. James and Van went into the house and started eating, saying they had a great time. They also had a distant relative who knew martial arts and could solve all problems. Suddenly, James said that he was going to take a nap because he was very tired. But as soon as he left the room, the house shook as if an earthquake had occurred. The frightened businessmen immediately ran out into the street to find out what had happened, and they were simply stunned by what they saw, where a bulldozer was mercilessly destroying their beautiful mansion. They tried to somehow prevent this, but they failed. Because the protagonist ordered the driver to continue destroying the house, Chase noted that it was actually funny. Van and James ran up to the young master and began to say that it was better not to mess with them. But the young cultivator continued to lead the process, declaring that the house needed to be demolished. James tried to attack him, but the huge Chase did not allow it. Lee asked what he thought he was doing. Lin replied that he had demolished people's houses, so karma had caught up with him. But Wang said that he had bought the land. Naturally, the villagers approved of the guy's actions, realizing that by doing so he had made enemies for himself. Lee, in turn, said that his distant relative would soon take care of this. Then Leo revealed all his cards and said that Van had been in prison for several years. And then he illegally appropriated these lands for himself by bribing the people he needed. Naturally, the businessman began to deny everything, saying that he would sue him. People were shocked by such unexpected news about him. Remembering that he had really been absent for several years, Lee immediately declared that in that case he was obliged to buy this house from him, where each square meter cost 20,000. The guy immediately wrote a receipt stating that he had bought a mansion for 20 million yuan. Then he asked him to put his fingerprint on the document. Of course he refused, but the teenager forced him to do it and instantly grabbed his hand. Wang got scared. Lin aimed his brush at James's nose and thereby hit the servant, after which, having smeared his finger with blood, he left an imprint on the paper. He said that now he would know what it was like when someone forced him to do certain things. Meanwhile, armed men on motorcycles were visible on the horizon. It was Iron who asked Van what happened and why his house was destroyed. The villagers, in turn, hurried to head home, as they did not want to get involved with the bandits again. The thug immediately asked who dared to arrange this circus and destroy Mr. Lee's house. Leo confidently replied that it was his doing and began to chase away the dim-witted big guy, who immediately ordered his stupid henchmen to kill the teenager. Chase took off his glasses and said that he had been wanting to warm up for a long time, so he would be happy to take part in this. But unexpectedly, Tom and his friends came to their aid, which Lin was not very happy about, demanding that she immediately go home and not dare to stick her head out since it was not safe here. James ordered that Iron and his thugs would spare no one. At that moment, one of them rushed towards Leo's father and hastened to hit him with a baton. But the young man managed to substitute himself in time and pushed Tom away. A few seconds later, Lin's bodyguards arrived to their aid and hurried to help him. Eva also ran out of the car and ordered everyone to immediately mutilate these scum. Naturally, the newly minted hotel staff began to carry out her orders. The stunned villagers could not understand who they were and what they were doing there. The main character's father also asked who these frightening bandits were. A frightened James asked Iron if these were really his people, and the big guy answered in the negative. Will, in turn, once again ordered the guards to finish off these thugs, who turned out to be not one of the timid and also rushed into battle, sparing no effort. As a result, a massive, violent brawl began, where the forces were approximately equal. But at a certain point, the young master's bodyguards clearly began to prevail, beating up the overly arrogant and self-confident bandits of the big guy Iron, which he never expected. But even so, he naively believed that his people would cope. James and Van began to realize that at this rate, they would get to them. Will continued to demonstrate his abilities and thus eliminated several people. The young cultivator watched from the sidelines, enjoying what was happening. So far, his new guards have been dealing with Iron's forces with great success, and after some time, absolutely all the thugs were beaten unconscious. Then the brute decided to enter the fight to demonstrate his skills. Of course, Will wasn't afraid of him and bravely rushed towards the maddened big guy, who also did not stand still and began to scatter the bodyguards. None of Lin's men could do anything to him, as he seemed impenetrable. James and Lee felt relieved again and began to actively support him. Chase, in turn, pushed one of them aside and said that he would personally deal with him, after which he asked if he really was such a strong brute. Then they immediately set about finding out who was the strongest among them. But after a couple of minutes, both realized that they were roughly equal opponents, which only made the confrontation more interesting. But Iron didn't last long. At a certain point, Chase turned around and did not see his opponent. Verzila, meanwhile, jumped on his motorcycle with a swollen hand and said goodbye to Van. However, at the same time, police patrols suddenly appeared and blocked his way. They soon arrested Lee and James, and naturally Peng was at their head. Leo thanked him for his help, and Tim urged all residents to contact him next time. An extremely worried Tom ran up to his son and asked if he was okay. Lin replied that he was fine. Perplexed people began to ask him who these strangers were. The guy broke into a smile and declared that they were his bodyguards. Soon, the main character's employees drove a van to the house to move all the things, which is what they did for the next few hours. Lily, meanwhile, hurried to feed the young master and urged him not to get into trouble again. Suddenly, the young cultivator pretended to have a backache and asked her to give him a massage. He also said that he would like to move her parents to a hotel so that he could protect them. The girl promised that she would talk to them and try to convince them to move. Suddenly, Eva came up to them and said that everything was ready and they could leave. Lin, in turn, hurried his parents and sister who could not get ready. At the same time, Leo noted that now the village would be calm and no one would bother the residents anymore. Looking at his house, Tom said that it was hard for him to leave because he grew up in this place. Suddenly he remembered and said that he also needed to pick up one thing. Returning with a certain bag, he said that it belonged to his grandfather. A few minutes later, they finally left the village and set off for a new life. Lily noticed the sad boy and asked what was wrong. The young man replied that his grandfather left home when he was 7 years old, and since then they never saw each other again, and all searches were in vain. She decided to cheer up her lover a little. Having said that everything would definitely work out, at that moment they saw an airship in the sky. Lin noted that it would certainly be fun there, and that a huge number of famous singers would come. Soon they reached Leo's hotel, and his father asked if it really belonged to him. The teenager proudly replied that it was gorgeous, and Amy couldn't wait to take a look at its interior. Tom suddenly volunteered to be a security guard, but Lin said that he already had bodyguards. However, if he wants, he can become their boss to control discipline in the team. He also ordered Will to accompany the parents and place the guards in their places, while he himself took Lily home. At the same time, he needed to pack his things from the villa in order to finally move to the hotel. Meanwhile, Bobby was playing a video game with Lila and had no intention of giving in to her. Chu, in turn, had little success, which literally drove her crazy. Not understanding how she could possibly lose to some dog, in connection with this, she wanted to play again in order to have the opportunity to take revenge on him. But the dog began to make fun of her. Then she pretended to be a sweet creature and asked if he couldn't lose to a girl a couple of times. But Bobby refused to give in, which completely enraged the young lady. As a result, she tried to stick a cucumber in his eye. The frightened dog urged her not to do it, after which he began to pretend that he was in pain. But Chu noted that she could not touch him, and that he should end this circus. A couple of minutes later, Lin and Chase entered their room and greeted them. Leo immediately said that he needed to pack all his things and move to a hotel. But Layla refused this idea. Then the guy grabbed the game console and dragged it along with him, which of course influenced the decision of the Guide of Souls. He also said that he needed her to do one important thing for him. But the girl, as always, did not take this seriously. Lin urged her to listen to him calmly, asking her to help him protect his family because with so many superhumans he would simply go crazy. Soon the protagonist moved Lily's parents to a hotel and was even able to cure Grandma Phoenix. The young master also did everything to protect his loved ones from ill-wishers. Naturally, it will take a long time for everyone to get used to this kind of life. At this time, Lily and the young cultivator were relaxing on a yacht, and the girl decided to go for a swim. Having emerged to the surface, she noticed the sad teenager. She immediately asked him what he was thinking about. Lin replied that he was simply enjoying the view. But you can't fool a woman, because she can read a person's emotional state better than a man. Then Leo admitted that he promised her not to put his life in danger, but he couldn't do otherwise. Lily said that at first she was very nervous about this, but now she has even gotten used to it, because he will always come home. The guy smiled at her and thanked her for being there at all and for always understanding him. The only thing she asked was that the young man wait until the end of the competition. After a certain amount of time, Lin called Chase to discuss an important point. A friend came into the room and asked why he bought so many cigarettes. The teenager replied that he needed them, after which he decided to thank his divine friends from WeChat and gave Neji a carrot. He also had a special gift for Taegyuan, who was of course extremely grateful to him. Naturally, the young man presented the fairy with more face masks, and in return he asked her for jade water again. Then Leo finally lay down on the bed to rest a little, as he was very tired. But the peace did not last long, because he was disturbed by an old man from the South Pole. Lin hurried to answer the call and greeted him, and his grandfather was also glad to see him. He also asked if he had any cigarettes, since the Festival of the Peaches of Immortality was coming, and so he decided to use cigarettes, but he asked for 3,000 blocks. The young man volunteered to help him and took a symbolic payment in the form of 1,000 points. But the old man said that he was ready to pay 10,000 per block and gave a good advance. As a result, Leo received 1,000,000 points in his account, which made the teenager extremely happy. Naturally, the guy immediately spent 300,000 to increase the level of his abilities. However, most of the skills could not be improved, since everything depended on the probability of success. and luck left Lena that day. A moment later, someone knocked on his door, but the young man asked not to disturb him. The girl brazenly walked in and said that her favorite singer named Subi Chin was arriving today and she needed to go to the airport. A stunned Leo asked who she was, and it turned out to be his sister, but since Amy was wearing makeup, he didn't recognize her. The teenager said that there were bad rumors about him, that he allegedly sells people, but his sister denied everything. Because people are simply jealous of him, and that is why they made up such rumors. And journalists are also involved in this. Upon arrival, they saw that there was a huge number of girls who wanted to meet their idol. As soon as Chin came out to meet them, the girls simply went crazy and started shouting his name. Amy, in turn, was no exception, and also screamed at the top of her lungs. Subby only smiled in response. At that moment, one of the girls made her way through the fence towards him, but the guard suddenly hit her. The girl burst into tears, and of course Chin could not pass by her, holding out his hand to her, after which Sabi asked for forgiveness for the behavior of his bodyguards. The other young ladies naturally began to envy her and say that he was a real gentleman. The female representatives literally did not calm down for a minute. Amy, in turn, said that Chin was actually a good person. Suddenly, a woman appeared, introducing herself as Subby's manager, and said she would select 10 people for dinner with the singer, which created even more excitement, and the girls almost broke the fence. Soon, the young artist's assistant selected 9 girls for her client. As a result, some girls, not believing their luck, even lost consciousness. There was only one spot left, and she began to carefully examine all the applicants. Amy began to mentally beg for a chance to have dinner with her idol, and miraculously it worked, because soon the assistant chose her, which made the main character's sister incredibly happy. The young master himself began to wait for her outside, watching the joyful Amy with his eyes. The other young ladies were outraged by what happened, realizing that they were not so beautiful. Unexpectedly, the young cultivator saw Meng, but did not pay due attention to it. Meanwhile, Sabi went with his assistant to the hotel, who said that the girls were already waiting for him. Chin, in turn, called her to keep everything strictly confidential and for no one to know about anything. At this moment, he accidentally ran into Mark and began to insult him. But Meng was quick to defuse the situation and introduced Ye to the popular singer. Realizing the situation he was in, Subby rushed to apologize to Mark. However, Chin did not like this because he considered himself a Superman, before whom the crowds groveled. Then, gritting his teeth, he walked into the room where the ladies were waiting impatiently for him. Once inside, he apologized to them for the delay and smiled sweetly. The girls were simply delighted with such a cute and talented idol. Having ordered that more wine be brought to the young ladies, he took his royal place at the table, after which, raising his glass, he said that he actually had a toast. Everyone drank the wine with pleasure, but not Amy, whose parents forbade her from touching alcohol. Sabi, in turn, also began to drink the drink, smiling as always. A couple of minutes later, absolutely all the girls suddenly fell into a deep sleep. Then Chin ordered that his long-awaited guests be let in so that they could play with them a little. They turned out to be the city's largest businessmen named Juan and Donald with Jerry. Sabi noted that the girls' mobile phones were switched off and no one would help them. Wang immediately ran into the room and began to look at one of the girls, saying that he liked her. He added that Chin would definitely be rewarded for this and that he would soon become rich. The guy naively believed that this way he would become untouchable and doomed to success. But suddenly the assistant noticed that one of the victims was missing, which she reported to Sabi. The teenager became nervous, realizing that he needed to find her urgently, as this could end in failure. In fact, Amy, with tears in her eyes, actually managed to hide in the restroom. Meanwhile, the protagonist was outside, drinking coffee and thinking about Lily. At the same time, he remembered his sister, and he had a rather strange feeling. The young master decided to use the divine eyes to make sure she was okay, but he changed his mind, since spying on his sister was already beyond the pale. However, at that moment, some things started falling from the hotel, which was quite strange. Taking a closer look, the young cultivator recognized them as Amy's handbag and became furious. The girl continued to throw all the handy objects out of the window, so that at least someone would notice, which basically worked, because Lin was already flying to the hotel at full speed to save her. Meanwhile, manager Sabi checked the toilet and it was suddenly found to be locked. Then they realized that the girl had locked herself inside, and Chin began to persuade her to open the door. At that moment, the businessmen were calmly filming what was happening on their phones. Amy, in turn, was afraid of Subby, hoping that her brother would rush to her aid. Unexpectedly, the assistant found the key to the restroom and handed it to her client, who immediately took advantage of it and finally opened the door to the toilet. Entering inside, he broke into a sly grin and asked the girl to come to him. Leo, in turn, ran like crazy into the establishment, where security guards stood in his way. The guy instantly dealt them crushing blows and continued looking for his little sister. The teenager was on edge, and it seemed like no one could stop him from getting angry. Running through the corridors of the hotel, he kept shouting his sister's name, but she was nowhere to be found. Having knocked down one of the doors to the room, he hurried to run inside, but she was not there either. Having apologized for disturbing him, the young man flew out of the room and moved on. Then he ran into the next room, but didn't find Amy there either, after which he reached the next door, where, to my surprise, I discovered my old friend Celia, doing something rather interesting. The shocked girl began to chase him away, and the angry guy ran out of the room. After going through several hotel rooms, the young man still couldn't find Amy, which made him even more angry. Having run into the next room, the unknown girl managed to throw a towel over herself and chased him away. The enraged protagonist immediately continued on through the ill-fated place. After shouting her sister's name once again, the door suddenly opened and the stranger said that her name was Amy. Realizing that this was not his sister, an enraged Lin went on a further search for her. Suddenly, he remembered his ability, which he had forgotten in his anger, and immediately resorted to it. Seeing through the wall a rather fascinating scene involving the same main, he noticed his lotus tattoo, which he found strange. At a certain point, running up to the next floor, he finally heard Amy's voice, who was forced to drink wine so that she would lose consciousness for further games. Naturally, the girl resisted and tried to escape, but the manager continued to hold her back. A moment later, a furious Leo with bloodshot eyes ran into the room. He was followed by a puzzled Mark, who asked what was going on here. When he went inside, he saw an incredible picture where businessmen were simply mocking poor young ladies. The shocked old men immediately became nervous, believing that reporters had come to visit them. They hurried to escape, saying that after such humiliation, Sabby had no chance, and there was no longer any talk of any reward, which of course infuriated him. A stunned man became indignant, asking what Subby was doing and how he could allow such a thing. He also pounced with accusations on his assistant Sally, who pretended to be a poor lamb. Mark urged the protagonist to calm down and not kill anyone on his territory. However, the young master could no longer be stopped, since he was ready to do more than just kill for his sister. But as soon as the young cultivator moved towards them, Chin began to play the role of the victim. After hitting Sally several times, he declared that it was really her fault. No one could understand what was going on and why Sabby was acting like a crazy person. The guy himself stated that the manager ordered him to keep quiet and that it was actually her idea. Naturally, the stunned girl began to deny everything and replied that he had invented this circus. Chin began beating Sally again, repeating his version of what happened. A shocked man shouted that he was completely out of his mind to have done such a thing. Then Sabby lost his temper and shouted that they were all putting pressure on him, and he, like a driven horse, was working only for the benefit of others. After which he rushed towards Lin, intending to hit him. This was a fatal mistake, because Leo instantly grabbed his arm and started twisting it, which was extremely painful. At that moment, his tearful sister ran out to him and asked him to calm down. The young man smiled at her and urged her to close her eyes, which Amy did. Understanding why he asked her to do so, Chien continued to scream like a girl, saying that if he touched him, he would be finished. A moment later, Lin rained down blows of incredible force on him, making it clear that it was better not to mess with him. After which he threw it around the room like a rag, inflicting painful attacks. The beaten Sabby seemed like he wouldn't be able to withstand so many blows and would simply die. Mark noted that it was really better not to have any dealings with this man. Meng suddenly remembered him and began to say discontentedly that it was he who took his client away. Leo asked if he wanted to take revenge on him. The guy immediately stuttered and replied that he hadn't even thought about it, and that he actually wanted to pay him 100 million to forget about everything. An embittered Lin asked if he really looked like a man who needed money. Ye, in turn, asked him not to do anything stupid, since the competition could fail, and then Lily would not take part in it. The teenager agreed with him and said that after the event, Sabby was obliged to leave the city forever. Chin himself still hasn't come to his senses. Everyone doubts that he's even alive. Amy suddenly asked why her idol turned out to be such a person. Lin answered that he was driven by greed. Passing by Meng, Leo reminded him about the money, because he didn't force his tongue, and a man should be responsible for his words. The young man also said that since Amy's clothes were dirty, she should buy a new sweater. As he was leaving the room, Celia unexpectedly met him and invited him to have a drink with her. Of course, the guy rudely refused her. Then she hinted at connections that could influence the outcome of the competition. But a confident Lin declared that Lily would win it absolutely fair and square, without visiting the room of one of the judges, where Celia herself was located. At that moment, an upset unknown girl came out of the next room. After all, she naively believed that Leo was free, but it turned out that he already had a girlfriend. However, she still wasn't going to give up and wanted to find a way to charm him. Soon the main character and his extremely dissatisfied little sister finally went home. Suddenly, an unknown man with a katana in his hands appeared on their path. The young master, of course, noticed him. As a result, the young cultivator grabbed Amy and jumped out of the car with her at full speed. Thus, the assassin was unable to deliver the fatal blow to Lin. As a result, the car crashed into the wall and exploded. Leo covered his little sister with himself. Concerned, I asked if everything was okay with her, and the girl replied that she was fine. The guy himself didn't know who exactly it was and hurried to hide with his sister. However, the persistent killer appeared again. The teenager understood that he was too fast. Assuming he was one of the unusual 9, but Amy couldn't be transported to the Moonlands, the unknown warrior continued to intimidate him and demonstrate his abilities. The young man also understood that he had definitely come for the key and that action needed to be taken. But suddenly the ninja stopped abruptly, as if he was tired, which was quite strange. Meanwhile, Bobby volunteered to walk little Lucy home from school. The girl thanked him for this and noted that he was probably as lonely as she was. Suddenly, a bat appeared in the sky. The dog immediately started barking. Lucy asked what was going on. At that moment, the monster tried to jump on her, but Bobby pushed her away in time. The bewildered girl asked what had happened to him and why he had jumped on her head. The bat, in turn, grabbed the dog and dragged him away in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Lily and Lena's parents went outside to get some fresh air and enjoy nature, where they joined people for morning exercises, which they found to be quite an interesting activity. Suddenly, an extremely suspicious stranger moved towards them. Chase, who was nearby, urged her to stop and not do something stupid. At that moment, an unknown person dealt a powerful blow, but the guy managed to dodge. Lily, in turn, was studying vocals in a recording studio and did not suspect anything. When another stranger suddenly appeared, the guards immediately paid attention to her. She instantly grabbed one of them with her whip. Lily suddenly asked to let her through. At the same time, she ordered all the bodyguards to leave, which they were extremely surprised by. I tried to dissuade her, but the girl said that she was the one giving the orders here. The guard couldn't understand why the lady was behaving so strangely today. At that very moment, Lily asked the stranger if she was really one of the unusual ones. The unknown person noted that she was not as harmless as she was initially told. At the same time, she jokingly called her a leopard, but Leo's bride clarified that she was an extremely cute leopard. Meanwhile, the huge bat, along with Bobby, continued to fly to an unknown place. This monster was called Black Wind, and he declared that the dog had tried in vain to protect its owner, since soon they would all be finished. The dog replied that his teeth were not sharp enough to eat him, which surprised the demon. After all, he had never met a talking dog before, and suddenly Bobby increased in size. To make it much harder for the monster to carry him, he then struck Black Wind, who in turn urged the dog not to resist, but he continued to attack the demon. At this time, the Iron Lady named Lena demonstrated her power to chase. Having struck, she literally broke through the tree pole. The guy realized that he couldn't joke with her. The warrior then launched several more powerful attacks, but Chase easily dodged them. After which he hurried to show her his strength, but she turned out to have a steel body. Thus, he almost broke his arm without harming the self-confident lady, if she could be called that. Lily, in turn, asked Toxin what their true plan was. The girls said that if Lin gave them one thing, then no one would be hurt. The puzzled girl asked again why she didn't go to Leo then. Toxin said that others had already taken care of this, and that she should take care of herself. And a moment later, she aimed her poisonous whip at her. But Lily was not so simple. She instantly jumped back, passing the magical weapon of the Nine's minion. The extremely surprised warrior asked if she really knew martial arts. The girl noted that she had been studying kung fu for a long time, and that she would have to try hard to catch her. Toxin said that she had a very sharp tongue that needed to be shortened, after which she once again directed the whip at her, but suddenly it turned out to be a long snake. Lily caught her, and the poisonous creature tried to bite the girl, but she managed to dodge the attack. Then she pulled it, holding it in her hand and stepping on it with her foot, declaring that she was tired of playing with it. Shocked, Toxin asked if she was really from the Liu family. At this time, the main character continued to think about how to save his sister. Takazu stated that the young master had been extremely cruel to his men and must pay for it. The young cultivator understood perfectly well that he was here precisely because of the key. Suddenly, literally out of the fire, a fiery servant of the unusual nine appeared, who said that they met again. But this time no one would help him. The fiery servant remarked that it was extremely reckless of him to leave the hotel. At that moment, blood began to appear on Lin's shoulder and his sister became worried. But Leo said that he was completely fine and that soon this whole horror would end. Suddenly, Takazu attacked him again, causing another cut as the boy continued to cover Emi with his body. The Fire Master called on him to surrender immediately, as he was unable to do anything. Then the teenager finally took out the chest with the key and handed it to the cultivators, saying that if they really needed this jade toad, they could take it. The thug noted that he had made the only right decision, albeit belatedly. However, the sister unexpectedly snatched the box from her brother's hands and ran towards the edge of the bridge. The young man urged her not to do this because the consequences would be irreversible. But the girl continued to run forward, and naturally the ninja rushed after her, after which he drew his blades, intending to kill Amy. Lin was horrified, urging her to stop immediately before it was too late and she died. Meanwhile, Lily continued to confront the poisonous snake and its owner. She deftly dodged all the attacks, truly demonstrating incredible skills. Then the snake began to release poison, but the girl managed to jump back again, after which she grabbed her by the mouth so that she could not emit corrosive poison. Then she immediately dragged her to Toxin, which the warrior did not expect at all. She started waving the snake in front of her face with its mouth open so that it would bite her. The unusual Nine's minion dodged the young lady's attacks for a while. However, after that, Lily suddenly stepped on her foot and Toxin fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, she sprayed poison on her, which was extremely painful. Then she shoved the snake into her mouth, continuing to release a portion of poison, causing Toxin to shake. The bodyguards were simply shocked by the lady's incredible abilities. He started to compliment her and call her by name, which for some reason she didn't like. Suddenly, she ordered them to call her their queen, which was quite strange. Chase at this time was also confronted by the Steel Lady, who continued to press on him. The guy noted that if she didn't calm down, he would have to use all the forbidden techniques. Naturally, Lena ignored all his statements and again rushed into the attack, naively believing that he could do nothing to her iron body. Chase was able to surprise her. Having struck with her titanic leg, the girl finally experienced unbearable pain. Not understanding how this is possible and what this man's leg is made of, Chase, in turn, said that now he would definitely not stand on ceremony with her, after which he rushed towards Lena, striking with his magic leg. Plus, he was using a newly learned ability which only gave him more strength. However, to his surprise, the giant suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only golden dust. At this point, Bobby landed the bat, saying that he shouldn't have messed with its owner. Since Black Wind was tied hand and foot, he could think of nothing better to do than bite him. The dog was also quick to bite back, claiming that his teeth were much sharper. But suddenly, the monster broke free from his grip and flew into the air, screaming furiously that he had angered him. As a result, he used his skills and released a flock of bats towards him, ordering them to immediately deal with this dog and suck out all the blood. However, Bobby used a secret weapon that simply blew all the demons away. Subsequently, they instantly fell to the ground unconscious, which is what the dog wanted. Naturally, he was immensely happy about this. Black Wind did not expect such a development of events. Meanwhile, the main character and his sister were trying to escape and suddenly, everything around them froze. The young master looked around, finally convinced that everything was under the influence of control. Even the fire coming from Lin's burnt-out car literally froze. The young cultivator was stunned, realizing that he had succeeded after all. His eyes, like everyone else's, shone with a golden glow, which once again confirmed his version. Lily at this time discovered that Toxin had simply evaporated, as if she had never been there. Not understanding what had actually happened, Chu approached her at that moment. Layla, in turn, suggested that Leo was also in danger. Lin himself began to understand that when he mentally said the word stop, everything froze. Approaching Takazu, the boy realized that he really couldn't move. He couldn't understand how his dad's ability was passed on to him, and decided to try something. A moment later, a valley with mountains of gold and various treasures appeared before him. The fire servant and his friend began to jump for joy, believing that they had found themselves in the land of the immortals. Seeing a chest in front of them, they opened it and were surprised to find a jade key. While they were rejoicing, completely forgetting about him, Lin hurried to run away. Amy also urged her brother to take some gold, but he insisted on running away. Having moved away from the thugs to a certain distance, they instantly got out of control. The chest containing the jade toad immediately disappeared, and the bewildered cultivators could not understand where it had gone. Finally realizing that Leo had actually deceived them, they rushed towards him again. Then the teenager took them under his influence again, and they again began to see mountains of gold everywhere. The young man realized that when he moved away from them, the hypnosis stopped working. In connection with this, he began to think about what to do, because if he jumped off the bridge, Amy could get hurt. Besides, being in the water will make it more difficult for him to escape, and when they feel pain, they must wake up. Throwing them down was also dangerous. Because they would instantly wake up from their sleep, he then decided to create a scary illusion that would make them jump. After a couple of seconds, something frightening suddenly began to appear, but they could not understand what it was. Following them, some demons suddenly began to appear, and the minions of the Nine were terrified. As a result, a huge Wukong suddenly appeared before them. Naturally, they were terribly scared of the huge monkey, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Sun swung his stick, and they began to understand that he wanted to kill them. Finally, having dealt a powerful blow to the bridge, they made the right decision. And at that very moment, they rushed to save themselves, jumping from a great height into the water. The main character was immensely happy about this, realizing that his illusion had worked. As soon as they emerged from the water, they realized with bitterness that the young master had deceived them again. But at the same time, it was not clear to them how the young cultivator used his father's tricks. Takazu watched Lin walk away and sadly said that he had run away again. The fiery servant in turn noted that this would not last long, and that they would soon finish him off, sending him into a world of torment where he will no longer be able to do anything, much less use his techniques. Leo at this moment hurried to go to the lunar lands to heal. As soon as he found himself inside the parallel dimension, the wounds instantly healed. But the young man could only come here once a day, which was not very convenient. Lin breathed a sigh of relief and poured himself a glass of water, then visited WeChat. Leo immediately turned to Tigon and informed him that his son had a lotus tattoo. Lee was delighted and asked how his offspring's reincarnation was doing. The guy replied that he was fine and that he was from a rich family. The teenager also asked him for a weapon, but the old man noted that it would be better to ask Wukong about this. Lin said that he would not be able to use it even if Sun agreed to it. Tiguan decided to give him a secret blade called Skybreaker, but only for half an hour. A stunned Leo indignantly said that this was clearly not enough. Then he remembered that time in heaven was somewhat different from the human world. Therefore, on Earth this time would be equivalent to 2 weeks. The young man hastened to take out the elder's gift. A couple of seconds later, a huge, beautiful sword appeared in the room, literally hovering in the air. Of course, Lin decided to test him and began to swing the magic blade, after which he flew out of the window onto the street while standing on the gun itself. It was truly incredible, and the guy decided to take a little walk. At this time, Juan demonstrated the speed of his luxurious sports car on the city streets. To impress another beauty, which, overall, he really succeeded in doing, because the girl began to enthusiastically say that his car was simply incredible, Sam matter-of-factly stated that he had spent a lot of money to improve the car. But suddenly she noticed that some guy on a skateboard had overtaken him, and the stunned Juan couldn't believe it. After all, he was driving at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. But looking out the window, he personally saw this, and when he recognized the stranger as Lin, he was completely taken aback. Leo only smiled at him in response. Meanwhile, a pedestrian came out onto the road and was horrified by the car that was driving straight towards him. As a result, Sam turned off the road and flew into the water. The main character immediately flew into the sky. An enraged Juan could not believe that his incredible machine subsequently sank. The young master, in turn, soared through the sky absolutely calmly and naturally. At the same time, he felt an unimaginable surge of strength, which he never expected from a magic blade. Suddenly, a certain aura enveloped his body, placing the young cultivator in a sphere. Thus, having increased, Lin was finally able to break through to the first stage of Qi concentration, realizing that the sword helps him absorb energy and overcome the limit. Thus, Leo became lightning fast and strong. Realizing that he was in his best shape, the guy was so carried away by the game that he completely lost track of where he was flying. As a result, he almost crashed into a plane, but managed to dodge it in time. However, he suddenly lost his grip on the magic sword and fell off it, falling down. But he was lucky enough to get into the water, which was located in an amusement park. The sword in turn fell on the head of the dinosaur statue and cut off its head, which instantly rushed down straight at the people relaxing. The girl with the stroller only discovered at the last moment that a dinosaur's head was flying towards her. Emerging from the fountain, Lin immediately pointed the blade at him, thereby cutting off his head. As a result, it flew apart in different directions, and the frightened girl was saved. All the eyewitnesses were also perplexed, but the woman suddenly lost consciousness. Everyone started calling for doctors, but Leo understood that he had to be careful with this weapon, which possessed incredible power and was an unrivaled weapon in battle with the enemy. While no one was paying attention to him, the teenager hurried to hide. At this time, a misunderstanding occurred between the Jade Key hunters, where Black Wind began to blame the fire servant for everything, because he did not say that Lin's friends would be so strong. He, in turn, began to make fun of him, saying that he couldn't even handle a dog. The female half of the thugs remained completely silent, realizing that they could do nothing to counter them. Suddenly, Tao came out to them and said that in fact everything was not so bad. After all, Leo doesn't fully understand his father's powers, but soon they will be activated again. Black Wind, extremely indignant, asked why they would give this guy the opportunity to use his skills again. Tog stated that they had not slept properly for a long time. Toxin decided to clarify that for 17 years, they have not been able to get enough sleep, since the voice and visions in their sleep are unbearable. Then the monster realized that the teenager would also fall under the curse and would not be able to bear it. Late at night, everyone began to get some sleep, which was quite difficult to do. The minions of the Unusual Nine had great difficulty in sinking into a nightmare. Black Wind urged them not to sleep because he had been holding on for so many years. Because the curse sends them terrible dreams and their eyes turn red, they tried to relocate this disease in order to finally get rid of it once and for all. Meanwhile, the main character was also tormented by nightmares, not understanding what was happening to him. The young master's consciousness sank deeper and deeper into pitch darkness, where the guy wandered around some ruins and saw the fallen Unusual Nine. Their bodies were literally scattered everywhere as the young cultivator slowly advanced further. Suddenly he saw a shocking picture and instantly froze in place. In fact, Lin saw his own corpse, which left him in a state of shock. Raising his frightened gaze upward, Leo noticed a strange phenomenon. The houses were engulfed in flames and some strange worms. The atmosphere was extremely gloomy. At that moment, a burning Bobby ran past him, whom he could not help in any way. A moment later, the dog turned to ashes and Lin didn't understand what was happening at all. The unknown shoots began to shine, and suddenly thunder struck. It all looked very strange. Meanwhile, Leo's eyes began to fill with blood and suddenly the blood vessels burst. The worms in turn reached for the sky. The lightning did not subside for a minute. He began to feel unbearable pain coming from inside his body. Within a couple of seconds, he literally turned to stone and his head began to split into small pieces. Suddenly, the teenager woke up and screamed loudly into the void, wiping sweat from his forehead. After catching his breath, he realized that it was actually just a nightmare and everything was fine. At that moment, Lily ran up to him with Bobby and Chase, and they asked what had happened. The main character replied that he was fine and that he had just had a nightmare. The frightened girl looked at him and asked what was wrong with his eyes. At the same time, she asked her friend and the dog to go back to sleep while she stayed with Lin. Leo immediately removed his hand from his face, and she saw bloody eyes, not understanding what happened. The young man said that he had dreamed of something, and it was looking for 9 heads lost on the ground, adding that this monster wants to take away the power of the Unusual Nine in order to awaken. Then he realized that what they really wanted was to give the demon what he wanted, to end it all. But the worst thing is that the young master is now one of them, because he feels the same way. Lily called on the young cultivator to return the key to them so that this torment would end, but he refused. Then the girl said that he should kill the monster before he woke up. However, Lin stated that in his dream the monster had crushed his soul, and that was also not a solution. It was an extremely difficult choice to suffer from nightmares or risk defeating the demon. Suddenly he heard Tauga's voice and became frightened, not understanding what was happening to his consciousness. The servant of the Unusual Nine reported that he had a parasite in him that would help them communicate. Adding that they were now in the same boat, Leo asked why he had done all this. Then he began to tell a whole story, but the guy hurried him to get straight to the point. Tao said that Yang Jian had defeated the 9-headed serpent, but Ling doubted it. However, the master assured that he was actually alive, since nothing would have happened. but everyone thought that he had really died, and so they left his body in the water. Thus, the 10th head of the snake saved his life, and one day pirates went out to sea. The worm instantly transferred its soul into one of them, and he killed the entire team, taking all the treasures for himself. But since a person could not withstand such power, the monster decided to have 9 children and got married. Subsequently, their children grew up and also gave birth to several offspring who were unaware of each other's existence. But one day, because of nightmares and a demonic voice, they had to meet, and the snake dragged his body away and saved it, after which he built a tomb for himself, where he began to heal for several hundred years. And now he has cultivated and gained incredible strength. And even Wukong himself is no match for him. And if he finally awakens, then no one on Earth will be able to survive. So at the moment, they were literally at a dead end, and due to the curse, Lin was repeating Taoga's facial expressions. Suddenly, Lily interrupted him and said that while he was talking to himself, she had an idea to ask someone and the ordinary ones to open the passage. Then, the main character decided to entrust this difficult task to his friend. The young master also hastened to inquire where this place was located. Taug said that he would tell about it later, and the guy would come there with his friends. Suddenly, a bug crawled out of the young cultivator's nose. Leo immediately grabbed it and crushed it, assuming that this monk most likely left it on Takazu's blade. At the same time, Lin very earnestly asked Lily not to tell anyone about his departure. Soon the girls finally lay down in each other's arms to take a little nap, which he hadn't been able to do lately, as he needed to gain strength. The next day, he, Chase, and Bobby set off on a long journey. Naturally, Leo told him everything. Arriving at the designated place, they suddenly saw the unusual 9 ahead. Getting out of the car, the guy began to make fun of Lena, whom he had recently met in the park. The fire servant asked the teenager how he slept that night. The young man said he was in a bad mood due to lack of sleep and urged him to talk about his next steps. Taog, in turn, said that there was no point in introducing themselves since they already knew each other. Then Lin remembered that it was he who cursed the Ye family, but he pitied him. The old man confirmed his suspicions, noting that the guy, as always, had ruined everything. At this, he grabbed him by the clothes, but Taug urged him to calm down and beware of the bugs. Leo immediately let him go and asked where they needed to go. Soon they came to a certain coast. The extremely surprised protagonist asked what this place was and where they had come. The young master decided to take a closer look at everything and carefully examine the horizon. At the same time, the mountains seemed rather strange to him, and he used divine eyes. As a result, the young cultivator discovered that she was literally glowing with a negative aura. The old man said that this mountain was really unusual, and they had discovered this place a long time ago. And after hundreds of years, the village turned into the entire city of Jiangnan, which was simply amazing. Leo asked if the demon knew that the key was nearby all this time. Taug sighed heavily and said that he just wanted to finally end all of this. The guy turned to his friend and said he would have to do it. Chase said everything would be done in the best possible way. The old man called on the fire minion with Black Wind to find the entrance from above, adding that at 5 o'clock the yang energy would be at its peak. After a certain time, he asked Lin to prepare his friend, since the matter could not be delayed. He ordered the rest to find shelter further away to hide. Otherwise, the consequences could be extremely dire. Chase got into his jeep and said he was ready, but Leo asked him to wait a little, after which he threw him his magic blade, and his bewildered friend asked what it was. The young man, in turn, said that this would help him and urged him to be careful. His friend once again assured him that everything would be fine and headed towards the mountain. The flame servant ordered Black Wind to keep his distance while he cleared the way. He then began to fly closer and use echolocation waves. Having found an exit that was overgrown with grass, he informed his fiery partner about it, who in turn began to burn everything in order to have access to the mountain. Soon the fiery minion created a hole in the rock, burning many bushes in the process, so the entrance was finally open. But that was only the beginning. A couple of minutes later, Chase pulled up to the scene and hurried out of the car. Looking at the high mountain, he realized that it would not be so easy to climb it. After a certain amount of time, he still managed to cover several hundred meters. Having informed the main character of his success, he then continued to move forward. Walking through a stone tunnel, a slab suddenly rose up in front of him. Blackwind joyfully said that the entrance was finally open, and now all that was left was a small matter. Chase immediately shone his flashlight and told the young master that he was going inside. However, a moment later, a ball of flame rushed towards him at great speed, after which an explosion occurred. The young cultivator was furious. Knowing full well that his friend might not survive what happened, The stunned Black Wind asked the fire servant why he did this. The distraught thug replied that he actually wanted to awaken the nine-headed serpent. At that moment, Lena pounced on Leo, knocking him to the ground with one blow. Then the boy finally realized that his suspicions were confirmed and the old man had deceived him. Tog himself broke into a disgusting smile and thanked the teenager. They also all put on special helmets, and the monk said that he decided to play it safe and wake up the monster. Lin asked why they should do this, since it would mean the end of the whole world. The elder turned to Takazu and asked what he usually did with his powers. The ninja replied, "Kill." The guy kept saying that they were just afraid of losing their power. Taog was confident that if the demon was awakened, he would definitely protect them. And then they will become the greatest beings in this world, and no one will be able to stop them. Meanwhile, the fire servant decided to check if Leo's friend was alive. However, when he flew into the cave, Chase's body was nowhere to be found, which spoke to his incredible vitality. Lin smiled and said that he didn't really trust them, and that his friend would soon destroy the monster. The cultivator rushed into the coffin on the master's sword to finally eliminate the snake in the coffin. The enraged fire master rushed inside the cave to catch up with Chase. Blackwind realized that if he lost his powers, he would not be able to protect himself. In connection with this, he also rushed up the mountain, asking his partner to wait for him. Taog, who was completely distraught, said that he would always be on the side of the devil and was ready to drown in his sins. But seeing Lin's incredible strength, he was perplexed, because just recently he had been weak. Leo in turn grabbed the Iron Lady's hand and said that he would not allow them to do this, adding that he had read from the memories of the fiery servant about the rest of the unusual ones. And in fact, the thugs met other people, but they refused to join them. Lena immediately tried to attack the main character, but his strength was on another level. As a result, the young master struck her steel arm with his elbow, thus causing her extremely painful sensations. Everyone was shocked. The warrior instantly fell to the ground, clutching her broken arm. Then Tao and the others finally realized how strong the young cultivator was. Leo said that yesterday he broke through to the next stage of development and now they are not his opponents. However, the self-confident minions of the Unusual Nine still decided to give battle, realizing that he was not as simple as he seemed at first glance and was even able to defeat his father. But they didn't know what Lin's secret was. Suddenly, the old man saw a certain aura around him. But at the same time, they hoped that he would not be able to cope with four masters. What was their main mistake? The guy immediately took out his daggers and looked at them menacingly, after which he shouted that it was time to stop, and everyone froze in anticipation, not believing that he really had the power to do this. But nothing happened. The teenager, in turn, noted that in fact he did not have such an ability. Takazu immediately attacked him with his blades, which he was naturally prepared for. But even after improving, the young man understood that he was losing to the ninja in speed, so he needed to hurry up and deal with him before he could move on to the others. Lin instantly pointed his magic daggers into the sky. Taog still didn't understand what he was doing. Leo, in turn, immediately used the Gathering Stars technique. Afterwards, he aimed daggers at the thugs, but it didn't work, because they easily knocked away all the knives, not understanding what he was hoping for. But they didn't keep an eye on him at all, and the guy suddenly disappeared somewhere. Taog ordered everyone to spread out across the area to finally find the teenager. Meanwhile, the main character managed to put on the conductor's robe and become invisible, after which, as if from the shadows, he began to irritate the Unusual Nine with his tricks. The old man assumed that this was the work of the young master and perhaps he had placed some kind of curse on him. Since the young cultivator couldn't directly contact them, he could only play with their sixth sense, which is what he set about doing, and quite successfully because they simply did not know how to resist it. And as soon as Takazu dropped the weapon from his hands, Lin instantly threw off his robe, after which he carried out a powerful series of blows, thereby causing him considerable harm. As a result, the lightning ninja experienced extremely painful feelings. Then a huge rock literally flew in, which also caused him some damage. An angry Leo nervously said what kind of sister Amy and Jimmy were to him. Chase flew through several tunnels at this time and suddenly saw a bright light. Going inside, the guy discovered the very same tomb with snakes and was surprised. There was a huge amount of gold inside, which naturally impressed him. The numerous treasures on the ground literally illuminated the entire cave. Having flown on his sword a few more meters, he finally discovered the monster's coffin itself. In connection with this, Chase instantly got off the blade and took it in his hands, then headed towards the sarcophagus, sincerely hoping that now everything will finally be over and the demon will not awaken. However, Having made the necessary dichotomy, there was no one inside the coffin. Chase was stunned and couldn't understand how this was even possible and who took care of it. Having looked around, the guy still couldn't find the body of the nine-headed snake, supposing that after so much time it could have turned into ashes. At this point, Lin contacted him, but Chase, for some unknown reason, did not hear him. Leo continued to shout, but his friend, as before, did not get in touch. Suddenly, he discovered a pirate's hat and realized that they had captured a large ship. The protagonist mentally urged him to focus on the task and destroy the tomb. Seeing that the young master was distracted, Toxin tried to attack him with her snake. The young cultivator, in turn, grabbed Takazu's sword with a lightning-fast movement, after which, just as quickly, he cut the poisonous creature into 2 parts. Then it was the turn of the girl herself, at whom Lin directed the second sword. As a result, she collapsed to the ground unconscious. It seemed that half the job was done. But suddenly some insects crawled out of Takazu's sword and crawled under his skin. Leo couldn't understand what they were or where they came from in such numbers. Tog stated that he had poisoned everything he touched with bugs, and now he would be in trouble, adding that they would penetrate his heart in just a few seconds and the pain would become unbearable, which is what happened in the next few minutes. Lin literally couldn't do anything. The smiling old man noted that he would not allow him to die so easily, since he did not know all of his secrets. However, the effect was somewhat different, which left the monk perplexed. Meanwhile, Leo's head suddenly swelled to an incredible size, after which it exploded completely, and the insects flew out of it, heading straight for Tauga, who, in turn, did not expect such a development of events and stepped back. But then he tripped and fell to the ground, convulsively spreading his arms and legs, trying to throw the bugs off himself. At that moment, a completely unharmed and smiling teenager approached behind him. Lin immediately stated that he was actually in his imaginary world. Ever since he pretended to leave, that's when all the fun started. And Leo found out that he wanted to deliver it as soon as he got out of the car, after which he entered Taoga's head and created his own world, according to his plan, so that everything looked plausible. As a result, he literally became its prisoner, and everything that happened was just an illusion. At this point, he contacted Chase, but he reported that the snake's body was nowhere to be found. But he had found a lot of gold. Lin urged him to forget about him and continue searching for the nine-headed monster, and he also said that 2 thugs were heading his way. Then the guy threw away the gold and went wandering around the cave, trying to find the demon's corpse. Walking further, Chase unexpectedly discovered a stone statue of that very snake. He noticed the emerald that was inlaid into the demon's head. Meanwhile, the thugs of the Unusual Nine entered the tomb and began looking for him. Suddenly, Black Wind discovered that the coffin was destroyed and was horrified. The fire servant in turn saw Chase and ordered him not to touch anything, after which he rushed towards him, intending to kill him with the help of his abilities. However, the guy did not let himself be offended and began to wield the magic blade, claiming that they wanted to burn it and now must pay for their actions. But at that moment, Chase once again looked at the huge emerald on the statue and immediately attacked him, causing the stone to collapse, inside of which, like a mummy, was the ancestor of the Unusual Nine. The thugs were delighted by the fact that the monster was still unharmed, meaning they were saved. The fiery servant noted that now they would finally stop having nightmares, but they did not know how to wake him up. The Fire Master immediately rushed to his ancestor, saying that the 10th head was cured. He also intended to give him power to finally awaken the demon. However, Chase didn't let him do this, directing his furious attacks. The Flame Cultivator flew to the side, and Black Wind rushed to his aid. As a result, he exposed himself to a blow that turned out to be extremely painful. The representative of the Unusual Nine screamed in unbearable pain, declaring that this was his vow. His partner threatened Chase, saying that soon the ancestor would awaken from sleep and it would be the end of him. In connection with this, he immediately began to transfer power to his patron. By directing his magical flame straight at the nine-headed monster, he naively believed that he would become its loyal servant, and with it he will be even stronger to rule this world. But nothing happened. The bewildered thug could not understand why the ancestor did not awaken. As his strength gradually left him, he soon tried to end the process. But it was too late. The stunned Black Wind asked his partner what had happened to him. A moment later, he fell dead on the mountains of gold, which no one expected. The Nine's terrified henchman asked if he was really dead, not understanding how this could have happened at all, since Taug had not spoken of such consequences. Meanwhile, the ancestor's body began to glow with a bright light and he began to move. Soon the glow suddenly changed to a dark aura that hung in the air. Chase, like Black Wind, understood that something bad was about to happen. After a couple of seconds, the demon's body woke up from sleep, and he instantly opened his eyes. After he tried to free himself, Chase began to think about how to stop him. After all, if he really does come out of the coffin, it will be difficult to oppose him with anything. Black Wind continued to scream like crazy that this shouldn't have happened, adding that they were his descendants and he could not do this to them. Suddenly, the nine-headed monster suddenly burst into flames of fury. He then shot a flaming arrow straight at the bat, freezing it. The servant of the unusual nine called on him to stop this and let him go. A moment later, he simply exploded. Chase was shocked by this development of events. At that moment, the ferocious demon began to take on a more human appearance. Wings immediately began to sprout from his shoulders, as if he was taking away the strength of those who killed. Soon, flapping his wings, he flew into the sky, thereby finally freeing himself. Chase, in turn, understood perfectly well that he needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. As a result, he launched a magical attack at him using his blade. Declaring that he would not allow the 1,000-year-old monster to run amok here, assuming that the monster was scared, the boy continued to attack it furiously. However, the nine-headed demon began to evade the magic extremely skillfully. Then Chase decided to attack faster so that he wouldn't have the opportunity to avoid the blows. But at the same time, the ancestor of the unusual nine also aimed fiery arrows at him. The young master's friend easily neutralized the threat. But when he turned around, he did not see the monster. Realizing that it was actually just a diversion to escape, the nine-headed demon, in turn, immediately rushed towards the exit. At the same time, he struck the ceiling, thereby blocking the passage behind him with stones. Chase did not have time to get out and thus found himself trapped, which he quickly informed the main character about, that the snake was still able to escape from the tomb and absorb the powers of the minions of the unusual nine. At this moment, the young cultivator saw a 1,000-year-old monster flying in the sky. The nine-headed demon himself discovered the bodies of his predecessors and hurried to them. But when he landed, they suddenly disappeared, which made him think. Turning back, he also saw no one, not understanding how this was possible. At this time, the young master hid behind one of the trees, watching the snake. In fact, he once again used an illusion, and thereby hid the bodies of the unusual nine. And even though they were lying a couple of meters away from him, he could not find his servants. Lin had his own plan of action, which he hastened to put into practice. Leo intended to mentally attack him to destroy the monster's consciousness. As a result, he recreated the face of his worst enemy from stones, and the snake immediately retreated back. Thus, the stone golem began to act. But the demon could not believe what was happening. He asked if the nine-headed monster remembered who he really was. Naturally, the teenager understood that the 1,000-year-old ancestor recognized his enemy, which at that very moment emitted a magical stream into him, from which there was no escape. The stunned snake did not know what to do and once again began to retreat. Lin, in turn, continued to destroy the demon's spirit with the help of the stone puppet. Terrified, the nine-headed ancestor literally could not move, which is what Leo took advantage of. But the pain from the wounds left by Chase helped him return to normal in just a few seconds, which made the monster go berserk. At that moment, the stone warrior suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, he collapsed the illusion of the young man and saw the bodies of the unusual nine. In connection with this, he hastened to take away their power and immediately increased in size. Thus, the situation got completely out of control, and the guy began to think about what to do next. After all, the demon was filled with incredible power and became much more dangerous. Even his appearance changed. And without his magic blade, Lin simply couldn't do anything to the nine-headed snake. At this time, Che was trying to break through the rubble with the help of Sky Destroyer. He was extremely worried that the connection with the young cultivator had been cut off. Realizing that the young master was clearly in danger and needed to be saved, the main character, in turn, decided to avoid an unequal fight and tried to escape. Looking out from behind the tree, he did not find the monster standing behind him anywhere. Slowly turning his head, he came across an enraged 1,000-year-old demon. Realizing that now he had nowhere to go, and Chase still hadn't come to his aid with a sword, Lin hurried to ask his friends from WECHAT what to do, because he was attacked by a nine-headed snake. A moment later, he grabbed the young man by the neck and began to slowly squeeze it. The teenager managed to use the ability of the Gathering Stars, and Takazu's sword was aimed at the monster. However, he did absolutely nothing to help him, only bouncing off the demon's body. Then, the ancestor of the unusual nine began to deal fierce blows to Lin. Leo realized that he was filled with hatred because he decided to beat him, but he could instantly absorb the soul, guessing that Yang Jian's illusion most likely made him angry, and that's why he was acting like this. But unexpectedly, the guy still found the strength to answer the 1,000-year-old monster. He also began to launch powerful series of attacks into his body, but it seemed to do little harm to him. However, Lin continued to fight him fiercely, causing the ancestor to become even more angry. After some time, Leo ran out of steam, and the monster took advantage of this by starting to beat him. The guy understood that this was only 70% of the demon's power, and he clearly couldn't handle it. Suddenly, he grabbed the boy's hands, thus preventing him from attacking, after which he began to absorb all the energy from him, which was an extremely painful process. Lin realized that he didn't have long to live and would soon die. At that moment, he remembered Lily. His strength began to rapidly leave his exhausted body. But suddenly, a miracle happened. Although the main character lost energy, he did not die. Even the demon did not understand how this was possible, suggesting that his power might have been toxic, and that was what saved him from death. A couple of minutes later, Chase suddenly appeared with a sword and hurried towards him. The nine-headed serpent realized that it was better for him to flee, as the Sky Crusher was an extremely effective weapon. The young master took up the blade and launched lightning-fast attacks at the ancestor of the unusual nine. However, the young cultivator never achieved the desired result and the monster disappeared. Leo, meanwhile, was not in the best condition, and soon he became ill. He felt quite painful as he knelt down on one knee, but in order to be healed, he had to wait until the next day to enter the lunar lands. Chase, in turn, insisted on taking his mentor to the hospital, but Lin said that he had to be stopped before he reached populated areas. The 1,000-year-old serpent himself rushed into the city like a bullet, pursuing his goals. Seeing a metropolis looming on the horizon, he hung in the air for a moment. Carefully examining the area, he suddenly moved towards the city. People immediately saw an unknown entity in the sky, wondering what it was. The monster instantly dived and landed on the roof of one of the high-rise buildings. Although he recovered upon awakening, some of his memories were lost, and his vision was also obscured by his long hair, in connection with which he went downstairs and headed to the hairdresser. All the people were in shock, not understanding who he really is and why, as if he doesn't notice anyone. Walking inside, he silently pointed to his long hair. The barber, named Tony, was horrified. The guy's intuition told him that it would be better to quickly cut the unknown visitor's hair, at the same time without asking unnecessary questions, since the demon's appearance spoke for him. At that moment, the director of the establishment, her name was Xena, noticed him. Tony hurried to bring her a glass of water, and the girl, in turn, ordered him not to get underfoot, after which he returned back to the nine-headed snake, which he soon trimmed. But Xena kept distracting him, saying that he was not doing it professionally. Then she decided to meet an unknown person, but he was extremely silent. Suddenly, he abruptly stood up from his chair and headed towards the exit, which naturally angered her. Because he didn't pay for the haircut, having listed all the services, she demanded $6,500. The demon did not understand what they wanted from him, and then the leader ordered her guards to deal with him. At the same time, she declared that he now owed her $10 million, and the thugs immediately rushed towards the stranger. However, Tony reminded her that last time they had difficulty reaching an agreement with the journalists. At that moment, the 1,000-year-old monster suddenly summoned a snake that crawled out from under his hair. As a result, she immediately attacked Xena along with her minions. Soon, the ancestor of the unusual nine disappeared, and the barbershop staff could not understand what had happened. But the headmistress, like her guards, found that they could not speak. Their mouths seemed to disappear, emitting only an incomprehensible smoke. In fact, the demon did not want to kill them and thus decided to teach them a lesson, after which he again rushed into the sky, not understanding why this world had changed so much. He was indifferent to all beings and their intentions. He lived only by faith that one day he will overcome his destiny and finally become a true deity. This was the highest goal of all monsters of that time, and nothing has changed since then. And since he only had 7 of the 9 types of energy he needed, he wanted to get the other 2. In fact, the ancestor did not kill Leo only because he was a servant of the underworld. Otherwise, he would have been punished. However, fate would soon intertwine their lives again. But at the moment Lin was in the hospital, Dr. Du noted that the boy's condition was critical. Chase was extremely worried. He also asked the doctor not to tell his family about what happened, so as not to upset them, especially since they needed to finish what they started. but the doctor said that he would need at least a month to recover from such serious injuries. At that moment, Chu suddenly flew into the room and asked if they hadn't been able to defeat the snake. The upset boy replied that it was his fault, and he was unable to prevent the monster from escaping. Layla hastened to calm him down, saying that he was too strong and would not have been able to do anything to him. At the same time, it was unknown where the demon was, since there was no news of mass casualties. Then she told him that he was most likely concerned with overcoming fate in order to become a deity. Chase said they needed to stop him, but Chu said it was nearly impossible and they didn't have the strength to do it. He added that he apparently went to Jiangnan, since that was where the turbulent lake was located 1,000 years ago. But the guy continued to stand his ground, realizing that divine thunder was capable of destroying all life on Earth. Layla urged him not to go there because he would simply die, and asked him to leave it to her. Moreover, the young master had helped her not long ago, and she was obliged to repay him in kind. And since the nine-headed serpent was definitely going to take away the other two powers, she had to hurry. Chase suddenly offered to take the dog with them, but she said that Lin gave him some kind of pill yesterday, and he was still meditating. Soon, Chu decided to finally contact her father, as the matter was serious. She asked for his porcelain doll to give her a body. He noted that if she was hurt, Layla would also be hurt. The girl assured that she could handle it, because when she acquired physical flesh, her skills would improve. Thus, her father granted her what she wanted, and Chu was instantly transformed. Chase was shocked at how much the princess had changed. It was truly amazing. At that moment, she ordered her minions to follow her. The guy felt the incredible power of Layla's magic. He even got goosebumps all over his body. Turning around, he suddenly discovered a multitude of terrible ghosts behind him. Chu noted that these were the souls of those who were forbidden to reincarnate, after which she ordered some of them to turn into a bone carriage. But since there was only one seat, the princess called on Chase to hang on somewhere in the back. She then ordered to go to the nine-headed serpent to finally finish it off. The speed of the carriage was simply unimaginable. They flew into the sky like a bullet. Meanwhile, in one of the settlements, children were happily playing various games. But when they saw the boy who had come down for water again, they tried to drive him away. Because he was one of the unusual ones, when he got angry, his head became big. As a result, the children began throwing stones at him. The teenager did not understand why they were behaving this way, after which they ran away, realizing that now he would get angry again and start smashing everything. At that moment, a 1,000-year-old demon hovered above him, and the young man immediately turned around and saw him. Suddenly, the monster came down to him. The boy looked at him in bewilderment. Then, he suddenly lowered his eyes, afraid of the gaze of such a terrifying stranger. But the nine-headed ancestor decided to help him and teach the little hooligans a lesson. At this time, two snakes crawled out of his head and tried to release fire attacks. However, the young man put out his hand, thereby preventing them from causing harm, after which he knelt before the unknown demon, which struck the 1,000-year-old serpent. Suddenly, the monster slowly extended its hand towards him, and a bright cloud appeared. A moment later, he took away all the energy of the baby, who in turn did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he felt a sharp weakness in his body. His eyes immediately closed. As a result, the child lost consciousness and at that very moment collapsed to the ground. The ancestor of the unusual nine himself immediately rushed into the sky. Soon the young man came to his senses and looked at his hands, not understanding what had happened. Chu sadly said that they were late and he absorbed the baby's energy. Chase noticed that the kid was alive, but since they had absolutely no time, they went after the monster. After flying a few hundred meters more, Layla said that she felt his presence. Realizing that he had been here only recently, they set off again in his footsteps. After a certain time, they found themselves in an unknown place, which was located several thousand kilometers from the southern city. A young lady was driving her boss to a very important meeting, but there was a traffic jam on the bridge. In connection with this, the impatient old man began to blame his employee for everything. Finally, unable to bear the insults directed at her, she unexpectedly hit him. The stunned boss said that she had no right to behave like that. The girl herself could not understand what was happening to her today, and why she had this strange feeling. At that moment, the nine-headed demon hung over the car. Naturally, it paid attention to it. All the people in the traffic jam also could not understand what this phenomenon was. The frightened old man noticed that there was a man with wings outside the window. Suddenly, a 1,000-year-old ancestor landed on the road and walked towards their car. He immediately began calling the driver for help, but by that time she had disappeared without a trace. The businessman noticed that there was some kind of hole in the floor of the car and was perplexed. He immediately urged the demon not to come closer, saying that he knew martial arts, but he was absolutely not interested in him, because the snake was looking for the girl, who in turn realized that someone dared to awaken this monster. She also assumed that he had already collected all the necessary energy and therefore came for her. Suddenly, she saw a snake who used a special skill to find her. Once under the bridge, the young lady collected her thoughts and finally figured it out. Fire a magical beam at the snake, literally cutting it in half. The leader of the Unusual Nine instantly hid his wings, and they turned to ashes. It is worth noting that she had the magical ability of a cultivator since birth and could absorb absolutely everything. All this time she carefully hid it. But today, this ability came in handy for her, after which she hurried down to escape from the monster, realizing that by damaging one head, she has time to hide, since he needs to recover. At that moment, she suddenly saw one of the cars fly off the bridge. There were 2 children in it, and the girl was shocked by this turn of events. Suddenly, most of the cars just flew into the air. It was amazing. Realizing that he is doing this on purpose, he provokes her so that she will show up and save people. But she had a completely different plan of action, which she hastened to implement. By striking the trees with its beam, the cultivator thereby placed them under the falling cars so that they would survive. But at this time, a 1,000-year-old demon unexpectedly appeared behind her, which she didn't expect at all and tried to escape. But it was too late. Because the ancestor of the Unusual Nine managed to grab her with his snakes, suddenly thunder rumbled in the sky. The monster continued to hold the cultivator. The girl began to understand that she could no longer escape from his poisonous shackles. However, she still tried to fire her magic beam at him, which ricocheted off the wall and headed straight for the head of the 9-headed snake. Naively believing that this was the end for him and that she had cut off his head, the young lady laughed. But in reality, she was in a world of illusions, and the leader of the Unusual Nine was behind her. The demon, in turn, hastened to take away her last energy in order to be reborn as a deity. But it was at that moment that Layla and Chase took him down with the bone carriage. As a result, an explosion occurred, and people began to run in different directions, thus taking the cultivator away from the scene and leaving her unharmed. The stunned woman came to her senses, not understanding what was happening at all. Chu, in turn, was immensely happy that she had finally caught up with the monster, declaring that now he had nowhere to run and he would never become a deity. Meanwhile, the 1,000-year-old serpent hurried to his feet, not understanding who dared to stop him. Then he released a furious flame towards Layla, but the threat passed her by. Then the enraged demon once again unleashed magical attacks on her. But the princess successfully blocked all efforts of the 9-headed monster, saying that it was useless. At that moment, one of the snakes of the leader of the Unusual Nine sprayed poison into her face, which finally got her mad, and Chu said that he would soon find himself in the underworld, adding that her porcelain body was forged by Lao Jun's kiln and was capable of blocking attacks of all elements. The cultivator, meanwhile, realized what had happened when she found traces of a snake bite on her hand, which was how she ended up in the world of illusions. Chase, in turn, began to help people and began to free them from their cars. The frightened people looked up at the sky where the fierce battle was continuing, but the guy noted that they were just filming a movie. In order not to traumatize the psyche of the victims, the townspeople believed him and began to watch this performance. But suddenly the 1,000-year-old ancestor increased significantly in size. Brave Layla continued to resist him, releasing thunderbolts into his body. The snake demon swung his hand. He saw a stranger hovering a short distance away from him. The serpent swung his flaming fist and hit his opponent with all his might. The warrior raised her shield against him. The demon hovered above the houses. He launched bright pink lightning bolts at the people below. A bright explosion was heard on the ground. The blast wave blew a man and a car to the side. Layla was very scared in the car. She covered herself with her hand for protection because of the strong explosion. The demon turned around in surprise. He heard the warrior laugh loudly. The warrior launched a very strong shield of ghosts against the demon. The snake looked at his rival with displeasure. He got angry and prepared to attack her with blows from his hand. The demon pounded his hands with all his might and tried to break through the protective shield. The stranger looked through the shield at her opponent and shouted to the demon that he would not be able to break her defense. The snake screamed angrily and discontentedly. He prepared to continue attacking his rival. Fire appeared near his body. The warrior said to her opponent with displeasure that he was a half-finished demon. She herself was already at the stage of the Ghost King. The warrior swung her shield forward and sent small green ghosts against her opponent. Green ghosts with menacing faces flew in a whole group towards the snake. The demon looked at him in fear and noticed a huge number of small green heads flying towards him. Small menacing green balls flew at full speed towards the demon and began to crash into him. There was a very strong and powerful explosion. The snake was thrown far back in the green light. The kite crashed into a building after its flight. There was a blue fog around it. The warrior looked at her opponent and said that the demon had become small again. This saved most of the explosions. The girl was flying surrounded by her little green ghosts. She shouted to her rival that there were hundreds of thousands of demonic slaves left on this earth. She wondered how long the snake could hold out. The beaten demon lay on the ground. Around him were the ruins. Nearby in the sky hovered a warrior surrounded by green ghosts. The snake felt his strength returning and he jumped to his feet. The fighter's body began to grow and expand rapidly. A bright fire sparkled around him. The stranger looked ahead attentively. She saw an explosion and a falling house. The warrior looked at the demon in surprise and decided that he had changed tactics or simply wanted to escape. The stranger jumped up and swung her spear. She shouted to the snake that she would defeat him. The warrior launched flying missiles with skeletons against her opponent. The missiles crashed into the demon at full speed and began to explode with green fire. Flying skeletons flew towards the snake from all sides. He waved them away with his hands. A bright green explosion was heard near the houses. The missiles hit the flying demon. The warrior stretched her hand forward and attacked her opponent with green lightning. She shouted to the demon that this is not the end. A huge skeleton with a machine gun in its mouth flew up from the side. It started shooting at the snake. The skeleton's shots hit the target and hit the demon, followed by a bright green explosion. The flying skeleton continued to fire at the snake. The fighter managed to fly away very quickly. The skeleton flew at full speed after the demon. The snake flew away at full speed and tried to hide from him. The demon flew between the houses at full speed. A skeleton flew after him and attacked him with a machine gun. The snake saw a passerby on the street. The guy screamed in fear at the demon not to come near. The warrior waved her staff and threw a large green net at the demon on the street. The skeleton flew close to the snake and continued to fire at it with a machine gun. The snake fell dead to the ground after being shot at by a green machine gun. The flying skeleton continued to fire at the snake lying on the ground. The warrior waved her staff and demanded that the skeleton fly back. The demon gradually came to his senses. His body was wounded. He stood up on his feet. The surprised girl on the side could not understand who the very strong stranger was. The flying warrior shouted to the nine-headed serpent that she wanted to guide him to the true path. The snake stood on its feet. It saw a huge white monster with chains in front of it on the street. The warrior said in a stern voice to the snake that her father could appoint him to the position after hard work. The demon could become a god. The nine-headed serpent found the strength to stand up and prepared to jump to his feet. The girl was flying across the sky on a demonic chariot. She was being carried by skeletons of horses. Lightning was flashing everywhere. The girl thought with excitement that the snake would not agree with the stranger's plan. The demon would have to work hard to become a god. The warrior shouted angrily at the demon that she couldn't wait for his answer for very long. The snake attacked her with pink lightning. Bright pink lightning bolts flew past the warrior from several sides. The stranger in flight looked angrily at her opponent and called him a stubborn snake. The demon flapped his wings and rose up above the city. The girl in the chariot soared high. The warrior shouted angrily at the flying demon that he was staggering. The snake was falling down at that time. The girl was scared. She didn't understand why the snake was so obsessed with becoming a god. The stranger turned around at the snake with displeasure and shouted that he was very stubborn. Layla realized she had made a big mistake when she hesitated. The nine-headed serpent blocked the woman with his body. This was the decisive moment in the battle based on his observations. A poisonous insect crawled out of the frightened girl's hand. A green worm grabbed her hand. Suddenly, a long black thread from the flying demon fell into Layla's hands. The unfamiliar warrior was very surprised. The warrior looked ahead in fear. Out of excitement, she clutched her staff even tighter. Suddenly, the flying green ghosts began to burst in the air. Layla flew in the chariot and looked ahead in surprise as all the ghosts around her disappeared. The chariot suddenly disappeared, and the girl began to fall to the ground from a great height. Layla fell to the ground head first, right in front of the demon. The snake looked at the fallen girl very angrily with burning eyes. Suddenly, predatory snakes rushed at the girl and began to bite her from all sides. Layla rose high into the air. There were bright pink lightning bolts around her. There was a demon standing on the ground watching her. The warrior realized that her opponent had used a magical weapon. It resembled a general's flag, with which a commander controls his troops. Once the flag fell, the general would no longer be able to command his troops. The stranger thought to herself with displeasure that she had not taken the demon seriously. She turned back. Layla was struck by snakes and fell from a great height to the ground. The girl was flying down at high speed. The kite continued to fly next to her. There was a pink glow around. The demon looked angrily at the falling girl with bright pink eyes. Suddenly, a very bright pink explosion was heard around the demon. He screamed loudly. A warrior in a pink glow stood on the ground, and large predatory snakes protruded from his body. The stranger looked at the demon and said to herself, "He did it!" The warrior looked carefully ahead and saw that the snake had disappeared into space. Suddenly, the snake flew up to the woman from the side. He kicked her with all his might in mid-flight and knocked her off her feet. After the demon's attack on the woman, a very strong explosion was heard on the ground in the city. The demon looked in front of him with a burning gaze and very quickly flew away. A frightened guy ran up to the lying princess from the side and asked if everything was okay with her. Chase looked around in fear and called the princess in an excited voice. The woman jumped to her feet. The guy continued to call the princess with excitement. The princess could hardly stand on her feet. Her arm was very badly injured. The woman looked down in front of her in fear. She told the guy that she had lost. A bright thunderstorm raged over the night city. Lightning flashed everywhere. The announcer on TV was telling people in a large building that due to abnormal weather, one person had died and several were missing. Two nurses were walking down a deserted hospital corridor. One of them said that there was a strange thunderstorm today. Her partner told her not to watch too much science fiction and that it would all pass. Lightning struck very brightly over the building. At that moment, someone screamed loudly inside. The angry guy carefully opened the door and looked into the hospital corridor. He didn't know how long he'd been out. The patient called his friend Chase and asked where he was. The partner answered the master that they were 3,000 kilometers away from him. Chase told the patient that he and the princess were chasing a 9-headed serpent. The master asked the guy in fear, "What happened to the princess?" Chase looked at the woman by the tree. He said that her body was broken, as was her spirit. The 9-headed serpent had outwitted her. The master angrily demanded that his subordinate give the phone to the woman. The princess told her partner that he was worried about her. The master asked the woman if she could wait for him. The woman told her partner in a thoughtful voice that she only had a small scratch. The guy should run away so that it wouldn't be too late. The master asked his partner why he should run away. The woman told the guy on the phone that the 9-headed serpent was planning to overcome fate over Jiangnan. The city would soon be destroyed and they had to escape. The master told his partner with excitement that if the serpent failed, he would turn into ashes. Lin approached the window, outside which a heavy rain was pouring. The main character commanded that his divine eyes be opened. The main character really wanted to find demons in the city. The snake was standing on the roof at that time and lightning was flashing next to him. The main character shouted into the phone to the princess in a frightened voice that a huge thunderstorm could destroy the entire city due to overcoming fate. The princess told the guy that if he takes the snake to another place and he fails the fate, the demon will die. She could no longer help Lin. The main character excitedly shouted to his partner that he would cure her after he deals with the demon here. The woman closed her eyes and told the guy that she didn't need his treatment. Lin just needed to survive. Chase ran up to the woman and yelled at her to hold on. The master had to find a way to cure her. The princess told the guy in a sad voice that she couldn't wait for the master. Her spirit was very badly wounded. She wanted to leave and not say goodbye. The woman closed her eyes and said goodbye to the main character. She believed that he would succeed. At this time, the storm continued to rage over the city. Lightning brightly illuminated everything around. The snake stood in the pouring rain on the roof of the building. The storm continued to rage above him. The demon looked angrily and silently ahead of himself. From his head protruded predatory snakes. A very bright thunderstorm continued to rage in the sky. Gradually, the rain began to stop little by little. A bright glowing portal suddenly appeared in the sky. The demon raised his head and looked up. Lin looked out the window at the street in fear. He realized that the overcoming of fate was beginning. The bright portal continued to shine brightly in the sky. The demon silently looked up. Suddenly, a dark ray stretched from the heavens to the earth, straight to the head of the snake demon. Suddenly, a bright bolt of lightning struck from above and hit the roof of the building. The main character stood in front of the window and looked at the thunderstorm and lightning strikes with fear. From the bright portal in the sky, a strong lightning continued to strike the ground. A dark black beam entered the mouth of one of the snakes. The other snake released a bright fire from its mouth. Two snakes on the roof of the building launched black and fiery radiation high into the air. An unexpected bright flash illuminated the face of the frightened demon. He screamed loudly. Lightning continued to strike the deserted evening city. There were bright explosions everywhere. Lightning struck the ground from a great height near the building and ran into a bright beam of light. The snake gradually began to grow larger and larger. Its red eyes sparkled brightly. The transformation process began. Everything around was shining brightly. The demon became much bigger and stronger. Predatory snakes were sticking out of his head. The pink snakes opened their mouths menacingly. There was a bright lightning in front of them. A bright blue flash was heard in the sky. The demon was hovering in space with the help of red wings. From the sky, huge bright pink roots stuck into the ground and began to creak. The trees on the ground gradually began to wither and dry out due to the bright flashes. The snake flew up above the ground. Large red vipers stuck out of its head. The sky continued to shine brightly. Suddenly, a bright bolt of lightning struck the ground between the houses from above very strongly. The main character looked ahead in fear and shouted, "This is all madness!" Lin collapsed exhausted near the wall and called for an assistant. His brother Dog appeared on his phone. The assistant looked attentively from the phone at the owner. He had a cheerful conversation with the guy and said that he was inspired. The main character said in a dissatisfied voice that he wanted to feed his dog food so that it would help him fight the nine-headed snake. But now the dog has choked and is lying on the bed. The assistant slyly explained to the owner that his food is made from the flesh and blood of dragons and phoenixes. Normal animals cannot stand it. The assistant on the phone slyly asked the owner if he had any other novels. He offered to swap. Lin shouted to his partner in a frightened voice that now the nine-headed snake wanted to overcome fate. His assistant and Jian Yang were to blame for this because they did not think about the consequences. The assistant told his partner in a thoughtful voice that he had a cloak that covered the sky. Such a cloak could protect against lightning and fire. Only immortal soldiers could break it. The dog asked the guy if he wanted such clothes. Lin impatiently asked the assistant to give him a cloak. The dog demanded a novella from the guy in exchange for the cloak. He could not wait any longer. Lin shouted angrily to his assistant that he would find him some perfect short stories, and he would be addicted to them. The dog answered his master that they had agreed. The protagonist activated the Skybreaker skill. A huge flying sword appeared in front of him. The main character held a small piece of fabric in his hands and flew over the city. Lin decided to fight against the nine-headed serpent. He could not bear to see it take so many innocent lives. The protagonist activated the covering sky and extraction skill. Bright lightning continued to strike from the sky straight between the buildings into the ground. The demon stood angrily and looked ahead. He saw that someone was approaching him. The main character flew over the city and gradually approached the snake. Lin flew up to the demon on his sword. He waved his hand at the angry demon in a sly voice and said that he was glad to see him again. The monster got angry and wanted to kill the man. He attacked him with bright fire. The main character was flying on a sword. Lin looked ahead of him in fear at the flying snake. He decided to try to lead it out of the city through the princess's light. The main character flew over the night city on his sword. The speed of the Skybreaker was enough to keep his distance. The Tench turned back in surprise in flight and saw that the kite had stopped falling. The demon was sitting on top of the roof of a huge building. The main character was hovering next to him. He didn't understand why he stopped there and what he was planning. The demon on the roof sat down and touched the ground with his hands. The main character decided that the snake was tired. Suddenly, the snake stuck several pink tentacles straight into the roof of the building. The whole house was lit up with a bright pink light. The people inside felt tired. They were losing energy. The protagonist realized that the residents of the building would be consumed to death. It took a lot of energy for the demon to overcome fate. Lin ran up to the monster and shouted that he would stop him and kill him while he was weak. The main character looked at the predatory snake with great fear. The monster looked back at him angrily. The snake suddenly took off and flew towards the frightened guy. The demon flew up and hit the guy in the groin with all his might with his clawed paw. The main character felt a very strong pain. He could no longer hold back and his body twisted. The main character grabbed his groin with his hands in fear and exhaled very wearily. Lin stretched out his arms forward and grabbed the demon flying towards him. The snake began to strangle the man with its paws and push him into the ground. Lin screamed in fear that the demon wanted to push him into the ground. The snake flew down from above. With its huge paws it held and strangled the guy. Suddenly a bright explosion was heard above the building. Everything around lit up with a golden light. A flying bird appeared from the side and picked up the guy. She carried him to the side. The snake looked after the man who had flown away with great displeasure and anger. Suddenly, a bright fire from behind hit the demon in the back and he flew to the side. The snake flew to the side after the unexpected attack and crashed into the building. A bright, fiery explosion was heard. The main character flew over the city from above on a large, fiery beast. The boy looked ahead in fear. He saw that the head of the firebird had turned into the head of a dog. The main character called his dog named Bobby in fear. He rode it down the street. The dog turned to his owner very happily and shouted that he could fly. The dog landed on the ground after the flight and barked loudly. The main character landed behind her. The dog looked angrily at the demon. He shouted to his master that although he had only digested half of the food, he was now in trouble. The evil snakes screamed sharply and loudly. The dog growled angrily at them in response. The demon inside the building began to attack the dog with a bright beam of light from the viper's heads. The predatory snakes shot multicolored lightning at the flying dog and tried to hit it. The dog jumped up suddenly and sank its teeth into one of the predatory snakes. The demon screamed very loudly and angrily. After the dog's attack, he flew up above the ground. The demon rose high into the air and flew between the houses. The dog bit into one of his snakes. The demon, after attacking his father, flew to the side towards the building and crashed into it. The dog flew after the predatory snake and prepared to grab it with its teeth again. The main character looked at the battle in the air. He thought that Bobby the dog would not be able to defeat the demon. At this rate, he would quickly become exhausted. The guy called the flying sword to himself and with its help flew high into the air. Lin flew over on the blade and landed on the roof. He said that he couldn't just wait and watch Bobby fight alone. The guy pointed his hand to the side and activated the Skybreaker skill. Lin swung his arms and shouted for the sword to help him defeat his enemy. The angry dog Bobby continued to bite the predatory snake from all sides. The predatory snake hit the dog with all its might and the dog flew away from it. The severed head of the snake opened its mouth and attacked the dog with black lightning. A flying demon attacked the main character with fire from a great height. The guy managed to jump aside. The main character swung his hand and, using a fiery blade, cut off the predatory snake's head. The severed snake heads hissed angrily. Lin decided to see how much longer the demon could hold out. The main character looked angrily at his opponent and shouted that they would repeat all this now. Suddenly, something scared him. The boy looked to the side in fear and noticed how green roots were entangled around him on all sides. Lin was very scared. He didn't understand where the disgusting slime around him came from. A bright, fiery explosion was heard next to the guy. The blade spun in flight. The protagonist extended his hand forward and decided to hold the spinning fire sword above him. Gradually, the severed heads of the snake began to regenerate and grow. Bobby the dog rushed towards the demon and continued to bite him very viciously on the wing. The protagonist realized with fear that he and the dog would not defeat the demon easily. He did not have enough strength and experience to use the power of the Skybreaker. Lin thought excitedly to himself that, with the help of the Divine Eye, he would find out how much energy the demon was spending. Each attack and recovery required a lot of energy. If the energy is used up to a critical value, then the line will remove the cloak covering the sky. As a result, the kite will not receive enough vital energy from the thunderstorm. Lin looked ahead in fear. He didn't understand what would happen now. The main character looked ahead and saw a large fireball flying across the sky. Lin watched with great attention as the huge fire serpent flew in front of him. The protagonist watched in horror as the golden snake wrapped itself around a huge sword. Lin jumped back sharply. A huge black lightning from the demon flew sharply to the ground. The main character realized that it was still too early. He wanted to take the cloak already. The snake had not yet reached the critical value. The demon jumped back sharply in flight and continued to attack the guy with black lightning. The tench looked ahead in fear and noticed how the snake had grabbed his dog with its tentacles. There was a very bright fiery explosion. The demon continued to strangle the big dog with its tentacles. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard over the dark city. The snake was holding a huge sword. The demon with the blade looked ahead and shouted that someone was flying at him. The snake began to rise up. The protagonist shouted for the cloak that covered the sky to return to him. Now the demon's energy was below the critical value. It was time to say goodbye. The sky suddenly lit up brightly. The snake's eyes glowed angrily with a red light, and he was struck by a bright lightning bolt. A very bright lightning suddenly appeared in the dark sky. It struck the flying demon. Lin held the phone in his hands. He said that the one who covers the sky should cover the city below. A very strong lightning bolt struck from the sky. It hit the cloak flying over the city. Lightning from above continued to strike the flying demon and strike him over the city. The main character looked ahead in fear. A huge cloak continued to fly over the city. Lin thought angrily to himself that the demon still had 30% of his energy left. The cloak blocked the serpent and the city. The demon would not be able to withstand such a storm, and overcoming fate must fail. The main character is frightened in front of himself. He looked and saw that the flying cloak gradually began to fall through. Suddenly, a huge cloak fell from a height and began to destroy houses standing on the earth. Bright lightning flashed around the snake and he screamed loudly. The main character did not understand how this could happen. Huge pink tentacles descended from the sky and hit the ground with all their might. Huge, bright and light lightning bolts from a great height hit the cloak flying over the city. The demon was still there. The trees on the ground began to wither. Bright lightning continued to flash over the city. The snake was very scared. A very bright explosion was heard above the demon. Lightning flashed above him. The protagonist angrily shouted to himself that the snake had decided to use the only remaining energy from the body to touch the earth. Lin looked in fear in front of him at the flash in the city. He shouted that the snake wants to absorb all the energy. Frightened people who had not managed to escape continued to walk along the city streets. The main character fell from despair onto the roof of the house. He did not know what he could do to stop the demon. Lin realized that he could lose all his friends and relatives. He could not do anything. The main character sat on the roof and screamed loudly. A huge snake was hovering over the city next to him. Suddenly, a huge pillar of fire flew out of the broken glass from the side of the building. The dog ran up to his owner from behind and shouted that they had to do something with him. Bobby reminded the boy about how they defeated Hex. This time they could find a way out too. The main character sadly answered the pet that there was no signal in the city because of the thunderstorm. No one could help them. Lin said to the dog in a dissatisfied voice that he himself was just an ordinary student and had stumbled upon something unusual. It required special abilities and responsibility from him. He was confused and doubtful, but he never gave up. The protagonist reminded PSU how he met him, Chase, Lily, and the others. Lin wanted to protect his friends, but there was something he couldn't do, so he fell into despair. The main character jumped to his feet abruptly. He shouted that he had to stop and had to stop the demon today. The dog looked at his owner in surprise. Lin shouted in a menacing voice that the process of overcoming fate could only be completed alone. The boy stepped forward and stepped on the sword. The dog asked his master what their plan was. The guy turned around and said that at this moment someone will remember him and will consider him a hero. So he is happy. After that, the guy flew up on the blade to fight. A frightened dog called him from the side. A very bright lightning bolt struck the main character from above. It crashed into the red lightning from below. The main character found himself in flight between two lightning strikes. He screamed in fear. The tench screamed loudly under the lightning strikes. The dog called him very frightened. A bright bolt of lightning struck from above and hit the body of the evil demon. The main character was struck by bright lightning from all sides. He screamed loudly. The main character continued to scream under the lightning strikes. The dog shouted to his owner not to forget about him. Lin laughed very angrily and loudly. Bright lightning flashed around him. The snake continued to hover over the city. There were bright flashes in the sky and loud laughter was heard. Lin and the dog continued to fly in space. Everything around them was shining brightly. Suddenly, a bright flash erupted in the sky and the guy and his dog were carried far away. The storm gradually ceased. The sky became calm. The nine-headed serpent failed to overcome fate. A huge snake fell from a great height to the ground. Houses around it began to collapse. The main character and his dog were lying on the ground far outside the city. Lin lay unconscious on the ground next to his dog. Suddenly, the snake began to attack the city with fire and black lightning from its mouth. The city's houses began to collapse after a powerful attack from the demon. People on the street were very scared. They did not know how to save themselves from the disaster. The phone rang next to the main character. He received an incoming call from Chase. Lin came to his senses. He reached out and picked up the phone. The guy answered Chase's call. The main character asked his partner in a weakening voice what had happened to the princess. His friend answered in a frightened voice that something had happened to the princess of the underworld. Chase told his friend in a frightened voice that the princess was seriously injured and was almost out of breath. The woman sat motionless near the tree. The guy next to her excitedly shouted that the princess had just used all her power and her soul had returned to the underworld. Chase looked at the woman's body. He told the protagonist that she didn't want to distract him and asked him to tell Lin when everything was settled. The protagonist asked his friend what the woman said before returning to the underworld. Chase replied to the protagonist that the woman had not said anything goodbye. Lin rose above the ground. The protagonist said in a thoughtful voice that the princess was in a great hurry. She left them very hastily. Bobby sat next to the sad boy. He called his master in an excited voice. Bobby said in a sad voice that the princess had been with them for a couple of months. He didn't want her to leave them. Lin answered the dog in a sad voice that one day they would open the door and the princess would appear before them. They would have to trust her. The main character lay with his hand in a fist. He shouted that the nine-headed snake was destroying the city and it needed to be stopped again. The dog shouted to his master with a joyful voice that droplets were running over their bodies. The guy felt that he was overwhelmed with power. Bobby shouted from the side to the main character that he felt something. The owner asked the pet what he felt. The dog joyfully shouted to his master that long ago they were brothers in arms and played all over the world. Tench loudly answered his pet that they could now work together again. An angry snake stood in the center of the city. He demolished houses with flames. There was a woman standing near the corner of the house. She hugged her frightened little girl. A small dog with a leash ran up from the side. It barked angrily at the demon. The snake turned around and looked very angrily at the dog. She continued to bark loudly. A huge predatory snake hissed loudly and headed towards the animal. The dog got scared. A huge Bobby suddenly flew up from the side and bit off one of the snake's heads. The little dog was very surprised when she saw that the huge dog was able to bite off the snake's head. There was a bright light sparkling around Bobby. He ran into the square between the houses. The main character had fully regained his strength. He stood with his eyes closed. There was a long red scarf on his body. A huge snake head attacked the guy with black lightning from its mouth. The main character stood with his eyes closed. Gradually, a fiery eye began to appear on his forehead. Lin used the fire eye from his head to repel the black lightning attack from the snake. A bright beam of light from the protagonist cut off one of the big snake heads. Lin continued to cut off the snake's heads with a bright beam of fire. The protagonist's divine eyes opened to full power. Everything around him was shining. The main character continued to fly forward through the sky with his eyes closed. Lin attacked the demon with a bright beam from his head. Bobby also rushed at the snake sharply and predatorily. The main character screamed loudly. His dog growled next to him. The snake got scared. Suddenly, a very strong explosion was heard in the city center. Everything on the ground was covered in fire. A bright flame enveloped the serpent from all sides, and he hissed very loudly. The snake roared very loudly. There were huge pillars of fire around it. After the fire, the huge demon turned into several small snakes. They quickly disappeared into the grate on the side. The main character was flying in the sky with his eyes closed. The fire dog was heading next to him. The sky above the city gradually began to clear. The darkness retreated and everything around became clear. The people in the city were very happy. They looked up in surprise and noticed that the storm had passed and the sun had appeared. Residents looked at the brightening sky and did not understand what had happened today. The main character was walking around the city in ordinary clothes. 3 months had passed since the disaster. His divine eyes had been upgraded to the highest level. He was heading to the competition to look at his girlfriend Lily. Lin went inside the studio building. There were a lot of people there and they were all having fun. Contestants named Celia and Lily exchanged words before the competition. Their fans were standing on the stage in the hall. Celia shouted at her rival with displeasure that she was very naive if she made her laugh like that. The main character came up to the singer from behind and said that there was nothing wrong with being naive. Not everyone was as dirty as she was. The singer turned around and angrily shouted at the guy on stage that he had no right to go against her. Lin shouted to the audience in the hall that he wanted to tell them about the story at the Tia International Hotel. Celia turned around and shouted in an angry voice at Leo that this time he really won. The main character looked angrily ahead and shouted that he wished everyone good results. A shocked Lily looked at him from the side. The guy in the audience screamed in fear that the main character had come personally to hold him. He had to try his best. The guest was holding a gluten barbecue in his hands. She shyly asked the main character with a microphone if he could spare some time for her today. Lin told the girl in a sly voice that he had checked the results of her training. Lin slyly replied to her partner that the skills he had taught her were amazing. After mastering them, she saw progress. The protagonist felt very anxious. He told himself that the music in the Moon Palace was very useful for Lily. Lin looked at the phone and shouted that the plugins automatically took the red envelope. He wanted to add a new friend. The guy decided to add Chan E. Lily asked the main character with excitement, "What happened?" Lin explained to the girl that she should continue training. He had some other things to do. The main character wrote a greeting for the fairy on his phone. His partner replied that she was still in the bathroom. Lin thought to himself with excitement that this girl was the most beautiful goddess under heaven. Out loud, he asked the fairy what kind of people could practice the music technique in the Moon Palace. The girl was getting dressed. She answered the guy on the phone that it was originally her skill. Gifted individuals can master it, but they must have immortal roots. The main character thanked his partner over the phone. The girl demanded that the guy pay for disturbing her in the bathroom. Lin explained that he didn't have any techniques. The fairy demanded that the main character give her a carrot for the rabbit. She kept repeating that the animal licks it every day. Lin answered his partner shyly that this kind of food had already ripened in the mysterious garden. The fairy answered the main character that she was waiting for him. She got ready to take a bath. Lin looked closely at the photo of the girl on his phone. She looked familiar to him. The main character was surprised to notice that the photo on the phone looked exactly like the one he had taken. The guy looked at his phone in surprise. He shouted that all of this could have been a coincidence. The main character noticed that she called him. He asked what was the matter. Alice answered the guy that there was a man named Tom next to her. She decided that he was the Tench's father. The main character excitedly asked the girl what was wrong with his father. The singer looked attentively into the hall at the main character. The guy shouted on the phone that he was coming. Lin excitedly asked her friend what had happened to his father. She wanted to go with him. Lin was heading to the police station. The main character arrived with his girlfriend to the police building and ran up to his father. He asked the man with concern if everything was okay with him. The father told his son with a smile that he could have walked home himself. The boy asked the man with excitement what had happened. The man said that he had gone to Shun, but he had been mistaken for a thief there. After the fight, he had been detained by Officer Shu. Alice told the main character that she would never have thought that the man who had been detained was his father. The main character asked the woman with excitement if his father had stolen anything. Alice said that the surveillance camera was broken. Lily asked with great excitement, "Could it all have been a mistake?" The policewoman told the girl that she was not sure about it yet. They would continue the investigation. The main character angrily clenched his fist. He shouted that people were being intimidated in the stores again. A frightened policewoman was looking at him from the side. Alice told the guy from the side not to make trouble. Lin told the policewoman in an angry voice that he would find another way. The protagonist turned around and told the policewoman that he would take his father home. She could call him if she needed him. Alice said after the guy that she agreed. The main character entered a large building. Lin told his friend in a sad voice not to tell anyone about this story. No one could be allowed to notice this. The main character was in the gym with the athlete. The weightlifter sternly promised his friend not to worry and they would sort it out. Lin shouted at the athlete to move forward. Lin looked at the phone with great interest. He didn't understand why the girls were so similar to each other. Lily came up to the side and looked at the phone. She asked the guy with displeasure, "Did she really take a photo like this before?" The main character answered the girl in fear that he took the photo himself. She noticed that the main character even added a mole on her body to the photo. Lin excitedly asked his girlfriend to show him a mole on her body. The main character looked at his phone and realized that his girlfriend and the girl on the internet had the same moles on their waists. The main character suddenly fainted on the floor. She shouted at the guy not to scare her. Lin could not understand why his girlfriend was the embodiment of Chang Ye. His idol should have been in the heavenly palace. She asked the guy with concern if everything was okay with him. He looked bad after that. The girl fell on his back. Lin stretched out his hand forward. He angrily shouted at the girl that he wanted to give her something. The main character abruptly ran away. Lily shouted after the guy that he looked very strange. The main character ran away and hid behind the corner of the room. He looked at his phone and turned on the melody of the music in the Moon Palace. He decided that his girlfriend should have felt something after she heard this music. She asked the main character with excitement if everything was okay with him. The guy offered the girl to read a book on music. Lily demanded that the main character give her the book to look at. She didn't know its author. The girl looked at the book in surprise. She said that it was as if she had written it herself. The sounds of music were heard throughout the room. The main character looked at his girlfriend with excitement. Lin saw a girl flying in front of him in the room on the big moon. He realized that she was practicing the skills of the immortals. The main character looked at the girl in fear and realized that without a doubt he was right. Lin looked at his girlfriend with great excitement and saw that she had divine eyes. The main character thought with excitement that he saw a few multicolored particles on the girl. The protagonist, looking at the girl, remembered that the same thing happened when he practiced the Dao root technique. Lin looked ahead in fear and realized that Lily really was who he thought she was. The main character happily realized to himself that she was his idol Chan-Yi. At that time, the girl leaned over to him and wanted to say something in his ear. Lily came close to the main character and thanked him for the gift. The girl hugged the book to herself and said that she would practice it. Lin couldn't understand with excitement why there were two Chan-Yi. The guy decided to first sort out the matter in the Shunfa store. Late in the evening, the light was shining in the house. The owner was sitting in a chair and smoking a cigarette. The scared guy asked the manager to let them go. There was a woman sitting next to him. The owner shouted angrily at his partner that he could not leave after he had committed theft. One of the fighters with a gun shouted at the guest that he would beat him to death if he moved from the spot. The woman said in a frightened voice that she had not stolen anything. The owner had no evidence. The fighter with the baton angrily shouted at the woman to confess everything before it was too late. The guy told the manager in a frightened voice that they were ready to do anything just to leave. The owner demanded 30,000 yuan from the guest. The woman jumped back in fear. The guy reached out to take the phone. He promised to transfer the money now. The owner took a joyful and cunning drag on his cigarette. He thought that this would be the easiest money for him. No one dared to provoke him anymore. A group of fighters approached the store. The leader asked his subordinates if they were ready. The fighters shouted joyfully that they needed to run ahead. Their commander in orange clothes stood in front. A group of people burst into the store. They started looking at the goods from all the shelves. The manager asked the guests, "Are they really newcomers?" The man told the boy that he needed to buy something for his grandson. He asked the seller to advise him on something. The seller handed the man a bottle of wine. He told the old man to buy it. The guest looked at the bottle in surprise and said that it was Maotai wine. He had seen it on TV and was ready to buy it. The salesman told his colleagues to present the goods to the guests. The happy sellers began to show the guests various goods and offered to buy them. The guests began to put goods from the store into their baskets. The manager helped them. The salesman opened the door and prepared to enter the back room. He told the owner that a group of old countrymen had come to see them. He suggested raising the prices for the guests. The owner held a wad of money in his hands. He said in an angry voice that each of the villagers must transfer him 100,000 yen and make a purchase for 100,000. The man lit a cigarette. He said in a joyful voice that they would get a lot of money today. The guards threw the guests into the room and started beating them. They accused them of stealing. The manager swung his leg and prepared to hit the old man. He shouted that he had made him do it himself. The salesman kicked the customer in the chest and called him an old bastard. The frightened customers sat on the floor. The old man said in a frightened voice that they had not stolen anything and that they were good people. The swordsman accused the guest of theft. He sternly demanded that he tell him where his people were. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and the main character appeared there. The guards looked at him with displeasure. The fighters all turned around and asked the guy with displeasure who he was. The main character ran sharply across the room, past the frightened bandits. Lin walked up and greeted his frightened relatives. The fighters looked at him from behind with displeasure. The old man greeted the main character joyfully. The owner angrily asked the guy if he had brought the money. Lin shouted at the manager in a dissatisfied voice that his family members had not stolen anything. He wanted to leave. The owner angrily explained to the main character that the clients owed him money and demanded that he give it back. The main character suddenly turned his backpack inside out and bills started pouring out. The bandits were delighted and shouted that they were rich. Lin held a large pack in his hands. He demanded that the bandits show him proof of the theft of their goods. In return, he promised to return their money. The owner told the main character in a stern voice that he himself saw his relatives steal the goods. Lin answered the bandits that they could not provide him with any evidence. The chieftain got angry. He said in an angry voice that the villager wanted to challenge him. The owner pointed his finger in front of him. He said that the old people were not doing anything, and therefore they could better give the money to him. Lin swung and threw a wad of bills in front of him. He shouted so that the bandits wouldn't blame him later. The owner ordered his fighters to beat up the main character and return the money. Lin repelled the fighters' attack with very powerful and fast blows. They flew back. The frightened host angrily asked the guest what he wanted. At that moment, the old men began to take off their masks. The main character angrily told the bandit that he just wanted to send him to prison. His fighters stood by the side. The bandit pointed a gun at the main character and demanded that he not move. The main character stood with his fighters. The bandits pointed their guns at them. Chase shouted angrily at the criminals that they were rioting. Tench promised his friend that he would destroy the criminals once and for all. The bandit angrily pointed his gun at the main character and shouted that he was afraid of no one. At this time, someone ran into the room from the side and demanded that everyone stop and lower their weapons. The bandit was very surprised. The main character turned around and looked to see who had entered the room. The leader looked angrily at the policewoman. He told her in a displeased voice that someone was creating problems here. Alice sternly ordered the bandits to raise their hands up. The leader obeyed her. The bandits cheerfully shouted to the police that they only had water pistols for self-defense. The woman asked discontentedly who had called the police. The owner told the woman in a sly voice that someone from outside could have called the police. Lin told the woman that he himself had called the police. He accused the bandits of blackmail and kidnapping. They were selling counterfeit goods. The leader got very angry. He demanded that the policewoman detain the guests. The policewoman told the frightened owner that she suspected him of several crimes. The leader screamed in a frightened voice that she had no evidence and that he was innocent. Alice asked the main character if this was the supermarket he was talking about. Lin pointed his finger in front of him and said that it was him. The leader got very angry. He kept shouting at the policewoman that this was all a setup. Lin told the bandit in a very angry voice to look back. The main character pointed to the next room. He told the policewoman that there were a lot of problems in the accounting book. The agents studied the documents carefully. One of them said that there were fake invoices and the shop owners could be evading taxes. The owner started throwing sheets of paper around. He shouted that these were not accounting books but children's books. The agents began to take mass photographs of the sheets of account books. The owner angrily shouted that he was a friend of Captain Van. The employee turned around and told the surprised chief that they didn't have any Captain Vanna. The agent at the table told the guests to leave the premises. The fire extinguishers in this area were below the mark. The main character looked angrily and attentively at the leader. He continued to make excuses. The owner fell to his knees. He asked to be released and promised anything in return. The policewoman answered the bandit in a dissatisfied voice that he would talk to the judge about this. The owner was very scared. He shouted that his centuries-old heritage was just destroyed. The policewoman sternly told the criminal that if he was doing something illegal, she would catch him. The main character was sitting at home and watching TV. The announcer said that the owner of the Shunfa supermarket, who was involved in many crimes, was arrested. The man on the couch said that this dirty company had to close down. He asked his son if he knew about it. Lin told his partner that the bandits were bullying him, and it was a punishment. The father looked happily at the TV and told his son that he liked it. Lily called the main character and told him that her father still hadn't woken up and was shaking from time to time. She asked the guy to come. The main character entered the room. He saw a man lying motionless on the bed under the blanket. Lin stood and hugged his girlfriend from behind by the shoulders. He decided to test the man with his divine eyes. The main character looked closely at the lying patient. He activated special vision. Lin looked closely and noticed that the shadows around the man began to disappear. Lily anxiously asked her friend if her father would wake up. Lin anxiously thought that the patient should have woken up by now. He decided to ask the immortals. Suddenly, the main character received a call from a woman. She demanded a carrot from him. The main character suddenly ran into the next room. He shouted to his surprised girlfriend that he would be back soon. The boy was rummaging through a bag of vegetables. The hostess asked him, "What is he looking for?" The Tench answered the woman that he was looking for carrots. The main character happily found a cucumber and shouted that it looked like a carrot. The main character ran down the corridor at full speed. The woman looked after him in surprise. Lin looked happily ahead and said that there were no carrots in the heavenly palace, so there couldn't be cucumbers either. He decided to just try it. The guy hid inside the toilet and there was a very loud crack. Chen held a cucumber in his hands. The main character wrote to the girl that he found this fruit in his country. She should like it. Lin imagined how the girl would eat a cucumber. The fairy shouted to the guy on the phone that she liked his gift and she wants more. The main character slyly promised his partner over the phone that she would send her more cucumbers later, if possible. The main character told the girl that his friend's soul and body were connected. He was still in a coma. He wanted to know how to wake up the patient. Chen ate the cucumber with gusto. She told the guy that she could wake up the man's soul. She offered to buy it. The main character answered his partner with a smile that the rabbit had already sold the music for him. The girl viciously threatened the rabbit that she would kill him. At the last moment, Tench remembered that he had to save the man's life. The main character approached his girlfriend and told her to try it. Lily wasn't sure it would work. Sounds of music were heard in the room. The main character stood with his girlfriend near the bed with a man. Lin held the phone in his hands and looked at the patient. He decided to write everything down first and ask Chang-ye later. The main character looked at his phone and told the girl not to give up. He decided to ask the doctor. Lin didn't know how she could wake up a sleeping person with singing. The protagonist told the fairy on the phone that he used the music from the Moon Palace, but nothing happened. Chen asked the guy, "Did he really sing the melody?" Lin turned on a recording from his phone for the girl. The fairy told the guy in a sly voice that he had mistakes in some notes. The protagonist looked at the patient. The girl asked him on the phone if he had any solution. The fairy appeared behind the protagonist. He asked her to tell him. Chen demanded that the guy give her a cucumber every month. Lin happily answered her that he agreed. The fairy gave the boy a book with the right version of the music. In the Moon Palace, the boy happily thought that he had gained an advantage from overcoming fate. It might even be that Lily would receive more yang energy. An angry girl suddenly appeared from the side and called the main character. Lily demanded in a dissatisfied voice that her sister be more serious. She explained that she and the guy had not done anything. Lucy excitedly demanded that the guy give her 2 tickets to a music competition around the corner. Lin shouted at the girl in an angry voice that he could get her tickets. The main character and his companion were standing on the street near the queue. The girl was very unhappy because they could not get the seats they needed. The main character went outside with Lucy. They were standing in a long line near the stadium. The girl angrily shouted that there were now more than 200 people in front of them. The main character turned around with displeasure and promised his companion that they would get the seats they needed. At that moment, someone shouted from the side that everything was sold out. The main character raised his hand with money and demanded to be given 10 tickets in the front row. The seller leaned out of the window with a fan and said that all the tickets were sold. The main character was very unhappy. He reminded that there were 200 people in line in front of him. The people at the box office got angry. They couldn't believe that so many tickets could be sold in such a short time. The seller angrily pointed his finger at the customers and shouted that all the tickets were sold and they should get lost. The main character reached out and grabbed the salesman in the window. The manager asked the guy to let go of his hand, and he promised to tell him where the tickets would be. The man outside the window smiled and showed the main character where to go next. Around the corner, a guy offered the girl tickets for 800 to 5,000 yuan each. It all depended on the seat. Lucy was unhappy with the high price. The man told the customer that she wouldn't be able to find tickets anywhere else. Lin said in a dissatisfied voice that small-time speculators had colluded with insiders. The stranger swung his hand at the protagonist. He said angrily that Mr. E had sent them here. The seller waved his hand angrily and shouted at the main character that he could beat him up. Lin hit the man with a very powerful blow and he fell to the ground. His glasses flew off to the side. The main character looked angrily at the unconscious man and called him an idiot. A frightened girl stood nearby. The main character called his friend Hey Yeah and angrily asked, "Is the speculator really his friend?" "Hey," answered the guy on the phone in a frightened voice that there were no speculators among his friends. Lin told the bandit in a dissatisfied voice that one of his people worked with speculators and raised the prices of tickets to the music competition. The leader held the phone in his hands. He shouted to his subordinate to immediately deal with this and arrest everyone involved. The leader told the fighters that the music competition was a path to stardom that attracted media attention. They dared to insult their company. The fighters bowed to Mr. E and promised that this would never happen again. The leader demanded that the bandits work in Africa for a whole year. The protagonist stood to the side and watched joyfully as the bandits left the room and asked for forgiveness. Hey gave Lin 50 front-row tickets to shut his mouth. Lucy shouted with a joyful voice that she was very happy after receiving the tickets. The main character was pleased. Hey stepped aside upset. In the evening, there were very bright fireworks near the building. Everything around in the sky sparkled. There was a crowd of people near the entrance to the building. Someone was carrying a piglet on a cart. The guards were driving everyone away. The main character and his girlfriend got out of the car. Lily was pushing her father in a stroller. She hoped that the man would wake up at the music competition. There were security guards in front of them. Lin turned around and looked slyly at his girlfriend. He thought that the large number of people would enhance the effect of the music in the Moon Palace. The guards at the entrance were scared. The main character told the girl that they needed to go inside and enjoy the competition. A fighter with a baton at the entrance told the guests that they had to wait in line. The muscle man with chains looked at the guard with displeasure. The main character happily handed the tickets to the security guard and said that they were VIP guests. The employee at the entrance showed the main character and his girlfriend where to go next. An employee angrily told a colleague that he had called their VIP guests gangsters. The guard explained in horror that he had mistaken the man in the wheelchair for the gangster boss. In the end, he was wrong. The security guard told his colleague that he felt a special magical aura around the guy. The worker hit his subordinate on the head with all his might and demanded that he return to work. The main character glanced at his phone. The assistant smiled and told the guy that he should finish making his face mask by now. Lin told the girl in a shy voice that he would be back soon. The girl pointed to the side and said that many fairies had come to take a bath. The assistant excitedly asked the main character if he wanted to see it. Lin answered the girl with a joyful voice that he wanted to. Suddenly, the girl hit the guy on the head with all her might through the phone screen. She told the guy with displeasure that he only answered her when she told him about the fairies in the bathroom. The main character happily shouted to his girlfriend that he would see to it as soon as he finished the job. The girl demanded that the guy act now. The partner kicked the guy in the face over the phone and told him to do what she wanted. She promised to tell everyone that he had been bullying her and that no one would talk to him again. The main character was running at full speed along the evening street. He saw a man in the window. Lin excitedly demanded that the seller give him a magazine with muscular men. The man handed the main character the magazine he needed. Lin told the girl on the phone that he had a special book for her. The main character was looking closely at the magazine in his hands and talking to the girl on the phone. She wanted to look at him. Lin downloaded the magazine onto his phone so that Fairy could take a closer look at it. The fairy looked at the phone attentively. She liked the magazine very much. The girl with an angry voice shouted at the guy that she would take this magic book from him for study. The main character happily pressed a button on the phone and shouted that everything was done. The salesman at the window asked the guy in surprise what kind of phone he had. The man couldn't figure out where the magazine had disappeared to after scanning. The main character smiled slyly at the seller and said that he had a phone number 86. Musicians with instruments performed on the stage. In the hall, the audience shouted words of support to them. Lily turned around in the hall and demanded that the spectators be a little quieter. A fan shouted at the girl in displeasure that they had spent money and could shout. A spectator from his seat told the fans that there was a man sleeping next to them and one seat was empty. They had no respect for the singers on stage at all. The fans continued to quarrel among themselves. There was a loud noise in the hall. Someone shouted that most of the people gathered were from Zhao Ying's fan club and they all needed to be kicked out. Chase yelled at the fans from the side that if they wanted to die, he wouldn't stop them. The woman told the guy to wait a second. The woman told the audience that her husband was sitting in front of her, who had been sleeping in a coma for a long time. They brought him here out of respect for the music competition. Their daughter was supposed to perform. The fan answered the woman with a joyful voice that, when her daughter goes on stage, their fan club will be rooting for her. The guy jumped to his feet and waved his hand to the audience. He shouted at them to sit down and not interfere with the musicians playing. The woman thanked the boy. She said that not all teenagers are reckless. Lucy shouted to her mother that she really was amazing. The main character entered the room and asked what happened. She shouted at the guy to sit down and watch the concert. Lin, sitting in his seat, asked the girl why he was so amazing. Lily demanded that her friend look at the stage. The main character looked at the stage. He shouted in a frightened voice that Zhao Ying was in front of them. The singer on stage in an Eastern outfit shouted to the audience that she would perform an original song for them. All the fans were delighted. The protagonist glanced at the stage and realized that the singer Zhao looked familiar to him. He decided that they had met before. The guys in the audience happily shouted words of support for the singer. The girl told the fans that she wants to invite her friend to sing a duet with him. The singer handed the main character a microphone. She had already seen it in the dressing room. The fat fan said in an envious voice that he also wanted to sing the song together with Zhao. The main character told the girl that he didn't know her song. The audience in the hall was very surprised. Lily grabbed her friend by the ear with displeasure and asked, "Doesn't he know this singer's songs?" Lin sternly answered his friend that he was busy saving the world. She cunningly explained to the main character that there were Zhao fans nearby. The main character looked carefully ahead and saw a huge crowd of angry fans. Lin bowed to the surprised singer and said that he would listen to her songs later. The singer told the main character that he could ask her for the disc when he was free. Lily angrily asked the guy, why did the singer want to perform with him and promised a disc? Lin answered his partner that he did not know. She threatened the main character with a knife that if he deceived her, she would cripple him. The host invited the next participant named Celia to the stage. The girl greeted the host and her friends from the stage. The people in the hall were very happy. They shouted words of support for the girl with joyful voices. Celia took the microphone in her hands. The fans were shouting at her to fight. They were rooting for her. The girl looked carefully to the side and shouted to the judges that she was starting to sing. The singer thanked everyone for their instructions. The audience waited for the performance to begin. The man looked closely at the singer and said, "They'll do it." Celia got ready to sing. Selena sang a song about dreams and desires on stage. Fans in the audience supported her. Lin asked her friend what the rating was now. Lily shouted to her friend to look at the screen. The main character looked at the tables with the ratings of different singers and numbers. The girl bowed to the audience after the song. The host told the singer to let the judges evaluate Selena's performance. The judges started raising boards with different numbers. Selena had very high scores. Zhaoying Dala Village very low score while other judges gave higher scores. The main character looked closely after the singer leaving. Selena walked into the hallway and saw another participant there. They looked at each other silently. Selena sternly demanded that her rival leave. She walked past Lily and said that she had won anyway. The host raised his hand and shouted for everyone to greet the participant. "Lily!" The singer greeted the guests. The audience in the hall shouted words of encouragement for Lily. Lucy was excitedly rooting for her sister. Celia looked carefully at the audience. She was unhappy because so many people were supporting her opponent. The main character said in a joyful voice that Lily has a lot of fans. The main character looked at the stage. He decided to teach Celia a lesson because of her cheating. Lily said from the stage that her father always wanted to see her win a music competition. She wanted to perform a song called Father. The girl took the microphone in her hands and began to sing a song. The main character watched her closely. The main character activated his divine eyes. He looked closely at the singer on the stage. Lily sang the song with inspiration. The main character looked around carefully and said that there were many thousands of people and a lot of energy in this space. Lily finished singing and bowed to the audience. There was complete silence among the fans in the hall. The audience was very excited. The girl told the fans that this was the end of her performance and thanked everyone. The audience in the hall applauded. The girls shouted words of encouragement. A fan shouted that it was the most touching song. Someone even missed their father and wanted to go home. The protagonist said with tears in his eyes that the music of In the Moonlight is really powerful. It touched ordinary people. The presenter demanded that the judges show the girls' scores. Everyone showed 10 points. The judges gave the singer top marks with tears in their eyes. One of them said that he hadn't been home for a long time and missed his father. An angry Celine couldn't understand why Lily was so powerful. At that moment, the singer ran to the window and shouted to father that she had won. She wanted the man to wake up. The father came to his senses. He reached out his hand to the girl's head and called her by name. The man told his daughter that he missed her very much. The girl was happy that her father had finally woken up. She missed him too. The people in the hall joyfully shouted words of encouragement for the girl. The guard looked out into the hall in surprise. He was surprised that someone else knew the music. In the Moon Palace, the man on the bed shook the protagonist's hand. He said that he would feel calmer if Lily married him. She thanked the protagonist. She said that everything happened as he said. Lin headed towards the exit of the ward. He promised to visit the girl with the man later. The patient on the bed shouted at the protagonist to come have a drink with him later. The girls in the corridor in office suits joyfully greeted the main character. One of the girls approached the guy and said that he had to sign the contract documents regarding the masks. The main character would receive 100,000 every month. The rest would be sold. Their company would have the right to decide and reject. The main character did not understand what the right to decide and reject would mean. The worker enthusiastically told the guy that their masks work very well and they will be in demand by rich people. The protagonist looked at the worker and demanded that she continue. The worker explained that she wanted to add a clause to the contract where they would decide for themselves who could buy their masks. The main character asked his partner if Mr. E had agreed to such conditions. The girl said that Hay hadn't agreed right away. She told E that they would consider other companies if he didn't agree. Lin put a stamp on the documents and told the girl that they could go and sign. The protagonist looked out into the street and was surprised to see the employee leaving on a motorcycle. The employee told the protagonist that she would order a taxi so as not to spoil the image of their company. Lin told the employee to get in the car. He promised to take her. The main character and his subordinate arrived at a car dealership. They were met by a saleswoman. He promised to buy the employee any car she wanted. The worker pushed the guy aside with her hands and shouted that a motorcycle was enough for her. The main character pointed at an expensive green car and told the saleswoman that they would take this car for a test drive. The saleswoman slyly told the guy that the car cost $600,000. She did not believe that he would be able to buy such a car. The main character angrily demanded that the saleswoman not be a snob. The woman angrily threatened the customer that this store belongs to Mr. E. The main character turned around and walked away. He called his subordinate Eva with him. The saleswoman shouted to the guards that people had come and didn't want to buy anything. The guards wanted to beat up the main character. He threw them around. Hay was sitting in the office. He was surprised to hear some noises coming from the car dealership. Suddenly, there was a very loud noise. Someone knocked down the door. The owner saw a broken vase of flowers. The saleswoman ran in and shouted that some customer was causing trouble. Outside, he beat up the security guards. The main character entered the office. The saleswoman pointed her finger at him and complained to Mr. E. Hay hit the worker on the head with his hand and asked the main character if everything was okay with him. The saleswoman was very surprised when she realized that her boss knew the client. The main character told the owner that his guards couldn't hurt him. He advised that Hay deal with it himself. The company was closed for an internal purge. Everyone who won't respect their clients needs to be fired. The security guards took the saleswoman away. She asked the boss not to fire her and to give her another chance. The owner told the main character that he could choose any car at his expense. Lin pointed to the red car. He decided to sign the contract with Hay. The boss looked at his watch and told the protagonist that they had to talk about the masks now. He wanted to find an advertising sponsor to promote them. Eva shouted after the protagonist that they would see him later. The protagonist sat at the table. Hay told him that the sponsor could promote their masks abroad. Lin answered his partner that this was a great opportunity. The boss reminded the protagonist about the woman who tested their masks in the company. The main character said with excitement that the company employee turned into a young girl. The owner answered the guy that the employee then aged again. Lin was scared because the masks might not work. Hay explained to his partner that the mask's validity period is 5 days. The protagonist was devastated when he realized that the mask would only last for 5 days. "Hey," he said to his partner in an angry voice, so that he wouldn't be disappointed. "Even a mask with 5 days of youth, people will buy it again and again." The main character hit his partner with a cup and called him bad. Hay answered the guy that he was also bad. At this time, a girl in an evening dress with red hair entered the room. Hay greeted the guest named Red and introduced himself to her. The girl told her partners that she would be leaving in 5 minutes and that they needed to get straight to the point. The main character asked the girl if she had used the masks that had been sent to her. The partner with the cigarette shouted discontentedly that there was a minute left and that they needed to get to the point of the conversation. Hay told the guest that their company had developed a new type of face masks. They needed to advertise them. Red jumped to her feet and shouted that she had had enough. The main character and the owner looked at her with displeasure. The girl shouted to her partners that she didn't want to advertise their product and called them crazy. Hay decided to calm Miss Red down. The guest headed for the exit. Hay shouted in a dissatisfied voice that they had spent 100,000 yuan on something stupid. Lin asked the boss, "What kind of girl was that?" Hay put his hands on the table. He told the protagonist that Miss Red was in front of them. She was Zhao Ying's agent. The protagonist was surprised when he realized that their recent guest was the singer Zhao Ying's agent. The owner told the main character that Red was one of the judges at the competition yesterday. The protagonist told his partner that the singer met him backstage yesterday. He could find out her contact information. Hay told his partner in a dissatisfied voice that they should find another sponsor. After Zhao Ying refused them, Lin promised his partner to find a good sponsor. The girl was walking down the street. She was unhappy because the country bumpkins wanted to ask a superstar to advertise their products. At that moment, someone called her. Red excitedly told her partner that several people named Michael and Leo had come to her and wanted to invite her to talk about face masks. Partner asked the girl who invited her. Red said that she was invited by Michael E. and Leo Lin from the company Everything for Beauties. Red told her partner that she was offered money, but she refused to advertise low-quality products. She did not want to risk her popularity. The partner asked the girl, "Did she really agree?" Red answered on the phone in fear that she did not agree. The singer angrily demanded that her partner find the main character and immediately make a deal with him. Red was walking down the street and saw the main character with a man. She shouted for them not to leave. The girl almost tripped. Lynn asked her, "Is there something wrong with her?" Red suggested that her partners eat together and talk about the product. The girl told her partners that she had just called Emily and told her about them. She asked how much they could pay her. Hay told his partner that they would pay Emily $50 million for the advertising. The protagonist was surprised when he realized that Mr. E was so generous. Red greedily demanded $200 million a year and said that this was a discount only for friends. Hay told the girl that this was all very serious and he should discuss it with his partner. Lynn suggested that his partner find a free guarantor. The girl angrily told the main character that he could only dream of a free guarantor. At that moment, her phone rang. Her partner asked, "How are things with Red?" The girl said that clients do not value their services. They can't agree on a price. Leo said that he can find a free guarantor. The singer strictly demanded that her subordinate obtain consent by any means necessary. She threatened to terminate the contract with the editor. The protagonist moved away. He told his companion that they did not need to talk to such a snob. The frightened girl shouted to her partners that she agreed to the sum of $50 million. Hay got worried and shouted to his friend that they had to sign the contract. Lynn stopped his colleague and reminded him that he was not ready to pay even a penny. The girl thought with displeasure that she might lose her job. She offered $40 million. Lynn said in a stern voice to his partner that he would not agree, even if she begged him. Red continued to lower the price. The main character raised his hand and told the girl that he did not agree. Red fell to her knees in front of the guy and shouted that Emily was ready to work with them for free. The main character answered the girl in a very stern voice that he did not agree. The girl shouted after the guys to give her another chance. She agreed that she was guilty. The singer sternly shouted at her subordinate that she would ask to fire her. Red told her boss on the phone that clients don't want to work even for free. The singer angrily shouted that the main character had pissed her off. Selena entered the dark, abandoned building. She looked around fearfully and looked for someone. At this time, some dark tentacles began to move straight towards the girl's feet. Celia screamed in great fear. Wild birds were flying around her. The stranger from the side asked the girl how she found him. Celia was sitting on her knees. She told the master that she was the daughter of the sword. She came to him to take revenge. The man in red clothes in the chair told the girl that she was the daughter of his old friend. He asked what he wanted to take revenge on her for. The girl was immersed in memories. Several guys threw her to the ground. The girl couldn't understand why the guy treated her so badly. She won a silver medal at a music competition. Her partner sternly told the singer that her disgrace had been revealed and all the judges were under investigation. Even her medal might soon be returned. The singer, frightened, asked her partner who had said this. The guy told the girl in an angry voice that they would only remember the participant who won the gold medal. People around looked at the girl with displeasure. The man laughed loudly. He told the girl that she should marry someone honest and live a modest life. Celia shouted in an angry voice that she would resist and wanted to destroy Leo and Lily. At this time, someone ran into the room and grabbed the girl from behind. She fell on her back. Celia looked very angrily at the master on the sofa. A servant was supporting her by the hand from behind. The girl suddenly turned around and headed for the exit. The servant turned to the master in surprise. He delightedly told the master that he had changed 300 jobs and met a real god and seen magic. The man sitting on the couch asked his partner again, "Did he really mean all this?" The subordinate told with admiration that he heard music in the Moon Palace. It was to Leo and Lily. The master angrily told the subordinate to immediately return the girl back as soon as possible. The little animal itself came to him. The man shouted angrily in front of him that he had waited 20 years. His great plan would soon be fulfilled. He would take the lives of Leo and Lily. The master demanded that his new guards drink the purple drink. The guard said he had waited a very long time to drink the drink for the baptism of the soul. He swallowed the contents of the glass. Celia swallowed the contents of the glass. The master said in an angry voice that everything was wonderful. He stood near the pentagram and said that Leo and Lily should be brought to him. The girl angrily told the master that she would not mock him if she could. The man answered his partner that he had activated a 10-year giant circle. A big disaster happened in the city. A train fell off a bridge and a plane fell from it onto a building. The dog asked the master where he had dragged him. The tench said in a joyful voice that his future father-in-law had woken up and invited him to have a drink with him. The pet looked angrily at its owner and told him to give it a tasty bone. He promised to be a good dog. The main character answered the dog that he would do everything just like that. Suddenly, he saw something in front of him. A white minibus rushed straight in front of the main character. The guy barely managed to jump back. Lin angrily asked the driver if he could drive at all. He saw that the driver was sitting dead in his seat on the bus. There were scared passengers inside. The dog angrily demanded that its owner turn around. The tench asked its pet what was going on there. The main character saw a group of strange people walking towards him. The dog told its owner that something was spreading around, and that's why the people lost consciousness. Lin activated his divine eyes. The main character saw how there was a dark aura around the people. He decided to quickly take Lily and the others away. The main character sat on his dog's back and shouted that they should sleep people. Lin arrived at his girlfriend's house and demanded that she come down. Lily offered him dinner together. Lin said that there was no time to explain and that she should follow him. She looked at the main character in fear and asked, "What happened to him?" The guy was running at full speed down the street and pulling the girl along with him. He saw that something dark was catching up with them. Suddenly, the girl fell to the ground at full speed. The main character continued to run forward. Celia asked the servant who his master was. Everyone in the city was unconscious, and an ordinary person could not do such a thing. The man answered his partner in a proud voice that his master would soon become a god. He had started implementing his plan a long time ago and was waiting for the right moment. Now there was a chance, when they caught the right people and gave them to the master, they themselves would also become gods. Silly told the driver that she just wanted to cripple the main character and make fun of Lily. The driver turned around and told the girl in surprise that they could not hurt the tench and the Lily before they gave them to the master. After that, the minibus stopped abruptly. There was a guy and a girl lying near the car. Seely got out of the car and kicked the main character. She shouted that Lin died along with his girlfriend. The driver grabbed his companion with his hands and warned her not to hit the prisoners. Their master was supposed to hit them first. Celia came up and grabbed the main character by the clothes with her hands. The girl looked at her captives angrily and shouted that she could finally raise them like that. She joyfully shouted that the master was a real god. A magic dog ran up from the side and threw one person onto its back. Its master and everyone around it lost consciousness. The dog didn't know what to do. The predator saw how the stranger was holding the main character together with the girl in her arms. Suddenly, Celia threw her captives into the cabin and shouted that they did not respect her, but their lives were in her hands. A dog was watching from the side. The main character was lying beaten in the car cabin. The girl angrily shouted at him that she would not let him leave while he was alive. She wanted to break one of his 2 limbs. The driver shouted in a frightened voice to his companion to let the master do it. Suddenly, a suspicious noise was heard from the side. The man and his companion turned around in fright. Celia asked her companion in a frightened voice, "What kind of monster was in front of them?" The man answered the girl in a breaking voice that he did not know who was in front of them. The monster with glowing eyes sternly asked the kidnappers what they had done to his master. The driver angrily answered the mutant that he himself had drunk the water of the baptism of the soul and that he would not be able to defeat him. The mutant sternly demanded that the man give him the antidote. The man angrily answered the monster that if he didn't want it the easy way, then everything would be the hard way. The monster extended his hand forward and a bright glow appeared near it. He sternly demanded that the man return his master. The monster attacked the opponent with a bright lightning. The man put his hand forward and fought back. The mutant was surprised that the man in front of him could fight like that. The frightened man shouted at the girl to touch his back to give him strength. The monster was very strong against him. The girl grabbed the man from behind. The driver at this time launched a bright fire stream against the monster. The man used a bright stream of fire to throw his opponent far away. The mutant flew back far after the attack from the man and crashed into the wall of the house. The man ordered the girl to take the body. The beaten monster on the roof of the building began to come to his senses. The man in a frightened voice grunted to the girl that she should take Lily away first. They needed the master's help to catch the monster. Celia in a frightened voice answered her companion that the mutant had taken the main character's body. The demonic dog was running at full speed. He was carrying his master on his back. Bobby was telepathically screaming for the guy to wake up. His girlfriend was being taken away somewhere. The main character began to gradually come to his senses. He was still riding on the back of a huge dog. Lin came to his senses and asked the girl in fear how he got here. She excitedly told the master that he woke up. Eva told the guy that the whole city was asleep because of the immortal practitioner's spell. Lin asked his partner, "Why do people in the city lose consciousness?" The main character asked his girlfriend with a smile if he could go now. Eva smiled at the boy and said that after he woke up he shouldn't worry. This kind of mass magic can only be used once unless a real immortal comes. Lin jumped to his feet and prepared to leave. The main character hit the dog with his hand. At that time, the dog wanted to give him artificial respiration. Lin hit his pet away with a powerful blow and asked why he was there. The dog answered his owner in flight that he had finally woken up. The main character sat on the lawn and thoughtfully looked ahead. The guy did not understand why Celia and the others wanted to catch him together with Lily. The guy asked the dog if he remembered the smell of the attackers. Bobby looked at his master happily and said that he remembered. Lin told his pet in a thoughtful voice that everyone was asleep and only they could protect other people. They needed to find out who had used the spell. A bus with unconscious people inside drove into the base. The frightened guy grabbed his girlfriend with his hands and shouted that everyone around fainted. He shouted for help. The man approached the girl lying on the ground. Lily found the strength in herself and rose above the ground. The girl looked around in fear and did not understand where she was. The master told the captive with surprise that she was able to wake up on her own from his spell. Lily did not understand where she was. The kidnapper kicked the captive from above. Lily asked Celia in fear if she was afraid of going to prison. The master thoughtfully said to himself that when the captives woke up, he would be in heaven. The subordinate told the boss in a frightened voice that the main character had been kidnapped by a dog and that he might come to them. The master said to the man in a thoughtful voice that the tench would come because he was not so simple. The driver asked the boss if he had a plan. The foreman put his fingers to his head and replied that he had a plan. Afterwards, a green glow appeared near his body. The people turned into green demonic monsters and jumped to their feet. The master angrily demanded that the zombies stop the main character. He activated the second phase of the huge magic circle. Celia stood aside and listened attentively to the man. The master promised his subordinates that he would become immortal. If they help him catch the main character, he will tell them about the huge magic circle. The girl frightenedly held her hands in front of her. The green zombies next to her began to laugh evilly. From the side, someone ran into the room and shouted that a stranger had attacked from the gates of life. The master shouted to his subordinates to stop the intruder. Matt ran in with a big board. He didn't understand what happened. After he returned from a business trip, he saw Judgment Day around him. The main character took the phone and called his friend Lee Taguai. He asked his partner, "How can you put everyone around you to sleep?" Lee sat at the table and smoked a cigarette. He told his partner that with the help of the Penglai lotus seed, you can make the guy fall asleep for 800 years. He promised the main character to buy the potion for 500 merit points. Lion explained to his partner that he was interested in a spell to make everyone around him fall asleep. Lai enthusiastically told the guy that he knew a lot of spells. Some of them were forbidden to use. The main character asked his partner on the phone, "How can the master be destroyed?" Lee answered the guy on the phone that he would check everything and tell him the answer later. Lin stretched out his hand in front of him and it hit something. He said that the invisible barrier must be a huge magic circle. The guy asked the dog, "Did he find that entrance?" Bobby ran up to his owner. He shouted in a joyful voice that he had searched everywhere, but everything looked the same. The pet decided that the whole city was surrounded by a magic circle. The main character crouched down and slammed his hand into the barrier. The guy decided to save his girlfriend. Lin really wanted Layla to be with him. She would help him turn into an immortal ghost and pass through the barrier. Bobby yelled at the main character that he felt something familiar. The guy yelled back at the pet that they needed to move forward now. The beaten guy with a stick in his hands told Zombie in a frightened voice that he would not file a lawsuit until they went bankrupt. The green monster rushed forward at the guy and shouted that he wanted to see how the dead man would file a lawsuit. The main character ran up very quickly and stopped the mutant's hand with his hand. He protected the guy. The hostage thanked the protagonist for his help. A monster stood next to him. Lin shouted to the rescued man to run after him. The rescued guy suddenly looked away in fear. Lin turned around and shouted that the monsters had come again and they needed to be dealt with. Matt fell to the ground and screamed in fear. The green demon told his accomplice in an angry voice that there was a real person in front of them. The other green mutant answered in a joyful voice that they had found Leo for the master. The protagonist shouted at his rivals with a bright look to stop. He extended his finger forward and threatened the zombies that they would pay for catching him Lily. The mutant swung his hand and shouted at the protagonist not to be arrogant. Lin very quickly extended his hand in front of him and stopped the mutant's fist with it. The main character held the monster's hand with his own and didn't let go. Another zombie ran up to him from the side. The main character activated his magical vision and demanded that the mutants kneel before him. The monsters fell to their knees. The master ordered them that if they did not defeat the main character, then they were not to return. Matt sat on the side with the dog. He was surprised by the strength of the main character. Lin approached the zombies on his knees. He asked them in a stern voice where Lily was. The demon handed it to the main character and shouted that their master would not spare him. Lin stood and calmly looked at the demon's hand right next to his face. After that, he shouted at the attackers that they were very self-confident. There was a very bright, fiery explosion. A frightened Matt sat to the side with his dog and watched everything carefully. The protagonist looked at his friend with attention. He thought that Matt had not fainted, since he was the son of Lee Taiguya and should know the way. Out loud, he asked the rescued guy how he got here through the barrier. The partner answered for the protagonist that he was just walking aimlessly. When he touched the barrier, he saw the path in front of him. The protagonist looked closely at his friend and realized that he was indeed the son of Lee Taiguya and was born to break the spell. Lin cunningly suggested to his companion that he be a hero with him. Matt said angrily that he had earned a lot of money just to develop battle armor. He was willing to do anything to become a hero. Lin on the side demanded his friend to show him the way. The master sat near the magic lamp. He thought that the protagonist alone would be able to avoid the spell. The captive lay on the great altar, and a bright light came from above her. The man decided to use a magic weapon. He shouted discontentedly to his subordinates that they could not crush the protagonist. Lin and his friend had already penetrated the second layer. Cups with green liquid were flying around. The man said that it was dirty water from the underworld. He could make the monster very strong, and even a real immortal would not be able to defeat them. The zombies bowed to the master. The main character was standing with his friend near the building. It was deserted around. The guy shouted that there was no one around and he was scared. Lin yelled angrily at the guy to calm down. He was waiting for the attacker to come back to catch him. At that moment, there was a noise from the side. Matt turned around in fear. The main character suddenly rushed forward at the green demons. He called them a party of idiots on the go. Lin was frightened when he saw a green mutant rush at him. He realized that the new monsters were much stronger than before. Lin jumped back sharply. Matt shouted in fear to the main character that he would be able to defeat the zombie. Lin protected his head with his hand and answered his friend that it would be more difficult this way. A whole crowd of green demons rushed forward at the guy and prepared to kill him. The dog jumped up on his hind legs and turned into a fighter. He asked the main character what they should do now. Lin answered his friend that they had not lost yet and should fight. Lin shouted to his pet to calm down and do everything he could. Bobby ran and began to cut the monsters around with his hands. The main character also rushed forward sharply. The protagonist suddenly bent down and prepared to hit his opponent. He thought that he had a good chance. The main character hit his opponent with all his might with a powerful blow to the stomach. The guy felt that it was getting harder and harder for him. The main character fell to the ground after being hit by an opponent. Matt asked his friend in fear if he was okay. The main character shifted his hands forward to protect himself from another blow. He decided to use the hand that collects stars. It gave the ability to control small objects at a certain distance. Suddenly, some unknown force sharply threw the monster back and he flew to the side. Lin activated his divine eyes. With this skill, he saw what was hidden from normal sight. The main character carefully saw how bright white stars were glowing inside the zombie. The main character looked angrily at the monster and shouted that he had found their weak spot. Lin dodged sharply to the side and a monster ran past him. He used a skill called Fighting Manual. The guy hit the mutant in the back with all his might and hit his tendons and blood vessels. After that, he hit the monster in the face and hit his bones. The main character threw the zombie far to the side with a deadly throw. The main character looked ahead attentively. 2 mutants flew away from him. The guy was surprised to see a dark purple aura around him. He decided that his body was starting to corrode. Lin couldn't feel his left arm. At that moment, the dog called him. Lin turned around and shouted for Bobby to quickly take Matt away from here. He had a plan of his own. The zombie pounced on the main character from above and shouted for him to go to hell. Lin managed to jump aside just in time. The main character moved to the mirror of the moon lake with the help of thoughts. He was floating on the big green leaf. She asked the guy if everything was okay with him. Lin complained to his partner that his left hand had become lifeless. Lin told the girl that he couldn't feel his left hand and his right hand was shaking. Eva explained to the guy that the dirty water of the underground kingdom was to blame for everything. She couldn't help him because his hand was already sealed. The protagonist excitedly told his girlfriend that he had to find a way to heal himself. One arm would be useless to him. The partner told her friend that she couldn't help him. A warrior appeared from the side. He told the protagonist that he could inhabit his body and fight on his behalf. Lin looked at his friends and said that they could only win if they joined forces. He turned around and asked his girlfriend, "Can David take over another body?" Eva excitedly answered her partner that it was better to deal with the body that was created. Otherwise, it could be torn to pieces and the new owner would be killed. The main character looked to the side at his friend and shouted that David could do it because he was the son of God. Scared, Bobby shouted for the main character that he wanted to take him with him. A bright light appeared in front of Tench. He shouted to the dog that a strong man would help them. The dog shouted to his owner in a surprised voice that he had actually acquired an assistant. The Tench replied to his pet that the assistant was now on his back. David was wearing a hazmat suit. He shouted that he needed some cold light and then the weapon would go into battle like a dragon. Bobby glanced to the side and asked where Matt was. The main character looked at the monster and shouted for him to stop them himself. He wanted to lead Matt into battle. Bobby told the owner that he would do everything. The main character knocked the zombie away with a powerful blow and shouted for David to take care of it. The warrior rushed forward at the zombie and used cutting wind and thunderblade against it. David cut the zombie in front of him with a very powerful blow from his blade. The main character looked ahead happily and shouted that he did it. David swung his blade forward. He shouted at his master to be careful. Lin noticed the zombie running towards him. Lin shouted at his pet to return to his original form. Bobby turned into a small dog. The warrior waved his spear in front of him and shouted that the zombies were attacking him from behind. David raised his hand up and a bright glow appeared there. He activated the crescent attack. The warrior swung his blade with all his might and slammed it into the ground to activate the spell. A very bright explosion was heard around the warrior. A frightened dog was looking at him from the side. The master extended his hand forward and there was a green glow next to it. He shouted that he would have to personally enter the game and demanded that no one touch Lily. David shouted at the protagonist that he couldn't stay there for long. He explained that they would see each other later. Matt asked the protagonist with displeasure where the man in black had gone. Lin answered his partner that the guy in black had urgent business. He demanded that his friend show him the way. They had no time to waste. Matt pointed his finger forward and shouted that his sixth sense was telling him to move in that direction. The protagonist suddenly grabbed his friend to throw him to the ground and protect him from the attack. Matt shouted in a frightened voice to his friend that he had risked his life for him. Lin angrily demanded that the guy shut up. The master approached the main character from the side and said that they had finally met. Lin looked at the man in surprise and asked, "Are they really acquainted?" The master angrily told the protagonist that he knew him. Lin created a stir and killed his dear student Hux. Lin was lost in his memories. He remembered how he had defeated the huge demonic warrior. The master angrily told the protagonist that he would use him along with Lily to bring his plan to life. The man stretched his hand forward and attacked the guy with a bright beam of light. Lin thought to himself in fear that he had no strength left. The main character looked ahead in fear. He noticed that someone began to appear in front of him. Lin noticed how a girl appeared in front of him from above in a bright fire. She came down from a height. A girl in purple clothes and with light hair appeared right in front of the main character. The dog shouted joyfully that there was a princess in front of them. The main character shouted joyfully to the girl Layla that she had finally returned. The demonic doctor in the white coat asked his colleague what was the princess's condition. The mutant replied that the girl's body had been destroyed, but her soul was still intact. The patient lay unconscious under a glass dome. The mutant doctor told his colleagues with excitement that they had a meeting with the state deputy. At the moment, the soul vessel in Jiangnan is unstable. It reacts to the water from the afterlife and something terrible can happen. The girl came to her senses and opened her eyes. She thought about Jiangnan and Leo with fear. There was a very bright fiery explosion. The girl stretched out her hand forward and grabbed the fireball. In the afterlife, the doctors looked at the broken glass dome in surprise. One of them shouted that the princess had escaped. The girl slyly told the main character that he was very clumsy and she couldn't stand him. Lin was very glad that the girl saved him. The main character looked angrily at his girlfriend and shouted that her criticism annoyed him. The happy dog rushed to the girl from the side and began to lick her. Layla shouted discontentedly at the pet to let her go. At this time, a warrior appeared from the side above the girl and prepared to pounce on her from above. She heard some noise. The girl, with a very sharp and quick blow of her hand, threw the fighter far to the side. Lin shouted in an admiring voice to the princess that she was very strong. Layla held her hand outstretched in front of her. She sternly told her friend that next time he should not forget and treat her to something new. The master looked angrily at the girl and shouted that she had made him angry. After that, a bright explosion was heard in front of him. A bright purple explosion sounded near the master. He couldn't understand what kind of girl was in front of him. In Jiangnan, no one could surpass him in strength. The master angrily swung his huge green blade to attack the girl. He noticed with horror that she was much faster than he expected. The angry warrior couldn't defeat the girl. He didn't understand what kind of person she was. The man sternly shouted at the girl that she was just an ordinary ghost. Layla answered the man that he could not harm people. The dog on the side warned the princess that the master was Hux's mentor. The girl remembered Hux with fright. She rushed at the master and decided not to let him transform. The man suddenly turned into a huge demon with a weapon. The girl rushed to attack him. The protagonist saw in fear how the girl flew after being hit by the master. She realized that Layla had failed to stop the demon. The main character stood with the dog. They frightenedly caught the fallen girl in their arms. Lin turned around and shouted in a stern voice at his girlfriend that she had become a ghost again. Layla smiled and answered the guy that she was joking about his worthlessness. The dog covered people with his paws from a bright explosion. The monster became stronger and stronger. There was a bright green glow around the demon. He shouted that his drug had made him 10 times stronger. Now the ghost and the immortal had to prepare for death. The girl grabbed the golden pill in her hand. She said angrily to the demon that he was not the only one who had such power. She gave the surprised protagonist a golden pill and told him not to lose it. The monster said in an angry voice that he saw a sphere of soul preservation in front of him. Layla glared angrily at the demon in front of her and said that she would now introduce him to the true power of a mid-level immortal ghost. After that, the girl's body began to transform. The main character grabbed a small wooden sword around his neck. He shouted to the girl that he would help her today. The peachwood sword along with the sky crusher were tools against evil. Lin decided to use its secret weapon. Lin held his blade in his hands. He shouted that the time for jokes was over. Layla told her friend that he looked more like Yang Guo. The main character shouted to his dog to change and move into battle. Bobby acquired the immortal dog. The demon with green eyes angrily shouted at the people that they would all belong to him together. The main character, along with the blade and the dog, prepared to fight back with the help of divine eyes. He saw that there was only one weak spot on the monster's body. The girl suddenly rushed forward. The main character shouted after her in fear so that Layla would listen to him. The girl wanted to punch the monster on the move. The mutant put his hands up to defend himself and shouted to his opponent that she wouldn't defeat him anyway. The main character, riding a demonic dog with a blade in his hands, prepared to attack the master from above. Lin pierced the monster from behind with a powerful blow of a bright blade. The protagonist turned around and shouted at the girl to grab the monster. Layla attacked the demon with a pink chain. The girl swung the pink chain to the sides in flight and attacked the demon from behind. The girl pulled the chain that tied the monster with all her might. The demon fell to the ground after attacking the girl with the chain. He jumped up and glanced at her at the same time. The master decided to attack his rival with a bright stream. Lin called his girlfriend in fear. The girl dodged to the side in time. A bright stream flew past her. The demon shouted to his rival that she was finished. Frightened, Layla shouted to herself that she couldn't stay here any longer. The main character couldn't help her again. Huge purple chains descended around the monster. The girl stretched out her hand forward and shouted to the main character that she would not last long. She used the soul chains. The main character was riding on top of the dog. He shouted at Bobby to rush forward. The demon stood surrounded by magical chains. Lin jumped up and swung his blade. Lin looked to the side carefully and activated the 7 stars attack. The protagonist launched his magic blade straight at the monster. At the same time, he jumped off his dog. The demon stood wrapped in purple chains. The blade went straight into his body. The dog was very surprised by his owner's abilities. The guy told the pet that he said the first words that came to his mind. "It sounded pretty good," Layla screamed in flight at the guy to attack the monster again. The demon stood surrounded by purple chains. The protagonist launched a green mist against his opponent. "The demon is scared," asked the guy not to kill him. The girl shouted to the main character that he will fight alone. Her soul sphere power was already used. The main character looked at the monster with fear and decided to act against it immediately. The monster grabbed the main character's blade with his hand. He said in an angry voice that now it was his turn to attack. The demon broke the protagonist's heavenly sword with a powerful blow. Lin flew back after the attack and crashed into his dog. Bobby grabbed his owner and began to carry him away. He shouted to the guy that they needed to get out of here. Even Princess Layla was defeated. Matt was hanging on the big wall and didn't know where he was, the guy said, in fear that they wouldn't be able to leave this place in a hurry because of the huge circle. The main character shouted to his friend that they were destined to die anyway. Matt answered his partner in fear that he had not yet become a hero. The demon told the people in an angry voice that they had managed to destroy all the hard vessels. They were still in his hands and he was not afraid of the Sima family. There was a very bright green explosion. The monster shouted to the people that no one could stop him and they would all die. The dog shouted to his owner in a frightened voice that he wanted to take him away from here. The main character shouted for the dog to take the frightened Matt with him. The guy was hanging on the wall in fear at that time. Lin used the star picker. He wanted to establish control over nearby objects. Lin looked ahead very frightened and shouted that he could do it. A bright explosion appeared in front of the guy. The demon looked at the main character in surprise and said that he really had great power. The guy dodged his crushing blow. The monster felt very nauseous, and black blood came out of his mouth. The demon said in a dissatisfied voice that he had gone too far. He decided to go back and improve Lily. It might be too late. If people from the Sima family had passed by, David with a spear told the main character that he wanted to fight for him. Eva also wanted to help her master. Lin answered his friends with excitement that even Layla could not defeat the monster. The main character looked at a small golden ball, inside which was a figurine of a girl. He thought that Layla was saving him again. He could not let her down and there must be some way out. The main character looked at his phone. The assistant told the guy that he looked for the circle. He did not find it in the warehouse. He sealed it in his son's memory as a sign when he received power after practice. Lin happily thought to himself that Matt could determine the path in the circle. The map was lying right in his body. Besides the circle, Li Tiguai could have left him some other weapon. The guy said out loud to his assistant that his son was being chased and he wanted to help him. The assistant asked the main character what he needed. Lin asked his partner if he had an amulet of fate. The little warrior told the main character with excitement that he doesn't have an amulet. There will be an exam soon and many are training. They hardly communicate. The assistant said in a sly voice that there was a self-defense weapon inside his son's body. The warrior handed the main character a phone and told him to scan the QR code. The protagonist clenched his fist. He asked the assistant how he could pull the weapon out of his son's body. Lin turned around and asked his girlfriend if she could show him the world outside. Eva agreed to help the master. The girl extended her hand to the side and a bright portal appeared next to her. In the bright rays of light, a lily appeared. She looked thoughtfully somewhere up. The main character wanted to save his girlfriend as soon as possible. He demanded that Eva send him to Matt as soon as possible and change him into other clothes. The guy grabbed the dog from behind and said that they had better leave. He wouldn't be able to defeat the enemies. Bobby answered his friend with displeasure that he could leave. Bobby looked straight ahead, and he said that he would save the girl his master loved. He was ready to do it at the cost of his life. The main character put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Bobby told his owner that he couldn't stop him. Lin told the scared dog that he had a new plan. Lin looked at his frightened friend and asked if he wanted to become a hero. Lin strictly demanded that his friend undress. He wanted to test him. The main character slyly demanded that the frightened guy undress quickly. Lin sternly demanded that he do what he said. Matt agreed, frightened. Matt took off his pants. The main character demanded that his friend spill all over. The frightened guy leaned forward and asked the main character, "Is he really going to fulfill his last wish before death?" Lin looked ahead in fear and thought that Lily's soul had separated from him. The main character looked at his friend with displeasure and demanded that Bobby take off all his clothes. The dog completely undressed the guy. Matt slyly told the main character to be gentle. Lin bent down carefully and studied his friend's body. He demanded that he turn around. The protagonist noticed a spot on the guy's body from behind. He activated the scan. The main character waved his hand with the phone behind his friend. He received various magical items. Matt turned around and slyly told his friend that his back hurt. The main character held a bunch of artifacts in his hands. He shouted to his friend with interest, or something put a lot of objects behind him. Lin carefully studied the map in front of him to the vicious circle. Lin looked at the flying spellbook in front of him and shouted, "This is the highest level!" The system informed the owner that he had learned the vicious circle. The protagonist realized that he now needed to save Lily. The master woke up and realized with fear that someone had invaded his circle. The girl's soul began to come together. Lily stood, and around her there was a very bright glow. Everything around sparkled with white light. Celia shouted to the gentleman in fright that they could not approach the girl. There was a small, vicious circle around. The master said in a frightened voice that the vicious circle could only be activated at a short distance. It was necessary to find such a person. The dog asked the main character in fear what they were going to do now. Lin held the magic cards in his hands and answered the assistant that he was almost ready. A bright glow appeared around the boy. He studied the wind's tread and the soul magic system. Lin opened his eyes and felt his senses sharpen tenfold. The main character glanced at his girlfriend and saw that she was now free. Celia turned around and angrily warned the gentleman that uninvited guests had come to visit them. The dog shouted to the main character that the enemies had found them. Lin put his hand forward and shouted that it was his turn. The protagonist angrily asked the man, "Did they really grab Lily?" The guy activated the wind step to increase the speed of his advancement. The girl behind accelerated at full speed and wanted to kick the main character. She missed and hit her companion in the face. The man got very angry. The main character suddenly and very quickly appeared behind the girl and shouted that he was here. Celia turned around and glared at the guy. Lin quickly knocked the girl and the man to the ground. They lay unconscious. The guy told the wounded enemies that it was a small punishment for them. Someone's evil laughter was heard from the side. The protagonist turned around. The man offered the protagonist to join him. In return, he promised immortality. Lin sternly answered the master that he would not be able to get away with it. The man angrily shouted at the main character that he had stood in his way again. After that, the master turned into a demon and shouted at the guy that he would go to hell with him. The main character angrily shouted at the demon that he would now knock him down with one blow. The guy launched a fireball at his opponent. Lin stood with his hand outstretched, opposite which was a fire. The dog, together with Matt, looked at the guy in surprise. The master realized that his opponent had used the highest stage of the rage pill against him. The main character launched a bright yellow ball at his opponent. The main character stretched out his hand forward, and there was a glow near it. He shouted to the master that he was not the only one with a powerful weapon. Lin looked at his opponent with a smile and shouted that he had a wild pill, but he himself used a madness pill. The madness pill stimulated the body and pushed it to the limit by increasing combat power. The dog looked at his owner with excitement and shouted for him to use the sphere breathing technique. Lin answered his pet in fear that he did not have such a technique. But he had fists. The demon looked ahead in fear and saw how the main character swung his fist to hit him. Lin kicked the monster in the groin with all his might and the mutant gasped loudly. The demon angrily asked the protagonist, "Does he really use his fists?" Lin swung his arm and shouted loudly at the monster that he had no choice. The main character hit the monster in the body with all his might. The dog turned around in fear and surprise and shouted that the owner is very strong. The demon calmly threatened the guy that he would not be able to kill him, since he was from the Sima family. Lin looked ahead with displeasure and angrily asked his opponent how he dared. The main character angrily asked the monster how he dared to touch his girlfriend. Lin, with all his might, struck the monster in the body with his hand. The monster had bloody spots in his eyes. He looked at the guy angrily and silently. There was a very bright explosion. Lin angrily shouted at the mutant that he was going to die now. The main character joyfully shouted to himself that he had finally turned the demon into dust. He decided to send Celia and the guard to prison. A stranger in a white suit suddenly appeared from the side. The surprised protagonist could not understand how this warrior managed to get behind him. The stranger from the side approached the frightened girl and told the main character that he was not his enemy. He wanted to thank him. Lin asked the warrior who he was. The stranger did not want to introduce himself. He told the protagonist that he wanted to take the man and the girl. Lin extended his hand forward and wanted to take the criminals for himself. The fighter in white clothes extended his hand to the side and threw the main character away with a flash. The beaten protagonist lay on the ground. He couldn't understand why he lost, even though he had crazy pills. The fighter stretched his hand forward and attacked the protagonist with a bright flash. He shouted that a mortal has no right to touch him. The stranger looked at the unconscious girl and asked, "Is she really half immortal?" Lin, frightened, called his girlfriend by name. The stranger lifted the girl up with magic. He said that Lily was a very good name. The main character suddenly threw himself on top of the warrior and shouted for him to let go of the girl. The stranger shot lightning at the guy and angrily asked, "Does he really want to die?" After that, the fighter picked up the girl in his arms and shouted that she was an impudent creature. The fighter looked at the girl's face and said that she had activated the vicious circle to become immortal. The dog ran up from the side and shouted at the stranger to let his master go. The fighter turned around and shouted angrily at Bobby not to open his mouth. After that, he attacked him with a bright lightning bolt. The dog flew away with a yelp and hit the wall. The stranger looked at the dog and said that he had met a mythical creature. The main character swallowed the red pill. The main character found the strength in himself and stood up. He shouted to the surprised stranger that he was not an empty space. Lin rushed forward and shouted to the fighter that he would not take anyone with him. The stranger received a severe wound to his arm from the protagonist's attack. He could hardly stand on his feet. The battered fighter clutched his wounded arm. The lower part of his arm was knocked off. The fighter looked angrily at the main character and called him a beast. Lin held his girlfriend in his arms and shouted that no one dares touch his girlfriend. The stranger asked the main character his name. The Tench answered his partner that he could attack him if he wasn't afraid. The dog rushed forward at the stranger. The fighter lifted him up with the help of magic. The pet asked the owner for help in fear. Lin sternly demanded that the stranger let Bobby go. A girl appeared from the side. She shouted to the master to come back quickly. Eva decided to detain the attackers. The stranger was holding a dog in his hands. He shouted goodbye to the main character that next time he would definitely kill him. Lin sternly demanded that the fighter let go of the pet. A frightened Bobby shouted goodbye to his owner to take care of himself. The frightened protagonist called his pet in a loud voice. The girl grabbed her companion by the back and shouted that they needed to run away before they were noticed. The two of them stepped onto a bright pentagram. Sally saw a bright light in front of her and screamed in fear. The main character was lying in a large hospital building. He came to. Chase was sleeping on a chair next to him. The main character looked around the hospital in surprise. Chase was glad when he saw that his master had woken up. He called the doctor into the room. Doctors burst into the room. They were heading to the patient and wanted to examine him. Lin asked his partners in an excited voice, "Where is she?" Chase shouted angrily to the main character that the girl was in a coma in the public ward. Lin told his friend to take him to his girlfriend. The woman in the ward sat next to the unconscious patient. She asked the guy to save Lily. The main character answered his partner not to worry. Lin approached the unconscious girl and took her hand. He asked her with excitement to hold on. Lily's soul was returning and she should wake up soon. With the help of divine vision, the protagonist wanted to check the girl's condition. She was fine. The main character angrily shouted to himself that he was a loser and was to blame for everything. The guy couldn't protect his friends and loved ones. Lin, with tears in his eyes, told his friends that he was a loser, and that was why they were on the brink again. Chase put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that it was not his fault. The frightened woman looked at her daughter on the bed. A friend approached the main character with 2 cans of drink and offered him a drink. Lin took the jar in his hands and prepared to drink. He thanked his friend. The guy sat next to the main character and asked him for forgiveness. Lin asked his friend what he was asking for forgiveness for. Chase told the protagonist in a sorrowful voice that if he hadn't been guarding him, he wouldn't have broken his arm. Lin put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that it was not his fault. He himself was facing big problems. Chase clenched his hand into a fist. He shouted at the master that they needed to get stronger and protect their loved ones. Lin clenched his hand into a fist and shouted to his friend that they would definitely become stronger. An assistant appeared. He told the main character in a frightened voice that he could not help him with the dirty water from hell. Lin sternly reminded his partner that he had saved his son and he should help him. The main character could not feel his left hand. The assistant told the protagonist in a thoughtful voice that he couldn't help him. The guy could ask Neji for help. After that, he asked the protagonist if he had put everything back inside his son. Lin shouted discontentedly at the assistant that he was helping him as a reward for saving his son. The main character shouted to his assistant on the phone that the connection was bad and he was finishing talking. The main character took the phone and decided to call Neji and find out everything. Lin asked the girl to make him a new hand after dirty hell water got on it. The girl was very scared when she heard about the dirty water from hell. She asked the guy where he encountered it. Lin demanded that his partner tell him where to find lotus root so that it would be of high quality. Neja told the protagonist that he couldn't get his arm back in this way after the encounter with the hellish water. The girl told the main character that he needed various pills and other things along with the soul resurrection spell. Lin asked his partner, "Are there any other ways to cure him?" Neja told the guy in a happy voice that she could give him flesh enhancement pills. She had a good relationship with the Dragon King and his family. Lin at this time shouted at Mr. King in front of him, "What kind of hand he won't apologize?" Neja told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that he should give her a couple of magic things. Lin said in an excited voice about the magic pedagogy. After that, the guy headed up the stairs to the box. The main character was sorting through various junk in a box and found a game console. He gave it to the girl. Neji happily shouted that she saw a man in a green hat who was mowing the lawn. The main character told the girl with admiration that buying such a thing for him cost him a lot. Neji looked at the console and promised the guy that she would go to the dragon. She advised her friend to ask the Heavenly Master Zheng about the spell of resurrection of souls. Lin thought happily to himself that children love game consoles. Now everything was ready for him except the spell. Zhang looked at the main character and demanded 50,000 from him for the soul resurrection spell. The main character looked at the old man angrily. Zhang answered the guy with displeasure to call when he had points. The main character grabbed the phone and used it to call the monkey man to him. Lin turned around and greeted Sun Kun from behind him in surprise. The main character told his friend that he was in big trouble right now. Sun promised to help him. The protagonist told his friend that he wanted the spell of the Sunday of Souls of Master Zhang. But for him it was very expensive. Sun told the guy that he would get the spell for him. In return, he asked for cigarettes, which he began to miss. Lin thanked the great sage with a smile. The main character with a bandaged hand shouted that he didn't need to be a hero anymore. It might still take him some time to get all the bad ingredients. He decided to do some training for now. The guy snapped his fingers to move to another world to his friends. Lin moved to the lunar lands. There were bright and beautiful plants around him. Eva appeared with David. She greeted the master. The main character asked how Layla was feeling. Eva snapped her fingers and a pink flower began to bloom. There was a yellow glow inside it. Eva approached the flower and said that this bud should help Mrs. Layla to recover, but she did not know exactly when the girl would wake up. The main character looked closely at the girl inside the golden ball. He wished her a good rest and promised to buy her some hot new items. The guy decided that next time he would protect his girlfriend. Lin turned around and asked his girlfriend to create a combat simulation for him. He would like to practice on it. The girl stretched out her hand forward, and a glow appeared near her. The main character saw an unfamiliar warrior standing in front of him. A group of warriors with glowing eyes stood and looked at the main character. The girl told the guy that the fighters would not harm him physically, but he would feel pain on a psychological level. Lin turned around and asked his girlfriend to conjure up 10 times more of these warriors for him. The main character decided to learn how to cope with pain and had to become stronger. The girl shouted to the guy that she would do everything. The main character looked closely at his rivals. Lin watched very carefully as the warriors looked at him angrily with their red eyes. The main character grabbed his weapon with his hands and looked closely at the warriors. He prepared to fight back. Lin shouted in a stern voice at the fighters to attack him. The guy thought to himself that he had to become stronger and fight with all his might. The main character jumped up and chopped the attacking warriors with the ball. He decided that he should learn to kill enemies with one blow. Lin thought to himself that he had to be able to kill strong and artificial enemies. It was necessary to take any risk in the battle with them. The main character fought in clouds of bright flame and dust against warriors. The worried girl on the side called the master. Lin answered her that he was completely fine. The guy didn't want others to suffer because he was such a weakling. The tired guy stood and lowered his sword into the ground. Another dead warrior fell in front of him. Lin thought to himself that this was still not enough. He was very weak and was almost knocked out. The main character stretched his hand forward with a blade. His body became weaker. He lacked combat experience. Another fighter rushed at the main character from the side. The girl shouted to her friend to be careful. Lin threw another opponent aside with a powerful blow. Eva put her hand to the protagonist's head and asked how he felt. She wanted to heal him. Lin thanked his girlfriend and said that now they should continue. Eva excitedly told the protagonist that she wanted to reduce the number of his rivals by half. The protagonist shouted at the girl that they should continue as before. Eva suddenly extended her hand to the side. Another warrior appeared from above next to her. The main character held the blade in his hands and shouted for the puppets to attack him. Eva watched him from the side with excitement. Lin shouted in an irritated voice to the fighters to attack him as a whole group. At that moment, one warrior hit him in the body with his knee with all his might. The fighter grabbed the main character by the throat with his hand and began to strangle him. The guy couldn't free himself. The main character very quickly managed to free himself from the grip. He hit his opponent with a huge axe and knocked him far back. Eva watched the main character's battle. She said that the guy was not receiving external damage, but the attacks stimulated pain receptors in his brain. David shouted to the girl that he would help the master. The main character quickly dodged to the side another attack from the warrior. David ran up from the side and pierced another fighter with his spear. He promised the master that he would cover him and retreat when the line did not need his help. The fighter held a spear in his hands. He shouted to the protagonist that his mind would be stimulated for a long time. This could have a negative effect on his memory and combat reflexes. The protagonist rushed forward at the fighter and shouted to his friend to fight together. David began to swing his spear. There was a bright explosion and the warrior was torn apart. David shouted to his friend to watch the right side. He could be attacked from there. The main character stood back to back with his friend. They were holding swords in their hands. Lin stared ahead, his worried friend standing next to him. Lin and his companion rushed forward and used their blades to smash the warriors who attacked them. David crouched down and held the spear in his hands. He shouted to the main character that this was the last opponent. Lin answered his friend that without him, he would not have coped. The main character was sitting in a meditative pose. He asked his girlfriend if he could become stronger himself. Eva answered the guy that they were learning fast. If they continued training, they would be able to learn more techniques in a short time, but such techniques would not be enough in a fight with practicing masters. The main character told the girl that he needed to come up with other ways to train. He prepared to leave. Ava and her friend watched their friend leave and talk to each other. David said in a thoughtful voice that an ordinary guy would never be able to become the ruler of the Moonlands. The main character took the phone in his hands. Sun sent him a 1,000-year-old brush made of natural hair and other magical props. The delighted Lin shouted into the phone that his friend was indeed a great sage. He had spent a lot of merit points on him. Sun explained to his friend that he had gotten everything except the gold paper for the talismans. He was preparing to get it another time. The protagonist slyly promised to send his friend some cigarettes and thanked him. Sun said goodbye to his partner. Lin happily thought to himself that this deal was the most profitable for him. The main character looked at the phone. He decided to just use it and return everything back. There was a bright glow around him, and he received all the knowledge of the Heavenly Master Zhang. Magic talismans were flying around the main character. These wands were the key to all the seals that the Heavenly Master Zhang had studied throughout his life. Lin looked around in surprise. Now all the knowledge was sealed in his head and he could use any of it. The protagonist saw on the phone that she had sent him the artifacts he needed. The guy thanked her. Neja looked at her friend and said that she wanted to get the purple tree and the thunder pill for flesh enhancement from the Dragon King. The Dragon King spat his blood at her. Neja looked at the main character with surprise. She remembered that the guy was very happy and almost burst into tears when she wanted to leave. The protagonist glanced furtively at the small demon next to him. Lin said goodbye to his girlfriend on the phone and said that he was going out to play. The main character thought happily that everything went very smoothly. Now he only had to get the gold paper for the talismans. He decided to go to the antique shop. The main character was walking around the market. A cunning seller with a broom in his hands came up to him from the side and decided to rip him off. The salesman smiled and told the customer to take his time and look at everything. He offered to bring him some tea. Lin replied that he needed gold paper for talismans. The salesman told the customer that he had never heard of gold paper for talismans. Lin asked the stranger to show him what he already had. Lin thought to himself that any piece of paper that could withstand the power of the seals would do. The seller extended his hand to the side and invited the protagonist to go inside the store. He promised to bring paper for the talismans. The boy told Mr. Lee that a customer had come to buy some talisman paper. The old man was drawing on the paper with a brush at the table. He told the boy to go and get the paper. Lin reached out to the table and said that there was a large selection of paper. The guy saw with his special vision that the paper could contain a special power. But this was not enough to write on it with such a brush. The salesman asked the guy, "Is he really not satisfied?" The protagonist replied that the papers were of a low standard. The worker asked his partner with displeasure, "Did he really think that the paper master had a low level of skill?" Lin held up a piece of yellow paper in front of him. He explained to the salesman that he needed at least a level 9 paper. The employee told the customer that he should go to another store. He thought to himself that the customer was a crazy weirdo. The main character answered the seller that he was leaving and said goodbye. The old man at the table became very worried when he heard this. Lee shouted to his subordinate Van to leave. He added that he would take care of the young man. The worker bowed to the master and said that he would do everything. Van looked at the protagonist with interest. He could not believe that there was a 9th level paper for talismans. The old man told the protagonist that his name was Lee Wenyan. He was the owner of an antique shop. Lee asked the customer, "Did he really want to buy the 9th level paper?" The owner realized that the protagonist was not an ordinary young man. Lin introduced himself to the old man and asked, "Does he really know anything about this?" The old man told the protagonist that he had special paper for talismans, but he didn't know what level it was. Lin told the owner that he wanted to take a look. The old man handed the main character a box. Inside it were 10 sheets of special paper. The protagonist looked closely into the box. Pieces of high-quality paper were shining brightly in it. It was different from the rest. Lin took the piece in his hands. The old man asked the guy if this was what he was looking for. The customer answered the seller that such paper was not suitable for him. The old man looked at the boy and asked, "Is the paper not suitable for him?" Lin decided to himself that he would have to turn to the great sage. The seller told the customer that he had another type of paper for talismans. It was a family heirloom of their family. The main character looked closely at the seller and asked, "Is this really true?" Lin told the old man in a joyful voice to tell him the price and bring the paper here. The old man told the main character that he didn't really need the money. He decided to give him the paper. The main character told the old man that he wanted to examine his leg. Lee was surprised that the guy noticed his mysterious illness at the first meeting. On the street, an old man showed the main character where he should go. He suggested getting into the car. The main character saw a big white car on the street. He asked the old man if it was his car. Lee told the guy in a sly voice as he walked that this was his modest home. Suddenly, an unfamiliar warrior landed behind the main character. He was holding a knife in his hand. The main character looked back with excitement and realized that a mercenary was hiding behind him. The old man looked to the side in fear and shouted to the protagonist to be careful, or he rushed forward to protect his guest from the bullet. Lee held the flying ball in his hands and looked at it. The old man squeezed the ball in his hands and shouted to the boy to come out quickly. The grandson told his grandfather that he had ruined everything for him. He wanted to see the main character fall to the ground. The old man asked the guest for forgiveness for his grandson. Lee sternly demanded that his grandson apologize to the guest. The naughty boy jumped up on the wall and prepared to run away. The main character looked after the boy who was running away. He decided that in front of him was also a practicing master, like the Sima family. Lee asked the main character for forgiveness. He said that his grandson was very disobedient. Lin replied to the owner that it was normal for a boy to be naughty at that age. Lee wanted to show his guest the paper. The protagonist noted that the old man began to be very polite with him. The old man told the protagonist to wait a little. He promised to bring the paper. Lee opened the box and showed the paper to the client. The protagonist saw the paper for the 9th level talismans inside the box and was delighted. Lin realized that now his hand would be saved. The main character extended his hand to the old man and wanted to thank him. Suddenly, someone took the box from the owner's hands. The boy sat on a beam under the ceiling. He told his grandfather that he had shown their family heirloom to a stranger. He sternly demanded that his grandson come down and return the paper to him. The boy told his grandfather in a sly voice that the guest was fooling him and pretending to be a master. He wanted to hide their family heirloom in a safe place. The grandson disappeared with the paper and shouted to his grandfather that he could try to stop him. The old man got very angry. The owner ran out into the street and demanded that the servants bring the boy to him. The workers answered the old man that they would do everything. The old man told the protagonist with displeasure that it would take several months to get his grandson back. Lin realized to himself that he could not wait for several months. Out loud, he suggested to the old man to look for his grandson. Lee felt uncomfortable because the main character wanted to help him in his search. The guy ran out the door at that moment. The boy was running on the roof of the house. He decided to find a good place where no one would find the paper. He thought that his grandfather had been fooled. The main character suddenly found himself on the roof in the boy's path and asked sternly if he was tired. The owner's grandson shouted at the main character that he was a swindler and he would not let him steal the family heirloom. The main character looked at his partner with displeasure and said that he was disobedient. The boy swung his arm and prepared to hit the tench with his hand. The main character put his hand forward in time and blocked the guy's blow. Thanks to the training, his reaction improved and he became more agile. The fighter got angry. He couldn't understand how the guy had parried all his attacks with one hand. The main character swung his arm sharply and hit the boy with his hand. He flew to the side over the roof. The fighter shouted in an angry voice to the main character that he had gotten to him and he would kill him. The main character was flying from side to side very quickly. The boy could not keep up with him. Lin activated Divine Eye and Evil Bonds against the young opponent. The boy in front of the main character felt that his whole body was frozen. He was scared and couldn't move. Lin looked around with the Divine Eye. His vision became even stronger. The protagonist took the unconscious boy on his shoulder and brought him to his grandfather. The old man anxiously asked the tench if everything was okay with him. The main character threw the boy to the ground and explained to the frightened grandfather that his grandson was simply unconscious. Lin held the box in his hands. The old man told the boy that he could now use the talisman paper. The protagonist told his grandfather that he wanted to use one of his empty rooms. He had something to do. The main character entered the free room. The old man near the door told the guest not to hurry. The main character called his girlfriend and asked what he should do next. Neja answered the guy that he should stick a seal with a spell on a bucket of dragon blood. Then he needs to take a pill to strengthen the flesh. And after that, the guy's hand will be cured. Lin asked his girlfriend with disbelief, "Is this really all he has to do?" The girl answered the guy that this is all. Lin promised his girlfriend to send her new games. The main character was involved in manipulating magical objects. He needed to first extract a ferret hairbrush and cinnabar. A brush was flying near the main character. He decided to use telekinesis to reproduce the spell Resurrection of the Soul from memory. Magic papers were flying in front of the main character. He decided to use the final touch. Lin looked at the paper and shouted that now it was the turn of the dragon's blood and the purple thunder tree. The main character held a large bucket of dragon blood in his hands. A purple thunder tree was flying in front of him. Lin decided to move the tree somewhere. Suddenly, he was hit with a strong electric shock. A piece of wood fell into a bucket of blood. The protagonist was afraid to put his hand inside and decided to stick a seal. The main character attached a piece of paper with a spell for resurrecting the soul to the bucket. A bright purple aura was sparkling around. The main character shouted that everything had become much worse. The guy decided to call and ask Neji, could all this be normal? Suddenly, a huge purple monster appeared from the bucket and walked towards the guy from behind. The main character looked back in fear. He saw how the monster grabbed his hand with its hand. The main character felt with fear that, thanks to the soul resurrection spell, he felt his hand again, but it was very painful for him. Lin felt a strong pain and could not straighten up. The monster twisted his arm to the side. The monster pulled the frightened guy's hand into a bucket of blood and sucked it in. The main character screamed in fear. It hurt. Lin remembered that he had flesh-enhancing pills. Nej had told the boy to take such pills before. The protagonist grabbed the phone and shouted at the girl to give him a flesh enhancement pill. A golden pearl appeared in front of him. There was a bright glow near the guy's hand. It started to grow back. The main character looked at his hand in the bucket and felt pain. It was completely restored. Lin was very happy that he could see his hand. The main character happily clenched his fist. He looked closely at his hand. Lin looked happily at his fingers and thought that the power of thunder was now contained in his hand. The main character happily shouted to himself that he could now control thunder. The purple thunder hand of the magic dragon was even better for him than the hand of Kaylin. He now had a better chance of saving Bobby. The grandfather scolded his grandson severely. He explained to him that the main character could be from that very place. The old man demanded respect from the boy. The grandson answered his grandfather that he understood everything. The old man looked at the main character's hand in surprise and saw that it was without a cast. Lin looked at the old man slyly and said that he was cured thanks to the 9th level talisman paper. Grandfather demanded that his grandson Tao kneel down. The protagonist glanced at the boy on his knees. He told the old man that his grandson could stand up. Li asked his guest to take Tao as his apprentice. The main character asked his grandfather with displeasure why he should take his grandson as an apprentice. The old man told the boy a story about the life of practicing masters and about his grandfather. The grandfather one day returned home seriously injured with half a book of techniques. Lin realized that the owner was afraid that someone might come now for the second half of the book. Li bowed to the protagonist and said that with his skills he could stand up for himself. Tao continued to bow to the guest. Lin thought to himself that he could not refuse the old man since he was using his family religion. The main character asked the old man if he knew anything about Sim's fate. Lee asked the guy again if he was interested in the Sima family from Penlai Island. Lin asked the owner to tell him more about this family. The old man told the protagonist that the Sima family lived on Penglai Island. They were all skilled and tough fighters who should not be messed with. Lin clenched his fist. He understood why the family traitor was close to finishing him off. The protagonist decided to become stronger to save Bobby. The main character near the exit promised the old man that he would return in 3 days to cure his leg. The owner, frightened, told the guy that he would ask someone to take him home. The grandson asked his grandfather if the boy was good enough to be his teacher. Lee told the boy that Lin was young enough to protect their family. The main character talked on the phone. He was glad that Lily had already woken up. The guy was walking down the street and thought that he could devote himself entirely to saving Bobby. The main character did not notice how several unfamiliar warriors with weapons were standing on the roof above and watching him. The warrior sternly threatened her colleague that if he made a mistake, she would finish him off. The fighter answered the woman that he was 100% sure. He received the information from a reliable source. The woman commanded the warrior to move forward. The 2 mercenaries jumped off the roof and flew down on the main character. The guy didn't notice them. Lin was walking down the street and talking on the phone. Strangers landed behind him. They expected the guy not to notice them. The main character heard footsteps from behind. He asked the strangers with displeasure what they were doing behind his back. Lin told the strangers in a dissatisfied voice that they were scurrying around him like ghosts. The mercenary told the woman that the guy wouldn't have noticed them if he were an ordinary person. The main character looked at the strangers with displeasure. The woman with the big blade demanded that he go with them. Lin looked behind him in fear and realized that the strangers were attacking him very close at high speed. The main character shouted angrily at the mercenaries that they had attacked him for no reason. He had to fight seriously. The fighter from above jumped to the ground and prepared to attack the guy sharply. The woman told the main character with displeasure that he was very fast. The Tench irritably answered the strangers that they had no friendly intentions. He prepared to attack them and swung his hand. A bright dome appeared around the main character and the woman flew far back. The mercenary came to her senses and shouted to the guy that he had a great hit. Lin glanced to the side with excitement and realized that the woman had decided to attack him from behind. He reached out his hand to grab her. The mercenary was surprised by the protagonist's reaction. The guy angrily asked her where the second attacker was. Lin was very scared when he saw the fighter stretch his hand out from under the ground to grab him. The stranger threatened the guy. The protagonist activated the purple thunder hand of the magic dragon. The man thought to himself with displeasure that Lin was a formidable opponent for him. This time, he decided to retreat. The mercenary clenched his fist and shouted at the protagonist that he would show him next time. After that, he hit the ground with all his might. The protagonist held the woman by the throat with his hand. He shouted after the fleeing mercenary that the nickname of the cowardly tiger would suit him. Lin told the woman that her name was Hu Sanyan and her nickname was Green Snake. The protagonist told the woman with displeasure that her husband was a scoundrel. Hu threw off her hood. She answered the protagonist that Wang Ying was not her husband. She used him only to take revenge. The woman told the boy that her entire family had been massacred by the Liangshan people. If she had known about them from the beginning, she would never have joined them. Hu told the protagonist the story that Song Qing went to heaven. The mercenary looked angrily ahead and said that she would get there someday and take revenge on Song Qing for the Hu village. The protagonist answered the woman that she didn't need him. The mercenary answered the protagonist that she and the man were only connected by common affairs. Wang Ying told her that if they captured Lin, she would be able to meet Sun Qing. The protagonist asked the mercenary with displeasure, "What does this have to do with him?" The protagonist angrily told the woman that he was lucky that he was an unusual person. He could have met a tragic end. He advised the mercenary not to get involved with him again. Hu told the guy with displeasure that she had managed to get out of there and was not going to go back. She wanted revenge. The main character discontentedly told his partner that she could go wherever she wanted. The woman looked at the guy and said she had nowhere to go. Lin was the only one she knew. You rushed at the frightened guy and hugged him. She wanted to stay with him. The main character looked at the mercenary with surprise. He did not understand why he attracted the ghosts of women to himself. The guy decided to figure out why Van Ying wanted to grab him. Lin put his hand to his head and said that the woman fell on his head. The mercenary was happy. The main character told his new acquaintance to follow him. The angry man sat on the roof of the building. He thought that the main character was not such a simple opponent. Du Qian did not even say a word about it. Wang Ying said angrily to himself that he had paid a lot to get such information from Du Qian. But in the end, he had learned little about the princess's location and had lost his wife. The fighter angrily threatened the protagonist that he had kidnapped his wife. The main character ran at full speed to his girlfriend's house and ran into her apartment. The woman sat next to her daughter's bed. The girl came to her senses and looked at the main character in surprise. The guy hugged his girlfriend and shouted in a joyful voice that she was okay. Lin, with tears in her eyes, told her friend that she was glad to see him. Chase, from the side, shouted with tears that everything was so touching. A doctor in a white coat came in from the side. He told the main character that if something was wrong, he would quickly sort it out. Lin told the medic that the girl had been in a coma for a very long time, so she would need time to recover. The main character was sitting on his girlfriend's bed. He told the doctor to leave. The medic slammed the door behind him. Lin grabbed his surprised girlfriend's hand and promised that he would make her a star. A friend called the main character on the phone and said that they launched the masks into production. They lacked secrets and liquid. Lin answered his partner on the phone that Chase would bring him the liquid. The main character told his girlfriend that he had some things to do. He wanted to leave her. Lin smiled and answered her friend that she would try to recover as quickly as possible. Lin, late in the evening, approached the garage doors in the building and opened them. Lin stood next to the box of water from the jade pool. He asked Chase to carefully deliver the cargo to Mr. Ye's company. Chase got into the car and shouted to the mechanic that he had seen the movie Fast and Furious 100 times. After that, the car suddenly took off and knocked over a garbage can. A woman came up to the main character from the side and said that everyone treats him with respect. Hu thoughtfully told the guy that she looked at his phone and decided that he came from heaven. She wanted to go there. Lin frightenedly answered his partner that he was an ordinary mortal. The path to heaven was closed to him. The woman excitedly told the guy that he was too strong to be only on the last steps of the divine level. She could not defeat him even with the help of Vannon. Lin looked at his hand and told his partner that he had become stronger and he didn't even know why. At that time, someone called the guy to return to the Moonlands. The woman looked around and saw that the guy was gone. She started crying and screaming for the Tench not to leave her here alone. The main character was in a parallel world. He asked his girlfriend if she knew the reason why he became stronger. Eva told her friend to look for himself. Lin looked to the side and was surprised to see that Layla was still inside the golden ball. The protagonist realized that thanks to this girl he had become stronger. She sat next to the main character and said with excitement that the lunar lands are something like a receptacle for souls. The main character was very surprised when he heard about the soul container. Eva moved her hand to the side and a bright fire appeared above it. She said that the lunar lands are fed by the energy of the souls that are contained here. The more souls there are, the more energy there will be. Lin asked his girlfriend if he would become stronger if he continued to move souls here. Eva explained to her friend that he and the souls should have a significant difference in strength. Lin stood and saw a huge purple demon in front of him. The girl told her friend that the soul can be badly damaged. The weaker it is, the higher the chance of moving it here. Eva said that the guy can put his index fingers to the enemy's temples. If the enemy's soul does not resist, he will be able to successfully absorb it. Lin clenched his fists and told his girlfriend that he himself had been sitting at the last stage before the divine for a very long time. He wanted to become stronger and find souls. Eva extended her hand to the side and said that 20 meters to the south, there was a soul ready to be absorbed. The main character swung and launched colorful balls in front of him. He shouted that we need to Pokemon the souls. Lin looked ahead and remembered Sim's family. The main character joyfully shouted that he was already going for Bobby. The main character returned to his world through a bright portal. The woman screamed at the guy in fear that she thought he wanted to leave her. Lin suggested that his girlfriend go with him. She happily agreed. Lin held bright balls in his hands. He told the woman that they would go and collect all the souls. Hu explained to her partner that she was a Sanyangi. The main character picked up speed very quickly and, using the wind's gate, jumped onto the roof of the building. The fighter was lying unconscious on the ground. The main character thought that the Reaper was in front of him and he could have problems later. Lin looked at the beaten warrior and wanted to absorb the soul. The main character glanced to the side at his companion and decided to ask her about everything. The guy asked the woman, will he have problems if he absorbs the warrior's soul? Hu was sitting next to the warrior's body and there were bright flashes around her. She asked the main character, why does he need all this? Lin asked the woman if the king of hell would send 100,000 warriors for his soul for all this. The woman looked at the fighter's body and said that in hell no one would care about his death. The beaten warrior lay on the ground and stared blankly up in front of him. Lin stretched out his hand in front of him and a fireball appeared in front of him. He shouted, "It's nothing personal." The protagonist commanded that the fighter's soul be absorbed. The woman asked her friend in fear where the warrior's body had gone. Lin answered his partner that he had caught it. The main character heard people calling for help from the side. He turned around in fear. The hooligans attacked the little girl. She dropped the basket of flowers in fear. The hooligans shouted at the girl that she didn't need to sell flowers. She could earn more if she spent the night with him. The passerby screamed and tried to break free. The stranger with green eyes looked to the side in fear and called for help. The bandit took out a knife and shouted at the girl to stop crying. His evil accomplices stood to the side. The main character ran up from the side and kicked one of the attackers with all his might. The bandit dropped his knife. The bully fell to the ground and angrily asked who dared to kick him. The main character swung and hit the bully in the face with all his might. He shouted at him to shut up. The beaten hooligan lay on the ground with traces of blood. He could not get up or come to his senses. The main character approached the crying girl and asked if she was okay. He asked her to calm down. The bandits came to their senses and began to get ready to leave. The main character was sitting nearby. The main character angrily demanded that his girlfriend teach the hooligans a lesson. The stranger angrily asked the guy, "Is he really summoning ghosts?" The woman angrily told the frightened bandits that they were going to lose now. She turned into a terrible monster. The bandits ran away in fear and shouted that they saw a ghost. "Who?" asked the guy. "How did he like her?" The main character stroked the little girl's head and asked what she was doing there. Who was unhappy because her friend was ignoring her again. The stranger, with tears in her eyes, told the boy that she was selling flowers to help her sick mother, Lin. And the girl turned around and looked at the flower basket. Lin told his partner that he would cure her mother, and she would give him the flowers in return. The main character asked the girl about her mother's illness. The stranger said that her mother had returned home and was not herself. They could not take the woman to the doctor. The girl brought her companions to the house and said that they were there. The protagonist looked at the building in front of him. It was a slum. He understood why the little girl was forced to work. The girl went inside the building and shouted that this was her house. The daughter ran to her mother and said that she had brought a doctor. The woman put her hand on daughter's shoulder and stopped her from running further. The girl told Aunt Lee that she had brought a doctor and that her mother would get better. Another resident came out from the side and told Xiao Yu that her mother had an unusual illness and that the doctor could not help them. They could only hope that the patient would get better on her own. Xiao glanced at the protagonist and told the woman that this guy is really good. Aunt Lee looked sternly at the protagonist and told him to go away. He could not cure the patient. The guy asked the woman, "Why is she saying that?" The partner answered the guy that they don't want anyone to get hurt. The main character activated his magical vision. He opened the divine eye. The main character saw a bright red aura. He realized that the girl was not lying, and a ghost appeared around. Lin stroked the girl's head and said that he would cure her mother. The girl on the side continued to stop the main character. She warned him of the danger. The main character threw the girl aside. He said that he would go inside. If he did nothing, they would also be in danger. The guy asked everyone to look after Xiao Yu, and he would cure her mother's illness. The woman on the side warned the guy that a strong evil aura was coming from the room. It could have been one of them. Lin opened the door and said in a brave voice that he was not afraid of anything at all. The main character was very scared when he entered the woman's room. She dropped her phone out of fear. The horse told the boy that the tipsy spirit was a second-level reaper. The main character had a special task. He had to tame the rebellious spirit and send it back to the underworld. Lin asked the animal if he was sure that he was still listed as a reaper. The horse looked at the book and said that the second-level spirit who had drunk was indeed crossed out by him. Lin thought to himself with displeasure that the reaper had been sent by the horsehead. The boy said in a weak voice that he had no uniform or other equipment. The assistant promised the owner that he would find something for him in the warehouse now. The protagonist happily thought to himself that he could become a reaper again. It sounded good to him. After that, he carefully looked through the door. Lin looked inside the room and saw an evil demonic woman inside. The main character realized that in front of him was a woman possessed by an evil spirit. She was gnawing on the dog's body. The woman turned to the side and angrily asked who was next to her. Lin pointed his finger to the side and threatened the mistress that she should clean up nicely. The demoness rushed at the guy and shouted that a very hearty lunch awaited her today. The woman rushed and flew at the main character. The guy stood in the doorway, frightened. The main character looked at the demoness in fear. The woman screamed loudly in flight. Lin jumped to the side very quickly with the help of the wind's gate. The demoness realized that the guy was very fast. The hostess angrily asked the guy what kind of mop came with him. Who looked at the possessed woman with displeasure. The girl swung her leg and hit the possessed woman with all her might from above. The demoness jumped back. She didn't like that the main character's assistant was standing with him. Who shouted at her friend in an angry voice that she was as beautiful as a flower. Lin told the girl to concentrate. The evil spirit was still near them. The woman got angry because people weren't paying attention to her. She rushed forward at them. The main character and his girlfriend jumped aside. The possessed woman waved her arms in all directions to grab people. The line, with the help of the wind's gate, very quickly jumped aside from the woman's attack. She asked the main character if everything was okay with him. Lin advised the girl to be more careful. Who kicked her foot with all her might. The possessed woman shouted at her not to interfere in their conversation. The demoness was frightened because she received a powerful blow from the girl. Lin asked his girlfriend why she always lured rivals to him. Who told the guy that it was all just a coincidence. She asked the guy if he really wanted to test her skills. Lin answered his companion that he needed to know what she was capable of. The woman told the guy that she would do everything just like that. She prepared to fight. Who looked angrily ahead and shouted that she would give it her all. The demoness asked the girl with displeasure why she was attacking her. Who got angry at the possessed woman because she called her a mop. The girl glared at the possessed woman and shouted at her to watch her more closely. The demoness thought that this rival was even faster than the guy. The demoness angrily shouted at her rival to come out and not hide. Lin thought to himself that his companion was very fast. He could not follow her movements. The main character noticed out of the corner of his eye that something flew very quickly next to him. Lin felt someone moving very quickly next to him. He realized that it could be the phantom mercenary, who flew very quickly around the possessed woman and struck her with powerful and fast blows. The demoness could not see her rival. The girl moved very quickly. The possessed woman looked up and saw the girl jump above her. The demoness attacked her rival with bright purple saliva from her mouth. Who held the blade out in front of him to defend himself. The main character shouted to his girlfriend to watch out. The protagonist looked at the broken wall and shouted that the demoness used poison spit. The possessed woman looked ahead in fear and saw the girl swing her leg at her. Who kicked the woman in the face with all her might, and she flew to the side. The girl shouted in an angry voice at the possessed one that she would go straight to hell. The angry possessed could not understand what kind of rival was fighting against her. The demoness extended a huge, long, poisonous hand towards the girl. The girl was very scared. She saw that a demonic hand had grabbed her from all sides. She shouted at the guy to be careful. The possessed one began to take on a liquid form. The purple-headed demoness shouted at the guy that he would die first. Lin looked angrily at the demoness and shouted that she would be too much for him. The guy stretched out his hand forward and launched a purple stern lightning. The main character attacked his rival and shouted that she could try his strength. The frightened woman screamed at the guy not to kill her. She realized that she was facing an unusual person. Lin shouted at his rival that he would destroy her so that she would never be reborn again. The possessed woman shouted at the guy that she hadn't killed anyone and he had to let her go. Lin turned his rival into the initial form of the spirit. She became a small cloud. Who was surprised to think that her friend had returned the ghost to its original form with one blow. The small ghost kept whining and begging the guy not to kill it. Lin thought to himself that he had subdued the evil spirit in the Moonlands. He would be able to control it. The girl asked the main character what happened. Lin explained to his girlfriend that he sent the spirit to a special dimension. Who also wanted to go to this dimension. There she could increase her abilities. Lin held the fireball in his hands. He told the girl that in the dimension he would be able to completely control her and decide whether she would live or die. Who responded with excitement that she should not miss a single opportunity to become stronger. She smiled slyly at the guy and said that she trusted him. When the time came, he would let her out so that she could take revenge. Lin touched the girl's head with his fingers. The main character held his hands near his girlfriend's head. She was glowing with a bright light. She disappeared. Lin thought happily that now the girl's ghost would not haunt him everywhere. The main character communicated with his assistant via phone. The horse asked him where the evil spirit was. Lin answered his partner that he had subdued the demoness. The assistant told the guy with displeasure that he didn't believe him. He was only a second-level Reaper. Lin smiled and told his partner that he was very cool. The assistant demanded with a smile that the boy obey him. In return, he promised to look after him. The system informed the owner that he had received 10,000 well-deserved points for subduing the evil spirit. The guy thought happily and said to himself that he would exchange the points for something useful. The main character looked around carefully and realized that the woman was still next to him. Lin put his hand to the patient's face and said that he had forgotten something important. The woman had simply passed out. The daughter approached the woman and with tears in her eyes asked her to wake up her mother. The woman opened her eyes. Xiaoyu was very happy that her mother had come to her senses. The delighted daughter hugged her mother. The man looked at the main character and said that this guy is very amazing. The patient on the bed asked the main character how he was able to drive out the ghost. The girl told the girl to stay outside. She wanted to talk to the guy. Xiao got ready to go out. People crowded around the main character. The woman on the bed silently looked at the guy. The girl turned around in surprise and saw that the thing behind the guy had disappeared somewhere. The woman was lying on the bed and looked at the lamp on the ceiling. She said that it attracted ghosts. Lin adjusted the blanket on the woman and said that she was still very weak. The hostess told the guy that she was engaged in conversations with the dead. The main character asked the woman if she knew that she couldn't cope. The patient told the guy that the River Gang had recently found fragments of an artifact that was possessed by a spirit. The woman did not want to take on such work, but the gang began to threaten her. The patient told the protagonist that she did it for her daughter. The woman burst into tears and said that she never thought she would get into such trouble. Lin slammed his hand against the wall with all his might. The main character angrily shouted that the gang members wanted to sell the artifact at a good price. He promised to take revenge. The girl entered the room with a basket of flowers and called the main character. She wanted to give them to him as a thank you for saving his mother. The guy stroked the girl's head and said that her smile would be his payment. Lin handed the girl a piece of paper with a phone number. She could call him, and he would come right away. The main character headed towards the exit with a basket of flowers in his hands. The residents thanked him and said goodbye to him. The main character looked away and angrily shouted that he would not forget anything for the River Gang. The next day, Tench was lying on his bed in the morning. The sun was shining brightly outside. Lin looked at the table with displeasure and said that all this was very annoying to him. He took the phone and could not understand who had called him early in the morning. The main character looked at his phone with displeasure and saw that he had been excluded from the Heavenly Court chat group. The guy received a message on his phone. He received 20 red envelopes and 30 well-deserved points. Lin felt that something was about to happen. The main character was reading messages on his phone. He felt as if everyone had screwed him over. The main character couldn't understand what his friends were writing to him about. He decided to ask the great sage. Lin contacted Sun by phone and said that he wanted to ask him something. The main character asked his assistant with displeasure why he was thrown out of the group. Sun told the protagonist that Taisheng Laojun was busy updating the chat. He sent red envelopes to the group. The protagonist clicked on each of them. The assistant told the guy that he opened the sent envelopes, so the man kicked him out of the chat. The main character asked a friend to put in a good word for him with a man. Sun told his friend that it would be useless to put in a good word for him. The man was very stubborn. Lin continued to ask for help. The assistant suggested to the protagonist that he update the chat and support its development. After that, the administrator could return the guy back to the chat. The Tench fell down before his assistant in a bow and shouted that he would do everything as he said. The main character dressed very quickly. He promised his friend to send him some wine after he got free. Lin looked closely at his phone. He decided to click on the old man's avatar to refresh it. The old man said with a smile to the main character that he must pay 3 million well-deserved points. The main character shouted that it was very expensive. He had only received 30,000 points before. The main character fell to his knees. He didn't want to pay 3 million. Suddenly, the guy remembered the old man from the South Pole. The main character grabbed the phone. He decided to send the old man a message and demand part of the debt. Lin looked at the old man on the phone and told him to pay him 3 million quickly. The system informed the owner that Princess Layla had woken up. The guy demanded that the system send him immediately to the Celestial Lands. The main character very quickly teleported to a parallel world and fell to the ground from above. The girl ran up to the master from the side and asked if everything was okay with him. Lin answered the student that everything was okay with him. He looked around and looked for Layla. Eva pointed her finger to the side and explained to the guy that the princess was there. She waved her hands. A girl named Layla appeared inside a bright ball. She joyfully called the main character. She angrily told the guy that he was still not dead. Lin answered his partner that he still owed her two things. He asked the girl in the balloon if she could go out. Layla explained to her friend that she couldn't stay outside for more than a few minutes. She still needed to rest. Lin turned around and asked Ava, "Where are the spirits he caught yesterday?" She pointed her hand to the side and told the guy that the spirits were there. The fighters were sitting with their friends and playing at the table. David, with a cigar in his mouth, said happily that he was winning. Hu was sitting next to the table and told his friend that he was very lucky. Lin, standing on his feet, told his friend that he was very happy when he played. The fighter pointed his finger at the main character and asked, "Is he really from here?" Master Lin answered his partner, "That's true." She approached the main character and said that he was a master and that he had gathered them all here. Hu came up and greeted the master. The main character realized that she had been eating well. At this time, someone greeted the main character from behind. He turned around and saw a new girl. Jolie Wu was sitting at the table. The main character looked at her and she seemed beautiful to him. Xiu asked the guy to let her out. She promised that she would not hurt anyone else. Lin answered the girl that while she was here, he himself was becoming stronger. Hu ran up to the main character and pulled him aside. She shouted at Xiu to stay away from her boyfriend. David sternly asked the girl, "Is she really serious about all this?" The main character shouted loudly that he was completely serious. David said to himself with displeasure that his master turned out to be mortal. Hu approached the guy and asked if everything was okay with him. Xu came up to the side and told the main character that she would help him catch souls. Hu, on the other hand, told her friend not to listen to the girl's nonsense. A girl came up to the side and told the guy that he could develop. Lin listened to her with surprise. Lin stood near the board and asked the girl how many souls he would need. Ava pointed to the board and said that the guy would need 4 more souls. Then he would have an improvement. The main character happily thought to himself that he would be able to gain experience points. Out loud, he told his friends to start living one day at a time and to cultivate more diligently. The main character told his friends to play less and work out more at the gym. Lin pointed his hand at his new girlfriend. He wanted to say something important to her. The main character tore off the girl's remaining clothes and said that they were very worn out. Xu was working out on a treadmill. She was wearing a revealing suit. The main character was watching her from the side with a fan in his hands. Lin saw messages on his phone. An old man from the South Pole sent him 3 million points. The main character sat up in bed. Now his heart hurt less. He decided to pay and try out the new features on the phone. The system told the owner that the update was successful. He received a new trading function. The main character looked at the phone carefully. He realized that someone was making a new platform and therefore was busy. The protagonist saw someone's shop on the phone. He became very interested. Lin looked closely and saw that the owner of the shop was Taishan Laojun. Various goods were sold. The main character pressed a button on his phone and decided to buy cheap goods for 200 points. Lin was eating a lollipop. He acquired a soul depletion pill. The main character decided to leave reviews of the store on the internet. He decided to do something harmful to the store owner so that he would notice him. Then he would be able to blackmail him. Lin left a negative review on the store after the transaction. He wondered how Taoshan would feel after that. Mother walked around the house and looked for the main character everywhere. Lin was in the toilet room. The woman entered the room. She was carrying a yellow piece of paper in her hands. Lin was holding a roll of paper in his hands and asked his mother what had happened. His partner shouted joyfully that she had drawn a prize ticket. The hostess held a yellow piece of paper in her hand. She said in a happy voice that in the store, she took a lottery ticket with a win. "There will be a family tour to Penglai for her," Lin said in a suspicious voice. That all this is very suspicious for receiving a prize. It could be a trick. The woman happily told the guy that she had never been to other provinces, and they needed to try. Lin asked his mother when the departure date would be. His girlfriend was supposed to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. The mother at the door told the boy that they were leaving in 3 days. Lin answered the woman that he would not have lunch at home. He had some business to attend to. The protagonist arrived at the old man in the boy's shop. He said at the door that he never forgets his promises. Li and Tao greeted him. The main character told the old man at the entrance that he would cure his leg. Li happily thanked the guy. The disease had been tormenting him for decades. Lin stood near the table. He told the old man that the disease was caused by improper cultivation. This led to the blockage of the meridian. The host thanked the guest for the treatment. The main character held a needle in his hands. He told the old man to cultivate as he usually does. Lee was sitting in a meditative pose and there was fire around him. The protagonist realized that his grandfather had achieved something that an ordinary person could not achieve. Lin looked at the old man and realized that his illness had manifested itself again. The main character activated the divine eyes and looked very carefully in front of him. Lin saw a fiery glow inside the old man. He could detect the causes of his illness, despite the form of meridian. The protagonist carefully analyzed the old man's body. His meridians were blocked. Lin told his grandfather that it would hurt. He used golden acupuncture on the patient's body. Lee shouted in a frightened voice that his whole body seemed to be on fire. His grandson ran up to him from the side. Lin held a needle in his hands. He told the old man to pass his force through the outer body from the stomach. The patient answered the guy that he would try again. The protagonist pointed the needle at the patient from behind and prepared to stick it in. The main character pierced his grandfather's head from behind with a powerful blow of a needle. The old man fell dead on the floor and there was a pool of blood around him. His grandson ran up to him from the side. Lin explained to the boy that the patient's blood was just extravasated blood. Lee came to his senses and told the boy that he was able to stand up and open the meridians again. Lin looked at the patient and told him not to use such meridians anymore. Then his illness would not manifest itself anymore. The old man told the guy that he would do everything as he said. Grandpa jumped to his feet. There was a bright glow around him. He shouted that he had broken through. The old man fell down in a bow before the protagonist. He had finally reached the late pre-heavenly stage. Lee, with tears in his eyes, thanked the guy for giving him a new life. The main character and the boy raised the old man to his feet. The owner told the boy that from today on he would be the guiding star of his clan. Lin answered the owner that it would be a great honor for him. The boy thanked the protagonist and told him to accept such an honor. The old man told the boy that his grandson needed advice. Lin answered the owner that it was the least he could do. The grandfather extended his hands forward and told the boy not to refuse. The main character said goodbye to the old man and said that he had done what he had to do. He asked the guest to wait. The old man asked the boy near the exit, "Is he going to Penglai tomorrow morning?" Lin replied to his grandfather that he was going on a family trip. Lee wished his guest a successful trip. The grandson approached his grandfather from behind and wanted to say something about his master. The old man called someone on the phone and demanded that they sort something out for him. The main character came to his girlfriend late in the evening with flowers to visit her. The woman greeted the guy. She said that the girl was on top. Lin decided to leave the flowers on the sofa. The hostess looked at the flowers and thought that her son-in-law was very good, but careless. At that moment, the guy heard someone singing. The protagonist carefully looked into the room. He realized that the girl sang even better than before. It was the result of her cultivation. The main character walked into the bedroom and waved to the girl. She was lying on the bed and singing. She threw herself on the guy's neck. Lin told the girl that he missed her very much. Lin asked the girl if she had practiced. Lily replied that she was bored and had nothing to do. Singing energizes her. The main character grabbed the curtain with his hands to keep from falling. He offered the girl to sit down. The main character was sitting on the bed with his girlfriend. He suggested that she go with him to Penglai with her parents. She explained to her friend that Dr. Pokat wouldn't let her leave either. The main character put the girl on the bed and said that they would not see each other for several days. Lily answered the guy that she would wait for him. Lin moved closer to his girlfriend and kissed her. The girl closed her eyes. The door opened and Lucy ran into the room. She shouted to the guy that the food was ready. Lin was still on the bed at this time. The girl angrily told the main character that his sister had just recently been discharged from the hospital. She was not ready for anything yet. Lily yelled at her sister to get out. She threw a pillow at her. Lucy yelled sternly at the guy to go downstairs and eat. The main character put his hand on the girl's face. After the trip, he promised to visit her. Lily promised her friend that she would wait for him before the kiss. The main character arrived at the train station with his parents. He was carrying a large suitcase over his head. Lin strained himself with all his might and loaded the suitcase onto the shelf in the carriage. The protagonist turned around and told his parents to call him if anything happened. The father told his son to relax and not to worry about them. The man told the boy that he used to drive green trains at work. The woman looked slyly ahead and said that all this looked like trains from the past. The mother told the protagonist to go away. She would take care of his father. The main character approached his seat number 61. There, someone called him. The main character happily greeted the girl Sharon on the train. She waved her hand at him. Lin asked his companion where she was heading. His partner told the guy that she hadn't found a job and that's why she was going back home. The main character loaded the suitcase onto the shelf. He told the girl that he was going to Penglai on his mother's prize trip. The main character sat and looked at the girl on the train. He explained to her that this was the reason he was there. Sharon told the guy with a smile that the city of Penglai was her home and that she could rent an apartment there. The girl suggested to the guy that he come to her house. Her father with a car could help him see the surroundings. The main character told the girl with a smile that he would be glad to walk with her. The guy thought that he would be able to relax in this place with such a beauty. Lin was sleeping on the train at night. Suddenly, a dark figure approached his bed. The main character was sleeping and didn't notice how someone was standing next to him and watching him attentively. The demonic stranger leaned over to the master and whispered for him to wake up. The stranger told the frightened master that he had finally woken up. Lin looked ahead and could not understand who he saw. The girl was sleeping peacefully. The main character shouted very discontentedly. The stranger told the surprised boy that he had come there to deliver a message to him. The girl woke up on the bed and asked the main character what happened. Lin turned around and told his girlfriend that he had just dreamed of a ghost. The guy wanted to go out and have a smoke. The main character stepped aside. An unfamiliar warrior walked behind him. Lin prepared to light a cigarette with a lighter. He asked the stranger what he wanted. The fighter sat down on the floor. He told the protagonist that Master Du had asked him to inform him that Wang Ying would be fighting against him. The main character took a drag on his cigarette and said that he had already met with Van Yin. The fighter told the main character that Van Yin was in cahoots with Horseface and that he should be careful. The protagonist turned to the side and thought that he had suspicions about the horse's face. Lin, without turning around, asked his partner what else he wanted to say. The messenger apologized to the master for disturbing him. He prepared to leave. The main character turned around and thought that he needed to quickly catch some spirits and improve himself. The guy screamed in fear that he missed one. A girl ran up to the side. She quickly ran past the main character. Lin looked at the stranger in surprise and shouted that she was crazy. The girl continued to run. The main character looked carefully at his sleeping place. He did not understand what had happened there. Lin looked at his bed and couldn't understand what had happened to it. His things were scattered around. The guy shouted to his girlfriend Sharon that they had been robbed and that she should wake up. The main character activated the air step and ran at full speed through the carriage. The girl held a purse in her hands. She didn't even hope that all this would be so easy for her. The main character ran along the carriage after the girl and shouted for her to stop. The stranger was surprised when she noticed the guy running up to him. Lin was shouting at her to give him back his wallet. The girl swung her hand and prepared to hit the main character. Lin fought her off. The stranger swung her hand and tried to gouge out the guy's eyes. The main character hit the stranger with his hand and used a grab. The girl jumped back. Lin looked at the visitor with displeasure and demanded that she return the wallet. The stranger angrily answered the guy that she would return everything to him now. Suddenly, a girl appeared in the train cabin and started screaming for someone to come and help her. The kidnapper looked slyly at the guy and asked, "What is he going to do now?" Lin angrily shouted at the girl that all this is very mean. The people around approached the guy and looked at him carefully with suspicion. The man looked angrily at the protagonist and demanded that he take his hands off the girl. Lin pointed at the kidnapper and said that she had stolen his wallet. The girl looked angrily at the guy and shouted that she hadn't stolen anything from him. He had been the one who had harassed her. The angry protagonist reached out to the girl and shouted that she should confess right now. A woman came up from the side and hit the surprised guy on the head with her shoe as hard as she could. The main character fell onto a chair after being hit by a stranger. People around were very surprised. A female passenger with a dog in her arms shouted that the main character was harassing a girl. The stranger asked the woman for protection. The main character angrily shouted at the woman that the girl had actually stolen his wallet. The passenger demanded that the guy tell her exactly where the thief could have kept the wallet. She threatened to call the police. The protagonist extended his hands forward and told the passengers that he wanted to search the girl. The woman hit the guy on the head and demanded that he just tell her. Lin turned around and looked at the girl. He knew that she definitely had the wallet, but he didn't know exactly where. The thief glanced slyly at the protagonist. Lin looked at the girl with displeasure and realized that she had decided that he couldn't do anything to her. The protagonist activated the divine eyes to carefully examine all the passengers. Lin looked closely at the girl with the help of special vision. He was looking for where she hid the wallet. The main character looked closely at the stranger and saw his wallet. Lin pointed at the girl. He found his wallet. The stranger continued to scream angrily. The main character angrily shouted to the stranger that she had a mole on her chest. The girl was very surprised. She realized that the guy could see her. Sharon came up from the side. Sharon told the stranger that she could go with her and check in the bathroom. Someone in the carriage said that the train was arriving at Binhai Station. The stranger began to back away towards the exit. The girl jumped out of the carriage very quickly. The main character tried to stop her, but the stranger quickly squeezed through the crowd. The people in the carriage asked the protagonist for forgiveness. They did not believe that the stranger could be a thief. The girl asked the guy if he was okay. Lin told his companion that he was okay and they could go back. The main character and his companions arrived at the Penglai station. The mother could not understand how the guy could have been robbed. She told her son to take good care of his girlfriend during the walk. The main character was walking with the girl and her parents. They were carrying suitcases and bags. Sharon explained that if she hadn't fallen asleep, the wallet wouldn't have been stolen. Lin explained to the teenager that there wasn't much money in the wallet. Next time, he'll be more careful. The main character told his parents on the go that he would first deliver the girl's luggage to the house. He would meet his father and mother at the hotel in the evening. The main character advised his parents not to waste money because the travel agency was full of scammers. The mother told her son that the main prize was a tour group, not a shopping group. There was a woman with a red flag standing near the bus. She was inviting everyone to the beautiful Dawn tour group. The boy's parents approached the bus. The main character waved goodbye to them and demanded that they call him. The man ran up to his daughter from the side and joyfully shouted that she was back. Sharon joyfully called her father. Sharon threw herself on the man's neck. The protagonist waved his hand and explained that he was the girl's classmate. The father happily told his daughter that she had finally returned with her boyfriend to visit him. The man walked arm in arm with his daughter. He told the main character that the girl would show him everything tomorrow. Lin cautiously asked the man about the travel agency Beautiful Dawn. The partner answered the guy that he didn't know for sure. There were many travel agencies around. The man opened the trunk and told the boy and girl to get in and go home. The woman near the bus raised a red flag and shouted for everyone to get in. The woman angrily shouted at the guests to get on the bus quickly. They were about to leave. The main character sat in the car and looked with excitement at the bus with his parents. Lin looked thoughtfully out the window and thought that everything should be fine. People on the bus looked out the windows happily. One man said that this place really attracts tourists. The tour guide on the bus told people about the unique Penglai jades. The passenger asked the woman with displeasure, "Why did the trip start with shopping?" The partner told the man angrily that she could offer him a 70% discount. The tour guide looked at the people and said that everyone should spend 20,000 won. People started rummaging through their wallets. They didn't have that much money. The woman told her husband that it was really a shopping group. The man replied that they wouldn't buy anything. The bus arrived at the building. The guide told the people to get out and look around. The woman angrily demanded that the tourists get off the bus. The people did not want to get off. The woman looked angrily at the passengers and demanded that they get out. The guide angrily told the people that they were not the first ones who did not want to get off. At that moment, someone was climbing the stairs to the bus. Several bandits with bats ran into the bus. One of them angrily demanded that people enjoy the journey so as not to get hurt. The man in glasses told the criminals that they would not buy anything and would stay on the bus. The bandit hit the passenger with his baton with all his might and he fell to the ground. The guide very angrily demanded that people buy some souvenirs. The passengers were scared. The bandit angrily shouted at the people to spend their money and go outside. The passengers on the bus agreed to buy something after being threatened by the bandits. The woman angrily asked the people why they didn't do it right away. The bandit sternly pointed the bat at the woman. She replied in fear that she would go now. The attackers viciously threatened the people that none of them would return until they spent the money. The fighters used their batons to drive a group of people out of the bus and into the street. At this time, the tour guide stood to the side. She laughed loudly and angrily. The woman told her husband in a frightened voice that they had no money. The man decided to call his son. Lin picked up the phone and asked his father what had happened. The father, in a frightened voice, told the main character on the phone what kind of situation they had gotten themselves into. A bandit with a baton approached the passengers and angrily asked what they were doing. The attacker took the passengers' phones and crushed them. He threatened them that they would spend twice as much money or no one would leave this place. The man looked at the bandits in fear and didn't know what to answer them. The main character got scared when he heard the story from his father. The driver asked the guy what happened. Lin asked the man to take him to his parents. The The man turned around and told the main character that he would give him a ride without any problems. He very quickly turned the car to the side. The tourists were inside an abandoned warehouse. The seller promised the people that they would be given a certificate for jade and a receipt. This would be a great deal for them. The leader sat on a chair. He angrily told the two passengers that they were waiting only for the two of them. The man and woman said in a frightened voice that they only had 8,000 wen. The bandit with an eye patch angrily shouted at the people that they should have 80,000 wen. The man asked angrily, "Isn't the bandit afraid of the law?" The leader said angrily that the 100 groups in Penglai belong to the genie and no one can go against him. The bandit threatened the people that they would spend the money on medical expenses. The leader demanded that the fighter teach the people a lesson. The fighter swung his arm and prepared to hit the woman. At this time, someone ran into the room from the side and shouted at the bandit to stop. The leader looked angrily to the side and asked who had come. The main character looked angrily at the boss and said that he is Leo's master. She suggested to the guy from the side to call the police. Lin answered the girl that everything was fine, and she should stay in the car. The leader very angrily called the main character a little bastard. The mother, in fear, explained to her son that the bandits had demanded 80,000 yuan from them. The leader asked the boy if he had brought money. His parents had a whole shopping list. The main character told the bandit that he had no money with him. But he should not be underestimated. Lin demanded that his mother give him money. The main character held the bills in his hands. He asked the bandit, "What is the price?" The leader angrily explained to the boy that 1,000 wen was a bet on the stone. In any case, the guest would spend 80,000 wen here if he wanted to leave here. The protagonist threw down the money and demanded that the bandit give him the 8th stone. The main character looked closely at the pile of stones. He decided to teach the bandit a lesson. The boss on the chair asked the guy, "Did he really think he had a magic eye?" Lin turned around and explained to the bandit that he would try. The master cut the stone that the protagonist had chosen. Lin told his parents not to worry. The boss demanded that the boy give in and come back with the money. The fighter looked at the stone with interest and shouted to the boss that this jade was worth 8,000 yuan. The chieftain was very surprised. He could not understand how a beautiful jade appeared among the trash. The boss quickly calmed down. He told the guy that there were hundreds of stones around. He couldn't be lucky forever. The fighter looked at the stones and said that they were of excellent quality. The protagonist asked the price of the jade. The fighter said that the stones cost 60,000 wen in total. The main character demanded that the fighter saw a small stone. The bandit was surprised because the main character had 4 successful attempts in a row. Lin stood by the table and said he had no doubts. The boss couldn't believe that the last stone could cost 20,000 yen. The bandit sawed the stone and shouted that the ice jade was worth at least 800,000 wen. The leader was very surprised. The man and his wife were delighted and decided that they were rich. The woman told the boss that they could not give back 800,000 yuan. The leader demanded that the main character return the jade. Lin held a stone in his hand. He told the bandit that he had just earned 800,000 yuan from him. The boss sternly demanded that the guy take his money back and give him the jade. Lin answered the fighter that he first wanted to extort money from him, and now it was robbery. The boss angrily demanded that the guy give up the stones. Fighters with clubs ran towards the main character from the side. The parents asked the boy to give the bandits the stone. The main character fought off one attacker with a powerful blow. The main character knocked one bandit aside with a powerful blow and he flew away. The bandits turned around in surprise and noticed that the guy had disappeared somewhere. The main character appeared behind them. Lin appeared behind the bandits and smiled very evilly. He was ready to finish them off. The main character dealt with the attackers very quickly. They lay unconscious on the ground. Lin angrily asked the boss how he dared to extort money from old people. The leader angrily told that his uncle is the local president of the tourist association. As soon as the relative arrives, the main character will be a corpse. A group of people appeared on the street. Someone told the boss that there was someone outside. The man asked angrily who was inside the building. The fighter was delighted and greeted his uncle. The uncle angrily asked the guy how he dared to create problems. Lin answered his partner that he would talk to him with his fists. The man grabbed his uncle by the leg and asked him to avenge him. The fighter answered his relative with displeasure that he would deal with the guy after Mr. Stark left. The chieftain was surprised when he heard about Stark. He did not believe that such a person could come to him. The chairman of the Penga group, named Stark, appeared from the side with soldiers next to him. The man bowed to Mr. Stark and greeted him. The main character sped up and prepared to beat the guest. Stark explained to the guy that they were looking for someone here. He needed Mr. Leo and his parents. The main character was surprised when he heard such words. Lin asked the man with displeasure what he wanted from him. The fighters bowed as a group to the main character and asked for forgiveness. The commander explained to the protagonist that he was apologizing because of his wording. Lin could not understand why Stark bowed and apologized to him. The man told the main character that Li Wenyan was his master. The old man asked them to take care of the main character in the city. The fighters did not notice Lin at the station. The commander promised the main character that he would do everything to avoid disappointing him. Lin shouted with a big smile that someone was very lucky. The boss continued to shake his uncle's leg and asked him to help him. The uncle threw his displeased relative aside and shouted at him to get away from him. The man continued to kick his relative. The main character said that the terrible guides cheated people and extorted money from clients. They also abused the elderly. Uncle fell to his knees in front of the main character and said that he knew nothing about it. Stark said in a stern voice that the criminals should be sent to the police. The fighters tied up the criminals and began to lead them away. Stark sternly said that not a single member of the criminal group should leave. The commander told the protagonist that he wanted to apologize to him at the hotel. Lin turned around and asked the man to wait. The main character slipped a precious stone to his girlfriend. Sharon excitedly told the guy that it was a lot. She smiled and told the protagonist that she would do whatever she could based on the value of the stone. Lin shouted to the people around him that they could have fun, and he would pay for everything. The man looked at his son and said that the boy had grown a lot. The mother said that the boy had become a real man. The people around were very happy. The man poured wine into a glass and handed it to the protagonist. He said that the guy could contact him if he needed anything. Lin advised that Stark reorganize the tourist groups in the city. No one should mock tourists. Lin handed the glass of wine to the guy and said that the criminals had been sent to the police and would be punished. Suddenly, someone called the man and said that the criminal had escaped. Stark sternly demanded that the fugitive be found and that people be questioned. The commander looked at the phone and said in a stern voice that Long Li had escaped on the way to the police station. The commander said in a dissatisfied voice that Long would never improve. He decided to deal with this problem himself. The commander told the main character that he could call himself if he needed anything. Lin looked up at the sky and said to himself that Mr. Liang was very polite. He wondered how his parents spent the night. At that moment, someone pointed a gun at him from the side. Long, with a pistol, shouted menacingly at the main character that he had become so pathetic because of him. Lin turned around and told the leader that he was begging him in this way. The bandit with the gun sternly threatened the guy that he would shoot him now. The main character calmly told the bandit that he would play a game with him. The boss angrily shouted that he does not play games with dead people. The main character calmly told the bandit that there were no bullets in his gun. After that, the guy turned around abruptly. The main character snatched the weapon from the bandit's hands with very quick and sharp movements. Lin held a magazine of bullets in his hands. He told Long that he had neither bullets nor a gun. The boss pulled out a huge knife and shouted at the guy that he would kill him. The main character opened his divine eyes. Lin analyzed the boss's body. There was little yang energy inside the bandit and he could die even tomorrow. The bandit got angry. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense the guy was telling him. The main character told the frightened boss that in his dreams, he sees himself being swallowed by the ghost. This happens more and more often. The main character looked sternly at the leader and said that he knew the ghost. The criminal fell to his knees and promised the guy that he would go tomorrow and confess to the crime. Lin demanded that the boss get up. The bandit began to rise slowly. His head was near the protagonist's chest. The main character suddenly stretched his hand forward and attacked the boss with golden needles. The bandit was surprised. He didn't understand what the guy wanted to do with him. Lin blocked the boss's meridians in his body with a golden needle. The ghost won't be able to take possession of him anymore. The main character told the bandit that he would save him today, but if the boss didn't go to the police station, he would let the ghost swallow him. The leader began to promise in a frightened voice that he would definitely go. The guy touched his head with a golden needle. The fighter fell to the ground dead. The main character looked at him. A huge green ghost appeared. He demanded that the bandit Long Li give him his life. The green demon very sternly threatened the man that he would eat his soul. The demon couldn't get into the bandit's body and kill him now. He couldn't do anything. He was thrown back. The main character told the monster to go back to hell. He explained that Long Li was dead, and he himself took his soul. The monster was very angry when he heard from the guy that the bandit was dead. The demon angrily shouted into the sky that he himself would soon be able to kill the bandit himself. The main character looked slyly at the monster and said that he could help him realize other desires. The demon told the guy that he has a wife and a child. He wants them to live a good life. The main character took the phone in his hands and said that he could ask Pen Liang to hire a woman and her salary would be much higher. The monster said with admiration that after the main character's proposal he would be able to rest in peace. He was ready to follow the guy. The protagonist held a fireball in his hands. Everything went much better than even he expected. The system congratulated the owner for collecting 3 souls. His earth was improved. The main character looked at his phone and saw that he had received 10,000 well-deserved points. The main character looked at the bandit's body and said that he would be punished and the police would do everything. A bunch of police cars pulled up. Someone jumped out and shouted that the criminal needed to be caught. The police surrounded the boss's body on Earth and could not understand who made the call. The officer looked to the side in bewilderment and did not understand who could have defeated the criminal and called them. The main character was in a fairy tale world with his girlfriend. The girl congratulated the master and said that he had reached the 2nd level. Lin cheerfully answered his partner that it was as easy as pie. Eva told the main character that something unexpected could happen to him. Lin turned around in surprise and saw his girlfriend Layla in a purple suit. The main character told the girl that she had gained weight. Layla told her friend that he himself had become a master. The girl extended her hand to the main character and wanted to take something from him. Lin was unhappy. She told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that she was in a hurry and needed to act quickly. Lin explained to his partner that people might misunderstand them. The main character threw a game console to the girl. She caught the gift and told the guy that she hadn't played games for a long time. Layla, with the console in her hand, stepped aside to play. The main character looked at the girl and said that she was fine. Lin asked his girlfriend how the girl had fully recovered. Eva told the guy that Layla had been seriously injured. She needed to rest for several months. Eva told the guy that he was now on the 2nd level and could collect the mystical creatures here. The main character told the girl that his dog Bobby was a mythical creature. He wanted to find him as soon as possible. The girl said goodbye to her friend. The man and his daughter were cleaning. The father told his daughter that she could get a guy like the main character. The main character entered the room and asked Mr. Zhang if there were any places for young people near him. The owner turned around and smiled and told the boy that he would make him a cup of tea. Sharon would stay to help him. The girl held a broom in her hands. She told the boy that she would take him wherever he wanted. The main character told his girlfriend that he wanted to go to the island of Penglai. The partner answered the guy that she did not know where this place from the myths was. The island could appear from time to time in the west, but no one had ever been there. Sharon told the guy in a shy voice that she could go with him tomorrow. The main character explained to his partner that he would go to the right place himself. A tourist group was waiting for the girl. The man looked after the guy as he left and asked the girl, "Was it really a failure?" Zhang told his daughter that he really wanted the main character to be his son-in-law. The main character sat in the meadow and looked at the sky. He really wanted to bring Bobby back. The guy looked up and saw a predatory eagle flying at high altitude. The main character thoughtfully told himself that it was beautiful around and there were big birds. The protagonist noticed that the flying predator was carrying a dog in its claws. The guy activated the divine eyes. Lin looked closely at the flying eagle. He was curious about what the bird was carrying with it. The main character looked closely and saw that Oriole was carrying his dog named Bobby in his arms. The main character looked at the eagle in surprise. He did not understand why the predator grabbed Bobby. The guy turned on his airstep and ran after the bird to save his pet. The dog in the bird's clutches said he heard his master's voice. The bird responded by demanding that Bobby marry her. She betrayed her family for him. Bobby told his flying girlfriend that he would marry her when he found the master. He said that a man was racing after them. The bird looked down. She couldn't believe that a mere mortal was so fast. The main character launched his blade and it hit the eagle. The bird released its victim from its claws. Bobby was falling from a great height down. He was approaching the earth at high speed. Suddenly, a warrior flew out of the sky and told the animals that they were hard to find. A warrior named Shun Shima angrily told the dog that he stole his family's spiritual fruit and took Red with him. Bobby told the warrior that he didn't steal his fruit and that everything happened to Red on its own. Xiong angrily told the beasts that they could not do whatever they wanted because they were mythical creatures. The bird suggested that the dog attack the guy. The warrior could not understand what the animals were talking about among themselves. The dog took off at full speed and ran forward towards the guy. A bird was flying from above. Xiong shouted in an angry voice to the animals so that they would not blame him for being rude. The warrior attacked the bird with a golden web. It was the Yamamai web. The flying predator fought in all directions but could not free itself from the golden net. Xiong flew up to the dog with a large blade and shouted that it was his turn. The dog looked at the dagger flying at him with fear and said goodbye to his master before dying. The main character appeared from the side. He stretched out his hand forward and blocked the flying sword. He saved the pet. The main character took Bobby in his arms. The puppy closed his eyes and decided that he was already dead. The main character shouted at his pet to open his eyes. A surprised warrior ran up from the side. The pet happily opened his eyes and shouted that he was glad to see the master. Xiong came up from the side and shouted to the protagonist that he had crippled the patriarch's right arm. Lin turned around and asked the fighter, "Does he really want him to break his arm?" The fighter extended his hand to the main character and shouted that he would kill him and earn himself glory. Lin extended his hand to the side. He activated the palm that collects stars. The warrior used the hovering swords and deflected the huge stone palm away from himself. Xiong looked sideways at the main character and said that he performed very weakly. The main character threatened his opponent that he would show him the next level. He activated the shooting star. The fighter began to shake his head from side to side in fear. After that, he looked angrily at the main character. Xiong extended his blade forward and prepared to attack the protagonist. A huge stone palm finished off the warrior with a swing. The main character could control large objects with the help of a falling star. The beaten Xiong angrily shouted at the protagonist for daring to deceive him. The angry warrior swung his blade and shouted at the main character that he would kill him. Lin swung his fist sharply and knocked his opponent aside with his stone hand. The main character looked angrily at his beaten opponent and asked what he thought about his weak techniques. Xiong angrily told the guy that he was still only in the pre-heavenly phase. The dog slyly asked the fighter what he wanted to do after his master's attack. Xiong folded his arms and shouted that he was forced to resort to this. He was not ready to stop. The main character looked around in fear and saw small golden particles flying towards him from the side. There was a very bright fire around the warrior. The dog shouted to the master to be careful. Xiong prepared to launch fire from his hand. He shouted at the protagonist that he would die with him. The dog jumped up on his hind legs and turned into a monster. He blocked the attack from the warrior and protected the master. There was a bright glow around Bobby. He shouted to the master that he couldn't hold it in any longer. Lin covered himself with his hand. He shouted to his pet that he would not leave him. There was a very strong, bright explosion. Everything around was ablaze. After the explosion, bodies of people lay on the ground in a huge scorched clearing. The main character began to come to his senses and rose above the ground. His whole body ached. The boy stood up on his hands and realized that he had no serious injuries. Lin turned around and saw a beaten warrior on the ground. He decided to look for his pet Bobby. The main character was very amazed and thought to himself that Bobby had saved him again. Lin saw the body of his pet lying on the ground. He decided to take it home. The frightened protagonist carried Bobby in his arms. He promised to find a cure for him. She told the protagonist that he could take Bobby to the Moonlands where he could be healed. A system window appeared in front of the guy. He decided to send the mythical creature to the Lunar Lands. There was a bright fire near the main character's hand. It embraced Bobby from all sides. The guy decided that he would return the pet back after healing. A disgruntled bird landed on the side. She sternly asked the guy, "Where is Bobby?" The main character asked the bird, "Is it really she who pulled Bobby out?" The bird told the man that the dog was supposed to marry her and she wanted to find him. The man told the bird that the dog was wounded and was in the Moonlands. He was ready to send her to Bobby. The bird told the guy that she believed him and wanted to move to Bobby. The main character activated the capture of a mythical creature in the system. Very quickly, the bird was tied with golden threads all over its body. Lin looked ahead and said that the net for catching mythical creatures could be an ordinary net. He held a phone in his hand. The system told the guy that he had received the Yamamai net. With its help, it was possible to catch various creatures. The main character told himself that he now had great luck. Lin looked sideways at the body of the lying warrior and said that he might have other things. The protagonist reached out to the unconscious fighter's face and realized that he was still alive. The system congratulated the guy and he received a SIM token. The main character thought that this thing would be useless for him. Lin received a bottle of dirty water from the underworld from the beaten warrior. The main character was unpleasantly surprised. After the battle, the protagonist took the book Lunar Swordsmanship for himself. Lin told himself that he was not impressed by it. The main character saw the Sword of Infinity in his inventory. It was a magical weapon. Lin looked at the cultivator's body and didn't understand why all his things were trash. The system informed the owner that he had also received a mysterious part. The guy saw a mysterious part in his inventory. The task of passing 3 worlds was activated. Lin looked at the artifact in surprise and could not understand whether such a piece could really be connected to the passage to the 3 worlds. The main guy looked at the fighter's body. He couldn't kill him. If Xiang had returned, he would have had problems. The guy decided to make the fighter lose his memory. The main character felt a strong pain in his body. His insides were damaged. He needed to return to the lunar lands for treatment. Lin walked up to the body of the beaten fighter and looked at him carefully. Xiang was motionless. The main character flew into a parallel world. He asked the girl how Bobby was feeling. Eva answered the guy that she keeps the dog alive inside. Lin answered the girl that it was just wonderful. The main character felt worse and worse. He could no longer stand on his feet. She asked the guy in surprise, "Is he seriously injured?" She reached out her hand to the green leaf. The girl extended her hand to the weak boy and said that he needed treatment. Lin could barely stand on his feet. Eva told the guy that it would take him 6 months to get back into shape. The main character looked at his girlfriend with displeasure and said that this was taking him too long. She told the protagonist that Layla had found out that some magical creatures in this world could improve cultivation and speed up healing. The guy's recovery could be reduced to 3 months. The main character held the phone in his hand. He told the girl that he would find a way to heal himself. At this moment, the guy's phone rang. He greeted his partner with displeasure. Lin continued to tap his finger on the phone with displeasure. He didn't understand what was wrong with the device. The main character was talking on the phone with a girl. They were talking about Master Laojun and how he could expose them. The assistant told the guy that his bad review made the old man angry. She can't talk to him in public. The girl slyly answered her partner that she could not leave for a long time. Laojun could suspect her. The guy asked his assistant for an elixir for recovery. The girl answered the main character that she could not help him in any way. The girl told the guy that he could ask Jun to prepare an elixir for him. The assistant told the protagonist that he should give the old man 100,000 well-deserved points and then apologize to him in the group chat. Lin answered the assistant that he wanted to talk to the old man himself. The guy looked at his phone and saw that an old man in a panda costume had sent him a friend request. Lin thought to himself with excitement that he should have foreseen that all this would happen. The main character was angrily chatting with Laojun. At the end of the conversation, the guy told the old man that he could find him himself. The main character was surprised to realize that the old man could not figure out where he was. The old man asked the boy what he was doing in the mortal world anyway. Lin got scared and thought that he had lost his immortal connection. The guy slyly thought that he was in the lunar lands. Lin asked Laojun for an elixir. In return, he promised to remove the bad review in the chat. The partner agreed to the guy's conditions. Lin thought slyly and realized to himself that he could try to blackmail the old man. Laojun excitedly told the guy that he should apologize after he returned to the group. Also, the protagonist must return the 30,000 points he got from the envelopes. Lin explained to his partner that he wanted the old man to help him open an online store. The upgrade for him cost 3 million. Laojun said goodbye to the protagonist and said that he would wait for his further actions. Lin shouted to himself in a joyful voice that he had managed to deceive Laojun. Now he could brag about it for the rest of his life. A girl ran up from the side and shouted to the master to be much more careful. The tench jumped happily. The angry old man clutched a large brush in his hands. He said that the drunken spirit was going beyond all bounds. Buddha told the old man that it had been many years since they had met such an interesting guy. Laojun told his partner that the two of them were immortals, and their lives were very boring. Buddha said that the guy is from the mortal world, but he can communicate with them immortals. The old man explained to his partner that, so it should be. The secret of opening the transitions to the 3 worlds is with the main character. The main character looked at his phone. He was unhappy that the old man still hadn't sent the elixir. The wait was killing him. The warriors were sitting at the table and were busy playing mahjong. Lin thought to himself with displeasure that he was dying of irritation. The bird was flying after Bobby and demanding that he marry her. The dog was running away from his girlfriend and screaming for her not to chase him. He didn't want to marry her anymore. David looked at the table happily and shouted that he had won. The main character shouted very loudly and angrily at his friends to shut up. The guy looked closely at the message on his phone. He was expecting something. Lin happily noticed the message that the old man had sent him a pill made of terrible dirt. Friends approached the main character from the side and asked why he was so happy. The main character turned around and decided to turn to his friends with displeasure. Lin angrily shouted at the fighters to get lost. The girls and boys ran away in fear. Lin was very unhappy. The old man sent him a mud pill instead of medicine for his wounds. The main character looked to the side and said that he needed to consult with the Monkey King. Sun activated the call to the Monkey King for help on his phone. Sun appeared. He looked at the guy and slyly asked what he wanted. The main character told his assistant about the pill that the old man made for him. Sun answered his partner that the mud pill was a good thing. Sun told the protagonist a long story. Old Laojin was made of magic. The main character did not believe the assistant's story. Sun answered his friend that he never lies. Lin looked closely at the black hole in his hands. He decided that he could not stay in this place for half a year. The main character swallowed the black pill. It immediately seemed very disgusting to him. The medicine began to act in the boy's body. He could not understand what was happening. The main character felt unwell, as if he had taken poison. The girl came up to the guy from the side and asked him how he felt. She saw that his soul was being torn apart. Lin answered his partner that he didn't understand it either. Eva looked at the main character and asked with great fear what they should do now. The princess appeared. She told the girl that the guy was mortal after all. Eva asked her friend to save the master. Layla, smiling, demanded that the girl create a tub and place the guy in it. The girl created a huge wooden vat and wanted to place the main character in it. The tench lay relaxed. There was green liquid around him. A Lila was flying above him. The princess looked slyly at the girl and demanded that she undress the tench. Eva was very surprised. The princess once again demanded that the girl undress the tench. The partner obeyed and did everything. The guy continued to swim in the green liquid. He looked ahead with fear. Some convulsions ran through the main character's body. She looked at him from the side with excitement. The main character continued to swim in a large wooden tub. A very dark aura was coming out of it. Frightened girls were standing on the side. The water around the guy's body was very dark. Layla told her friend to change the water in the tub, and everything would be fine. The girl extended her hand forward and bright red roses flew out of it. The main character looked around in surprise and saw red flowers flying around him. Lin turned around and looked at the girl with great interest. He didn't know what to tell her. The girl told the surprised guy that she used Hongmen's magical breath. Lin sat inside the red flower. He had a surprised feeling. Lin jumped to his feet and began to shout with a joyful voice that he had indeed broken through the pre-heavenly phase and had achieved chi concentration. Lin jumped to his feet and called his girlfriend. The dog came up and told his owner that he had scared the girls with his nakedness. The girlfriends hid behind the bushes and covered their eyes with their hands. The main character looked around attentively. Lin was dressed in fashionable clothes. He looked slyly at the girl and said that he had now achieved concentration. Layla was absorbed in the game. She asked the guy what was so good about concentrating chi. The main character looked angrily at the girl and said that she was worse than he was. She glanced at the game console. She couldn't believe that she could be worse than the guy. After that, the girl swung and hit the main character with all her might. A bright explosion was heard. The tench flew far to the side after a very powerful blow from its girlfriend. The princess approached the guy lying on the ground and asked how he dared to look down on her. Lin extended his hand to the side and prepared to rise. He said angrily to the girl that a sneak attack does not count. Layla looked angrily at the main character and said that he was not her equal. The guy stood up on his feet. He couldn't understand how all this could be possible. The main character began to slowly walk forward. He wanted to say something to his girlfriend. Lin looked at the girl and said that he had reached the final stage of ki concentration. She looked at the guy and said that he still couldn't compare to her. The main character answered his partner that she could attack him. Layla looked at her friend very carefully. The guy realized that he had to block the girl's attack this time. She launched a bright beam of radiation against the protagonist. He tried to fight it off. After this, the princess grabbed the main character by the hand and prepared to throw him. Layla managed to do so, and with a very powerful blow threw the main character to the ground. The guy was lying on the ground and said he still had a chance. The girl came up to him and stepped on him with her foot. The princess continued to press her foot on the body of the lying guy. Eva stood to the side and was very scared. She called the master. The girl sat down next to the main character's body and asked if everything was okay with him. Lin stretched his hand to the side and did not understand how this was possible. Lin asked the surprised girl, "Did he really just break through?" The main character was still in the pre-heavenly phase. The medicine turned out to be fake. The princess told the boy that she had something to tell him. She herself was in the early stages of the Phantom King. The main character realized with fear that he and the girl had been on the brink of death several times. Layla explained to the guy that she had to reduce her powers when she was on Earth. Otherwise, everyone around her would die from her power, but here she shouldn't do that. Lin understood why the girl had such a big difference in level for so long. Layla looked slyly at the guy and said that she could beat him with one finger. The main character looked slyly at the girl and asked, "Can she really beat him?" The guy suddenly jumped up and handed his girlfriend a new gaming console and suggested they play. The princess with glowing eyes shouted at the guy to give her a game. She massaged his back from behind. The main character told his girlfriend in a sly voice that he liked her massage half. Lin turned back and looked at the girl. He said that King Ghost still had to massage his shoulders. She looked slyly at the guy and demanded the game. Lin launched the console for the girl and she ran after it. The main character said that it was already very late and he had to go back. The dog told the guy to take him with him. He could get off. The main character stroked the pet and told the girl that he would take it with him. Eva answered the guy that only he could decide which of the controlled souls he would take with him. The main character looked at his pet and told him to stay in this world and get better. The main character sat down and stroked the dog's head goodbye. Bobby was very upset. The main character suddenly teleported to the real world. He decided to look at the warrior's body again. Lin looked around carefully and realized that the guy had disappeared somewhere. People from the Sima family could have taken him. Late at night, people gathered at the Sima family's house. They looked at Jun's body. Warriors in robes stood around the body. The stranger could not understand how anyone dared to attack Sim's family. The fighter told his colleagues to warn everyone that they needed to prepare for war. The fighters answered the leader that they understood everything. Sharon walked and held a red flag in her hands. She told the tourists that they could buy some souvenirs here. This was the last place on the route. The main character was surprised when he realized that they were at the last point. The woman told the guy that he had been missing for a couple of days and she didn't know where he had been. The main character thought slyly to himself that the journey had been fruitful for him. He had been able to advance and improve the lunar lands. He had found Bobby and weapons. The woman asked the girl where they were going today. Sharon told her partner that they were going to the general's temple today, which had been created by people in memory of how he had defeated the enemies. The protagonist pointed to the building and said that they could go and pray to the old general and his parents. The protagonist received a message. Zhuandu couldn't contact him. He told the protagonist that a horseface had started hunting him and would come for him soon. The main character answered his partner on the phone with excitement that he would take a closer look. The mother asked her son to show the ticket. The guy and his companions were getting ready to go through the gate. The mercenary was sitting in the bushes and decided to take revenge on the main character for taking his wife away from him. The girl told the woman on the bench that her husband had not returned. Lin glanced to the side and said that his father might be in the toilet. He decided to call him. The main character told his father on the phone that he would now bring him some napkins for the toilet. The tench ran very quickly to the side. The girl shouted after the guy not to go to the northern hill. The woman asked the girl why they shouldn't go there. Sharon answered her partner that the spirits of murdered criminals live on the North Hill. The woman turned around and told the girl that this couldn't happen in broad daylight. The main character walked between the bushes and decided to himself that he was already lost. The guy looked at his phone and couldn't understand why father had come here. He couldn't get through to him anymore. The main character looked closely at his phone and realized that something was happening nearby. A man suddenly appeared from the side and called the main character. Lin turned around and asked his father, "Where was he?" The man asked the guy in a strange voice if he had brought napkins. The main character looked at his father in fear. The man stood surrounded by a green aura. The main character realized that there was a group of warriors around him. There was a green aura everywhere. The fighters with weapons stood around the man and looked at the main character. The alien spirit in the body of the protagonist's father greeted the boy. Warriors with glowing red eyes stood around. The main character fearfully demanded that the evil spirit be removed from his father. In extended his hand to the guy and demanded that he return his wife to him. He promised to let his father go. The man angrily shouted at the main character that he would die here along with his father. The main character shouted at his opponent not to mess with him. He promised to beat the fighter. The evil spirit told the main character through the man that this time it wouldn't be so easy. The man spread his arms out to the sides and pointed at the warriors. He was no longer alone. Lin answered his rivals in a dissatisfied voice that he would need more time to exterminate them all. The warriors looked at the guy very angrily and shouted that he would see everything himself. A horse appeared and told the main character that there was an urgent task for him, a B-level mission. The protagonist told his assistant that he was a little busy and that he could find someone else for the task. The horse told the boy that his mission was confirmed. He had to kill many more ghosts in half an hour. Leo looked at his mysterious comrade, and beads of sweat began to run down his face. He asked why he had deceived him, and gritting his teeth looked sternly at him. The horse replied that he had indeed cheated and asked what was the point. He asked Wang Ying if he was working with the horse-headed man and how shameful he was. Wang Ying got angry and exclaimed that he had slept with his wife. He decided to attack and gave orders to his monsters. No matter how tough he was, he would not be able to kill 3 ghosts per minute. The boy thought that if his father was possessed by the spirit for too long, it could be dangerous. He needed to sort this out as soon as possible. Leo rushed after the attackers and began to use all his abilities in order to win this fight. A powerful blow flew towards the enemy, and he was illuminated by a bright yellow light. Powerful rays began to spill out around, illuminating everything around the perimeter and striking their enemies. Leo said that even though he had leveled up, fighting 100 spirits at once was still too much for him. Wang Ying laughed in response and said that there were only 20 minutes left. He never killed a single ghost. And the man smiled sarcastically and asked to surrender immediately. Leo thought about the fact that he had recently acquired a weapon. He decided to act in a completely different way, and the man was frightened and thought that he was dead. Leo exclaimed that it seemed like the Sima family's weapons weren't that bad and rushed into battle. There was another powerful flash, and the man sent all his monsters to attack. He looked closely at the boy and could not understand where he got this sword from and how powerful it was. If he hadn't conspired with the horsehead, it would have been only a matter of time before he could deal with 100 ghosts. But he certainly doesn't have that now. He asked Leo to beg for mercy. He had about 10 minutes left and over 50 ghosts. There was no way he could defeat them. The main character, when the monsters were already approaching, thought that he was indeed right. If this continues, then he is definitely a corpse. The boy was told that there were too many of them. He could release the captured spirits so that they could help him. Leo wondered how to do this and rose into the air. The system informed him that he needed to concentrate and release them with his mind. The main character thought and, closing his eyes, began to meditate, concentrating. Wang Ying decided that it seemed like he wanted to surrender after all and gave the order to the ghost to kill him. He immediately laughed very loudly and began to say goodbye to the boy, clenching his fists. But it was not to be. Everything around began to glow with a bright fiery light, and the spirits began to fly away in different directions. The man could not understand what was happening and what had just happened. The ghosts said that they were very hungry for souls. They finally got out of there, and catching spirits again is just boring. Leo exclaimed that they didn't have much time and needed to move forward. They immediately listened and said that it was their job to protect him. When Wang Ying saw San Yang, he introduced himself to him and said, pointing with his finger, that he had finally found him. The man asked who asked him in response. He abandoned him and ran away as soon as the going got tough and called him a coward. Wang Ying told Leo that he had brainwashed his wife and that he had done all this. This time, he promised to kill him for sure. The protagonist noticed that he was now furious and decided to hurry. When he headed towards the enemy, he asked the guys to cover him. He approached the evil spirits, scattering them in different directions. They said that no one would be able to get close to their master. The man gave the command to kill the main character immediately. Leo realized that they were attacking in a crowd. The boy called the Black Spirit of Impermanence and said that they were completely on him. The Black Spirit of Impermanence called them offspring and asked them to go to hell immediately. When the man saw them, he asked them to stop him and began to approach his opponent. The ghost girl began to fly up and asked not to interfere with their master, producing a powerful strike in the form of a golden flash. Leo was very surprised when he saw such a huge colossus in front of him in the form of an evil spirit. Once again, there was a powerful flash in the form of a yellow fire and a powerful explosion. The ghost girl approached her master and asked him to leave, but the boy turned towards the man. He approached him and asked him to let his father go since he had lost. Wang Ying called him really amazing for making it this far, and now he asked him to tell his ghost to stop. One more step, and even if he remains alive, he will cause the death of his father. He still hadn't lost this fight. Leo wondered what he should do. If he attacked, he might hurt his father. The main character remembered something and decided that he could take advantage of it. Wang Ying grabbed his throat and cried out that his father was about to die. The boy asked his father to hold on. The man couldn't understand what this was. He noticed that he couldn't control his body and what was happening. This power is simply great, and he screamed in pain. Leo realized that the magical Taoist weapon was really useful to him. But this can't be, and he is about to be caught. Wang Ying exclaimed that he will still take revenge on him. The man began to transform into a new ghostly form and began to escape. When the main character saw the man running away, he asked him to stop immediately. He became sad and ran away, taking the form of a ghost. Bright rays of light began to emerge from Leo's hand in the form of long ribbons that swirled around him. Thank God his father was okay. He wondered how things were with all those ghosts. The main character's comrades reported that everyone was destroyed, and the boy replied that this was not bad at all. They explained that they were low-level ghosts, and it was easy for them to fight them. It was much better outside, and the girl asked if she could stay here. Leo replied that they needed to go back, which made the ghosts very upset. The system reported that he had successfully completed a B-level mission. His reward was 1 million merit points, and he congratulated him on his promotion to a 4th-level Hell Reaper. A new unique skill, the Soul Sealing spell, was acquired. It can be used to seal a soul into any object. The soul on which the spell is cast must be weaker than the caster. Otherwise, the chance of success will not exceed 1%, and the spell may harm the caster himself. Leo decided that this was a godsend, and he should definitely seal Wang Ying's soul. The father asked his son where he was and what had happened. The boy explained that there was nothing wrong and asked to come back quickly, because his mother must be worried by now. The cone-headed man asked how this boy managed to escape again. He was very surprised. The command was given to immediately arrest the cone-headed man. He then asked Qiandu what he was doing and asked him to stop. The man replied that they had been informed that he had appointed a mission without permission. They were taking him away for further investigation, and he asked to be tied up. Meanwhile, the girl was looking for the main character, and the boy's mother was also calling him by name, peering into the distance. The woman couldn't understand where they had gone. Meanwhile, Leo was already moving slowly with his father and asked him to be careful. The father replied that he was feeling unwell and why he didn't remember anything. Sharon and the boy's mother ran towards Leo and his father, exclaiming that they had finally been found. The man in uniform explained that there had been many accidents in the area, and they were very lucky that nothing had happened to them. He asked them to be more vigilant in the future. Leo apologized for the inconvenience they had caused them. The girl thanked them, and the boy asked them to come back. Meanwhile, hidden among the trees, a man exclaimed that he was very angry, and this was not the end. The guys were already relaxing in the jacuzzi, happy that it was all over and they had finally been found. Leo closed his eyes and relaxed, saying that you never know where the next trouble will come from. Sharon was behind him and she asked the boy if he would have a drink with her. Leo answered with a smile that of course he would, and thanked her for it. She climbed into his jacuzzi and asked if he was coming back tomorrow. The boy replied that he was, and that his vacation was already over, so it was time to go home. Lily asked him if he thought she would be able to find a job in Jiangnan. She wanted to move there and build her own career. The boy, looking at the girl, replied that he thought so, and that it was a pretty good town. The girl told the boy, blushing and embarrassed, that she liked him. She hadn't noticed how nice he was before at school. Leo thanked the girl, holding his head with his hand and apologizing, saying that he already had a girlfriend. Sharon looked at him sadly and blushed again, apologizing. The girl was very upset and began to leave the jacuzzi, leaving her drinks behind. She exclaimed, wiping away tears, that it seemed her father was calling her, after which she ran away. The man, looking from the side, called this girl poor and said that this guy could be a great husband for her. Leo put his hand to his head and spoke of his charm. After all, it broke this poor girl's heart. The main character looked at the night sky and thought about Lily. He missed her very much. There was already a plane in the air, cutting through the clouds, rushing towards its target. The man came out of it and smilingly asked the city to meet him right now. The main character decided to immediately go and make his girlfriend Lily happy. He was running as fast as he could with a suitcase in his hands. The boy glanced at the luxurious car. He didn't know that there were rich people living in this area who drove around in such an expensive car. The guy sitting next to Lily asked if she really wanted to have a drink. The girl thanked him and said she had to go, maybe some other time. When the boy approached her, she asked him what he was doing. He wanted to say that he really liked her, but before he could get closer, the main character was already next to him and clenched his fist. He was very angry and pushing this scoundrel away. He took his girl in his arms and smiled at her. The boy asked his opponent who he was and what he wanted. When Leo started to approach him, a guy appeared with a weapon in his hands and asked him to immediately protect him. Lily told Dick that he had misunderstood everything and that it was her boyfriend Leo who had arrived. She was trying to cover him up from her people. The guy laughed in response and said that Lily only thought about him and talked about him on the way here. Then he asked the guy what he was trying to do with his girlfriend. Dick replied that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding and he was just her former classmate. Lily's earring fell out, so he came out to return it. He ordered his boys to leave the boy alone, and they put away their swords. Leo handed the guy a card with 10 million on it and decided that this should be enough to cover the damage. Dick asked Lily to remember about the class reunion this week as a parting gift. The girl cast her sweet glance at him and answered seriously that she remembered. Dick did not calm down and asked his people to dig up everything they could about him. He explained that he wouldn't let some loser get his hands on the girl he liked. The man answered the young gentleman that he would do everything he asked him to do. He asked the young gentleman what he was going to do with the money. Dick asked him to keep it for himself. The day turned out to be very beautiful and sunny today. The green trees were glowing and ablaze from the bright sunbeams. Leo asked Lily if she liked someone else and what kind of guy it was. The girl smiled in response and asked what he was saying, since he was just her classmate from high school. They stopped communicating with him after graduation, but it seems he recently returned to inherit the family mansion. Leo asked again who he liked more than, her or him, but suddenly she pressed her lips to his, after which, smiling, she asked what he thought and began to run away from him. Leo blushed a little and, being satisfied, grabbed his head with his hands, smiling. Finally, he found himself in the room and lay down on the bed, because it was already late at night. The main character, spreading his arms out to the sides, said that it is true what they say, that separation only strengthens feelings. His lower back was hurting very badly, and he wondered if Lao Jun still had the blue pills. After all, he never added him to the general chat, and the boy immediately picked up the phone. Leo was very surprised and asked his friend why he still hadn't added him to the general chat. Lao Jun replied that he was too busy, and what kind of tone was that? Leo asked him not to bother him and to add more quickly, and so he added him to the Divine Exchange group chat. Leo was delighted and exclaimed that he was finally back. The boys asked the drunken spirit if they were dreaming, and greeted the main character. After all, he managed to return even after leaving a bad review for Lao Jun. Leo replied that he had screwed up himself and had stolen all the red envelopes for him. He should have sent him an exclusive envelope as an apology, and so he actually did it by pressing a button on his phone. Lao Jun said when he received the envelope, "That's better." The girl exclaimed that she also wanted an envelope, and everyone began to greet the boy. Leo scratched his head and said that handing out merit points was a bit of a bummer. And as luck would have it, not a single magic item. But suddenly his look changed, and he exclaimed that he had brought souvenirs from Penglai. Leo approached the little girl and asked how she liked the spicy tofu and whether it was tasty. The girl replied that it was a real Penglu delicacy, smiling sweetly at the boy. Leo exclaimed that it was just great, but the girl got angry and said that it was a gift. Then he promised to buy another one online. He explained to the guys that they would get everything from him in a red envelope. He decided to see how they liked it, and the phone rang with positive feedback. They said it was incredibly delicious. One of the participants in this feast exclaimed that she had not eaten something so delicious for a long time. Leo explained that it was called spicy tofu, and it was from a special place. The kids couldn't stop talking about how excited they were and wanted to buy more on his terms. Everyone wanted more of this cheese, but when Lao Jun also asked for more, the protagonist thought that he had fallen right into his trap. Leo thanked Lao Jun for his help and gave him 10 more packages of spicy tofu, especially for him. The man smiled contentedly and said that he had never received anything without spending merit points on it. In return, he gave him his permission to list his product on the WeChat store. The main character was very happy about such permission, especially for him. He exclaimed that since they insisted so much, he would give them more spicy tofu for merit points. The boy's phone started ringing off the hook and he was receiving a ton of orders. Neja sent him a fresh dragon. She explained that she had just killed the dragon and that it should be enough for him to get a package of spicy tofu. He grabbed his head with his hands and said that the dragon was already dead anyway, but he would send her the package anyway. Neja immediately thanked the boy and said that she was willing to kill as many dragons as she needed to get her hands on more of that spicy tofu. Leo explained that it would only be available in the WeChat Divine Shop, so she could just buy it whenever she felt like it. The boy decided that he should put it up for sale as soon as possible before anything happened, but he couldn't figure out what price to set. The main character grabbed his head with his hands and said that he did not understand the prices of food among the Celestials. Maybe he should ask Li Tegua for advice. The guy told Leo that 250 was the best price for it. The boy agreed and said that now he would start earning merit points. The product was published and he asked to look into the Divine store. The guys started buying a lot of packages from him and put likes. Leo posted more spicy tofu and wrote that the quantity was limited and whoever managed to eat it got it. The guys bought a lot of packages and didn't stop putting likes. The owner of the product, Drunken Spirit, had 1 star and many merits, as well as red flowers. Leo clenched his fists and exclaimed that this was a good sign, and everything was sold out in less than a minute. His stats have also changed, and there should be even more goodies for 2-star owners. Suddenly, a girl greeted him and asked if he had any spicy tofu left, since she hadn't had time to buy any. Leo was surprised that the nymph of the Jade Pool was desperately asking him for something. And she was usually so serious, but no exceptions. Leo explained that he had nothing left and asked her to come early tomorrow. The Jade Pool nymph replied that she wanted him right now and could send him her photo album. The boy thought that in order to build a long-term business, you can't give in and break the rules. Leo was very surprised that the Jade Pool nymph's attitude changed so quickly. Another guy showed up and asked him if he wanted him to be his agent for selling spicy tofu in heaven. Leo replied that he didn't want to, and the sound came from his phone again. The boy grabbed his head and wondered who it could be again. He thought that Chang Ye could be useful to him, and that she could give Lily some advice. Had the cycle of life already begun? The girl sent him a moon necklace and asked him to give it to the girl in the photo. Leo noticed that she had left, and it seemed like it was time to sort out the matter of Lily and Chang Ye better. But not now, because first he had to move the dragon's body to the Moonlands. He asked Eva if there was enough room for a dragon. The girl answered that she thought so, and why he was asking about it. Suddenly, a huge bright red dragon appeared in front of them. The boys became curious about where he got it from, and the dog asked the master if he could eat it. Leo allowed him to try if he could. The dog bit the dragon with his fangs and exclaimed that he was very tough, and now his teeth hurt. The girl approached the main character and asked him to let her do it. Leo immediately agreed and asked him to tear him apart with his bare hands. He was very surprised by this incredible power. Then she threw a piece of meat from the dragon to the main character's dog. The dog began to tear him into pieces and said that dragon meat is a real delicacy. Leo wondered what happened to his dog. The bird asked him not to die because he had not yet married her. Naja said that he was fine and that he must be in ecstasy now and should level up very soon. Leo answered, closing his eyes, that it was very good and in this case he would go. On the phone, the master was told that today was the opening of the hotel and was asked to come because his advice was needed. Leo replied that he felt a little uneasy about putting a former bully in charge of the Shine. After all, Chase was reliable. Meanwhile, the guys were already being welcomed to the festival, and a man in a suit and tie was on stage. A guy came up to Chase and asked if he thought he looked a little silly dressed like that in the heat. Chase called him a fool in response, and said that he was like a fool. But in this suit, he looked elegant and sophisticated. Chase yelled at his friend very rudely. Suddenly, one of the guys ran up to him and exclaimed that he had bad news. He ran as quickly as possible and reported that people from the River Gang were coming here. Chase's boys started shouting, raising their clubs, that they would fight them and let them break through. Chase replied that they were not some kind of hooligans, and that today the boss would come to the hotel for the first time. If they smashed it, they would not justify his trust. There was already a river gang of boulders near the door, and the man said that they didn't even ask his permission. They began to roughly burst into the room and wave their batons. The river gang boss exclaimed that they had balls, and the rest of the guys just ran away. He grabbed one of them and asked them not to test his patience, otherwise he promised to beat them up. Chase appeared before the leader and asked why he didn't let their guest go. He thought he had enough and asked what he wanted. Then the leader asked who he was. The man told the lump that it was Chase. He explained that the guy controlled the South Street. The rival introduced himself as the lump and said that he was the eldest of the 5 tigers of the river gang. He asked if the guy would give them half of the glitter's income. Chase said that was too much and he got really angry. Gleiba gave his guys the task of destroying everything here and burying anyone who stood in their way. The guys from the gang immediately ran forward, brandishing their clubs and swords. Chase asked him not to do it and to stop immediately. He promised to pay them double, but only later. When the bottle flew towards the boulder, the guys were very surprised and asked who hit their boss and how he dared to do it. The main character appeared on the threshold and told Chase that he had grown up and learned self-control. He took it as a good sign and said he was a little worried about his appointment as the head of the hotel. But now he was confident that he could handle it. Leo asked Chase not to dirty his hands with them. to close the doors and let the dog out. A little dog appeared in front of the boys and started laughing and asked them to try his new trick. The dog decided to use a castrating bite and the guys thought he was bluffing. But the little dog had already grabbed onto the right places and began to perform his great trick. The boys didn't have time to run away and only their legs sparkled. They didn't have time to run to the door before the dog grabbed them by the back seats again. The lump fell to the floor and blood started to flow from his mouth. The guys named Chase as the killer of the River Gang boss. Chase was very surprised and asked if he was really dead. It is impossible to involve the master in this, and it is better to surrender to the police himself. The main character answered his comrade that there was no need to do this since he was alive, and everything was under control. The gang began to scatter and one of them asked how Gleba was. The second asked to think about his charms and said that they would return. One of the guys started calling the police and reported the crime. He explained that a man had been killed at the Shine Hotel and that they had also set a dog on them. The guys decided to wait for the police, then justice would prevail. Only 5 minutes passed and many police cars arrived at the hotel building. The police explained that they had received a call from a river gang and they said that they had set their dog on them and killed a man. They asked what exactly had happened. The guy pointed at the main character and said that it was all their fault and one of them killed the boss. And the second one set the dog on them and many of their people suffered. The boy then asked where their evidence was and told Officer Sue that they were deeply offended. These guys from the River Gang came into their hotel and started causing trouble, so they threw them out. And now they are so brazenly slandering them. The officer ordered his guys to thoroughly search the premises. They need to figure out whether a murder really took place here or whether it was a false call. The policeman told Officer Shu that they had searched everything thoroughly and there was no body or dog in the hotel. Then he asked how they dared to slander this man. The officer pointed his finger at the gang members and ordered his comrades to arrest everyone. Leo thought it was a good thing that he could transport comatose people to the lunar lands. He told Gleba that his brain was badly damaged and even he couldn't help him. The brain damage was his punishment for all his evil deeds. The protagonist said that he hoped this would serve as a lesson to the River Gang and they would stop their dubious activities. Meanwhile, the guy with long hair was sitting on his chair and in front of him was Gleba, who was talking about the legs of rage. When the man looked at him, he exclaimed that someone had beaten up Gleba, the eldest of the 5 tigers of the River Gang. He wondered what exactly had happened there. One of the guys told the boss that there was a young guy behind all this, and that guy has a dog, and he trained it to bite right there. The boss exclaimed that he was even more ruthless than him, and did they get a good look at him? One of the guys answered that everything happened so quickly, and he only remembers that he was very young. The second one remembered the dog that was red. The boss called them idiots and said that he didn't care what kind of dog he had, and they had to get revenge. They had to find this brat no matter what it took. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the threshold and said that he had heard rumors that something serious had happened. The guy put on his sunglasses and started going inside with his guys. The boys greeted the young gentleman. They began to bow before him, greeting him. The guy continued to enter the room with his whole crowd of guys. The long-haired man explained to the boss that Gleba had been beaten up at the Shine Hotel and had sustained brain damage. He asked what he thought they should do, but the boss passed by and said that there was no need to inform him about such trifles and gave them the order to deal with it themselves. He asked them to find out about Lily's boyfriend and asked if they had found anything. The long-haired guy replied that they had found him and his name was Leo. He was studying at Jiangnan University and both his parents were farmers. The boss said that he was not interested in such details. He laughed to himself at the average student who had moved from the provinces. Compared to him, he was nothing, and he would crush him at the alumni meeting. The long-haired boy thought that there were too many strange things connected with that boy. The boss said that as for Gleba, how they will catch him, he asked to be informed. He is very interested in who dared to cross his path. The guys immediately listened to their boss and, clenching their fists, promised to find out everything. The boy thought that their family didn't care about the River Gang, but he couldn't let them be bullied so easily. In front of us is the spacious office of the head doctor. In the corridor, visitors were sitting on chairs. The man sadly asked the master if he knew how to treat brain cancer. The protagonist replied that he needed to use the Guy seal of 13 Guy needles to start. Then he asked, what about the stroke? And the boy replied that with a stroke, everything is not so simple. A lot of patience is important here, and he explained what he would need to collect. Then the man started asking about myocardial infarction, and the main character's brain started boiling. Why does he have so many questions? Suddenly the boy became thoughtful and asked if Lee still had a copy of The Legacy of the King of Medicine. the part about mortals. He asked if he could send it to him and promised spicy tofu in return. Had his brain finally melted from too much spicy tofu? The man told the master as he opened the book that it was simply amazing and thanked him for it. Leo replied as he left that with great power comes great responsibility, and he asked not to forget his true intentions. The guy asked if he gave him the book just because he was annoying him with his questions, but the main character had already headed for the door. Meanwhile, it was already night outside, and bright lights were sparkling, illuminating everything around. The guys started to gather and they already had glasses with different drinks in their hands. A girl who was called simply an incredible beauty began to climb the steps. One of the guests complimented Lily and said with a smile that she only gets prettier every year. The second said that the ugly duckling had become a real swan. Lily said that compared to the two most beautiful girls from their school who were standing in front of her. Before she could finish speaking, someone called her. Lily apologized and said that she would go away as she was called. The girls said that Lily's family were really poor, but she was dressed better than them and was probably dating a rich guy, or even more than one. The guys pointed to a Porsche that was parked near the building. They decided that it must be some rich kid. Leo walked out and clutched his head, exclaiming that he hoped Lily's high school reunion hadn't started yet. The guests started shouting that he was coming here and they started hitting on the main character. But one of the girls turned out to be really brazen and came up to him and asked him to stop pestering him. She explained that he was her new boyfriend, and the girls immediately moved aside to let her through. She walked up to the main character and called him handsome, looking him straight in the eyes. She pressed her body against him and said that her friend said that she wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend, and she was very embarrassed about it. The girl approached Leo and asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend, smiling sweetly at him. She pressed herself against him, closing her eyes and thinking that she would definitely get him. But the boy immediately pushed her away roughly and headed towards his girlfriend. She was very indignant and blushed. Her look changed and she remained upset. Leo walked up to Lily and immediately took her hands. Lily introduced her boyfriend to Dick. Leo immediately greeted the girl and she replied that they looked great together. The girl he rejected was very angry and told her friend that she brought him here for someone else. Dick began to get out of the luxurious car and the guys around him recognized him. When he got out of the car, he told his comrades that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy asked to go inside and take seats, and now the guests were already at the round tables, clinking glasses and raising them upward. Dick, with a bouquet of flowers, would like to take the chance and confess to a girl. The guy said that he really hoped that she would reciprocate his feelings and approached Lily. The people around turned towards Dick and the table at which the main character sat with his girlfriend. Dick got down on one knee and said, looking into Lily's eyes, that he loved her. He decided with an evil chuckle that no one could resist Lou's enchanting magic. Everything around lit up with bright purple rays. But the girl apologized and told Dick that she already had a boyfriend and walked up to Leo, hugging him. Dick apologized to her profusely for disturbing her. But he didn't want to give up. He decided to prove that he was better than Leo. He became interested in where the girl got immunity to his magic and how it was possible. Suddenly, another girl came up to him and exclaimed that he was just wasting his time on her. She was ready to be his for the rest of her life. Dick remembered that the rich people were talking about a new, extraordinary beauty product, a face mask. She helps young girls stay young and older ladies look younger. The guy explained that all the important figures and experts in the city would be present at the product launch ceremony tomorrow. He explained to the guys around him that he had received a special invitation and showed the ticket that he had in his hands. According to reliable sources, the mask will cost between 5 and 10 million each. The girl kept screaming that she loved him and asked if he could take her with him. She promised to do anything he wanted. The mask was quite expensive and she would never be able to afford it. Dick approached the main character and asked if he wanted to make a bet with him. The one who buys a mask for Lily will become her boyfriend. But Leo replied that it is not worth doing, as he will lose. Dick got even angrier and asked why he was so sure about that, and in this case, he wanted to raise the stakes. The one who loses will eat raw pig entrails. When asked if he agreed, the boy replied that they had agreed thinking that he would regret it. The guys around exclaimed that they would be witnesses, and it would be a good show. Dick decided that Leo had fallen into his trap, and he had spent a lot of money to get an invitation, and he was a poor student and would not even go there. The main character got a call. It was Eva. She explained that she had been attacked and was now in the hospital. Before the girl could finish speaking, the boy had already rushed to the hospital building and began to enter the ward. He approached the girl and asked what had happened. Eva explained that the guys from the river gang were stopping passers-by and they pushed her onto the asphalt. She fell, but a kind man passing by helped her. They were looking for a young man with a brown dog. Leo thought about it and realized that the young guy and the brown dog, they meant him. These guys are scoundrels and they still haven't figured out who beat them. The nurse started shouting that Mr. Du had lost consciousness. Leo was worried about this and decided to check it out. The main character came to the door and told Ava that he would be back soon. The girl immediately smiled and replied that of course he could go. The boy went into another room to Charles and asked if he was okay. The boy grabbed the master's hand and said that he was trying to save someone's life by transferring souls using a golden needle. But he felt as if his soul was trying to get out. He asked the boy if he understood why. Leo was surprised that he could transfer a soul with the help of a golden needle. The boy thought that the first time he survived only because he was in the late pre-heavenly stage. And Charles, being a simple man, only lost consciousness. Leo began to use divine eyes, namely, opening. Charles asked the master what was wrong with him. Leo realized that this was vital key, and he was only in the middle of the late pre-heavenly stage, and this was also happening. The man grabbed the master's hand and Leo asked him not to worry as he headed towards the exit. The boy spoke to a mustachioed man on the phone who said that this was a method of cultivation through medicine and that this boy was a genius of medicine. He himself became immortal thanks to it, and he was going through the same thing. He asked who he was and said that he would make him his disciple. Leo apologized and said that he was late and that he had already become his disciple. He laughed and thought about Charles becoming immortal. He is a good man, and this is great news for him. Whiskers said that he is a powerful man, but he must be his disciple and he can lead him astray. Leo exclaimed that it was not true and asked him not to say that. He was in the Moonlands and he would not be able to see him. The little man replied that he would add him as a friend. Leo closed his eyes and explained that he did not have a WeChat account or a smartphone. The little man agreed but asked what he should do. He was the only one who could cultivate through medicine, besides him. He decided to give the boy something. Li Tieguai sent him a cultivation log. He explained that it was his cultivation log and asked him to give it to him personally. With it, he would be able to become an immortal through independent cultivation. This sounds simply wonderful and he will convey it to him personally. Li Tieguai asked to tell him to focus on his studies. If he has any questions, he can ask for help from him, and he will be waiting for him in the halls of Divine Court. When the main character approached his comrade, he asked the master what he had given him. Leo replied that this was Li Tieguai's cultivation journal, and he asked to read it carefully. In the meantime, he would check on the patient he had spoken of earlier. The man was very surprised and thoughtful looking at this cultivation magazine. When Leo approached the ward, he was surprised that his patient was in the same ward where Eva was now lying. When he entered the room, the girl was very surprised that he returned so quickly. The protagonist explained to the girl that Mr. Du asked him to check on his patient. He came as close as possible to the guy who was lying all bandaged under the blanket. He noticed that his injuries were quite serious, and Charles saved his life, which was very surprising. Eva told Leo that this was the same person who helped her today. The boy thought about the words the girl had told him, looking at the patient. She explained that his family had said that the River Gang was going to take revenge on him. Leo looked down and said that they dared to harm a good man and he would definitely kick their asses. Eva exclaimed that she thought she should wait. After all, the mask production would be launched soon. The boy asked her not to worry because he had a plan. The boy took his dog and said it was time to show them her castrating bite. Meanwhile, Lily was already next to her boyfriend and was clinging to him. She asked if he was going to give it to Dick if he could buy a face mask. Leo asked not to worry because he told Eva to change the rules a little and he won't be able to get anything. Lily threw herself into his arms and exclaimed that she knew he loved her. Eva suddenly appeared and apologized, saying that the product launch was about to begin and she was about to go on stage. She asks if they're going back to the gym. Leo says he can't wait for Dick to realize he's made a fool of himself and eat raw pig entrails. On stage, they were already apologizing to the people for the slight delay. Eva said that the product demonstration would start right now, and they needed 2 volunteers to show the effect of the mask. Several ladies over 45 years old immediately appeared on the stage. They walked up on stage and the masks were already on their faces. The women waited for 15 minutes. Eva said that time was up and she thanked them for their patience. She suggested checking the effectiveness. The women were simply amazed, and when they looked at themselves, they exclaimed that it was simply a miracle. It was simply impossible, and they could not believe their eyes. People around them started shouting that it was simply amazing, and that they really did look 20 years younger. Eva said that now they have seen what the mask can do, but they can only produce 100 masks a month. 50 will be sold right now. The girl said that the remaining masks would be sold to random buyers. In order to allow more people to try their product, they changed the order model to an auction. Each buyer can only buy one mask. And so the girl said, looking at those around her, that the auction was finally beginning. Immediately, people started shouting out crazy prices for masks while holding up their signs. Dick was really pissed when he saw that they had changed the rules. He noticed that this guy had gotten an invitation too. Either way, it won't change the fact that he's too poor and he'll soon destroy it right in front of Lily. The hammer struck for the third time, and the sum of 50 million was announced. The toothless man was congratulated by being handed a mask. He exclaimed, smiling, that he finally got it. Dick thought about the fact that there was one last mask left and Leo hadn't even bet. He would make a big bet and surprise these people. The guy said, looking at those around him, that he would offer a large sum for the last mask. The boy paused and exclaimed that he would offer 100 million for the last mask. The audience was simply shocked by such an incredibly huge amount. This is a really huge amount, and he is unlikely to beat it. Eva explained to the gentleman that the last mask was not available for sale. Their largest investor had given it as a gift to his girlfriend. If he still wants to buy one, they will give it to him for free when a new batch is ready for sale. When the guy was handed a piece of paper and a pen, he began to sign the document. He smiled and said that it sounded good. He thought that he hadn't lost this bet. If he didn't get the mask, then Leo wouldn't get it either. Eva said that they would immediately hand it over to their largest investor, as well as to their brand representative. Dick was simply shocked when he saw that Leo was the largest investor. It was as if he had lost himself and could not understand who he was and where he was, what he was doing, and what was going on. Someone started dialing his number and exclaimed that it was bad news. Willie, one of the 5 tigers, and his boys were bitten by the dog again. It turned out that the owner was Leo, the student he asked to follow. The guy got really angry and, gritting his teeth, exclaimed that he was finished. Leo told Dick that he had lost the bet and still hadn't eaten the raw pig entrails, so he couldn't leave. Dick clenched his teeth again and said that he was leaving and that he would regret it. The main character was very pleased, and the girl came closer to him. She looked into the boy's eyes and thanked him for the launch, which went very well. She came even closer to him and kissed him very tenderly on the cheek. His face turned red with emotion and feelings. Lily started to leave and wished him good night. Leo thought that she was the best girl in the world and laughed contentedly. Meanwhile, an unknown man in a mask appeared behind the main character. He walked up to him very quickly and started to choke him, squeezing his throat with all his might. The boy realized that this man was one of that scoundrel Dick's men. He is stronger than him, and he must try to fight him off as quickly as possible. Then the man asked him if he wanted to run away and began to chase him. He exclaimed that he wouldn't succeed and was already almost next to him. Leo turned to the lunar lands and said that he had already appeared, illuminated by bright yellow rays. The enemy was very surprised by this turn of events and became interested in what had happened. The boy left so unexpectedly, he became very interested when he looked at the white, transparent smoke. Leo still couldn't understand why this guy attacked him. His face changed when he thought that Lily was safe. The main character heard the phone ring and immediately picked it up to ask what happened. Chase explained to the foreman that the River Gang had come to the hotel again, and some of them were heading to the hospital. He couldn't contact his parents. Does he think bandits kidnapped them? Leo exclaimed that Dick should have left his family alone. He turned to Kshulia, the ghostly messenger, as well as Sanyan, David, and explained that he needed help. He asked Zuli to go to the entrance and find Chase. He sent the ghostly messenger to Charles to help him. He directed Sanyan to move towards his house and protect his parents, and they immediately obeyed him. There was a powerful flash of fire, and a huge orange dog appeared behind the main character. He asked his dog to do him a favor and help him find Lily. The dog immediately listened to him and asked him to just watch. He was already somewhere on the roof and told the master that he had found her, and she was on the 5th floor of the hotel. The dog exclaimed that she felt a guy and it must be Dick. When the boy pushed the door with his foot, he saw his girlfriend tied up in the room. He quickly approached her and, removing the bandage from her mouth, asked if he was okay. But the girl cried out over his shoulder that he should be careful as danger was approaching. She was very scared for him, but he covered her with his body, protecting her from the sharp knife. The main character approached the girl and, looking into her eyes, asked her not to worry because everything was fine with him. He turned towards Dick and asked if this was all he had, looking at him with a contemptuous look. Then the guy opened the door, entered the room, and, smiling sarcastically, asked to look at himself. He said that Leo took the bolt instead of Lily. He really loves her. The guy explained as he approached his opponent that today he would become Cupid. He held a bow and arrows in his hands and exclaimed that he would add another bolt to it. Lily started screaming at the top of her lungs, and the boy quickly began to untie her hands. He told Lily that everything was fine and that he could not harm him in any way, being very sure of this. Behind him there was already an enemy who pointed a bow and arrow at him and exclaimed that he would die today. But the main character was much quicker and said that he was already next to him. There was a powerful flash and a bright yellow beam flew right in front of his face. Dick couldn't understand where this dog came from, and the dog began to attack him, biting from all sides. The guy asked if she wanted to protect her owner and put his arrows in front of the dog. He threatened to kill the dog, but it had already snatched one arrow from his hands. Leo started to do a kick to his opponent, and he flew straight to the floor head over heels. Dick exclaimed that he had deceived him, but he had something else, and he laughed, looking sarcastically at his opponent. The guy approached him and tried to hit him with all his might, but Leo dodged the blow. There was a powerful flash, and Dick pulled out a sharp sword approaching the main character. He wanted to send his opponent to hell and raised a cold weapon over him using the dragon's tongue. There was another flash, and Dick was simply shocked when he saw that he had stopped the pursuing cloud, one of the 3 great weapons of the Penglai Pavilion. The guy was simply shocked when his opponent took the sword from him and was about to attack. Dick realized, looking at his opponent, that it turned out he was a cultivator. The main character replied, looking at the sword, that he was talking too much and began to approach him. Dick was seriously scared and asked what it all meant, covered in beads of sweat. He began to scream in pain and began to ask what he had just done, while being illuminated by bright purple rays. Leo walked up to his girlfriend and put his arm around her shoulders to protect her from this scoundrel. Lily asked Leo what they should do with this guy, and thoughtfully lowered her gaze down. The dog started looking for him and became curious about where he had gone, looking everywhere and sniffing. The main character asked the dog not to move and glanced to the side at his girlfriend. Dick was already next to her and held her by the neck, threatening her with a cold weapon. He asked him not to even think that he could not kill her. He licked the knife and said that if he didn't get this girl, then he wouldn't get her either. He asked to cut off his hands if he wanted her to survive. Leo replied that everything was fine and he would do it, but asked him to calm down. Leo concentrated, closed his eyes, and put his fist in front of him. At this time, the girl lit up with bright golden rays, but the boy approached his opponent with a powerful blow, and before he could open his eyes, Lily had already hit him. The girl flew as close to her opponent as possible and hit him with all her might with her fist. He flew far onto the floor and scarlet streams of blood jumped all over the floor, spilling around. Lily crossed her arms over her chest and told the boy that she was perfectly fine. Leo couldn't understand what had happened to her, because she had become stronger and colder and completely different. Lily asked to take the sword and leave here. He looked at her very surprised. Now he understood why the stupidest thing you can do to yourself is to be kind to your enemy. Dick was scared and asked what he was doing. He called himself the genius of the Liu family and said that they would not let him go so easily if he killed him. The main character asked the guy in this case to tell them to start doing it already. The guy lying on the floor said, looking at the ceiling, that he had lost all his strength. Meanwhile, Leo was catching up with his girlfriend and asked her to wait, but she said that she was fine. The boy couldn't understand what was happening and whether it was the effect of the necklace. He immediately picked up his phone and asked Changye to come out to him quickly. A girl appeared and asked what happened and said that she was eating spicy tofu. Leo asked her not to act like a fool and asked what the moon necklace actually was. Lily had changed completely since she started wearing it. Changye asked in return if she had received enlightenment. She tried to explain to the boy that the girl would soon be back to normal and that there was nothing wrong with that. Wu Gang was chopping down the tree again and she had to go. Leo grabbed his head with his hands and said hopefully that he wanted everything to be okay with his girlfriend. He continued to hold his head with his hands as another message came into his phone. The system congratulated him on receiving the Pursuit Cloud. Pursuit Cloud is a second-class weapon and can speed him up by 1%. Pursuit. Cloud Mastery is a Cloud Master created that includes 12 moves. He has obtained a crossbow and poison bolts, a whole set of black-ranked skills. The protagonist exclaimed that it was even better than his grab technique and star-gathering palm. He thought it was simply excellent, and while on the street he felt the appearance of a stranger. Behind him stood a healthy man who told the boy that he had harmed Dick and that he would kill him. Leo became very angry and exclaimed that he had appeared again behind his back, running away. There was a violent flash, and the enemy tried to hit him with all his might. Leo was thrown into the air a little and again tried to run away as quickly as possible. He asked the man to try to catch him and ran as fast as he could into the portal. He asked if the boy wanted to run away and said he would deal with the girl before killing him. Leo decided he couldn't let him hurt Lily. He asked the opponent if he was trying to threaten his girlfriend. It seemed that he had never had a girlfriend. The man replied with a grimace that he was one of the 5 elders of the great Lu family. He practiced a man's art and the boy still wouldn't understand him in it. Leo said that it seemed he was still a virgin. Then the man asked how he dared to mock him like that and promised to kill him. The main character tried to run away, but he was already rushing after him from behind, catching up and calling him a scoundrel. The system reported that Leo had learned the first mastery move of the chasing cloud, the emerging cloud. He had obtained the second mastery move and then the third. The system reported that he had fully mastered the cloud pursuit skill. The second movement of the mastery of the pursuing cloud is the moving cloud, and it began to act. A powerful flash of bright fiery light occurred and blinded the enemy. The man was simply shocked to learn the skill of the pursuing cloud. Suddenly, he asked the boy to stop by holding out his palm. He wanted to stop and talk to the main character, addressing him. The man asked how he got hold of this art, looking into his eyes with interest. He thought about the boy taking the sword from Dick, but how could he master the skill? Leo told the man that he bought it from a stall, but he pointed his finger at the boy and exclaimed that he was a liar and that the sword belonged to the Lu family. He asked him to tell the truth or else he threatened to kill him. Leo thoughtfully replied that he would tell him everything. The boy began to explain that he had helped a seriously wounded man from Penglai, and he had given him a sword. Sima was his last name. The man looked at the boy with great surprise and drew his eyebrows closer to his nose. Leo decided that the clans in Penglai were competing with each other, and he would start a feud between those scoundrels from the Sima family and the idiots from the Lu family. The protagonist wanted to start the great show as soon as possible. The man sweated when he heard about Sima. They came a few days ago to start the battle. That's why he brought Dick to this world, and they stole their art. The man decided to take revenge on them. Leo turned his back on his opponent and said that the misunderstanding between them was cleared. He asked the man if he could go, and he chuckled and thought about it, after which he adjusted his mask on his face and said that he would never let him leave. He clenched his fists and began to approach the protagonist again. Leo smiled and told his enemy that in this case he would show what he was capable of. And then the boy folded his hands in front of him and lit up with a bright fiery light. The man exclaimed that he had an impressive illusion technique, but it was just a pathetic attempt. Bright flashes of fiery rays spread around, and the main character continued to clone. He grabbed his sharp long sword with his hand and exclaimed that this was his chance. The boy was already behind his opponent and surrounded him with a bright golden beam. The enemy could not understand whether it was a real shadow and was a little confused by the clones of the main character. Leo tried to hit the man with his sword again, but he said that he was much stronger than him. There was another powerful flash, and a bright column of fire rose upward. Bright rays in the form of an explosion illuminated everything around, and the guys flew in different directions. The man wiped the blood from his lips and, calling the boy a scoundrel, promised to never forget it. Without thinking twice, he jumped into the air with one dexterous leap and flew far, far away. Leo grabbed his hand and noticed that the blow landed on the Purple Thunder's magical dragon hand. If it weren't for that, he would have been dead long ago. The main character continued to hold his hand and sighed, saying that it was like a stream of air in his hand. Leo asked, taking the phone in his hands. What happened to his hand? The little man explained to him that the life key had entered his body, and the solution was in the legacy of the King of Medicine, the section for mortals, and everything was very simple there. The main character sighed heavily, replied that he was not immortal, and pointed his finger at the phone again. He decided that he needed to take a couple of pills from Taishang Laojin, and the section for immortals could only be learned by those who had reached the core formation level. Meanwhile, Dick approached Master Mingxiang and asked how he got such injuries. The man grabbed his chest and explained that Leo had caught him, and he needed to return to Penglai. Mingxiang was very surprised by the 300 illusions technique, and in addition, he also found a hair of the golden monkey on himself. He picked up the hair and thought that this was very strange and he should explore it. Dick can believe that Leo could hurt Master Mingxiang. He said that they need to leave as soon as possible and the police are looking for him because of his connection with the River Gang. Master replied that he will not return with him and does not deserve it anymore. Dick drew his eyebrows closer to his nose and, sweating a little, asked the master what it all meant. Mingxiang replied that he had said it clearly enough and he could no longer cultivate. The Lu family doesn't need a scumbag like him. According to the head of the family, they are on their own now. Dick was simply shocked and angrily asked how this was even possible. After all, He is the heir of the family and the hope of the Liu family. He would not dare to abandon him. Master Mingxiang turned around and walked towards the door, asking the boy to leave his empty dreams behind. When he closed the door behind him, the boy remained in the room clenching his fists. He was very angry and his eyes were bloodshot. He promised to take revenge on the main character. He was hatching a plan in his head, but suddenly two people with a gun appeared in the room and pointed the gun at him. The girl in uniform said he was using the River Gang for illegal activities. They wanted to ask him a couple of questions and asked him to come with them. Dick started to get scared and decided that he was finished. Meanwhile, the main character approached his girlfriend's door and asked if she was asleep. She opened the door and, letting Leo into the apartment, asked what happened to his hand. The boy explained that he had just been bitten by a dog and said that he was fine. He was pleased that the girl was worried about him. Suddenly, she came closer to him and abruptly grabbed the main character by the hand. Leo was very surprised and told his girlfriend that she was absorbing his life qui. Lily closed her eyes and it was as if she had changed. It was as if she was somewhere else. The boy took her by the shoulders and, looking into her eyes, asked if everything was okay with her. Lily replied that yes, and she felt as if there was another personality inside her. She was not interested in anything at all, but she felt much better after absorbing his chi. She became a fragile and weak girl again and asked if he would hate her for it. Leo replied that no, and that he really liked the fact that she was so fragile. Lily immediately threw herself into his arms and pressed her lips to his. After this, the girl invited the main character to stay with her for the night, and he immediately agreed. Leo told Lily that she was getting better at this and it was all the magic of love. He said that his lower back was hurting really badly. The girl called him to breakfast. The main character received a message on his phone and asked the old man from the South Pole if anything had happened. The old man replied that there were less than 4 weeks left. He asked the boy how things were going and he, rubbing his eyes, realized that he had almost forgotten about it. Suddenly, he told the old man not to worry as he was almost done and would finish the job in time. The old man exclaimed that it was just wonderful, and if the immortals liked the cigarettes, he would most likely become a supplier for the divine court. Saying this, he said goodbye. Leo said that he buys spicy tofu and cigarettes every day at the supermarket. However, now he needs 3,000 packs, and he will need more when he becomes a supplier for the divine court. Why not create his own supermarket? He asked Chase if he could open a store for him and asked him not to worry about money. The main character exclaimed that it was very good to be rich and now he is a billionaire, laughing joyfully. Now he will have many more business deals with the divine court. People have already started writing to him and asking for spicy tofu more and more. 10 packs are just a piece of cake. And here it is delivered. He asked about the business proposal. The Jade Pool Fairy sent him 1,000 buckets of Jade Pool water. Leo thought about the fact that the Jade Pool should now be without water. And what if the fairy needed a bath? Leo decided that she had potential in this, and the business was growing just great. Suddenly, he was asked for help and the girl said that she rented a room in a hotel and asked to meet there. When the short beep started, Leo couldn't understand why she wasn't answering the call and why she had rented a room in a hotel. The boy thought that the girl would want to tell him something and confess her love. But he decided that he shouldn't think like that, and what was he even thinking about when she just needed help? He approached a large hotel and dressed beautifully and told Alice that he had already arrived. He asked her if she knew that he already had a girlfriend. Then Alice asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about and said that she was here on a mission. Suddenly, a policeman appeared in the room and asked everyone not to leave their seats. They were conducting illegal transactions and how they wanted to solve this problem. Alice asked the policeman what station they were from and asked if she should show them her badge. The policeman asked her to shut up and asked each of them for 5,000 yen if they didn't want to go to jail. But the girl asked them to stop immediately and showed her badge right away. The guys didn't expect that this girl was a real police officer and started running towards the exit. But she immediately caught up with them and began to use techniques to prevent the impudent fellows from escaping. One of the policemen who was laid down asked for urgent help for the boss, as he was being attacked very hard. But the second one wanted to run away because they were in the minority. They noticed that this girl was quite cruel. But suddenly another girl appeared on the threshold and asked the officers not to worry and promised to help them. Alice asked her to stop quickly and said that she was a police officer. Leo supported her and exclaimed that she was telling the truth and that this was a huge misunderstanding. The guys who were liars asked the girl not to believe them because they were wearing uniforms and they were lying. Then the girl decided to deal with Alice first and began to run up to her with a powerful blow. A hard battle ensued, and the girl exclaimed that she was impressed by it as she approached with another blow. The police began to approach the girl in order to strike her and disarm her. One of them exclaimed that help had arrived and now they definitely couldn't escape laughing. But the main character began to help, and with a deft movement scattered these guys, saying that they underestimated him. The girl found herself behind the boy and prepared for another attack, kneeling on one knee. The battle continued and the guys merged in the duel. One of the people in uniform clenched his fist and decided to hit the main character. Leo dodged very deftly and hit the scoundrel right in the face. He winced in horror and his face broke out in cold sweat. Leo wondered if this was all they were capable of and asked them not to even think about making a move. The boys immediately fell to their knees to ask for forgiveness and asked them not to beat them anymore. But suddenly a girl appeared behind the boy and decided to hit him. But then someone came up and grabbed the girl right by the hand, asking her to stop immediately. She recognized her grandfather, and he said that this guy defeated all these people in 10 moves, and he is only 20 years old. But he is already a grandmaster of martial arts, and it is just incredible. The girl told her grandfather that they had attacked police officers and needed to be brought to justice. Alice intervened and said that it was just a misunderstanding and that she really was a police officer. She immediately showed her ID. Then the girl said that she thought she was doing the right thing, but it turned out that she had practically violated their mission. She bowed low and apologized to the guys. The grandfather told the protagonist that he couldn't believe that he was also a martial artist. He introduced himself as Yun Sheng from Xinjiang and asked if he could learn his name. Leo immediately introduced himself to the old man. Yun Sheng then said that judging by his martial arts skills, they were equal to him. However, he could consider him as his elder brother. The old man handed the boy his business card and asked him to come to his house whenever he had time. The girl thought that now she would have to call this guy Grandpa. Leo took the card and replied that he would accept it. Yun Sheng, as he left, asked them to come to his house when they had time. The girl asked her grandfather to run, as they were already terribly late, and dragged him by the hand from that place. Leo became curious about how strong this old man was. Alice approached him and thanked him for today, promising to treat him to lunch sometime. Suddenly, the main character received a notification, and the girl said that they were in trouble and needed to write to her urgently. Leo immediately asked what had happened to them. She explained that King Chu had not heard from Princess Layla for weeks, and he was furious and had sent the men to get their lives. Leo thought about the fact that Layla remained in the Moonlands and she never told her father. "We need to go there and find out everything." The boy approached the girl and asked if she had spoken to her father. Layla replied that she had received several messages from him when she arrived here. Since she was in the middle of a poker game, she didn't answer him, and she wondered what happened. Leo explained that she was putting him in a terrible position. Her father couldn't find her, and out of concern, he sent some henchmen after him. Layla replied that if they were not there yet, she would speak to her father immediately. She then explained that her father had sent 4 spirits. Now they were in his power, and now she had to get back to the game. She said that it was her turn to fold. When the main character went outside, he thought that he was very tired and needed to go back home and get some sleep. Before he could think about it, a bright golden flash appeared in front of him, and the weapon stuck into the ground in front of him. The boy was confronted by guys with cold weapons, and one of them asked if he was Leo. Leo grabbed his head with his hands and tried to understand where else these guys came from. They pointed their sharp swords at him again and began to approach faster and faster with the attack. The main character looked carefully in their direction, and bright, fiery lightning flashed around him. He prepared to repel the blows, and there was a powerful, bright flash when their forces met. Leo was very surprised and noticed that these guys were very strong. He was even pushed aside by the powerful flow of energy. A fiery funnel appeared in front of him, in which were sharp, long swords. He cast a careful glance at his main opponent, who was trying to defeat him. The enemy crossed 2 swords and seemed to outline several golden circles. The boy thought that it was tiring to fight 4 at once, and fortunately they were just spirits. He pulled out his sword, which glowed purple, and decided to use the power of thunder. There was another bright flash, and a powerful blow flew towards the enemy. Leo was already in front of the villain's face, and his sword touched the guy's neck. He asked what they would do next. Then the man replied that they were not his enemies and asked them to stop. The guy folded his hands in front of him and introduced himself as Ju Wu. He apparently didn't want to fight anymore. The second introduced himself as Huang Xin and said he was pleased to meet you. The third was Sun Li, and he was very pleased to meet you. The fourth was called Zhuanzan. Leo asked if they were from Lianshanbo Mountain and asked how they got there. One of the boys explained that the king of Chu had ordered them to bring him to the underground world. On their way here, they were informed that Princess Layla was rebuilding her forces in their lands, and that they would now be under his command. Being ghostly generals, they were not entirely sure and wanted to test him and nothing more. Leo exclaimed that they were very good and he even felt a bit ashamed. The guy explained that the king of Chu ordered them to meet the princess in person, so he asked to take them to her. Leo agreed but said that she was in a special dimension. Her condition would worsen if she left it. They must trust him completely if they want to get in. He will ask Sanyan to fill them in. A girl appeared who greeted the boys and began to tell them the basic rules. The boys immediately stared at Sanyan. They said they trusted her and asked her to send them there. The boy immediately agreed and, smiling, began to use his teleportation power. Before he could do this, they were already near Layla, who was playing at the table. She didn't even notice the guys and started screaming that she finally won, jumping for joy. Leo said that these guys were ghost generals and she could show them at least a drop of respect. The system has activated the conditions for upgrading the master. He needs to gather 72 great warriors. A girl ran up to Leo and asked if he had called her. The boy explained that the upgrade condition had just been activated, but it was too tedious. He asked if he could refuse it. The girl replied that it didn't work that way. If he didn't fulfill the conditions within a year, he would be erased from the lunar lands. The main character, when he heard this, exclaimed that it was simply terrible. The girl asked him not to lose heart and said that if they did not complete the mission, then he would be struck by thunder. Therefore, only dust will remain of him, and his soul will dissipate and nothing will remain of him. Leo asked her to stop. He understood everything. But how could he get the souls of the 72 great warriors? Eva replied that he could ask Princess Layla for help. Leo exclaimed that this was a great idea. He asked Layla if she could ask the other great warriors to come here. The girl replied that it was not in her power. She explained that they serve the 10 kings of hell and only 8 of them work for their father. Also, Wei Dingguo died in the Battle of Xijing. Leo asked in response if his soul had evaporated and if he would ever be able to find him. Layla replied that no, and he is an unchanging yin, that is, he exists between heaven and earth. When such entities die, their souls are divided into parts. He will be able to restore his soul if he collects all the fragments together. Ava waved her hand and explained to the boy that it was much easier to do it with this object. The protagonist asked what she had in her hand. The girl explained that it was a special compass and asked the master not to worry. She asked him to take it and he would point him to all the soul fragments nearby. The boy noticed, looking at the disc in his hand, that it had become much smaller and exclaimed that this was simply excellent. He smiled and, squeezing the disc, decided to get ready for the journey to Xijin. He decided to immediately find this Wei Dingguo, gathering his full determination. And here in front of us was a railway station with trains and many people. In front of the guys is the eastern exit, Xijing Jiangnan. The train arrives at the station and when exiting, it is necessary to be attentive and careful. The girl grabbed her face with her hands and exclaimed that Jiaotong University was waiting for her. She asked Leo to take her picture. She turned to the boy and asked him to go, wondering why he was stuck. The main character got very angry and asked the girl how she imagined it with all this junk. Then, Lily asked him to look after Lucy, and he pulled himself together. After all, he had promised his girlfriend to look after her sister. He came here to find Wei Dingguo's soul fragments. But since Lucy had entered university and Lily was unable to come with her due to a business trip, she asked him to accompany her. And so the photo shoot began, and the boy kept pointing the monitor at Lucy. She was very angry and asked what was going on and why he was taking such terrible photos. Leo replied that it was a normal photo, but Lucy explained that her face was completely out of focus. Suddenly, a guy came up to them and after greeting them asked what department they were from. He introduced himself as Jay from the second year of the International Trade Department. Lucy immediately blushed and exclaimed, looking at the guy, that it looked like they were in the same faculty. The girl immediately got to know him and introduced herself as Lucy. Ono explained that Leo was her sister's boyfriend. Leo said that there was no need to go so far. The guys noticed Jay and wondered what he was doing. Well, isn't it obvious and he's picking up another girl? Leo realized what was happening, and Jay was already offering Lucy a ride to the dorm, pointing to his car. He took the girl's suitcase and offered to help. Lucy blushed and replied that it was very sweet of him. But suddenly the main character came up to her and grabbed her hand and asked to listen. He explained that Jay didn't seem like a decent guy and asked her to be careful. Lucy replied that he was a very nice guy in her opinion. He looks strong and kind and she thinks he is wrong. Leo again asked her to be careful and if she needs help, to call him immediately. Lucy was already sitting in this guy's car and looking out the window said goodbye to Leo. The main character was seriously angry and was irritated that Lucy left with this guy. But after that, he calmed down and decided to start looking for fragments of Wei Dingguo's soul. When he took the compass in his hands, he noticed that it had not moved since his arrival. He called Eva and said that the compass had given him no clues, and did she know why? Eva explained that the soul fragments are undetectable most of the time. They are only activated for 1 day each month, and that is when the compass can light them. The main character asked what day exactly, and the girl answered that it depends. Leo was building because in the worst case he would need a month to find each fragment. Eva began to explain again that the compass would start to glow if it was less than 250 kilometers from the fragment. And then you just need to follow his instructions and, as soon as he finds it, place the soul fragment inside. Leo approached one building and decided to look into this antique shop. When he entered, the man at the reception greeted the young man and asked if he could help him with anything. The guy explained that they sell genuine antiques at very reasonable prices. When the main character approached one of the objects, he noticed that these copper coins contained life key, and he became interested. He asked the guy how much this object cost. The man behind the counter replied that they dated back to the Zhenguan era of the Tang dynasty and cost 50,000 won. Leo looked at the man and exclaimed that it was all a lie and he would give him 50, so they made this deal. But the boy thought about it when he left the store, that it seemed he had overpaid. It would not be easy to break the seal on these coins. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. It was Haley standing in front of him, which surprised him greatly and he couldn't believe that they met again. Haley explained that her grandfather never stopped talking about him, and she didn't expect to meet him here. There was a misunderstanding in Jiangnan, so she apologizes again for that. Leo replied that it was okay, because she wanted the best. Haley approached the boy and explained that her friends were already waiting, so she would run. She asked if the main character was free in the evening and invited him to dinner. Leo immediately agreed and they said goodbye. When the girl left, he picked up the item he had bought and wondered what would happen if he breathed a little life-giving key into them. This object began to glow with a bright golden light and some kind of ghost appeared in front of it. He came out of the amulet and his eyes glowed red. He said, towering over the boy's head, that finally someone had come to visit him. Leo felt a powerful energy and a bright light blinded his eyes so much that he could barely see. It was as if he found himself in some other dimension and asked the man where he was. This man was already behind him and turned to the main character. Leo asked who he was. The man thoughtfully replied that he was Yu Jiangping, the inventor of the flying blades. Yu Jiangping smiled slyly at the protagonist and decided to see how he would deal with them. Many sharp blades flew towards the main character and approached him with lightning speed. Leo, alert, began to dodge the cold weapon. The man exclaimed that it was pretty good and decided to have another round. The boy began to clone himself and it was much harder for him to dodge the blades. When there were a lot of them, he asked the man to stop and just talk. Yu Jianping asked him what he thought of his technique. Leo replied that he had seen better. Then the man did not calm down and said that he did not think that he would be able to dodge his flying blades any longer. He began to release as many as possible in his direction and was confident of his victory. But then his gaze changed and he exclaimed that this simply could not be. Leo dodged like a high-speed arrow and smiled and said that he couldn't reach him. Yu Jiangping thoughtfully said that he had dedicated his entire life to martial arts in order to create this technique. The only time he used it, he couldn't even defeat some brat. Leo looked at the man and thought that he was strange, but he had to get out of here. Before he could take a step, Yu Jiangping stopped him and said that he had not even introduced himself to him. Then the main character smiled and said his name, and the man said that it was beautiful. He told the young man that he was beautiful. He wondered if the Ming dynasty still ruled the earth. Leo was very surprised when he heard such a question in his direction, and it was as if a light flashed in his eyes. The boy explained to the man that she had fallen many centuries ago, and he was very surprised by this. But once the last seal was removed, his soul would soon dissipate. Yu Jiangping lowered his gaze sadly. Leo approached him and said that it was not necessary, and that he could take his soul to a place where he could further improve his martial arts. Yu Jianping replied that he was afraid the boy would only be disappointed in him. Everything was changing, and the world was no longer what it had been. He wished to become the wind and reunite with the universe. In that case, he wished good luck to the great martial artist. He handed the main character a bag and explained that it contained his famous flying blades. He gave the bag and explained to the boy that he did not want to take them with him, and asked him to pass them on to his descendants. Leo was frightened and asked where he could look for them. Yu Jianping explained that his clan lived in Xijing and was known for its unique fighting techniques. Most likely it still exists today unless something terrible happened. Leo closed his eyes and said that these were cool techniques. He asked the man not to worry and said that he would pass them on to his descendants and they would definitely find their owners. Yu Jiangping exclaimed to the boy that this was very surprising. After all, he had mastered this technique with such ease and he was very glad that he had met him. Leo wondered what else awaited him on this trip. Meanwhile, it was already getting dark outside and the whole family gathered around the round table. One of the family members said that the whole family had gathered there for some 20-year-old boy. He smiled wickedly and said he couldn't wait to see how good he was. Before he could finish speaking, the main character entered the room. The old man introduced the young boy to them and asked him to sit down. Leo immediately greeted Sean and apologized for being a little late. He explained that he had some things to do. Sean told the boy that everything was fine and that he was sure he had a lot of different things to do and that he understood him. The old man's son approached him and asked why he was bowing and scraping in front of this brat. The father asked his son to watch his language. Leo may be young, but he is already a supreme martial artist. They all should treat him with due respect. The whole family was very surprised by his words. The son answered his father that he did not believe and that it took decades to become a master. The genius of the Jade Mansion became a master at the age of 25, and he spared neither time nor effort for this. Sean got even more angry and asked him if he doubted his words. Then the son told his father that he felt like the guy had fooled him. Father asked to bring him his sword to kill this scoundrel. Leo asked him to calm down because he was sure that Henry did not mean anything like that. He just lacked experience. Henry asked what he meant and extended his strong fist to strike. But before this fist could get close to the main character's face, he dodged it in time. He made a deft movement of his hand and Henry flew down, falling onto the floor. Leo dropped to one knee, preparing for another attack. He found the guy's weak spot. Henry laughed and asked what he wanted with that cup he was going to throw at him. But Leo asked if he was sure about this. Throwing a sly, mocking glance at him, Henry said that this guy defeated him in 10 moves and he really is a supreme master. Leo grabbed his head with his hands and called the man some kind of wretched thing. Henry knelt down in front of the boy and told him that he had underestimated him. He immediately apologized to Leo. Henry thought that he had already become a supreme master in his 20s and it was amazing. Sean laughed and told Leo that his son was a bit dim-witted, so he asked him not to hold a grudge against him and decided to raise a toast to him. The main character smiled back and they clinked their cups, happily talking about it. Leo told the old man that his son Henry was very strong, and he in turn listened to what they were talking about. He raised his cup and said that this was a toast to Leo. He apologized again for his rudeness. Leo replied that if he was really angry, he wouldn't have gotten away with a simple cup. It was hitting him right in his weak spot, and if he had applied a little more force, he would have been dead. Henry asked how he knew about him, or if Haley told him. Leo smiled and replied that he was once possessed by a devil, which made him sterile, but his fighting skills had improved significantly. Henry thought his father had told him about it, but the man said he hadn't told him anything. Leo said that today was his lucky day and he could fix everything. Henry was very surprised and asked if he could really do that. Haley noticed that the guy changed his shoes quickly. Leo explained that they all had cold key in their abdomen. The protagonist exclaimed that he thought so. They all trained according to Henry's method and now they all have health problems. The boy asked if he was telling the truth and the old man fell to his knees and asked him to help them. Leo thanked the old man for the dinner and said that in return, he would use his needles to restore their chi circulation. The whole family closed their eyes and were enveloped in blue smoke. Cold sweat ran down their faces. Henry glowed with a bright, fiery light. Golden needles were stuck right into his chest. Sean thanked the boy for his help. If he needed anything, he could just say and they would do everything they could. Leo smiled and said no. Sean told Haley that she was the only one not drinking today and asked her to give Leo a ride to the hotel. The girl immediately agreed and now they were racing along the highway at full speed. Leo asked her where they were going, and she said that it was already late and they were going to have some fun. The main character couldn't understand what she was talking about and decided that she had a crush on him, but he let it go when he noticed that she meant street racing. They were already approaching their destination. There was another car near them and the guy who was driving told her to get ready today. He would grind her into dust. And now the cars were level next to each other and the guys looked at each other through the window. A guy in another car noticed that she wasn't alone today. Haley said it was none of his business. She looked at him carefully and asked if they were racing. The guy immediately agreed. He asked her if she was in. Haley asked what was at stake. The guy showed some object and said that if she won, he would be interested in her, how she felt about it. He had a heart-cleansing jade in his hands. Leo noticed that he felt particles of life key in him. and perhaps someone cast a spell on him. Haley told the guy that she didn't have anything as valuable on her as he did. Then the guy said that it was okay if she lost. She would serve him today together with Natalie. The girl answered that she didn't mind. Leo got angry and asked who this guy was. He thought too highly of himself and did she want him to punch him. Haley explained that it was Joe Chow, also one of the 7 local martial artists. She explained to the protagonist that they absorb female energy to increase their chi. Haley added that the family has a supreme master so no one dares to go against them. Joe asked the girl if she was scared. Haley asked her passenger to hold on tight and the race began. She was sure that the jade would be hers and began to press on the gas, breaking away from her opponent. The guy was already a little behind her car and they were racing faster and faster along the highway. Haley and the main character pulled away a little from the enemy car and she continued to press the gas pedal. Leo noticed that the girl had pulled away from that impudent guy, and this impressed him. She looked at the main character and asked if she had done well, but suddenly he asked her to be careful and looked ahead in horror. There was a huge truck in front of them and he asked the girl to jump out of the car. They were flying straight towards this car and were already very close. Haley deftly turned the steering wheel and avoided a direct collision with the huge car. She said that she braked in time. Leo shone his flashlights and said that there was no one in the truck and that this surprised him very much. Joe Chow smiled sarcastically and said with a laugh that he was right and that everything was indeed wrong. Haley asked the protagonist to hold his breath and explained that the guy had spread the drug into the air. Joe Chow was delighted and exclaimed that it was just super. He used fairy breath. He told the white peony that today she would be his. He was very pleased, and the sly smile did not leave his face. The girl started coughing and Leo tried to cover her mouth. He felt a very strong aphrodisiac. His qui just went crazy. Haley closed her eyes and exclaimed that she was very hot, breaking out in beads of sweat. She started waving her hands and told the boy that she was very unwell. Joe Chow responded by saying that she had a very seductive voice. He began to approach the main character and said that his girlfriend was not feeling well, and he could help her. But before he could finish speaking, Leo lifted him up with one hand. He asked for the antidote or threatened to kill him. Joe Chow said that there was no antidote. But who is this guy, and how could he handle him? He asked what would happen if he left things as they were. Joe Chow told Leo that she would die in that case. He wondered how he could restrain himself in the presence of such a beauty, and decided that he was gay. Leo asked Natalie to come over. Joe Chow thought that she was more to his liking. He said that in this case he would give her to him if he left them alone with the white peony. The main character lifted him into the air and threw him on the floor and said that she was not for him for this, and he asked him to lie on the floor and not to move. Joe Chow asked him what he had done to him and said that he couldn't move. Leo asked Natalie to start the car immediately and said that they were going downtown. Joe Chow couldn't figure out who this guy was and couldn't recover from the blows. Leo looked at Haley and was very worried about her and asked if she was okay. The girl stroked his cheek with her hand and asked him, looking into his eyes, to help her. She begged for it, and the boy thought that he was holding on with all his strength. He decided that he could not bear it any longer. He threw the girl into the back seat, pressing her against the back. Joe Chow noticed that the voice of the white peony was very sweet. He himself can barely hold on and pumped her up to absorb her energy. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a chance now. But Leo started to approach the girl and tear off her clothes. Suddenly, she asked the master to wake up. Then the main character, lost in thought, opened his eyes and could not understand what he was doing. He started touching the girl and she looked at him in fear because his hands were in the wrong place. She was embarrassed, and her face was red and flushed with desire, and she was breathing heavily. Haley asked the boy to continue and he could barely contain himself. Leo made up his mind and understood that he had to keep his composure and not lose his head. This aphrodisiac is very strong, and the girl's life will be in danger if she does not give vent to her libido. Leo asked the girl to go to the hotel quickly and she pressed the gas pedal. The protagonist explained that she would go with them and asked Joe to stay in the car. The boys started running out into the street and quickly approaching the huge hotel building. Leo burst into the room and told the girl at the reception that they needed a room. The girl looked at him with a surprised look, and he began to press her, asking for a room quickly. She thought that one guy and 2 girls in one room is very good, and he is very lucky. She immediately handed the key to the main character, and he began to open the door. Leo explained to Natalie that she needed a cold shower and he had to cool her down. He asked what they were waiting for and asked them to immediately go into the shower or take off Haley's clothes. Natalie began to quickly undress the girl. Leo, watching from the side, blushed a little, and now they were already in the shower, and the boy lay down on the sofa. He thought that it was close and If it weren't for Eva, he could have made a very big mistake. He wondered if they had started swimming and if Haley would be better than she was. Natalie asked the boy to come in and said that she had grabbed her and wouldn't let go. She asked her to stop immediately and started screaming. Leo was behind the door. He thought about how much he wanted to go in. He couldn't. That was why he brought Haley to the hotel. He asked the girl to deal with Haley somehow on her own and continued to stand outside the door. Natalie asked him why he didn't come in himself. Leo said he couldn't, and she was like a sister to him. He couldn't take advantage of her like that. She needs help, and she is the only one who can help her now. Natalie agreed and said that she will try. The main character realized that everything was fine and the girl was doing great. Leo closed his eyes and thought that even though he couldn't see it, he was sure it was very powerful. After it was all over, Natalie asked the boy to come in. She explained that Haley had passed out and needed help. The main character thought for a moment and realized that he would have to go in after all, and he opened the door. When he opened the door and went inside, the girls were sitting on the floor next to each other. He looked at them carefully and cold streams of sweat began to run down his face. Natalie hugged Haley and she asked to quickly take her away from here. The boy approached the girl and told Natalie that he would take care of her. He picked up Haley and she was in a fainting state but already quite calm. When he approached the girl, he decided that it seemed like the problem could be solved in another way. Now he asked Haley to rest peacefully and covered her with a sheet. He asked Natalie to put something on and, closing his eyes, sighed heavily. The girl came up to him and said that she had already helped her. And how about helping her now? Leo asked her not to come up. He didn't drug her and she doesn't need help. Then Natalie asked if he was gay. Leo smiled and said no. He handed the girl some clothes and asked her to get dressed and go, as there was still some unfinished business. When they got outside, Joe Chow asked if they were finished. He called it all pity and said that he would have held out longer. The main character approached the guy and asked if he wanted to say that he was so good. Joe Chow responded with a sly smile and showed off his class. He said that he was the best in the city and had slept with a lot of girls. Leo said he would like to see it. Joe Chow asked if he wanted to let him have some fun too. Leo answered the boy that this is exactly what he wanted and, smiling, called him over. The guy was very surprised and asked why he brought him to the pigsty. Did he really decide to deceive him so cruelly? Leo held a bottle of fairy breath in his hands and exclaimed that it was a powerful thing. He splashed the whole bottle all over Joe Chow's face. He bragged that he was good at it and asked him to prove it. He pushed the guy right into the pig pen and asked him to fly in there and have some fun. The main character closed his eyes, turned away, and called it all a great abomination. Natalie asked where Joe Chow was now. Leo replied that he had caught his eye and was staying there for a while. Leo. When he was already in the room where they decided to stay and closed his eyes lying on the sofa, he opened his eyes and saw Natalie in front of him. He got scared and asked what she was doing. The girl replied, approaching him, that she was Natalie Zhang, and he could just call her Natalie. Leo asked the girl what she was doing there and said that she shouldn't be there. No one touched Leo Jr. except Lily, until today. Natalie asked the boy if he would sleep with her if she didn't demand anything in return and called him a cutie. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked her to leave right now or he would throw her out the window. Natalie called him a nice guy. She would have liked to meet him earlier, but unfortunately, it happened that way. While the boy closed his eyes, she went out the door. Natalie smiled goodbye and said that she hoped he would come to her again. He became curious about what this all meant and why on earth he should come to her again. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him and he blushed from just one look. In front of him was a girl in a towel that was about to fall off. He decided that he had to fix it. He walked up to Haley and started pulling the towel over her until it fell. But she suddenly woke up, Leo said, coughing, that he could explain it. He tried to fix her towel, but she said that she didn't blame him and that she was his girlfriend now. She wouldn't blame him, no matter what he did. Leo couldn't understand what it all meant. Haley explained that she had lost her virginity with him and now he had to take responsibility. The boy thought that he hadn't done anything to her and she must have misunderstood everything and he had to explain everything to her. Leo began to explain to Haley that he knew that there was nothing between them and that it was a misunderstanding. The girl replied that what was done and she did not blame him. She simply asked him to be nice to her and not leave her. She said she was tired and was going to go back to sleep. Leo thought that he shouldn't have asked Natalie to leave and now nothing would clear his name. When the boy felt the tickle, he was very surprised and opened his eyes sharply. He was lying on Haley's lap and she asked him to lie still, looking at him sweetly. The boy asked what she was doing. Haley explained that she was cleaning his ears and asked if he liked it. Leo replied that yes, he was pleased. Haley smiled and said that she would clean them for him for the rest of her life. Leo said he was hungry and asked to go have breakfast, but she unexpectedly kissed him right on the cheek. The protagonist decided that he needed to sort out this misunderstanding as soon as possible. He wanted to tell her something, but she turned around and asked what happened. He asked if she would believe him if he said that nothing happened between them last night. Then the girl started crying and saying that he didn't want to take responsibility. Haley, with tears in her eyes, said that she wouldn't blame him, and she understood why he did it. The boy tried to explain to her, but she turned away and exclaimed that she had to go and she would not be able to eat with him. Leo became very angry and exclaimed that now he would not be able to clear his name. He remembered Natalie and decided that Haley knew her. He caught up with the girl and asked her to wait a little, grabbing her hand. Haley asked what he was doing. Leo replied that she must know Natalie, the girl who was in Joe Chow's car last night. Haley replied that she didn't know and that the bastard always hangs out with different girls. The protagonist looked at his phone and told Haley that her grandfather was calling. He answered the phone and told Yunsheng that his granddaughter was with him now. Grandpa replied that she would lead him to his house. He promised to visit him, and he shouldn't dare break his word. Leo told the girl that her grandfather was waiting. She smiled and replied that they would go then, and there was no point in making Grandpa wait for long. Haley explained that she would not force him to be with her anymore, and she only hoped that he would not forget her. When they approached the house, the grandfather greeted Leo and invited him to come in. The boy thanked the old man for inviting him. Yunsheng replied that he was an honored guest here, and he was glad that he was here. The old man immediately invited the boy to come inside, and he thought that this place was very nice. Suddenly, the man asked the old man how he could bring a stranger into the house and whether he had forgotten the rules of the house. Yunsheng explained to Charles that this was Leo, and he had told him about him. He was a grandmaster and a true genius. Charles was very surprised and asked if he had forgotten who the most famous genius in martial arts circles was. Terry Yue, son of the head of the Sunset Moon Temple, one of the 3 temples famous among martial practitioners. Why is he known as a genius? Yunsheng explained that he began practicing martial arts at the age of 4 and became a master at 15 and a grandmaster at the age of 24. After that, he practiced in seclusion for 10 years. He must be a great grandmaster now, Charles replied that it was fine, and asked how old his guest Mr. Leo was. Leo replied that he was 23 years old. The man laughed in response and asked Yunsheng how he could be a grandmaster. Does he think this kid is more capable than Terry? The old man said yes. Another guy came up to Uncle Charles and said that Mr. Lin was indeed a grandmaster and he could prove it. Charles was even more surprised and said that even York considered him a grandmaster and could he prove it to them. The man exclaimed that no one dared to lie to the Yun family. If he really was a grandmaster, they would treat him with respect. But if not, he would pay for his lies. Leo clenched his fists and asked if this was how they treated their guests. This guy was much tougher than Shen. The protagonist bowed and said that it seemed he was not welcome here. He thanked Yunsheng for his invitation and said that he had to go. Yunsheng walked up to Charles and said again that this kid was a grand master. He wondered why he didn't believe it. Charles got angry and told the boy that he couldn't just leave after lying to them. He ordered Henry to break his arm. The man clenched his fist to strike. The boy asked to let him feel the price of trying to deceive the Yun family. But before he could finish speaking, the main character grabbed the guy by the fist with a deft movement of his hand. After that, he performed a move and, stretching his leg forward, hit him with all his might in the chest. The guy started flying far to the side, and the guys exclaimed that he really was a grand master. How he was able to stop Henry's attack and then counterattack him. He is a very strong and tough guy. Henry fell to the floor and exclaimed that he really couldn't believe the kid was a grandmaster. Charles noticed that the life key was leaving Henry's body. He also realized that the boy had not lied. Leo asked if he believed him now. Charles clasped his hands and began to advance towards the boy with an attack. He asked to see what he could do. Yunsheng was frightened and asked him not to do it. But the man was already approaching the boy with a blow, and now their forces have already met, and everything around is lit up with a bright yellow flame. Leo said that he had nothing against him, he was a guest, but they humiliated him again and again. He began to approach his opponent with great force and energy, and exclaimed that he was not their doormat. He put his hand forward, and a powerful energy approached the old man, pushing him far back. Charles realized that this guy was too cruel, and streams of blood spurted from his mouth. He became scared and thought that he might die today. The main character stretched out his hand again to strike, but Haley appeared in front of him. She covered her uncle with her body and asked him not to dare to harm her uncle. The boy did not expect that the girl would appear in front of the man, and the flow of power had almost touched her face. The guys around shouted that Charles lost and Leo beat him. But Charles is a grandmaster who is one step away from becoming a great master, and this is simply impossible. Leo thought that he had already taught him a lesson and quickly removed his hand before his power touched the girl's face. He turned towards the old man and said that he would have killed him today if it weren't for Haley and Yunsheng. Yunsheng felt guilty and thanked the boy for sparing the old man. Leo replied that it was nothing and cast a contemptuous glance at his uncle who was lying on the floor. Charles thought that this was simply impossible, and he couldn't believe it. He was defeated by a young guy who was only 23 years old. He couldn't even resist him. He is just one step away from becoming a great master, and is this guy really that great? The guys around were simply surprised and opened their mouths looking at the boy. When the man called him a great master, he turned towards him and replied that one could say that too. Charles said that the 23-year-old great master was simply a genius, and they began to bow before the boy. They welcomed the master into their home and said that they apologized for his earlier rudeness. Haley now understood why he was not interested in her. It turned out that he was a great master. Leo asked Yunsheng why he called him Master Lin. He was very embarrassed, and was the great master really so cool that he blushed from embarrassment? Yunsheng replied that it was because he was a great master and he did not know it. He apologized for being rude, and the boy asked the girl to come to him. He asked what was going on here and whether the great masters were really that cool. Haley explained that it is very common, and even with one great master, a family of martial artists rises to the top of the hierarchy. He is a great master and he deserves their respect. Leo asked the whole family to stand up. They thanked the master again. The protagonist approached the old man and asked him to tell the boys to calm down. But the old man explained to the boy that they should do what he deserved. Leo asked to call him as before, just Leo, or they would no longer be friends. Yunsheng immediately agreed and said that he would call him as he wanted. He said that they were glad to welcome him here, calling him master. His humble home would be honored by his visit. Charles smiled too and asked the boy to sit down. But suddenly someone came up and told Uncle Charles that they had bad news. Dozens of people from the Chow family came here with the coffin, and they are indeed very numerous and strong. They realized that this guy was from the Windy Pavilion and everyone was seriously scared.